Chapter 1 Reborn Return Teacher Lu, wake up, we're back at the hotel. Lu Ziyao seemed to hear the voice of his assistant Song Xiang, slowly opened his eyes, and saw Song Xiang's face that was at once unfamiliar and familiar. Wasn't I the one who fell off the cliff? Why am I still alive? Lu Ziyao felt a little dazed, moved her fingers. Have I been reborn? It wasn't until she returned to the hotel room that Lu Ziyao truly came to her senses. She had been reborn, back to before Lu Zile's accident in her last life. She had just come out of the remote mountains when she received the news that Lu Zile had jumped to his death from the 43rd floor of a hotel. She hurried to the scene, working non-stop. On top of that, Lu Zile was plagued by scandalous rumors and became the target of online abuse, which led him to depression and suicide. Exhausted in body and mind, she drove off a cliff in a daze, leaving no remains because of the nature of her work. She could hardly go home more than a few times a year. Sometimes she might even spend the new year stranded on some deserted island, and she didn't really follow entertainment news, so she wasn't clear about what had happened back then that caused the boy in her memories to develop depression and leap from the 43rd floor of a hotel. Lu Ziyao took out her phone and typed the 3 characters Lu Zile into the search engine, and immediately the entry Lu Zile bullying popped up. She opened the news. It was Lu Zile's former teammate Danny Yang crying to the camera, recounting how Lu Zile isolated him within the team and forced him to kneel in the dormitory, and other bullying behaviors. Lu Ziyao vaguely remembered that as soon as Lu Zile signed the termination he called her. His mood on the phone was low, and Lu Ziyao thought he was just reluctant to leave his teammates and didn't pay it much mind. After thinking for a bit, she downloaded Weibo again. Lu Ziyao looked expressionlessly at the familiar name high on the trending list. It was full of news about Lu Zile. Former TOG teammate exposes Lu Zile for bullying. Lu Zile responds to bullying allegations. Lu Zile denies bullying Danny Yang. Netizens urge Lu Zile. Be a person first, do things well, uphold virtue before action. Lu Ziyao clicked open the response video. In the footage, Lu Zile was leaving an awards ceremony and was surrounded by entertainment reporters at the venue entrance. Black jeans made his legs look even longer. The collar of his white shirt hung loosely open, giving him a youthful air. His nose was high and straight, his jawline smooth, his slightly long hair tied back, and a few stray bangs partially shadowed his peach blossom eyes, which were cold in tone. His brows and features strongly resembled their deceased mother. His voice was indifferent and calm as he stood straight among the reporters, lights blazing behind him, saying word by word, "I did not bully anyone. The innocent know they are innocent. I also hope he sleeps well tonight." The boy's expression was very strange. Lu Ziyao recalled that once a teacher complained to her, saying Lu Zile had been bullying classmates at school and had injured one. When she arrived at the school, the teacher was making Lu Zile apologize. Lu Zile had the same expression and said, "He said I have no father or mother. Born with a mother but not raised by her, doesn't he deserve to be beaten?" After hearing that, she forced the other party to apologize and immediately arranged a transfer for Lu Zile. Lu Ziyao thought carefully for a moment, what was she doing at this same point in time in her previous life? She had just finished attending that seminar, and on her way back to the country she received a call from Lu Zile, saying he had to go immediately to some nature reserve to take part in a variety show. At the time she didn't give it much thought and continued toward her destination as planned. When she received the news of Lu Zile's suicide, in her panic she remembered asking Lu Zile's agent Zhang Mingyi about it. What did Zhang Mingyi say back then? Oh, she remembered Zhang Ming said that Lu Zile participated in that variety show and on the program, because of poor coordination with teammates and Shang Danyang's relentless trash-talking, he was viciously dragged by netizens, and after quitting the show he developed depression. Lu Ziyao couldn't even imagine how desperate Lu Zile must have been to leap from the building like that. Luckily, there's still time in this life. She immediately searched for the show's official Weibo. The latest post on the account read, "Desolate? Panic? Survival game. 21 Days will premiere this Friday and will be broadcast live throughout." Lu Ziyao logged out of Weibo and dialed a number. "Hello Dean, there's a wilderness survival variety show recently. The location happens to be my next destination and I want to..." Lu Ziyao hung up the phone, stared at the dark ink-colored sky outside the window, and a flicker of darkness crossed his eyes. Humph, the innocent remain innocent. Like a gourd with a sawed mouth, that mouth isn't for explaining, only for eating. I'd like to see exactly what kind of fiendish creatures you are. Hell you go. What a waste of your devastatingly handsome face. I never expected you'd turn out to be inhuman. Wow, my Yang is so pitiful. Lu Zile, get out of the entertainment industry. I have to say Lu Zile's face really captures my heart. Can I lick it a little before I scold him? Same here, one. You bunch of beauty addicts, you even lick this face that suits a dog. Lu Zile, I liked you so much. And you actually dared to bully him. From now on I'm switching from fan to hater. Lu Zile, you fucking piece of trash, how dare you bully my Yang? Why don't you just go die? Of course there were also rational netizens, don't know the full story, no comment. But they were soon bombarded by Yang's one-sided fans and the hired trolls from the opposing side. Upstairs, Danny Yang is crying so pitifully. How could it possibly be fake? Exactly. I seriously suspect he might also be a legalist, fancy of the law bystander. What the hell, these lunatics can't mess with them. As soon as the news that Lu Zile bullied Danny Yang broke, it shot straight to the top of the trending list and stayed hot. Meanwhile, Lu Zile, who was high on the trending list, was sprawled on his own sofa playing video games with no care for his image. Zhang Ming, furious, pointed at him. Ancestor Lu, old man Lu, why don't you explain yourself? What a load of the innocent will be clear crap. Explain what? Believe it or not, Lu Zile didn't even lift his head. God damn it. Zhang Mingyi scratched his head irritably, feeling like the little hair he had was even less. Although Zhang Mingyi didn't know the full story about Tuji back then, he had heard bits and pieces and knew things weren't as simple as Yang had said. Unfortunately, the person involved wouldn't cooperate and kept acting like he didn't want to say more, so there was nothing he could do. Forget it, get some rest. Zhang Mingyi tossed out a line and turned to leave. After Zhang Mingyi left, Lu Zile looked up with hollow eyes and slowly sat up from the sofa. His fingers trembled slightly as he opened the top trending video on Weibo. Watching Shawnee Yang, that former teammate, weep and plead, his expression was unreadable. He touched his ear. Upon feeling a distinct protrusion, his whole body went rigid, the teammate's ferocious stares, the stench filling his mouth and nose as he was pressed down into the toilet, the acrid burnt smell when a cigarette butt is pressed against the back of the ear. No matter how bright the light, it can't pierce the darkness that fills this room. Chapter 2. Popular green tea guy? The next day, in an office somewhere in Mingyu Entertainment's complex building. Lu Zile, do you know how much dirt there is on you lately? Do you know how much damage you've caused the company? Zhang Changjing, general manager of Mingyu Entertainment, pointed at Lu Zile and shouted. You still think you're that top star from before? What daydream are you living in? Tell me, why did you respond to the bullying incident without the company's permission? Mr. Zhang, please calm down, please calm down. The response was approved by me. Zhang Mingyi stood to the side and cautioned carefully, trying to shift the blame onto himself. Lu Zile sat on the sofa, expressionless, tugging at the corner of his mouth without responding at all. Zhang Chang grew even angrier watching his expression. You can still get gigs and have a schedule now because we, out of old feelings, gave you resources. Don't be ungrateful. The company doesn't revolve around you. If you want do it, there are plenty of people fighting to take it. Zhang Ming gave Lu Zile a look and whispered to Zhang. President Zhang Zile didn't say he won't go. Let me talk to him a bit more. Zhang Chang ignored Zhang Mingyi, his head throbbing with anger. The company executives also seemed out of their minds, issuing a brutal order that Lu Zile and Danny Yang must participate in the same variety show. Taking a deep breath. When hard won't work, try soft. Zile, the bullying incident affected you a lot. We're doing this for your own good, by going on the show and appearing with Danny Yang. It's a sort of indirect reconciliation. And to put on a good face for the audience, right? The internet has no memory. Lu Zile understood that Danny Yang was stepping on him. By using the bullying incident, he had crafted a tragic but strong and handsome persona, and his popularity was soaring. The company wanted to ride that wave of attention to squeeze out his last bit of value, using him to pave the way for Danny Yang. When Zhang Ming first negotiated with him, he had said something very true. This variety show is your best chance to make a comeback and clear your name. Besides, the contract hadn't expired. No matter how unwilling he was, Lu Zile finally nodded. All right. I understand. When Lu Zile finished signing the contract and came out of the conference room, he ran straight into Shanyang. Zile. Shanyang stammered, his face wearing an expression of being very afraid of Lu Zile. Lu Zile's eyes were all cold and severe. Catching the brief flash of schadenfreude in Shanyang's eyes, his fists hanging at his sides tightened. Yang, not going in to sign? At that moment, TOG's manager Li Chan stepped out from behind Shanyang. Oh, I thought someone was blocking my Yang's path? Turns out it's Lu Ding Lu. Yo, I think I heard a dog barking somewhere. Zhang Ming retorted. Who the hell are you cursing? Whoever answers gets cursed. Zhang Ming, who normally only spoke politely to Lu Zile, never tolerated anyone else. Humph, you bastard. Bullying my family's Yang, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Look at how much trauma you've caused, Yang. How dare you be so unapologetic? Li Chanlan curled a finger and, pointing at Zhang Ming's nose, scolded him. Brother Chan, don't be like this. Shan Yang tugged at Li Chan. Zile, I believe you were just young and foolish back then. You didn't mean to do it. I've forgiven you too. Let's bury the hatchet, okay? We still have business to do. Pleasant cooperation. Shan Yang reached out his hand toward Lu Zile. The strong aroma of tea hit him, and Zhang Ming curled his lips. Heh. You think you deserve it? Lu Zile wore a mocking expression and stepped past Danny Yang, heading out. Zile, I think there's been some misunderstanding between us. Can we sit down and talk? Danny Yang's voice trembled all over, but his face still wore an innocent look. The truth of what really happened is for you to know. Lu Zile paused, took a long stride, and didn't stop again. Lu Zile, I will trample you into the dust and see how you can still keep up that arrogant posture. Danny Yang looked ferocious as he watched Lu Zile's figure grow more distant. Before long, the official Weibo of Desolate panicked. Survival Game 21 Days quietly posted a new announcement. Welcome Lu Zile to Deserted? Panic. Survival Game 21 Days welcome Shan Yang to Deserted? Panic. Survival Game 21 Days. At the same time, the video of the conversation between Lu Zile and Shan Yang was also uploaded online, of course, with the argument between Li Chan and Zhang Mingyi edited out. The comments section under the video immediately collapsed into chaos. You go, what kind of attitude is this? My Yang has already forgiven you and you still act like you're the victim? Lu Zile, get out of the entertainment industry. My Yang is so pitiful, a real-life beautiful, strong, tragic character. He forgave his abuser and still has to suffer injustice. Lu Zile, why don't you just die? Am I the only one who wants to know what the truth is behind that thing? Lu Zile said. I want to know too. Upstairs, are you hired shills? Lu Go brought in. Strongly opposed bullies. Whoa, how pitiful is my Yang. Lu Zile, I'm going to kill you. To be fair, first, I'm not a fan of Lu Zile. Singly Yang is just crying. Can't produce any proof of bullying. This feels off. Agree with the above one. Let's see how long Lu Zile can hold on. In the lounge, Shan Yang looked at the comments and laughed harshly. Yang, you're still obedient. That person said after this variety show ends, they'll find you a music competition to be a judge on. Li Chan said, smiling and holding his phone. Lu Ziyao had just gotten off the plane and opened his phone. The top 3 trending topics on Weibo glaringly featured the name Lu Zile. Only Yang Yuan forgives Lu Zile. Lu Zile refuses to shake hands and make peace with Shan Yang. Lu Zile and Shan Yang appear on the same variety show. Lu Ziyao read every Weibo post carefully, pieced together the sequence of events, and fell into self-doubt. Following the principle of asking when unsure, Xiang, do you young people all like dyeing your hair blonde? Song Xiang, who was busy planning what to eat for her first meal back home, answered offhand. Which good family's kid dyed his hair yellow? See, I told you I'm not out of touch. That yellow hair is really ugly. Lu Ziyao slightly reassured himself. So, are male green teas popular now? Lu Ziyao asked cautiously. Huh? Teacher, you even know about male green tea? Teacher, I'm telling you. Song Xiang began to explain to Lu Ziyao. Ding 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 ding. After parting at the airport, Lu Ziyao and Song Xiang received a call from an unknown number. Hello. A respectful male voice came through the phone. Hello, Teacher Lu. I'm Chen Jian, the executive director of 21 Days of Survival. I received a notice saying you're going to participate. I wanted to confirm with you, have you already returned to the country? Just landed. I'll attend on time. After a few polite words, Chen Jian hung up, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This parachute-in notice had come directly from headquarters, leaving no room for refusal. So another announcement appeared on the official Weibo. Desert? Panic. Survival Game 21 Days latest news. On the premiere day, a mysterious guest will parachute in. Stay tuned. As far as I know, on this survival show every guest brings a partner, but only Lu Zile is without one. Who in their right mind would be friends with a bully like that? My relative works for the production team. They say the surprise guest is a peasant girl who spent years planting trees in a remote mountain village. She's the perfect partner for Lu Zile. Lu Zile and Shani Yang's appearance on the same show sent their popularity soaring. The assistant director sat beside Chan Jian, watching him smile like a blooming flower. Until he saw the village girl's comment, Chan Jian's face changed instantly. Holy shit, who the hell called the guest a village girl? Who the hell is trying to frame me? Chan Jian turned his head and looked at the assistant director suspiciously. The assistant director hurriedly shook his head to show his loyalty. Not me. I didn't do it. Chan Jian stormed off angrily to check the source of the information. That was a big shot parachuted in directly from the headquarters. You can't afford to offend them. Can't afford it. Chapter 3 Parachuted in Deserted? Panic? The 21-day survival game arrived on Friday as scheduled. The bullying incident between Lu Zile and Shani Yang had grabbed attention even before the show aired. Early in the morning, the live stream's popularity climbed steadily as the mysterious village girl going to make an appearance today. Wow, Lu Zile's face is truly devastatingly handsome. Not to mention anything else, Lu Zile's face really takes a beating. Are you people upstairs blind and can only see his face? Bullying dogs. Get out of the entertainment industry. Zile morning. As soon as Lu Zile stepped into the camera's range, he heard Shani Yang's voice. You Zile. Damn, what rotten luck this early in the morning. He didn't spare him a glance, instead greeting movie Emperor Lin Howren. Emperor Lin. Morning. Lin Howren nodded at him. Zile, good morning. This is my junior apprentice brother Zhou Zihao, a newcomer who just debuted. I hope the top star Lu will take good care of him in the future. A shallow dimple appeared on Zhou Zihao's fair cheek, revealing two little tiger teeth, exactly the popular puppy type right now. Hello senior. I'm Zhou Zihao. Please look after me from now on. Holy crap, my favorite little puppy. Zhou Zihao. So adorable, I'm drooling at the screen. Movie King Lin. Lu Zile pretended not to see Danny Yang's face turning red then green, stepped past him, and reached out his hand toward Zhou Zihao. Hello, I'm Lu Zile. Zile, I hope we can go back to how things were, Danny Yang said, his face full of helplessness. Or do you have some misunderstanding about me? Let's have a proper talk after we finish the show. Heh. Lu Zile let out a light snort, walked to Zhou Zihao's side and stood there, not replying. Yang. Don't press your warm face against a cold butt. He's a top star, how would he ever look down on little fish like us? Ning Menghan, Yang's partner and fellow disciple, dubbed a talented woman in the Chinese music scene, sneered sarcastically. Sister, don't say that about Zile. Zile is just hot-headed because he's young. Shani Yang wore the peacemaker's expression, as if Lu Zile were just an ill-behaved kid. You're not that much older than him either. Ning Menghan curled her lips, but in the end didn't say anything more. Lu Zile kept his head down, staring at his own toes. So sleepy, God knows why this reserve is so remote. Got off the plane and transferred to the high-speed train. After getting off the train I still took a 2-hour bus to arrive and the live stream. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell on Lu Zile's perfectly proportioned profile, light and shadow mingling, resembling a landscape painting. To be honest, Lu Zile's good looks are irresistible. What's the point of just having a pretty face? Terrible character and low EQ. Perfect beauty. Perfect beauty. Lu Zile, stop washing. Standing in the middle, Lin Howren expressionless, his toes had already scraped out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment on the ground. I shouldn't be here. I should be on the roof. Just as Lin Howren racked his brains trying to figure out how to resolve the awkwardness, everyone's here. Senior brother, it's all your fault. You made us the last ones to arrive. A lively female voice came over. Lin Howren breathed a sigh of relief. Even though I'm a freaking best actor, I still have social anxiety. P-Girls girl groups popular rising star Guan Guan and Horizon boy band's lead dancer Chi stepped into everyone's view. Chi walked on Guan Guan's right, slightly lowering his head and agreeing, yes, it's all my fault. Their appearance once again set off screams from both sides' fans. Wow. My daughter Guan Guan is so beautiful. Chi'll bang my head against the wall for you. So are the rumors about Guan Guan and Chi true? Are they really together? Ship Guan Guan and Chi so hard. Except for the mystery guest. Everyone else had already arrived at tea that moment. Outside the venue, Li Chun made a phone call. Go by 2 trending searches for Lu Zile. Not long after the call ended, the top 2 spots on Weibo Hot Search were Lu Zile is rude, Lu Zile hasn't responded to Danny Yang. Fans of the two camps immediately tore the trending spot from the livestream to the Weibo hot searches. Chen Jian watched the livestream chat explode into a brawl between fan groups, laughing so hard his teeth were barely visible. Controversy brings traffic. Being infamous is still being famous. In this world, views are king. Ha ha ha, the outrageous wealth has finally come my way. Alright, now that everyone's here, let's begin our show. Chen Jian sat behind the camera and pulled out a small megaphone. First of all, welcome everyone to our survival game. We will spend these 21 days in the Songlin River Reserve in Yun City. Your food, drink, lodging and travel are all up to you, and the whole process will be live-streamed. Director, won't the production team provide some help? Guan immediately raised her hand to ask us for help. Of course there will be some, but not much after all, this is a survival game. Chen Jian replied with a smile. Back to the point, please welcome our mysterious guest Miss Lu Zile. A tall young woman appeared on camera. Neat short hair, black work pants, a tight black top and a pair of mid-calf work boots. Her uncommon straight brows made her look heroic, while her narrow peach blossom eyes softened the sharpness between her brows and gaze. Even in the entertainment industry, this face would be considered top-tier gorgeous. The live stream fell silent for 2 seconds, then erupted. WTF, this is the so-called country girl? I want to become the country girl you all keep talking about. A colleague asked me what I was laughing at with a heart aflutter. I said I was looking at my husband. Such a beautiful sister wouldn't be bullied by Lu Zile, would she? Lu Zile, lost in thought, seemed to hear a familiar name, lifted his head in confusion, and saw that heroic-looking face at a glance. His expression was cold and severe as it walked toward him. He swallowed, his expression changing and changing again from bewilderment to astonishment, then to fright. The photographer even gave Lu Zile a close-up of his face. Would Lu Dog really make someone cry with insults? Anyone willing to team up with him should be thanking their lucky stars. Why the sulky face? Uncle upstairs, please open your dog eyes wide. Is this a sulky face? Lu Zile's body visibly stiffened, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Why did Lu Zile suddenly get so heavy with lust? Ha ha ha, I think so too. That shocked puppy. JPG feeling. Lu Zile's mind raced, inexplicably feeling a bit guilty. He raised his hand to touch the small braid tied at the back of his head, about to say something. The girl had already walked up to him and sized him up from head to toe. Chen Jian watched the two tense people and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Surely they wouldn't start fighting, right? He was already preparing to tell the cameraman to cut the shot. A cool, chilly female voice suddenly spoke. Did you run over here to be on the show wearing jeans? Holy crap, sis is tearing apart teammates before even forming a team. Lu Zile wouldn't actually get physical, would he? Not likely to hit, but more likely to curse. Lu Zile was a little timid, answering cautiously. Two brought sweatpants, planning to change into them just before going up the mountain. The live chat barrage fell silent for 2 seconds. Huh? What? Wang Defa? Has my brother been possessed? How could he be so cowardly? Netizen confused. JPG shocked guests on site. JPG Lu Zile was shocked too. Damn, can someone tell me what's going on? Why would the sister who should be in some remote mountain nook appear here? Did sister come back to accompany me on the show because she found out something moved? At the moment I don't dare move. Chapter 4 Sis, everything's been picked? Chen Jian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thank goodness there was no live broadcast accident. He steadied himself and raised his little megaphone. Well, I'll explain the help provided by the production team. On the table in front of you are the tools for your 21-day survival, but each person can only choose 3 items. As they spoke, the staff had already carried the table forward and placed it in front of everyone. On the table were machetes, hemp rope, fishing nets, lighters, dry bags, firestones, sleeping bags, tents, bows and arrows, and entrenching tools, salt, and a host of other wilderness survival supplies. However, that 5-pack of instant noodles on the table was unusually conspicuous. Does the production team mean that by placing this box of instant noodles they're worried the guests will starve? So they prepared some food. Is the director serious? 5 packs of instant noodles can't get you through 3 weeks. You don't understand. When I was poorest, 5 packs of instant noodles lasted me almost a month. You're bragging. If I give you 5 packs of instant noodles and you can make them last a month, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Director. Guan raised her hand to ask again. What if everyone chooses the same thing? It's not like once someone chooses it others can't, right? Director, what about the clothes? Lin Howren also spoke up. You can choose identical items. These on the table are just samples to make selection easier. As for clothes, you can bring your own, but they must fit entirely inside the backpack we provide. Chan Jian answered with a smile, holding his little megaphone. Yang, you choose. I trust you, Ning Menghan said first. Menghanji, don't worry. Before I came I specifically had the teacher give a lesson, Shan Yang said, patting his chest. Senior brother, which of these many tools should we pick? Guan Guan looked as if she were relying on Qi. The machete is a sure thing, right? Should we choose a lighter or a flint? Even Lin Howren, who had shown little expression the whole time, turned to whisper to Zhou Zhihao. That moment, Shan Yang suddenly popped up. Zile, aren't you supposed to discuss which supplies to choose? He paused, then put on a very shocked expression. You didn't do your homework, did you? Want me to help you pick? Don't pretend to be kind. Get lost. Lu Zile's face changed immediately. Zile. I really mean no harm. Shan Yang looked completely helpless, sighed deeply, then turned to look at Lu Ziyao. Sister, Zile doesn't have the best temper. He's been like this for so many days. Please be patient with him. I'll help you choose the supplies first. Wah! Yang is so warm-hearted. He's totally a male. Green tea. That heavy tea scent hits you right away. As expected, dogs follow their masters. Lu Zile's fans really do lack any manners. Didn't you hear me tell you to get out? Don't call yourself my sister. Lu Zile's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He spoke up before Lu Ziyao could refuse. Lu Ziyao rubbed her forehead. Who on earth did this guy inherit his IQ from? As expected, dogs follow their owners. Lu Zile's fans really have no manners. No wonder in the previous life when they appeared on a variety show. This poor dumb brother was blasted as if he had depression. The comparison with Danny Yang made it look like they were putting him on a spit and roasting him. With that little scheming, what are you even doing in showbiz? Lu Zile, Yang only helped you out of concern that you'd be in danger in the primeval jungle. You really are barking up the wrong tree. Ning Menghan protested on the side. Thanks for Mr. Shan's kindness. I've already picked out the things, so I don't need Mr. Shan's help. Lu Ziyao rushed to cut off what Lu Zile was about to say. Yang, let's go. After everything he did to you, you still cling to him day after day, and he doesn't appreciate it. Ning Menghan said sarcastically. Zile, Miss Lu, if there's anything you don't understand you can come ask me. Shan Yang still left the sentence behind when Ning Menghan dragged him away. Is this sister really that cocky? Rejecting my Yang Yang's kindness, sit back and watch them get laughed at. Rejecting my Yang Yang's kindness, sit back and watch them get laughed at. When you go pick. Lu Ziyao said lightly. Me? I go? Lu Zile pointed at himself, struggling to speak. Lu Ziyao suddenly felt a bit of heartache. This idiot hadn't done any preparation before coming, had he? Fortunately, before I came I was worried he hadn't prepared, so I had taken the trouble to prepare everything that needed preparing, including this idiot's clothes. As expected, you really can't have any great expectations for this poor sap. Don't even bother bringing your own clothes. I've already prepared them for you, Lu Ziyao said, pointing at the backpack had brought. You poor sap. Zile. Holy crap, did I just hear something outrageous? What do you mean I've prepared them for you? Woodum, is this a big scoop? The little stools are ready. Bought 2 gene of sunflower seeds. Go get the cleaver, flint, hemp rope, pot, salt, and sleeping bag. Lu Ziyao didn't expect anything from Lu Zile anymore and directly gave him orders. Huh? Oh. Lu Zile obediently walked to the small table, picked out the items Lu Ziyao named, took the waterproof backpack handed over by the staff and stuffed everything in. Then he ran back pitter-patter, his tone all ingratiating. Sis, it's all picked out. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Chan Jian almost fell off the stool. The big shot is actually Lu Dinglia's sister? Holy crap, their names are so similar, and I didn't make the slightest connection between the two. Chan Jian suddenly felt as if his career had come to an end. Danny Yang's backer is the rich patron. Lu Zile's backer is Lu Ziyao. Lu Ziyao's backer is the headquarters. Rounding it off, Lu Zile's backer is roughly equivalent to the headquarters. If the two of them started fighting on the show, forget about unimaginable wealth, they might even have to scramble for the cold-shouldered at the same time. The livestream room went silent for a second, then the comment feed exploded. What did he just call her? He called her Jia. I was just about to set up a badass older sister little pup pairing, and now it's turned into sister and brother. The whole venue went silent. What's going on? I hadn't heard Lu Zile had a sister. Heh. Chan Jian recovered from the northwest wind, breaking the silence. Zile, Miss Lu is your biological sister. Yes, she's my real sister. Lu Zile's tone still carried a bit of swagger. The two siblings didn't look alike at all. He resembled their mother with softer features, while his sister looked like their father, sharp and stern, especially when she put on a serious face. If you weren't in the know, you'd never guess they were blood siblings. Even if you knew their names, you'd only think it was a coincidence, and no wonder Lu Zile got so anxious just now. Turns out she was stealing his sister. What a silly kid. Is this the arrogant Lu Zile I know? Why does his smug look remind me so much of my family's Alaskan? Pats the dog's head. Lu Ziyao only nodded, which counted as agreeing with Lu Zile's answer. I'm afraid I'm not awake, so I asked my sister to pinch me, and she gave me a big head. But damn it, did Lu Zile save the world in his past life or something? Why is his sister so beautiful, while my sister looks like a middle-aged woman? Zhang Yi, do you think I don't know about your alt account? Lu Zile glanced at his sister cautiously. There was clearly no expression, but he still saw disdain. And it wasn't just a lit light, was an enormous lot. Chapter 5. The force splits into 3 routes. After each group had chosen the supplies they wanted, Chan Jian took out his small megaphone again. Please remember, when you encounter fences, do not continue forward. The area beyond the fences is undeveloped. Everyone must remain within the reserve boundaries, and some parts of the mountain we have dropped supplies. If you cannot find food in the wild, then try your best to find the supplies dropped by the production team. To prevent accidents and protect the safety of the guests, each group will be equipped with a walkie-talkie. If you encounter danger or cannot continue, contact us through the walkie-talkie and wait on the spot for rescue. We will arrive as quickly as possible. Our medical team will also be on standby at the foot of the mountain at all times. Come on, everyone, one more reminder. Your life is the most important thing. Whenever and wherever there is danger, please request assistance promptly. All right, everyone, your 21-day life in the wild officially begins. Zile sister, let's go together. There's safety in numbers. Shani Yang said suddenly as the group was about to enter the ancient, dense woods. Shani Yang had been scheming the whole way. For a civilian like Lu Ziyao to drop in out of nowhere, he must have some backing. Stirring up a CP might barely work. And while we're at it, put down that idiot Lu Zile who has a face but no brains. Ha! Who are you calling my sister? I don't have a brother like you. Lu Zile crossed his arms, stood behind Lu Ziyao, and sneered. Lu Ziyao stopped, glanced at Danny Yang with slight disdain, and said, No, I'm afraid you'll hold me back. After all, I already have a burden. Am I too weak? The first time someone called me weak. And it was a girl. As a boy band member in a 2-hour concert singing and dancing, having an 8-pack is still a good thing, okay? Dan Weakling Yang's face instantly became a palette. He was a complete mess. He had calculated everything except that Lu Ziyao would actually disdain him for being a weakling. If thoughts could kill, Lu Ziyao would surely have been stabbed through several times. Lu Zile couldn't hold it in. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Oh wow, that bragging is loud enough for me to hear over here on my phone. Where does she get the nerve to say my brother is weak? Lu Zile imagined every sad thing and couldn't hold it in. Talking big. You'd better not ask anything from us. Ning Menghan snapped, her face full of displeasure. Humph, who's begging whom isn't clear yet. Lu Zile rolled his eyes so far they almost showed the back of his head. Danny Yang quickly readjusted his expression and returned to his usual gentle persona. Sister Menghan, don't say that. After all, we're a team and it's right to help one another. If you need help, just come to us. Seriously, doesn't Danny Yang really not realize how pretentious he sounds? Wow, Yang is so gentle. Didn't I say not to call me sister randomly? Lu Zilek leaped with anger. Why did Lu Zilek suddenly become so childish? Is this my family's arrogant top star worth 2.58 million? I may have woken up in the wrong position. I opened my eyes and saw an elementary school kid. Having said that, Danny Yang glanced around at everyone and met Guan Guan's gaze. Guan Guan had been scheming all along. The matter between Danny Yang and Lu Zile had caused quite a commotion. It looks like it's too hard for Lu Zile to turn his fortunes around now. Going with them would invite trouble. Guan Guan made her decision instantly. Brother Yang is right, more people are safer. Senior brother, let's go with Brother Yang and the others. Alright. Chi Yi put on a doting air as if whatever Guan Guan said he would do. Guan Guan immediately stepped forward and hooked her arm through Ning Menghan's, sweetly calling Sister Menghan. Wah wah wah, Guan Guan's voice is so sweet. Chi really dotes on Guan Guan, I'm so jealous I could drool. Actually, I kinda want to ship Ning the Talented and Yang Yang as a CP. The person upstairs bumping into everything leads to indigestion easily. Danny Yang felt secretly pleased these two siblings were the same. Low emotional intelligence. Guan Guan and Chi could also be considered traffic stars, and Chi's tough man style uncommon among boy groups made him tall and burly, which increased the sense of safety considerably. That left Lin Hauren. If he could get the best actor on his side, Lu Zile would be effectively isolated. However, when Danny Yang looked at Lin Hauren spoke before him. Ziyao and I will go by ourselves. We did our homework before coming. The two of us grown men should be safe enough. Single Yang Dan scolded Lin Hauren for having no insight at all, while still maintaining his gentle smile. Alright then, if you encounter danger or can't find food, everyone can come to us. Lu Ziyao watched Lin Hauren with interest. This film emperor sure knows how to behave, offending no one. Lin Hauren felt Lu Ziyao's gaze and looked over sideways, seeing Lu Ziyao nod at him. Lin Hauren nervously smiled back at Lu Ziyao. Holy shit. The village girl won't fall for our family's movie king, will she? Back off, back off. Is movie king Lin also afraid his sister will call him weak? Looking at his expression, I think the analysis upstairs makes a lot of sense. If you need help, you can come to us. Lu Zile froze for a moment. Was he taken with Liningdi? Although Lin Hauren has a reputation in the industry for keeping himself clean, being hardworking and diligent, with no scandals since his debut, and never promoting fake CPs, if he didn't keep his distance from everyone, people would all assume he was gay. But his sister isn't someone just anyone can match. The overactive protective elder brother imagination flashed, and he shot Lin Hauren a warning glance. Lu Ziyao didn't name anyone, but everyone knew she was talking to Lin Hauren. Danny Yang gnashed his molars viciously. This woman fawns over the best actor like that, but treats him with disdain just like Lu Zile. Immediately, all kinds of strange looks converged on Lin Hauren. Lin Hauren? Why did I suddenly become a target? No way, no way. She actually has a thing for the best actor. This woman is so snobbish, judging by status and serving accordingly. Isn't it normal to fancy actor Lin? Pure, wealthy, handsome, I want him too. Slurp slurp. Lu Zile's look at Brother Hauren was like seeing his sister bring home a delinquent. Lu Ziyao had no idea what kind of storm her single remark had stirred up. She casually pointed in a direction, signaled Lu Zile to follow, and was the first to enter the thicket. Lin Hauren and Zhou Zhihao set off at the same time. The remaining four chatted and laughed as they walked in the chosen direction. At this point, the 8 people split into 3 groups, and the photographers also divided into 3 teams, each following their guest. Chapter 6 Mosquito Repellent Pack. Lu Ziyao pulled out a long wooden stick from somewhere and used it to part the dense vines. Sis, wait for me. Lu Zile almost couldn't keep up with Lu Ziyao's pace. Hearing Lu Zile's panting voice, she stopped, stood in place, and turned to look at him. Tch, you're out of breath from such a short walk? After the show, run 10 kilometers every day and send me videos to prove it. Huh? No, sis. We've been walking for an hour, right? Lu Zile wanted to cry but had no tears. Walking on flat ground for an hour would leave one breathless. Let alone this is mountain climbing. Climbing. And it's the kind of mountain where the grass is taller than people, full of winding twists, and you have to blaze your own trail. Ha 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 ha, dying laughing. Brother has inexplicably won a daily 10 kilometers running spot. My sister treats me with the same disdain. My sister is so beautiful and she's so strong. No Lu jokes allowed in the stream. I've already cleared the way for you up ahead. Just follow right behind me. How exhausting could it be? Lu Zile rubbed his nose and said sheepishly, sis, why don't we take a little break? Just a little one. You humble coward top star. Given sister's stamina, I'm firmly convinced she's not targeting any single yang. She dislikes everyone equally. Wilderness survival isn't just about physical strength. I'm sitting here waiting for her to be proven wrong. Lu Zile's fans and haters are all crammed into the same livestream room. And yes, there are also Lu Ziyao's newly minted wife fans. Of course, the haters came to insult Lu Zile. And Lu Zile's fans came to watch their idol make a fool of himself. For Lu Ziyao's wife fans, they were here to drool over the screen. The 3 groups were making a huge commotion in the livestream room. It's only been an hour. Stop talking nonsense. See if you find the campsite sooner, you can rest sooner. Cameraman PD, it seems like we're being looked down on too. We're professionally trained and some of us are getting overwhelmed. Sis. Lu Zile stretched out the syllable. The cameramen are tired too, let's take a break. The PD. Treated like a tool? Excuse me, are you being polite? Honestly, with Lu Zile using that face to act cute at me, I could even pluck the moon from the sky for him. Honestly, if I talk to my sister like that, she'd just take out her phone and call the psych ward. You, a man acting coquettishly like this and you're not disgusted? Upstairs, you're jealous. You're jealous. Lu Ziyao glanced at the cameraman. Let's take a break here. Lu Zile breathed a sigh of relief. Then sis, that stick in your hand looks really useful. How about you get me one too? Lu Zile stared at the stick in her hand, his eyes sparkling. Lu Ziyao. Just a stick, was it necessary to make such a fuss? Lu Ziyao searched nearby for a while, then came over carrying a branch. A machete. Lu Zile reacted. Rummaged through his bag and handed over the machete. Lu Ziyao waved the machete and in no time, sliced the small twigs off the branch until it was clean, then handed it to him. Here, take it. Sis. Why is the one in your hand straighter? Because this one will hurt you more. It takes pain to grow brains. Lu Ziyao rolled her eyes. Holy shit. Does my husband look this good even when he rolls his eyes? Lu Zile. Another day of being despised by my sister. Sister, can you give me this stick? My brother is such a blockhead. While everyone else was resting in place, Lu Ziyao was rummaging and picking through the grass, and before long she had a handful of grass in her hand. Sis, what are you picking these herbs for? Lu Zile asked, his face full of curiosity. Lu Ziyao's mouth twitched. She kind of wanted to punch him. What to do? Waiting online, urgent. 1, 2, 3 deep breaths. Forcing down the urge to hit him, she pointed at a plant with heart-shaped leaves, irregular serrated leaf edges and white flowers and said, this is Baiji. Then, pointing at another plant with long narrow leaves and small white flowers, she continued. This is Bai Hua Shi Chao. This one you should know, right? Lu Ziyao waved the wild mint in front of him. That I don't know it. Lu Ziyao blurted out, then caught his sister's odd expression from the corner of his eye and immediately added, but it looks a little familiar. Heh, this is mint. Lu Ziyao gritted her teeth, forcing out a small smile. Ha, a little familiar. My foot. When I teach my younger brother homework I make the same face. Every moment I'm silently chanting, this is my biological child. This is my biological child. Lu Zile must have brought his sister to whitewash himself. What act is she putting on? She can recognize so many herbs. I don't buy it. Who the hell raised this pathetic younger brother? Underdeveloped limbs and a simple-minded brain. Oh, it's me. My own flesh and blood, my own flesh and blood. Hold it, hitting someone on a show isn't very appropriate. Lu Ziyao, having successfully brainwashed herself, found a patch of vines nearby and gave them a hard tug. They were surprisingly sturdy. She then picked a few, sat down beside Lu Zile, and began to work on them. The filming PD even thoughtfully gave a close-up of the hands. Each of Lu Ziyao's fingers was long and proportionate, the knuckles distinct, not overly pale, not overly dark, the veins on the back of the hand clearly visible. The whole hand exuded a sense of powerful beauty. These hands moved so fast in front of the camera that it wasn't long before a delicate little pouch appeared in Lu Ziyao's hands. That's a hardcore hand file. Just looking at these hands makes me swoon. I'm not like you. As someone who's obsessive about manual control and looks, there isn't a single part of this girl's body that doesn't match my aesthetic. Yeah. Calm down up there. She doesn't see you at all, only me. So why bother making a little pouch? Lu Zile went from dazed to shocked. Watching his sister move her hands, she stitched together 4 small pouches, then stuffed the assorted grasses from before into them. Sis, what is this? Oh, mosquito repellent sachets I made for you, and they also keep snakes away. There's only vine on the mountain, so make do with it. I'll replace them with new ones in a few days. Keep yours. These 2 give to the cameraman. Lu Ziyao casually handed 2 to Lu Zile. Cameraman. We get some too? Lu Zile proudly nodded. Of course, my sister is beautiful and kind. Right, thank you, Miss Lu. Miss Lu is beautiful and kind. What are you pretending to be beautiful and kind for? To whitewash Lu Zile, you just grabbed a few blades of grass and called them mosquito repellent pouches. Who would buy that? Exactly, Lu Zile, stop trying to whitewash yourself. To be fair, that's really not grass, it's real medicinal herbs. Are you all jealous? Your host was just called a pighead in the next live stream. Go over and comfort them. Alright, we're leaving now. Lu Zile looked up at the sun. If they didn't go soon they'd miss lunch. Chapter 7. The encampment. The farther they climbed, the denser the vegetation in the woods became, and the steeper the path grew. Lu Zile panted behind Lu Ziyao, not daring to speak a word in order to conserve his strength. They had already rested once. If they rested again, the planned 10-kilometer segment after the show might turn into 20 kilometers. After walking for almost another hour, Lu Ziyao noticed a huge protruding rock to his left front, with a cliff face right behind it. The vegetation nearby was denser than elsewhere. A faint scent of moisture lingered, and there were no signs of large animal activity around. Sheltered from the wind, facing the sun, dry, perfect. Lu Ziyao felt a surge of joy. He had almost thought he wouldn't make it to lunch, but unexpectedly things took a turn. Lu Zile sat on the ground, gasping, staring somewhat dazed at his sister as she used an entrenching tool to clear the surrounding weeds and stones. His sister had always been this powerful. When their parents' plane crashed, he was 15, and his older sister was still attending university in the city. After receiving the news, she immediately asked her teacher for extended leave. She returned home and calmly handled their parents' affairs, not shedding a single tear. To this day people criticize her, calling her cold-hearted for not crying when their parents died. What was he doing at the time? Oh, he couldn't accept the reality of his parents' death and locked himself in his room every day. Wasn't sister sad? It was impossible for her not to be. At that time it was just the two of them left at home, and she sank into grief, unable to pull herself out. Sister had to set aside her sorrow and with thunderous measures, drove off all the ill-intentioned relatives, protected the vast family estate, and hired professional managers to run it. Sister was only 3 years older than him. He should have been her support, but instead he let her stand in front of him, shielding him from every storm. Even after he became an adult, he didn't want to take over the family business. He only wanted to stand on stage and shine. His sister didn't stop him either, only tossing out one line, if you can't make it, come home. The family's assets are enough to keep you worry-free for life. Lu Zile, come over. Lu Zile steadied himself. Sis. He followed the voice and took the large bundle of straw from his sister's hands. What kind of grass is this? This is mugwort. Used to keep mosquitoes away at night. Find a place to put it. I'll look for a water source. You gather some dry grass and firewood nearby. Lu Ziyao picked up the double-handled iron pot from the ground. Sis? Let me go find it. This pot. Lu Ziyao had just spoken when she suddenly realized something and swallowed the rest of her words. Heh. Lu Ziyao looked at him expressionlessly. Heh. 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 Savor it, savor it. Ha ha ha, just 2 words. It killed him instantly. Sister, nah, be careful. Lu Zile touched his nose and smiled ingratiatingly. Lu Ziyao carried the pot, scanning the terrain and the density of the vegetation as she moved quickly through the woods. You can find water this way? Ridiculous. As expected of Lu Zile's sister, such an act. If she actually finds water, I'll eat shit on stream. Hurry and open a live stream room, take a bite and I'll send you a rocket. The cameraman trailing behind was astonished. They had undergone nearly a year of training to dare take on this follow shoot for the show. Lu Ziyao rarely stopped to carefully judge direction. He would just pause briefly and then keep going. Could this really lead them to a water source? Until the view suddenly opened up. A small waterfall trickled down the mountain, gathering into a pool in the valley. The water was a deep, rich emerald, like a massive jade set among the trees. In the shallower spots the bottom was clear, and you could see leisurely swimming little fish. Sunlight pierced the treetops, and in front of the netizens it looked like a huge ink and wash painting. Whoa, isn't this scripted? Finding a water source this fast? Holy crap, this is too beautiful. The one up there saying they'd eat shit on stream, has the room been set up? On the other side, Lu Zile muttered as he gathered firewood. That branch is huge. If I drag it back we could burn for quite a while. As this hay? It doesn't seem very dry. Tie up these thin twigs together, then drag them back with that pile of branches. Big brother, do you still remember you're a top star? Have you forgotten you're filming a show? Bro, big brother, has our aloof persona completely collapsed? Wow. Lu Zile is so cute and adorable. At that moment Lu Zile, who was squatting under the tree tying branches, Thought he caught a glimpse of a fan-shaped object out of the corner of his eye. Huh? Curious, Lu Zile walked over and poked it with the branch in his hand. No strange creature came out. He let out a sigh of relief and carefully brushed aside the fallen leaves. What appeared before him was a black mushroom. Black ones. They should be mushrooms, right? Brightly colored ones are inedible. The black ones should be okay, right? If there's one, there should be two. If there are two, there should be three. Pick some to take back and have sister cook soup. Lu Zile pushed aside the fallen leaves and didn't stop talking for a moment. When he saw that the surrounding area was full of the same kind of mushroom, he burst into laughter. Family, does anyone understand? The idol I stand is actually a chatterbox. Help, such a high-level face paired with a blabbermouth. Speechless to heaven. Where did my aloof brother go? Who is this chatterbox? Damn, what if I love him even more? What do I do with this ridiculously dumb smile? The boy picking mushrooms drags a bundle of firewood, and at noon there's mushroom soup. Lu Zile picks mushrooms, humming his own rewritten song, happily, happily, netizen. Zhang Ming squatting in the live stream room. Who the hell is this idiot? Lu Zile gathered every mushroom within sight, as if afraid someone would suddenly pop up and snatch them, and hurriedly ran back to the camp after securing his mushrooms. He went back into the woods and dragged the bundled firewood he had tied back to the camp. He collapsed flat on the ground, stayed still for a long moment, then suddenly sat up, giving the cameraman and the live stream fans a fright. Holy shit, that scared the hell out of me. He sit up all of a sudden. This is literally a real-life reenactment of someone sitting up in their death throes if acting skills were like this. He wouldn't be getting roasted on the trending list. This damn kid, you gave me a heart attack. Huh, why hasn't my sister come back yet? Camera guy number 2, did you see which direction my sister went? Lu Zile stared fixedly at camera guy. Camera guy number 2. Confused black person emoji faced, and what the heck is camera guy number 2? Suppressing the urge to swear, the cameraman forced himself to speak. It should be heading south-south? Which way is south? Left or right? Chapter 8. Going south is up, north is down, left is west, right is east. Let a northerner give a quick explainer. How do you tell east, south, west, and north apart? Exactly. Up is south, down is north, left is west, right is east. Humbly asking, for up is south, down is north, what do the up and down refer to? Same question. I always thought up south, down north meant lying on the ground. What the heck? Lying on the ground. The style of the live chat comments gradually drifted away and turned into a science channel. Qian Jian, lying in the rocking chair and gnawing on a watermelon, looked at the trending list and the wrinkles in his smiling face deepened by a few more lines. Ha ha ha, this overwhelming wealth has finally come to me. Regional differences. Telling directions north, south, east, west. Lu Ziyao makes a mosquito repellent sachet on the spot. Lu Ziyao finds a water source. The assistant director hiding to the side. TSK? I can't bear to look. Passers-by weren't following this survival show, seeing an unfamiliar name trending. Who is Lu Ziyao? Isn't getting water something anyone with hands can do? A mosquito repellent pouch. Who uses mosquito repellent pouches these days? Curiosity piqued, people followed the thread online to the tomato livestream, causing viewer counts in each stream to climb steadily. Isn't that Emperor Lin? Why does my best actor look so filthy and disheveled? Poor best actor. The mountain path was too slippery and he just fell. I kinda want to laugh. What should I do? The neighboring streamers' camp and water source have been found. They even picked mushrooms. Why are they still wandering around here? Lin Howren and Zhou Zihao casually found a place to sit. Senior brother, we're not going to spend the night in the woods, are we? Zhou Zihao wiped his sweat, took a breath and asked slap. Zhou Zihao raised his hand and killed a mosquito that had landed on his face, making a miserable face. Senior brother, there are so many mosquitoes here. Slap. He killed another one as he spoke. While moving he hadn't noticed so many mosquitoes, but once they stopped it was like poking a hornet's nest. We won't. It's not safe to spend the night in the woods. Let's rest for a bit then keep looking. Slap. I feel the humidity here is heavier than elsewhere. There are probably mountain springs. Lin Howren scanned the surroundings, his hands never stopping. The two didn't speak. They just sat where they were to rest, only the repeated slap, slap, slap. Sounds of swatting mosquitoes rose and fell. To be fair, Lu Zile's mosquito repellent pouch does seem to actually work. I just came from next door and didn't see them swatting mosquitoes this constantly. Really? I camped in the 4 people livestream for a while and the 2 girls looked pretty badly bitten. The one who came over from next door, do you remember what herb she used? I have mosquito-attracting skin and desperately need it. I thought she was putting on a show and didn't watch closely. Not sure if there's a replay. Damn, I regret it. I'm also super attractive to mosquitoes. From the time we set out until now it should have been about 3 hours. I haven't had a drop of water and my throat feels like it's burning. Although the temperature in Yun City wasn't very high in September, the forest was very humid and oppressively uncomfortable. Huh? What's that? A strange object appeared within Lin Haoran's field of vision. Lin Haoran looked closely. It seemed to be a bag hidden in the grass, easily overlooked. He suddenly stood up, startling Zhou Zihao, who had been spacing out. Senior brother, what's wrong? I think I saw a bag. I'll go check it out. Lin Haoran casually picked up a twig and quickly walked toward the bushes. Hey, it really looks like a bag. Must be supplies left by the production team, right? Didn't they say they'd dropped some supplies in the woods before? The production team hid it pretty deep. If you weren't paying attention you'd have just walked past it. Lin Haoran probed the grass with a branch, and after confirming there was no danger he pushed the grass aside with the stick. It really was a supply pack. At that moment Zhou Zihao came over too. Senior brother, this is a supply pack. Quick! Open it and see what's inside. Lin Haoran opened the supply pack. Inside were only 2 bottles of water and a packet of instant noodles. The 2 of them exchanged a glance and saw relief in each other's eyes. Fortunately there was water in the pack. 1 packet of instant noodles wasn't enough to fill them, but at least they wouldn't go hungry the whole day. Lin Haoran handed a bottle to Zhou Zihao and put the instant noodles into his backpack. The 2 of them each twisted off the cap and sipped it in small mouthfuls. They didn't know how long it would be before they found a water source, so they conserved what they could, topping up a little moisture to ease the discomfort in their throats. The best actor never thought he couldn't even afford a bottle of water, right? Hauga, no, you should take your senior brother to seek refuge with Lu Dingley. There's a camp there, water and mushrooms. Look at how my little puppy is drinking only 1 sip from a whole bottle. Lin, the film emperor, still managed to find water. Over at Danny Yang's place there are 4 people, even worse luck they're still coming up empty-handed. Ning Menghan plopped down on a rock, gasping, no, I can't do it, let me rest. Slap. Guan Guan sat down beside Ning Menghan and complained to Qi Yi, senior brother. There are so many mosquitoes here. She turned her head to look at the lone Yang opposite her. Brother Yang, why don't we find a place nearby? I'm so thirsty and tired I can barely walk. Guan Guan and Ning, the talented lady, won't lose too much blood from mosquito bites, will they? Why do their little faces look so pale and ghastly? The mosquitoes in the mountains are vicious and numerous. Those 2 girls are doomed. Lu Zile's super effective mosquito repellent pouch Taowu Duo already has the same style. Sisters, I'm buying it now, talk later. Ning Menghan felt itchy all over, and no matter where she scratched it didn't help. Yang, didn't you do some homework before you came? Can you pick some mosquito repellent herbs or something? There are too many mosquitoes, we can't even sweat them all. Donnie Yang had drunk a glass of water when he got up this morning and hadn't had a drop since. The task of finding the camp had made no progress, and his irritation only grew. He could only force down his restlessness and soothe the 2 of them. Hold on a bit longer. It's not safe to spend the night in the woods. Wild animals tend to come out at night. Senior sister, let me just check around for some mugwort. From the start of the show, Qi Yi, who had been maintaining a cool, aloof persona, finally spoke up. Since we entered the mountain, none of us have had a sip of water. Don't even mention Guan Guan and Menghan, I'm starting to feel it myself. Qi Yi hesitated for a moment. How about this? Guan Guan and Menghan rest here first to recover some strength, while Li Yang and I go look around for wild fruit or something nearby. Even better if we can find the production team supplies or a water source. All right, fine. A flash of displeasure crossed Shawnee Yang's face, but there was nothing wrong with Qi Yi's proposed division of labor, so he could only nod in agreement. Still, the slight scowl he made out of the camera's view betrayed his feelings that he came on this show to present himself as a mild-mannered, dependable, and knowledgeable person. All along he had assumed he was the leader of this foreman squad, so when Qi Yi suddenly jumped out and stole his limelight, he couldn't find any fault with it. Don't you think Danny Yang seems a bit unhappy? How can you tell my brother is unhappy? Isn't it obvious he thinks his spotlight was stolen by Qi Yi? What's so hard to guess? The 2 rested for a moment. Once their strength had recovered a bit, each chose a direction and set off. Chapter 9 Wanting to eat chicken stewed with mushrooms. When the four-person squad split up to act separately, Lu Zile was still discussing with cameraman brother number 2 how to tell directions east, west, south and north. Lu Zile. Lu Ziyao's voice called from afar, interrupting the heated discussion between the two. The moment Lu Zile heard his sister's voice, he sprang to his feet and ran toward the woods. Lu Ziyao strode toward them as if walking on flat ground, cradling an iron pot. Behind him, cameraman number 1 slung a video camera over his shoulder and was carrying a chicken in his hand. Huh? A chicken? A bear chicken? It should be a chicken, right? Lu Zile also wasn't very sure. What's going on? The other two groups, one is stingy even when drinking water, the other can't even get any water. And this side is getting meat to eat. They just arrived, right? Let me tell you, that young lady is awesome. Incredible. The way you talk. I swear I want to smack you. Stop dragging it out. Camera guy number 2 was also dumbfounded. First day on the job and already getting meat. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to help camera guy get the chicken? Lu Ziyao frowned when she saw the stunned Lu Zile. Not a bit of initiative. Oh, go right now. Lu Zile reached out to lighten big brother number 1's load. Trailing along behind Lu Ziyao, sis, where did you find the chicken? I also found some mushrooms. Shall we make chicken stewed with mushrooms for lunch? At this moment, Chan Jian, sitting at the foot of the mountain, had a big expression of speechlessness on his face. Could the chicken you found have been given the wrong medicine? How could it not run away? Chan Jian asked the assistant director puzzledly. You know what you're talking about. The assistant director looked even more speechless than Chan Jian. After confirming the location of the water source, Lu Ziyao remembered the bamboo grove they had passed on the way. He turned back into the bamboo grove, found a stout old bamboo, drew the machete at his waist, and split the bamboo in 2 or 3 quick blows. He then cut the bamboo at the nodes into 4 sections and smoothed the bamboo tube's mouth. He split the remaining thinner top end into bamboo slivers, patiently sliced them along the grain into strips, and wove the strips into a simple bamboo basket. This is hard to judge. In the time I had, I couldn't even chop through the bamboo. Humph, no wonder they call her a village girl. That skill comes from doing farm work often. What are you weaving a bamboo basket for? Fishing? Lu Ziyao looked at the bamboo basket she had just woven and nodded in satisfaction. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Just as she stood up, she heard a few chickens crowing. She looked toward the sound and saw 2 chickens appear off to the front. Are these supplies from the production team? Lu Ziyao glanced at the cameraman not far from him. The cameraman understood the question in her eyes and gave a slight nod. After getting confirmation, Lu Ziyao hunched over, took light steps, and slowly crept toward her lunch. The one with the longer, more splendid tail feathers looked alertly in Lu Ziyao's direction, distancing itself from the dozy chicken beside it. The other continued rummaging through the scattered bamboo leaves for food. Completely unalert, even the live stream chat froze for a few seconds, afraid of startling the foraging dozy chicken. Just as a line of comments floated by, I bet Lu Ziyao is going to wipe out face first. The foraging chicken was already flapping its wings on Lu Ziyao's hand. Holy shit, who the hell told me how she struck? She reached out a hand. Is the person upstairs dead from shock? Lu Ziyao smiled at the camera. Everyone, a word of advice. The other one just now is called a Hongyuan chicken. Keep your distance in the wild. If you get too close, it'll be trouble for at least 3 years. The one just now was smaller than the one in my hand. Its feathers were more brightly colored, shaped into a slender spear. The base color was dark red with gold orange as well. Normal domestic chickens have a deep red back, and their tail feathers are shorter than those. This is a national second-class protected animal. Really? I don't believe it. It's true, I thought it was beautiful just now. I took a screenshot and searched it. Don't touch brightly colored wild ones. Chickens are protected, snakes are venomous, mushrooms can be poisonous too. I understood this summary. But how did Lu Ziyao know? Lu Ziyao kept a smile on his face. He stuck the bamboo tube head prepared into his waistband, carried a bamboo basket in one hand and a chicken in the other, and returned to the little pool. A little downstream from the pool, he took out a machete and began slaughtering the chicken, even using a bamboo tube to collect the chicken's blood. After finishing, he tossed the chicken feathers into the bamboo basket, found a vine to secure the basket, and sank it into the water. The remaining bamboo tubes were filled with water, and the small pot he had brought was also filled. He handed the chicken to the cameraman. "Big brother, no hands left, do me a favor. I'll treat you to chicken right away." The photographer helplessly took the prepared big white chicken, hoisted his camera, and returned to the camp with Lu Zile. After Lu Ziyao had unloaded everything, he said to Lu, who was ready to claim credit, "Go, bring back a few stones, dada." Lu replied with a face full of reluctance. Lu Ziyao glanced at the mushrooms piled nearby and raised an eyebrow. "This kid's pretty lucky. He can even find porcini. Well done. I'll make you chicken stew with mushrooms next." Lu Ziyao patted Lu Zile on the shoulder. Lu Zile immediately seemed pumped up, trotting off to fetch the stone his sister had asked for. "Really unbearable to watch. I praised him once and he's overjoyed as if hell leap into the sky. Wha? Whose little brat is this? Please take him away quickly." It's just luck. I refuse to believe they've had good luck for so many days in a row. Luck is part of strength too, don't be sour. While cooking chicken stew with mushrooms here, Lin Haoran and Zhou Zhihao also found a water source. After drinking, the two recovered some strength and continued on their way to search for more water and a place to set up camp. Lin Haoran stopped from time to time, carefully observing the nearby vegetation, and cautiously led Zhou Zhihao forward. When they came to a steep slope, he climbed up first and reached back to pull Zhou Zhihao up. Zhou Zhihao didn't complain the whole time and obediently followed behind Lin Haoran. His obedient demeanor set the livestream chat ablaze. What to do? Zhou Zhihao is so obedient, he's like my Haoran guest little wife. Stop. I'm already planning to create a super topic called Haoran's Righteousness. Honestly, what's righteous about him at all? I'll state it up front. My little Hao would absolutely never do that thing below. The two of them had no idea that the CP fans in the live stream were swooning, to the point of almost creating a dedicated super topic. After enduring countless hardships, just when Zhou Zhihao felt he had climbed all the mountains he would in this lifetime, he faintly heard the sound of running water. Senior brother, is that the sound of water? Zhou Zhihao was so excited he almost wanted to pick up Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran smiled and confirmed, yes, it's the sound of water. Chapter 10 The Truly Miserable Fora. Screams of terror. How could this not be awkward? CP fans, pay attention, stay away from my family's best actor. I'm making a fuss. You're laughing. It's sweeter and my herbal medicine has never been this bitter. The live stream room was buzzing with swooning over the interaction between Lin Haoran and Zhou Zhihao. Lin Haoran pushed aside the foliage, and a small creek came into view. Clear to the bottom, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finding a water source solved one big problem. Now all that remained was to find a suitable place to set up camp. Zhou Zhihao looked thrilled. He pulled out the bottle of mineral water he had been reluctant to gulp down, hesitated, and then took several bold swigs. Then he let out a long breath. Finally comfortable. In one word, awesome. Lin Haoran. Look at the kid all excited. How did they find a water source over here too? The neighboring four-person squad only found a few sour berries. How G gets this excited just from seeing water? If he saw the neighbor's braised chicken with mushrooms, he'd be drooling to death. Don't talk nonsense. My Chi also found wild fruits and supplies from the production crew. If you ask me, the crew definitely gave Lu Zile a script. Otherwise everyone else would be miserable. How come those two are so well off? Lin Haoran and Zhou Zhihao washed their faces and finally no longer looked filthy and grimy as before. They looked much more spirited. Senior, are we camping here? Zhou Zhihao swept away his previous listless air. This spot won't do. Although the rainy season is over and the chance of a flash flood is low, we should, just in case, find a place that's not too far but not too close. Rest here for a while. I'll go look. Lin Haoran thought for a moment and decided to have Zhou Zhihao stay and rest while he went to find a campsite. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. He added that last line as if to comfort. No, let's go together. It's better to have someone to look out for you. Zhou Zhihao shook his head. All right then. Let's go together. Lin Haoran continued to lead the way. The two of them were fairly lucky. After walking a little over a kilometer, they found a wind-sheltered clearing a bit downstream from the creek. The only downside was that the weeds were a bit overgrown. This will do. It's not far from the water source. If we clear the weeds a bit, we'll rest up here before going to look for food, Lin Haoran said, turning to look at Zhou Zhihao. All right, senior brother has decided then. Zhou Zhihao scratched the back of his head and flashed a few big white teeth. The four-person squad is really miserable. None of the four can find a place to stay. You wouldn't also want to say Liningdi took the script, would you? My Yang is stuck with 3 burdens, how could he find anywhere? If my brother were alone, he'd definitely have already eaten. You really take after your family's head, big-faced and unaware. The pitiful quartet's Chi walked for about 10 minutes. Then saw vines climbing the big tree bearing several brown, melon-like fruits that had burst open, revealing white flesh and green seeds. He felt secretly pleased. When he had traveled to Yun City alone before, he had seen them at Yun City's market. Back then he had been curious and bought some, though he no longer remembered the exact name. Fortunately, these wild melons weren't hanging very high. The tall Chi, about 1.9 meters, just stood on tiptoe and managed to pick them all. That I counted them, only 6.4 people still wouldn't be enough to divide them. Chi frowned. Fine, I'll go look for more. Anyone from Yun City online? Can someone explain what this is? Is it poisonous? This is the wild fruit Yutao melon, unique to Yun City. It's already the tail end of the season. It's still possible to find them in the wild. Chi, yes, luck is pretty good. These fruits are now rare in the wild. A gene on the market costs 20 to 30 yuan, and you have to pre-order. On the other side, Danny Yang didn't have such good luck. He walked for a long time and saw nothing but trees. The expert knowledge taught before the recording was useless, growing agitation in his heart. As a result, after being in the mountains for so long, he hadn't found a water source or a campsite. If this continued, he would become a laughingstock. If I'd known the production crew was serious, I wouldn't have come to endure this in such a desolate mountain. Didn't Shan Yang boast had done all his homework? Next door Lu Zile has already eaten chicken stewed with mushrooms, and he still hasn't found anything. I'm not looking down on you main accounts, but this little sourpuss? Go see what Chi found, okay? If Lu Zile hadn't been lucky and had an older sister, what would he be worth? So what, we just have big backing. Naya. In the livestream room, various factions erupted into chaos, and Danny Yang's fans were taking on several groups single-handedly. Their rightful owner was standing on the hillside resting. When he looked down, he suddenly noticed a little bit of red in the underbrush at his feet. He crouched down to examine it carefully. He turned it over in his memory and couldn't find a similar species. Sun Yang had a hesitant expression. It looks non-poisonous, right? Want to try one first? He plucked one and popped it into his mouth. It's sour. Astringent juice burst in his mouth. The sourness gave his taste buds an intense shock, making him salivate continuously. It's sour, but at least it quenches thirst. He frowned as he picked the rest. Wow, even though I'm a fan of Lu Zile, I still have to respectfully call Danny Yang a warrior. Of course my brother is the best. Up there, can't even tell sarcasm? As expected, fans follow their idol. This is Yun City's famously sour fruit. Unless you'll starve to death without it, I absolutely won't eat a bite. I'm not saying that exactly. Clamp between a board, sprinkle some chili powder, it's still edible, haha. When Danny Yang returned along the original road to the place where Ning Menghan and the others were resting, he found Chi had already come back. Ning Menghan saw him and excitedly waved at him. Yang, come quickly. Chi found some wild fruit and also found the production team's supply kit. I found some too, not many, but at least it can tide us over a bit. Shan Yang took out the wild fruit from earlier and handed it to them. Guangguan reached out and grabbed two, took a bite, and with a wow immediately turned away and spat them out. Chi handed over some water. Guangguan rinsed the explosive taste from his mouth. Yang, what is this? It's so sour and astringent. Shan Yang looked embarrassed. Found it on the road. Though sour, it can quench thirst, so I picked some. It's not that sour. Ning Menghan also grabbed two and stuffed them into her mouth. Acting as the peacemaker, Guangguan looked at Ning Menghan's somewhat grim expression, curled her lips and stayed silent. Chi handed over the wild fruit he had picked. This is yours. 6 in total. I gave the girls 2 each and the rest we each get 1. Shan Yang put away the remaining wild fruit, reached out to take the muskmelon Chi offered, and forced a smile. Thanks. What does Guangguan mean? Not pulling her weight and still being picky. Am I not allowed to tell the truth about Guangguan? If it tastes bad, it tastes bad. This is a survival variety show. Having something to eat is lucky enough. What, still want gourmet delicacies, so what if she's picky? My Guangguan also has Chi backing her, unlike your lead who's just freeloading. The 4 of them sat there staring at each other, and in the end Chi was the first to speak. Yang, we need to find a water source or a place to set up camp quickly. The production team only left us 2 bottles of water and 1 pack of instant noodles. Chi was silent for a moment, then continued, until we find water or a place to camp, we have to conserve the water and food. We must at least find a place to spend the night before dark. Guan Guan next to him nodded vigorously. Yes, 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 at least find a place to spend the night first. It's too dangerous in the woods, I'm scared. Danny Yang couldn't quite maintain his mild expression. He nodded silently. Of course I freaking know we need to find a water source or a place to set up camp. The problem is we can't find one right now, otherwise I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. It's fine, there are 4 of us. We'll try harder, we'll definitely find something. You can't rush this kind of thing, Ning Menghan said hastily as she saw Danny Yang's sour expression. Why wouldn't I be anxious? I sure don't want to spend the night sleeping in the woods. Guan Guan heard Ning Menghan trying to smooth things over and snapped. Chapter 11, tying you to a bamboo and hanging you up. Slurp slurp. Lu Zile squatted by the fire, staring blankly at the little iron pot steaming away. Wiping the non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth, he poked his head up from the camp. Sis, when will it be ready? Lu Ziyao was in the shrubs below the camp, looking up directly into Lu Zile's eyes, instantly rendered speechless and choked. What's the rush? If the mushrooms aren't cooked through, I'm afraid you'll see Ultraman. Ha 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 ha. Every day when I get home from work, my husky does the exact same thing, poking its head out from the second-floor balcony to look at me. I was sobbing because my aloof top influencer was gone, but your one sentence broke me. I even made snot bubbles. Brothers and sisters of Cloud City, did anyone see Ultraman? Ha ha ha. Anyone who can see Ultraman must be undercooked. The loyal folks of Cloud City are really stubborn. Oh, alright then. So sis, how thick should the bamboo be when chopped? If it's too thick, I'm afraid I can't carry it back. Is thin okay? But what use could bamboo have? Jutong fan? But we don't have any rice. Bamboo tube chicken? The chicken's already in the pot. Then what other dishes can bamboo tubes be used for? Lu Ziyao had already rolled his eyes so far they were practically at the back of his head. His head seemed several sizes bigger. Gritting his molars, he managed a strained smile. Tie you to a bamboo pole and hang you up. Lu Zile pressed the mute button instantly, pitifully. But then I'm hungry. Lu Zile, could you tone down those Kazilan big eyes? We're top-tier celebrities. Top-tier girls accept reality and lie flat. I should go persuade actor Lin to come rely on my Yao sister. Wouldn't it be better to eat well and live in luxury? Why suffer eating wild greens? After a break, Lin Howren spoke. Ziyao, you stay at the camp and tidy things up for a bit. I'll go out and see if there's anything edible. Don't worry, senior brother, I promise I'll keep the campsite spotless for your return. Zhou Ziyao said with a slightly foolish smile, thumping his chest heroically. Lin Howren. Does anyone else think this sentence sounds kind of odd? Suddenly it gives off the vibe of a little doting wife waiting at home for you to make money and support the family. Ah, the imagery is so vivid. I'm going to write fanfiction on the Haoran Zhengqi super topic. Wait, are you guys for real? As Lin Howren had just entered the woods, Zhou Zihao's voice came from behind. Senior brother, be careful, I'll be waiting for your return. Lin the movie emperor's heart skipped a beat. This eerie feeling. He shook his head to push down the messy thought. Seating was the most important thing. Lin Howren walked on, pausing from time to time to see if he could find some wild vegetables or mushrooms along the way. Unfortunately, his luck seemed to have been spent on finding water and a campsite. Along the way there was nothing but grass, not even a single wild fruit to be found. Lin Howren, afraid of getting lost in the woods, didn't dare go too far. After estimating the distance, he decided to take a detour. 2 grown men. 1 pack of instant noodles isn't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. They really needed to find food quickly. Passing every shrub and thicket, Howren pushed them aside to look, hoping to find something edible, but things turned out the opposite of what he hoped. Just as he hung his head in despair, already hopeless, he saw a stand of bamboo. It wiped away his previous dejection. His eyes, which had dimmed, brightened again. Bamboo grove. There must be bamboo shoots in the grove. He then tightened his grip on the army shovel in his hand and headed straight for the bamboo grove. Doesn't everyone feel this bamboo grove looks familiar? Isn't this the same grove where Lu Ziyao caught the chicken earlier? No way, don't all bamboo groves look the same? I came in to see if the best actor is as miserable as my brother Yang. Get lost, there are 4 of you over there for... You didn't find a thing. The worthless foursome is more like it on the other side. the group of four singled out by netizens as the truly miserable foursome, Single Yang and the others, after regaining a bit of strength, continued searching for a more suitable place to set up camp. Unfortunately, the four were unbelievably unlucky. They couldn't find a campsite, there was no water source, and they didn't even come across any of the show's supplies. The flat ground is large enough, but the wind direction is wrong. On the leeward side, the rocks are jagged and chaotic, unable to accommodate 4 people pitching tents and cooking. After much effort, they found a leeward spot that could hold a few people stationed there, but after circling the area they couldn't find a water source. Even Chan Jian down on the mountain couldn't help but press his forehead and sigh. What's wrong with these 4 people? They dropped so many supply packs and didn't hit a single one. In the end, Guan couldn't help herself and called out to Danny Yang, who was leading the way ahead. Brother Yang, I really can't walk anymore. Isn't this taking way too long? With a mournful face and furrowed brow, as if thinking of something, she looked at him suspiciously. Didn't you say you'd had professional training? You wouldn't be lying to us, would you? Faced with Guan's interrogation, Danny Yang felt impatient inside, but his expression remained calm and gentle. The terrain out here is complicated. Finding the camp isn't that easy. As you can see, the 4 of yous, it's even harder to find a suitable spot. What do you mean? So the 2 of us are holding you back? The stifling heat, annoying mosquitoes, and the long trek had filled Guan with fury, and she exploded in an instant. Sigh, my guy, Yang didn't lose himself on purpose. If you think you can do it, why don't you come handle it yourself? Ha! Danny Yang's bragging finally blew up in his face, didn't it? Exactly, he did nothing, so why is he getting angry? I told you Danny Yang didn't know what brand of plastic bag to use, that's how come it could hold so much. Now the bag's ripped and it can't hold anything, right? Hey Guan, Yang didn't mean it that way. Don't overthink it. Ning Menghan tugged at Danny Yang and gave him a look. Chi, carrying Guan's hiking pack, also patted Guan's head. Guan. Senior brother, I'm really so tired. Can we rest nearby, please? Guan shook Chi's arm and acted spoiled with him. She didn't forget to glance back and glare at Danny Yang. Maybe we'd find the campsite if we went on our own. Alright, it's definitely safer for the 4 of us to stick together. Don't be headstrong. Chi soothed Guan, then looked toward Danny Yang. This can't go on. Why don't we find somewhere nearby to rest? At least if everyone has a place to stay, we can better plan what comes next. Ning Menghan hesitated for a moment, then went along with Chi-Yin's suggestion. Yang, what Chi-Yin says makes sense. How about we find a place to settle for now? She was tired too. Wandering aimlessly like this with no end in sight was wearing on her both mentally and physically. Chapter 12. Chicken stewed with mushrooms. Single Yang cursed inwardly. Damn, this is the worst luck, and I'm stuck with a few burdens. Especially Guan. He slightly regretted bringing Chi-Yi and Guan along. He had thought that 4 people would offer more security, and also make Lu Zile stand out as not fitting in. He didn't expect that having more people would instead turn his pre-mount and boasts into a joke. Forcing himself to maintain his composure, Guan, I wasn't trying to look down on you just now. What I meant was, with more people we have to be extra careful about where we choose. Since everyone's tired, let's do it like before. Guan, you and Sister Menghan rest here. Chi-Yi and I will go nearby to look for a more suitable flat place to set up camp. Is that okay with everyone? Humph. Guan rolled her eyes but, in the end, said nothing more. Chi-Yi and Shanyang rested for a while, then went together to search the surrounding area for a campsite. Their requirements were low this time, and luck was on their side. They quickly found a clearing suitable for 4 people to camp. After discussing it, the 2 agreed that Shanyang would stay behind to clean up while Chi turned back to bring Ning Menghan and Guan to the campsite. Wah, relying on one Yang really won't do. Ning, the talented lady following him, is just too much. Too much how? Brother Yang works so hard and still gets blamed. You main characters are all freeloaders. Sigh, my Guan speaks the truth. Can people talk when the main characters aren't up to par? If the foursome didn't have my Chi, they'd fall apart. Ahahaha, I'm just here to watch the comedy. Our Yao sister is even getting chicken soup. And over here we can't even find a campsite. Fans from every camp were arguing heatedly, while Lu Zile over here was already happily sipping chicken soup. Following his sister's instruction, Lu Zile went and chopped 2 more bamboo stalks, dragging them back to the encampment as soon as he approached the camp. The fragrant aroma hit him. He perked up instantly from his earlier listlessness, tossed the bamboo aside, and dashed toward the small iron pot in one go. Sis, are my little mushrooms ready? Lu Ziyao batted away his hand that was reaching toward the pot. Isn't it dirty? There's water inside the bamboo tubby. Go wash your hands first. Oh. Lu Zile reluctantly went to wash his hands, then returned to the stove. Okay sis, can I eat now? Lu Ziyao handed him half a bamboo tube and a makeshift pair of chopsticks made from bamboo strips, giving him a look. Huh? Lu Zile looked bewildered. Then noticed Lu Ziyao's gaze directed at the cameraman. He immediately came to, Big Brother 1, Big Brother 2, come quick. Come quick. Dinner's ready. This isn't that a bit? Big Brother 1 swallowed. Damn, it smelled amazing. Thinking of his dry rations, he felt a little tempted. What should he do? What's wrong with that? Hurry. It's still hot. This is genuine mountain delicacy. That camera over there can live stream it, don't worry about it. Lu Zile smiled and waved. Then we won't be polite. The two glanced at each other. Big Brother number 2 scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Look at Lu Zile's expression. I can't take it, I have to go order a little chicken stewed with mushrooms. Lu Zile, from now on take food commercials. Your expression is so much better than your acting. Director, can I call my movie actor at home? Let him come here and mooch a meal. Not only your household movie star, the director also wants to crash the meal. I have to say this netizen really hit Chan Jian's thoughts on the nose. Chan Jian could smell the chicken soup through the screen. He turned to the assistant director and said, why don't you go ask the villagers if they have any porcini? Well, buy another chicken and make a pot too. Assistant director. Is there anything that can poison the director into losing his voice? Waiting online. Urgent. The campsite Lin Haoran and Zhou Zihao found had already been cleared of a large area. With several stones set up in the middle of the clearing, Lin Haoran returned to camp, cheerfully carrying the 2 bamboo shoots he had dug up, and saw Zhou Zihao crouched with his rear sticking up, blowing at a wood pile that was hissing black smoke. Just by looking at Zhou Zihao's posture, he knew Zhou had never used firewood before. After blowing for a long time, there wasn't the slightest spark. Lin Haoran set down the bamboo shoots and called out, Zihao. Hearing the voice, Zhou Zihao looked up, his face marked with black smudges left and right, showing his trademark big white teeth. Senior brother, you're back. PFT. Lin Haoran couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw his blotchy face. Senior brother, what are you laughing at? Zhou Zihao's eyes were clear. He looked puzzled as he touched his face. Ahem, nothing. I found 2 bamboo shoots. Go fetch some water with the small iron pot and wash your face while you're at it. Lin Haoran cleared his throat, staring at the new black smudge that had appeared on Zhou Zihao's face and holding back his amusement. I'll start the fire. I haven't used firewood before, am not very good at this. Zhou Zihao rubbed the tip of his nose again, a little embarrassed. It's fine. Stop touching your face, go fetch some water. Lin Haoran hurriedly cut him off and sent him on his way. That if he didn't leave soon, he really would laugh out loud, which would damage the image of a film king. Obediently carrying the pot, Zhou Zihao went to the stream. He finally understood why his senior had told him to wash his face. Ah! The scream sent a flock of birds scattering from the trees. Ahahaha! I made Liningdi laugh out loud. I can see he was holding it in so hard. How is Zhou Zihao's big painted face so cute? Although the two of them had it rough too, Zhou Zihao's reaction was really hilarious. I originally wanted to tell you not to ship CPs all the way to the underworld, but judging by the looks of it, shipping them to the underworld isn't impossible after all. Zhou Zihao looked aggrieved, cupped some water and slowly washed his face clean, then tossed the little iron pot into the water. He went to the grass, pulled up a handful of weeds and scrubbed the pot in a huff. It's already messed up like this and nobody thought to warn me. My image is ruined now. I wondered why he keeps bringing up washing his face every other sentence. He looks like he's about to laugh but can't hold it in. Ah, how embarrassing. Ugh, I'm so hungry. Why am I so hungry? I want the roast goose from Qingxi Waijuxuan, the spicy boiled fish from Chengdong Ziyang Manuan is good too, the old hot pot from the university town, Fumanless braised pork knuckle, and the grilled skewers from Chengdong. His throat involuntarily rolled as he swallowed a mouthful of non-existent saliva. He shook his head hard. I couldn't think about it anymore. The more he thought, the hungrier he got, staring at the tiny fish in the water no bigger than a pinky. His eyes gleamed green. This little fish cooked in a pot of soup should curb the craving, right? His hand was quicker than his brain. The small iron pot in his hand quietly dipped into the water, and finding the right moment, he suddenly hauled the pot out of the water. My fish? Where's my fish? Zhou Zihao widened his eyes. The pot contained nothing but clear water that he tried several times. Apart from getting his sleeves and pant legs soaked, he caught nothing. Huh? Lu Zile, who had been hunched over eating, suddenly looked up, bewildered. Sis, do you hear something? Hear something? I hear you eating. Hurry up and eat. We have more work to do after this. Lu Ziyao was too lazy to bother with his silly little brother. Oh, maybe I misheard. He continued holding his little bamboo cup and sipping soup. Chapter 13 The Stone of Waiting Husband. Forest Shadow Emperor Zhou Zihao was holding water, dejectedly walking back, when he suddenly smelled the aroma of food mingled with the forest's unique scent of plants and wood. The hunger that had just been suppressed surged like a tide, and his legs could no longer move. What is that smell? Smells delicious. He pivoted on his toes and followed the aroma to find its source. As he walked, the scent grew stronger, and he saw Lu Ziyao and the others sitting on the ground, happily gathered around a small pot. Lu Ziyao was eating when he sensed a straightforward, heated gaze. He turned and saw Zhou Zihao holding a small iron pot, standing not far away. Zihao? What are you doing here? Lu Ziyao asked. A little puzzled, Lu Zile raised his eyes along his sister's line of sight and saw Zhou Zihao as well. Lu Jejia. Zile. Zhou Zihao suddenly found himself stared at by the four of them and felt a bit embarrassed. Ha 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 ha, that greedy little look on Zhou Zihao's face. He must be drooling from longing. I don't believe Lu Zile would be so kind as to let Zhou Zihao freeload a meal. It's not easy to find something to eat up on the mountain. My miss is beautiful and kind-hearted. Who are you, ugly and stingy? Lu Ziyao looked at Zhou Zihao, whose eyes were full of longing and who unconsciously swallowed, her peach blossom eyes brimming with amusement as she waved, Come, have some with us. Zhou Zihao felt as if he saw a dazzling golden glow surrounding Lu Ziyao. This isn't right, I'm really embarrassed. His words were full of refusal, but his footsteps never stopped. You really can't blame him. Blame a hungry stomach and the delicious chicken soup. He simply couldn't resist, not one bit. Lu Zile looked at the insincere Zhou Zihao with disdain and said, Where's Haoran? Why are you the only one here? He's still at the camp. We're pretty close to you. Thanks, Sister Lu. As he spoke, Zhou Zihao had already set down his little iron pot, taken the chopsticks and bowl handed to him by Lu Ziyao, and obediently sat down beside Lu Zile. Shao Zihao, your senior brother is still there miserably making a fire waiting for you. Lin Film Emperor. My household has such a big junior brother who disappeared after fetching water. Are we only to share hardships but not blessings? Sister Lu, can I take some back from my senior brother? Zhou Zihao held the bamboo tube, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hey, are you the type who eats and takes at the same time? Lu Zile said without thinking, snapping at him. You can't even be kept quiet about eating. Lu Ziyao gave Lu Zile a playful bop on the head. Then she turned and gently answered Zhou Zihao, Okay. I'll find a bamboo tube and put some aside for him. You can take it back after you finish eating. I am just saying. Sis, can you not hit the head anymore? You'll get stupid. Lu Zile grumbled, voicing his displeasure. There's no point beating you. You're still not any smarter. Hurry and get a bamboo tube to serve soup to your brother Haoran. Lu Ziyao glared at her foolish brother. This IQ. This emotional intelligence. Who on earth did the family inherit it from? Oh. Lu Ziyue begrudgingly got up, took a bamboo tube and filled it to the brim with soup and meat. Big Sister Lu, you're amazing. Teach me, will you? I want to catch one too. Sister Lu, what seasoning did you put in this soup? It smells so good. Wow, these little mushrooms are all tasting like chicken. This guy not only came to mooch a meal, he even wants to compete with me for my sister. Lu Zile watched Zhou Zihao eat while flattering his sister like it cost him nothing, glared at him several times, and inwardly kept trying to outdo him. Zhou Zihao, that piece of meat is mine. Hey, I grabbed it first. Xiao Zihao, eat up and go back quickly, your senior brother is almost turning into a watching her husband rock. Top-tier Lu's persona totally collapsed. That expression, how is he any different from my dim-witted little brother? What is Lu Ziyao pretending for? Does that whitewash Lu Zile? Harado, please spare me your concern. Just go back and watch your master starve. The five of them ate their fill and sat on the ground unwilling to move. Oh no. Senior brother is still waiting for me to fetch water. Zhou Zihao said it, belatedly remembered that another senior brother was waiting for him back at the camp. Ta, finally remembered your senior brother? Lu Zile said sarcastically. Zhou Zihao awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Well, I was just a bit hungry and had some memory loss. Sister Lu will take the things back to my senior brother first. Can I bring him over to see you later? Zhou Zihao asked, sounding a little uneasy. Zhou Zihao felt his request was a bit much after all. Just getting them a free meal would already be pretty good. Lu Ziyao had a pretty good impression of the two senior brothers. Their eyes were clear, their faces sincere, and they didn't gloat over Lu Zile's scandal or treat him differently just for that, doing a favor and maybe getting some connections to help his big idiot out and pave the way. Thinking about it, it wasn't a loss. You go back first. When you come over, I'll teach you how to build a shelter. Lu Ziyao nodded. Thank you, Sister Lu. Zhou Zihao had already prepared himself to be turned down, so the surprise was even more unexpected. He immediately picked up the little iron pot that had been forgotten for a long time, stuck the bamboo tube into his trouser pocket, and happily went back to find his senior brother. After Zhou Zihao left, Big Brother number 1 patted his belly. Miss Lu is truly beautiful and kind. I've never had chicken stewed with mushrooms this fresh. Big Brother number 2 still felt a bit embarrassed and earnestly advised Miss Lu, the two of us couldn't control ourselves for a moment. It's hard to find food out in the wasteland. You should save some for yourselves in the future. It's fine, my sister's awesome, she won't let me go hungry. Lu Zile waved casually. Looking at Lu Ziyao with hopeful eyes, sis, can I eat this every day? Sure, just call Director Chan and have him deliver a chicken to you every day. Lu Ziyao rolled her eyes at him, dreaming in broad daylight. She then turned to Big Brother number 2, don't worry, I can't promise you'll be feasting here, but you definitely won't go hungry. Lu Zile awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling a bit guilty and thinking he had been fantasizing. Yo, bragging now. Catching a chicken on the first day was just luck. I don't believe you'll be this lucky every day. Upstairs must be a dog of Dan Yinyang. Your master is still starving and you have the nerve to come here and be all passive-aggressive. Just watching Yaoji's skill at catching a chicken, I think she's telling the truth. Just for the fact that she mooched a meal off my little Zihao, if anyone dares to say a bad word about her, I'll come down and tear them apart. On the other side, Lin the acting emperor kept waiting for Zhou Zihao to return. Does it take this long to fetch water? The water source isn't that far, right? Nothing bad could have happened, could it? No, I have to go out and look. Just as he anxiously prepared to get up and look for Zhou Zihao, he heard a voice calling from afar, senior brother, and back. Why were you gone so long? What happened? Lin Haoran grabbed Zhou Zihao and looked him over from head to toe. His face was rosy, his clothes neat, and apart from a little mud on the cuffs of his trousers there were no other injuries. I'm fine. Senior brother. Look what I brought back. Zhou Zihao took out a bamboo tube, pulled the bamboo stopper from its top, and handed it over. Chapter 14 The Solely Young persona collapsed. What is this? The moment the bamboo tube was opened, Lin Haoran smelled a rich, enticing aroma that awakened all the appetites in his stomach. This is Sister Lu's chicken soup? Sister Lu? Lu Ziyao? Lin Haoran wasn't entirely sure. Yup, Sister Lu is super awesome. Senior brother, hurry and eat. I already made plans with Sister Lu to go find her later. She's going to teach us how to build shelters. Zhou Zihao nodded like a pestle. Lin Haoran looked at Zhou Zihao with a face full of admiration, then lifted the bamboo cup and took a sip of the soup. With a single sip of the soup, the mushroom's savory richness was joined by the fresh fragrance of bamboo. Warmth began in the stomach and gradually spread through the organs, then permeated the limbs and bones until every trace of fatigue vanished. Lin Haoran sighed comfortably. Even the carefully prepared soups at the top-tier restaurants in Jing City couldn't compare to the one in this simple bamboo tube. The chicken, simmered over a wood fire for a long time, had become exceptionally tender and juicy, infused with the distinctive aroma of mushrooms, and a hint of smoky scent from the firewood, a freshness that came from the ingredients themselves, without heavy seasoning. One bite brought a pure sense of satisfaction. Lin Haoran sipped the soup he was freeloading from Zhou Zihao, ate the meat he was freeloading from Zhou Zihao, and listened to Zhou Zihao's guilty account of how he and the others had met Lu Ziyao. For a moment I didn't know whether to praise him for freeloading a meal or to scold him for leaving my senior brother alone at the camp to eat by himself. Compared with the cheerful atmosphere of the other two groups, the mood in the four-person team led by Yang was far from pleasant. Since entering the mountain, Each person had only eaten a few bites of wild fruit and taken 2 sips of water. Their strength had long since reached its limit. Finally reaching the camp, the few of them sat on the ground in silence. The breeze carried a damp warmth and only birds and insects called and chirped. If this were just a vacation, the current environment could be called comfortable. Unfortunately, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted, and no one was in the mood to enjoy this leisure time. Qi saw the atmosphere grow awkward and frowned. Yang, we must find a place to stay the night before it gets dark. But Guangguan and Sister Menghan are completely exhausted, and it's already late. Why don't we just spend the night here? Saying this, he paused. You rest here too. I'll go on ahead a bit and see if I can find a water source. Wah. I told you without Qi this family would fall apart. My sister Yao said he was weak was true. After all, have to say my sister Yao is really good at judging people. Ha. Fragile Yang. Qi is the one who's full of swagger. Anyone can say pretty words. If he's got the ability, let him take his Guangguan to find the camp and water. My husband is still amazing. That chicken soup tasted so good. Ah. Shanyang hesitated for a moment. Not wanting Qi to steal the spotlight, he said, I'll go too. I'm fine. After speaking, he forced himself to stand. His legs were weak and wobbly, almost causing him to fall. His smile was a little forced. Got up too fast. Maybe my blood sugar is a bit low. Qi didn't expose him either. He followed his lead and said, if your blood sugar is low, all the more reason to rest properly. You stay here with Guangguan and Sister Menghan to clear the weeds and make a fire. Then you be careful yourself. Shanyang gauged his remaining strength and mentally ran through some quick calculations. He no longer had enough energy to keep searching for a water source. Rather than stubbornly insist on following Qi and risk failing to find water, making a fool of the boast head made before entering the mountains, it was better to rest here along the steps. If they couldn't find water, at least he could use low blood sugar as an excuse. Helping to clean up the camp, it's not bad to establish a thoughtful persona. At least it ensures the character won't collapse. Whoa, the abacus beads just bounced onto my face. Brother just has low blood sugar. He's fainted several times before because of low blood sugar. Yes, low blood sugar. It's always low blood sugar before getting called out. Why wasn't his blood sugar low when he was taking credit? Who's taking credit? My brother would never be like Qi, always craving the spotlight. Hey upstairs. Are you single Yang's fans as shameless as your idol? Without my Qi, your idol wouldn't have a thing. Qi wasn't oblivious to single Yang's little schemes. They're all in the same circle. Everyone's sharp in their own way. But he didn't want to starve while looking after 2 girls. This was only the first day. The remaining 20 days couldn't be like this every day. Even if he found nothing today, at least he tried. And when he got off the show, he wouldn't be yelled at too harshly. Qi rubbed his already stiff legs, then got up and continued walking into the woods. Danny Yang and the other 2 stayed at the camp to clear weeds and gather firewood. Qi crouched on the ground, carefully judging the density of the vegetation, and for a while felt a bit dejected that he had indeed done his homework before coming, but the gap between theory and practice was still quite large. Take now, for example. He looked at the grass over there and it all seemed the same. A sea of green. He hesitated briefly, then turned and walked down the mountain. He couldn't tell the plants apart, but water always flows downhill, right? As he walked, he left marks in conspicuous places, not daring to go too far from the camp. He wandered nearby for a long time and only picked some wild berries. He couldn't find a single puddle. Angry, he kicked at a nearby thicket and ended up dislodging a supply pack. He opened the pack like it was a treasure. Inside were 2 bottles of water and 2 loaves of bread. Although there wasn't much, it would at least fill our stomachs. While checking the supply pack, Qi also noticed a few cacti growing behind the bushes. The lessons had mentioned that if you can't find a water source, you should look for plants with a lot of sap. Cacti are one of them. Qi's eyes brightened several notches. Carefully, he used his machete to cut the cacti off from the roots and pull them down. But how to bring it back became a problem. He stood up, looked around, and noticed some vines tangled on a nearby tree. He went over, cut some vines, bound the cut cacti together, and carried them back to the camp along with the supply pack. Still saying our Qi shows off. Your household's owner can't even manage to show off because he's useless. What is Qi doing? He wouldn't be thinking of giving the cactus to Brother Yang to eat, would he? You really are as uneducated as the owner. Better not eat idiot dirt instead. Only Yang deserves to eat dirt. The production team, hurry up and send food to my brother. If he doesn't get a cactus, I'm going to leave a bad review on the official site. To be honest, with the quality of you fans, I seriously suspect you're all bullying Lu Zile together while playing the victim first. Chan Jian saw in the livestream that Qi Yi had found the supply pack, and the bit of anxiety had been holding finally eased a little. Although it's an outdoor survival show, they wouldn't be so cruel as to actually let these big stars starve to death on the mountain. Watching Qi Yi and the others find nothing, he grew so anxious he nearly plucked out the few hairs he had left on his head, even considering waiting a bit longer and having the cameraman secretly hint at the location of the supply pack. Chapter 15 Lu Zile's daydreaming. Having eaten his fill, Lin Haoran, urged by Zhou Zihao, picked up the machete, then changed his mind and put the 2 bamboo shoots he had dug up into Zhou Zihao's arms. Zhou Zihao walked ahead to lead the way, not forgetting to turn back and brainwash Lin Haoran. Senior brother, just based on Sister Lu's ability to catch a chicken out in these barren hills, she's definitely a big shot. Senior brother, trust me, clinging to Sister Lu's thigh won't go wrong. Senior brother, ha ha ha. Zhou Zihao has already turned into a little fanboy. Ha. Lu Ziyao is just pretending to be kind. What ability does she have to take 3 people with her? Today was purely good luck. Yes, we have no ability, unlike you rightful leaders who subsist on sheer talent. When they finally found Lu Ziyao, Lin Haoran had the 3 words Sister Lu running through his mind. Sister Lu, we're here. These are the 2 bamboo shoots senior brother dug up. Zhou Zihao casually found a place to put down the bamboo shoots he was holding. Lu Zile half reclined on the big rock, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Zihao. Then he saw Lin Haoran standing beside Zhou Zihao and greeted him. Hey, arrange Zile. Miss Lu. Lin Haoran swallowed the Sister Lu that nearly slipped out and nodded politely. The actor Lin almost got ruined by his fellow junior disciple. Did Lin, the best actor, sudden stutter just now mean he wanted to call Sister Lu? Gotta say, you're exposed. Having just finished tying the 2 small pouches, Lu Ziyao looked up and saw the slightly embarrassed Lin Haoran, and the corners of her eyes curved so soon. She then stood and walked toward the 2 of them, passing Lu Zile, who was slouching, and gave him a kick, glancing at him with disdain. Get up, take the machete. Here, this is the mosquito repellent pouch I made. Lu Ziyao casually handed over the little sachet. Sister Lu, you are truly the best. I have at least 50 mosquito bites on me. I almost bled too much. From today on you are my sister, my real sister. Zhou Zihao took the little pouch with tears of gratitude. Hey, if you're going to take it, just take it. Why are you randomly calling me sister? Lu Zile suddenly sat up straight. Oh, in our family we don't speak as if we're strangers. From now on you're my real younger brother. Zhou Zihao threw an arm around Lu Zile's shoulders. Can't you understand human language? This is my sister, my sister. Who's your biological younger brother? Lu Zile shoved Zhou Zihao away. So angry he was stomping his feet. The 2 of them were horsing around. Lin Haoran watched Lu Ziyao very seriously. Really sorry for troubling you like this. It's fine, just a small favor. Lu Ziyao didn't mind, staring at Zhou Zihao and Lu Zile who were tussling, and nodded in satisfaction. This is the vigor young people should have, not the silent Lu Zile from the video. Lin Haoran followed Lu Ziyao's gaze and probably guessed Lu Ziyao's intention. Stop messing around, let's go. Lu Ziyao interrupted the 2's roughhousing. I am not going, I'm drowsy after eating. Isn't there Zhou Zihao? You take him. Lu Ziyue didn't want to move at all. Come on, they've been walking so long and only just eaten, who wouldn't want a nap? Ha, fine if you don't want to go. Find somewhere to sleep tonight yourself. Lu Zile turned his head and saw his sister standing where she was with her arms folded, wearing a half smile, half smirk. Holy shit, whenever his sister made that expression, it was over. He immediately shoved off Zhou Zihao, who had his arms slung around him, grabbed the nearby machete and stood up straight. Heh, no, I'll go. Zhou Zihao. Lin Haoran. His look right now was as resolute as if he were joining the party. I understand Lu, the top celebrity's determination after all. If my sister looked at me like that, I'd be just as resolute. Lu Zile, stop pretending. What are you doing holding the script like that? What, your home's master is too weak from hunger to bite, so they sent you out. Lu Ziyao led a few people into the bamboo grove and pointed at Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao. You two chop bamboo. Lu Zile was completely baffled. Sis, do you have a grudge with these little bamboo shoots? I'm the one who had a grudge with you in my past life. Enough chatter, get going. Seeing his sister's face darken, He didn't dare say more and pulled Zhou Zhihao to start working. Lu Ziyao turned his head to Lin Haoran, who had stepped back half a pace and said, "You come with me." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Zile, who had been eavesdropping while working, stopped swinging the machete in his hand and straightened up. "Sis, how many bamboo poles do you need? What a Jokian unmarried man and woman alone out here in the wilds. There's no way he would let Lin Haoran, that little blonde kid, be alone with his sister." If Lin Haoran could hear Lu Zile's inner thoughts, he'd surely feel like snow falling in June, more wrong than Doi. A prestigious film emperor, though his looks aren't as delicate as Lu Zile's, he still has sword-like brows and starry eyes, a radiant, noble bearing, and could be considered one of the entertainment industry's top faces. Most importantly, he keeps himself pure and proper. How did he end up being called that little blonde brat in his eyes? "Each of you temporarily find 10 first. Lu Ziyao replied as he unscrewed the cap on the tail of the engineering shovel, pulled out the saw blade, and fitted it. "Let's go." He turned again, signaling Lin Haoran to follow him. "Sis," Lu Zile suddenly spoke. What now?" Lu Ziyao turned around puzzled and looked at Lu Zile. "Well, how about I go with you? This little bit of bamboo, Zhou Zhihao can handle it alone." Lu Zile hesitated, even dragging Zhou Zhihao into it. "What?" Zhou Zhihao, vigorously swinging his machete, suddenly heard his name and looked up in confusion. "Ha ha ha ha." Brother Zihao's eyes are so clear and so stupid. Lu, the top influencer, has that little wary expression. "Lu, wake up. This is a best actor, not some random Tom, Dick or Harry." Is Lu Ziyao trying to cook up a CP with actor Lin? Don't even think about it, okay? As tasteless as a younger brother. Are you blind? My sister Yao is the only beauty here. Do not cue. Thanks. Lu Ziyao looked speechless at his foolish younger brother. What are you getting excited for? Get to work. Don't think about slacking off. He ignored Lu Zile and turned to continue walking forward. Lin Haoran silently followed behind, staring in a daze at that upright figure ahead. He had clearly seen the wary look Lu Zile had just given and couldn't help but doubt himself. Do I not look like a good person? Haven't I gone my whole career without any sordid scandals? Nor have I ever been on any crime news, right? I work diligently and keep my private life clean. What on earth did I do to make Zile so guarded? Lin Haoran couldn't imagine that the reason Lu Zile was so on guard was simply because Lu Zile was an extreme sister fan. Lu Zile watched helplessly as Lu Ziyao led Lin Haoran toward the edge of the bamboo grove, left standing angrily to continue chopping bamboo, muttering under his breath. "What do you mean I'm slacking off? I'm not doing this for your good." Only left a bewildered Zhou Zhihao. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Didn't I just hear my name? Chapter 16. Teaming up? Chi trudged back to the camp carrying the cactus and the supply pack. The camp had already been cleaned up, and there was even a small fire burning in the center. "Senior brother, you're back." Guangguan, who seemed to be constantly alert to sounds around her, was the first to see Chi. Daniang, hearing Guangguan's voice, hurried forward, took the items from Chi's hands and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Ji looked a bit dejected. "I couldn't find a water source. I only found some cacti and a supply pack." Guangguan handed over the water bottle in her hand. "You've worked hard, senior brother. It's okay that you didn't find a water source. It's still better than some people who can't find anything at all." She hadn't dared to finish the only bottle of water either. Each time she was parched, she'd take just a small sip to moisten her throat, and even now more than half the bottle remained. Chi twisted off the cap and took a small sip, which greatly relieved his nearly smoking throat. When Daniang heard Guangguan's insinuation, his face stiffened, his clenched fist tightened. Then he immediately put on an apologetic expression. "It's my fault, I'm sorry. I didn't have the stamina, I slowed everyone down." Chi shot a disapproving glance at Guangguan. Guangguan caught his look, snorted coldly and fell silent. "Yang, you can't be blamed for this. Blame the production team, stingy, they only gave us so little." Ning Menghan saw the atmosphere grow awkward and quickly smoothed things over. "Chi, come, sit down and rest. Just now Yang found some mugwort nearby. We started a fire and burned some. And finally there aren't so many mosquitoes. On what grounds does Guangguan say Yang is my brother? Didn't she also find nothing?" Our Guangguan isn't pretending it's your protagonist who's putting on airs, and in the end couldn't keep up physically. It was all Chi holding him up. So Ning, the talented woman, trusted him so much and he kept slapping her in the face all the way. Ahahaha, I just came in to see how miserable the green tea guy is. Now I'm relieved. Gee, what use is this cactus? Ning Menghan asked curiously after Chi sat down. The cactus flesh holds a lot of moisture. If you remove the spines and outer skin, the flesh can give us some water and stave off hunger, Chi said, his voice a bit weary. This area is in the subtropics with abundant rainfall. The mountain paths are steep and sheer. Sometimes there isn't even a place to set a foot, and the stones are covered in moss. Although he acts tough and normally trains hard, after this trip his strength is basically at its limit. Then he'll handle it. Ning Menghan took 2 cacti and with a machete, carefully peeled off their skins. Each person ate a piece of the pulp. Cactus pulp is rather chewy and has no distinctive smell, just a faint grassy scent. 1 bite of the flesh was eaten. It didn't fill him up, but it greatly eased the burning in his stomach. The 4 of them had something to eat and sat silently in their places. Guan Guan was so tired she was about to fall asleep, nodding her head like a chick pecking at rice. Chi patted her, "Come, lean back and nap for a bit." Shani Yang glanced over and then turned to look at Ning Menghan. "Senior sister, you can lean over there and rest a bit too. Chi Yi and I will stay here and keep watch." Ning Menghan hesitated for a moment, but in the end couldn't resist sleepiness and nodded. "Thank you both. I'll sleep a bit, then get up to relieve you." Ning Menghan is so thoughtful. She even remembered to get up to let the 2 guys rest. "I don't know. Are you guys just giving up? Falling asleep like this? Oh, why is this live stream so boring? I'll go next door to watch those 4 build a shelter instead." Danny Yang is such dead weight. Stamina can't keep up. Brain useless. Luck terrible. Anyone who teams up with him is really asking for disaster. Danny Yang saw Ning Menghan and Guan Guan had both fallen asleep, and his own stamina had recovered quite a bit, a little unwilling to have his moment stolen by Chi Yi. He came over to Chi Yi's side and said softly, "Can you hold on? Want to sleep for a bit too? I can manage on my own." Chi Yi shook his head. "It's okay, I can't sleep now either." "Then you stay here and keep watch. I'll go see if I can find more food." Shani Yang pointed toward the woods. Chi Yi lowered his eyelids. For a moment Shani Yang couldn't read his expression, and after a long silence he saw him give a slight nod. The 3 people who were preparing to build a shelter under Lu Zile's lead were dragging several bamboo and fir trunks back toward the campsite. "Big sister Lu, your place looks pretty spacious. Why don't senior brother and I move over there? 4 of us can look out for each other." The porcini he had eaten seemed to have opened Zhou Zihao's meridians. All the way he was scheming how to cling to that thick leg gleaming with golden light. "I don't know." Before Lu Ziyao could speak, Lu Zile was the first to disagree. This kid practically shoved his abacus in his face. Freeloading food and drink was bad enough. Now he wants to freeload a place to live too? And he's bringing along that Lin Yingdi, who clearly has ill intentions toward his sister. "I don't know." Lin Haoran was the second to object. After a moment he added, "You're going to give up the campsite you worked so hard to clean." "Senior brother, compared to sister Lu, that campsite isn't important at all." Zhou Zihao obviously hadn't expected his own senior brother to drag his feet. He kept winking at him. "Little Zihao, you're one shrewd calculator." Lin Film Emperor, look at your junior brother's eyes, they're about to cramp. Haven't you noticed? Just because she's Lu Zile's sister, aren't you afraid she'll cheat you? Well, at least that's better than that someone in your family. At least you can eat your fill and have somewhere to live. Look at the team next door. They haven't even found a camp. Lu Ziyao turned back at Lin Haoran in puzzlement. It was normal for Lu Zile to object, so why was Lin Haoran opposing it? Lin Haoran felt bitter inside. He wanted to freeload food, lodging and drinks too. But whenever he thought of how extremely guarded Lu Zile was toward him, he figured it was better to find out where that wariness came from before clinging to someone's illegality. That moment, the 4 of them happened to return to the campsite. Zhou Zihao, seeing that Lu Ziyao didn't answer, asked her unjustly, "Is it not allowed, Sister Lu?" "Sure." Lu Ziyao smiled wryly. "I was just figuring out how big a place to get. I forgot to answer you for a moment. No, I object." Lu Zile was a bit anxious. "What are you objecting to?" Lu Ziyao asked, puzzled. "Sis, don't worry about it. Anyway, it's not going to happen." Lu Zile couldn't bring himself to tell his sister directly. "I think actor Lin has bad intentions toward you. That if you can't give a reason, then your opposition is invalid." Lu Ziyao didn't indulge his willfulness. "Miss Lu, it's not good for us to move in either. It would trouble you too much." Lin Howard tried to defuse things for Lu Zile. Not troublesome at all. Having you come here won't be for free room and board, you'll have to work. A hint of mischief showed in Lu Zile's smile. Zhou Ziyao immediately promised, Sister Lu, I swear I'll do exactly as you say. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to catch a dog, I will never catch a chicken. With the matter brought up to this point, Lu Zile couldn't oppose any longer and could only fall silent, absent-mindedly kicking small stones beside him. Seeing that Lu Zile no longer objected, Lin Howard could only nod helplessly. Chapter 17 Building a shelter. Senior brother, go back and bring our tools. Zhou Ziyao changed from pitiable to elated in the blink of an eye, then turned and began directing Lin Howard. Lu Zile watched Zhou Ziyao change his expression with the speed of Sichuan opera face-changing, and couldn't help but gasp. Is this what a professional actor's quality looks like? Hearing him start bossing Lin Howard around, he was speechless. Why don't you just go back yourself? Wouldn't that mean I'd have to stay and help Sister Lu with the work? Zhou Ziyao retorted, puffing himself up without justification. Lin Howard, Lu Zile. I could see Xiao Haoji's tail wagging so happily. Actor Lin and top star Lu were both stunned by the shamelessness of the act. All this just for a bit of food, and he's licking Lu Ziyao like crazy. Yes, you're the only one who won't lick anyone. You're noble, you're awesome, you'd rather starve. Lu Ziyao snorted out a laugh. Your resolve is pretty high. Come on. Get to work. Quit dawdling, it'll be dark soon. Lin Howard had no choice but to go back to the camp to get his luggage himself. Lin Howard. Fine, let whoever wants this junior apprentice take him. I don't want him at all. Ha 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 ha. It's the first time I've seen the word speechless on Lin Ingda's face. What a boast, you think a fish trap alone will bring fish. I'm just here waiting for you haters to be proven wrong. Little House slogan is the world is big but my sister is the biggest, everyone else step aside. Lin Ingdi quietly returned to the camp to pack his things. What's this feeling of being a little upset? Lu Ziyao first cut the bamboo to an approximate length of 2 meters, measured it out on the ground, handed it to Lu Zile and Zhou Ziyao, and instructed, you two handle the fir wood about this long will do. Okay, Sister Lu, we'll get the job done. Zhou Ziyao answered first. Lu Zile, a second slower, was sulking. Bah, that stinky kid stole the spotlight in front of Sister again. Zile, hurry. Let's see which of us has faster hands. Who wants to compete with you? Isn't that childish? Lu Zile didn't want to deal with this childish brat at all. Ha ha ha, are you afraid of losing to me? Lu Zile's competitive spirit was immediately provoked by the taunting tone. How could I possibly lose to you? Let's compete. The kindergartners in the big class are more mature than these two fools. Lu Zile's fans and Zhou Ziyao's fans fell silent. How did their idols end up like they've been possessed? I told you this show is toxic. I wonder if Lin Ingda's image will also be completely ruined. Lu Ziyao ignored their childish behavior. He cut the bamboo into roughly equal lengths, drilled small holes at both ends, and piled them to one side. In the dappled light through the leaves, she looked focused. Her hands moved quickly, and before long a pile of bamboo had gathered beside her. She stood up, stretched, then went over to check the progress of the two people. The two of them, intent on outdoing each other, worked without pause on processing the cedar wood. Seeing that the two of them were almost finished with those cedar trees, she left them be. She picked a flat patch of ground and began working on the bamboo in her hands. She took 4 pre-cut bamboo pieces, carved out notches at both ends, laid them on the ground, paired them up so they interlocked, and a square frame appeared on the ground. Then she selected 6 slightly thinner bamboo segments and inserted them into the 3 corners inside and outside the frame. On the bamboo pointing toward the camp, she also inserted 2 segments about 2/3 of the way along, and drove stones forcefully into the ground to secure the base frame. Zile, bring over the wood you've prepared. After securing the frame, Lu Ziyao sat down beside it and began splitting the bamboo pieces in half, one by one. At that moment, Lu Zile and Zhou Ziyao had just finished handling the wood in their hands. Hearing his sister, Lu Zile carried over a few logs, while Zhou Ziyao scampered over to Lu Ziyao's side. Sister Lu, tired? I can do this, brown-noser. Lu Zile muttered softly. Sis? The wood's brought over. Now what? Lu Ziyao casually handed the machete to Zhou Ziyao. Then you take a turn for me first. Picking up a piece of wood from the ground, he demonstrated to Lu Zile like this. Fill the wood into the frame. This counts as the floor. If it rains it can block the water. He then picked up a broken bamboo strip and stuffed it into the vertical bamboo nodes. This would be the wall, I guess. Once you've laid the floor, start filling in the bamboo strips. That simple? Lu Zile found it hard to believe. Just like that. You two together. I'll add another one. Lu Ziyao waved his hand. Say it. Yang drew another frame in the same pattern. Will this shelter hold? Won't it disappear with a gust of wind? It should be fine. She chose a spot against a rock face. The cliff pretty much blocks most of the wind. What is Lu Ziyao acting so proud about? Isn't this something anyone with hands can do? Go put one together and show me. When Lu Ziyao finished assembling the other frame, Lin Haoran appeared at the camp out of breath, a climbing pack on his left and another on his right. This is senior brother, you're back? I told you Sister Lu is amazing. This is the framework of our shelter. Zhou Zhihao proudly boasted to Lin Haoran. Then he added, senior brother, catch your breath and hurry up and get to work. Lin told Lin Haoran. Is it because his surname is Zhou? Why is he exactly like the legendary Skimflint Zhou? Let your senior brother rest for a bit. He's pretty tired from this run. Lu Ziyao saw Lin Haoran's slightly helpless expression, but there was no anger in his eyes. He spoke to defuse the situation for him. She then casually handed him a bamboo tube. Have some water? It was boiled at noon and chilled in this bamboo tube. Thank you. Lin Haoran took the bamboo tube and thanked politely. Lu Ziyao suddenly remembered she had left a fish trap in the pond. Seeing Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao already starting to get to work, she thought to go to the pond to collect the trap and while there, see if there were any banana trees nearby to cut leaves from to make rain capes. I'll go check the pond for fish. I'll go with you. It's not very safe for you to be alone. Lin Haoran, uneasy about Lu Ziyao moving around alone in the woods, spoke up to accompany her. Sis, I'll go with you. Lu Zile was even more worried about Lin Haoran and his sister to know. I'll go alone and be quick. The three of you focus on building the shelter. Whether you sleep out in the open tonight or in the shelter depends on you. Lu Ziyao refused the two offers and even painted them a pie. Zhou Zhihao, who treated Lu Ziyao like a deity, immediately spoke up. Zile, senior brother, you two don't hold Sister Lu back. Get to work. Stop thinking about slacking off. Then he turned to Lu Ziyao to reassure her. Sister Lu, don't worry. I'll make sure they work properly. You go early and come back early. Be careful on the road. Lin Haoran, Lu Zile. The two exchanged glances for a moment and the clenched fists slowly relaxed. What if I want to hit someone? Hold back, we're still on the show. Is that off the program? Yes. Chapter 18. Starting in the second and third years of the country. I suspect it's off the program. Lu Zile and Lin Haoran absolutely need to give Zhou Zhihao a good beating. My sister-in-law Yao at home didn't expect that one bowl of chicken soup would win over a lackey. This big dog has the personality of a husky. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ziyao came to the poolside and tugged up his fish basket. It was quite heavy. Looks like he did have a catch. He dragged the fish basket away from the shore to a relatively safe area, opened it, and saw 3 crucian carp still struggling out of water, judging by their size. Each weighed about a jin or so. Lu Ziyao noticed something pressed at the bottom of the basket. After taking out 1 crucian carp, he finally saw clearly there was also a bass. Lu Ziyao suddenly looked at the basket with a puzzled expression, then reached in and felt around again. He pulled out a somewhat long-bodied fish with a silvery white belly and a tail tinged with a grassy yellow. Lu Ziyau's expression suddenly turned serious. She immediately put the fish back into the basket and threw the basket back into the pool. Her action immediately set off an uproar in the live chat. What does she mean by that? Did she fish up something extraordinary? But didn't she just take a fish out? Oh snap, I think she's in big trouble now. Waiting for the sir to bring the silver bracelet. Lu Ziyao took off the headset and went to whisper with the cameraman. The follow-up shooter pulled out a satellite phone. A few minutes later Lu Ziyao reappeared in the live stream, holding a cell phone. After dragging the fish basket ashore again, Lu Ziyao took out that mysterious fish, quickly snapped a few photos with the phone, then promptly put the fish back into the pool. I'm a VIP subscriber. Is there anything I can't listen to or watch? Why does she have a phone? Weren't all phones supposed to have been confiscated? I told you she must have hooked up with some big shot. She parachuted in just to whitewash Lu Zile. Why don't you dig up her sugar daddy and see if you can parachute in too? The barrage in the comments was boiling and Lu Ziyao moved up to the camera again. You must all be wondering why I just put the fish back, right? That fish just now was a Yun City split-bellied fish, a nationally protected Class II animal, with relatively few wild populations. Just like the red-crowned crane I encountered before, it starts at 3 years. If you accidentally eat one, congratulations, Ziyao, get a spot in the establishment with food, clothing, housing, and even jewelry all covered. After speaking, he picked up the machete lying on the ground, squatted by the pool, and began to process the remaining fish with one cut. The fish head and body were cleanly separated. The head was strung on a vine, the belly slit open, the entrails removed and stuffed into the fish basket. After dealing with the fish, Lu Zile didn't hurry to leave. Thinking he hadn't properly examined the surroundings when he found the water source, he wandered around the pool. He found a stalk of lemongrass in the bushes, washed it, then split it into 4 parts and stuffed them into the fish's belly. He also discovered a stand of banana trees higher up on the hillside. It was so effortless. Lu Zile climbed the hillside excitedly, raised her knife and cut down quite a few banana leaves, and a cluster of green bananas. After carefully washing the banana leaves in the pool, she wrapped the clean fish and threaded the bananas onto a string starting from the fish's head. Just like that, Lu Zile returned once with a full load. I knew she was following a script. Could her luck really be this good? Encountering protected animals twice in one day? What kind of persona is she trying to build? Some people are simply blessed with extraordinary luck. You can't argue with that. Ziyao, this big dog, is even more devoted this time. She doesn't look like someone begging for her life at all. She looks like she's come for a picnic. Song Xiang, far away in the capital, was sprawled on the sofa, bored out of her mind playing games, while her cousin sitting beside her was swooning. Sis, Lu Zile is so handsome. How does he know so many things? Handsome. Song Xiang replied dismissively. Song Xiang realized belatedly that Shed heard a familiar name, jumped up from the sofa and said, "Who did you just say is handsome?" Lu Zile. Sis. Look, isn't he super handsome? Every feature hits my aesthetic. Her cousin handed the tablet to her. Song Xiang stared at the sharply contoured profile on the screen, speechless for a long moment, then suddenly swore, "Holy shit, Teacher Lu." Because the two groups lived in vastly different circumstances, the show stayed high on the trending list. At Lu Zile holding the script? The poor four. Is Lu Zile's 3-year start claim true? To win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach? Ziyao instantly becomes a fan. Chen Jian saw the trending search and cried with joy. Finally, overwhelming wealth has finally come to me. But no matter what, you can't say their show has a script. His variety show has always promoted itself as authentic. How could there be something like a script? So he turned to the assistant director and instructed, "Post a notice to clarify. We emphasize authenticity, no scripts." The miserable 4-3 were dozing in the camp, while Dan Yenyang was wandering alone in the woods. He had turned over the shrubs, the grass, and the piles of dead leaves, but he hadn't found a single wild vegetable. Dan Yang secretly seethed, almost unable to keep the pleasant expression on his face. If it weren't for being live the whole time, he would have suspected Qi of bribing the production crew. How could he just casually find food to take back? Just when he felt had been walking aimlessly for a long time, he suddenly heard a coo sound. Huh? Why do I hear a rooster crowing in the woods? Too hungry and tired and hallucinating. Standing still, concentrating to confirm it, he couldn't hear the crowing anymore. Danny Yang, why are you just standing there motionless? Fainting from hunger? Have you ever seen anyone faint from standing because they're hungry? Just now the camera swept by. I think I saw a feather. A feather? Where is there a feather? Why didn't I see it? Danny Yang shook his head. Just as he lifted his foot, he heard a rooster crowing not far off. He looked around, then tiptoed toward the direction the sound had come from. He had only taken a couple of steps when a splash of brilliant color appeared from behind the big tree ahead, and his heart leapt with joy. Ha ha ha, once I catch it and bring it back to camp, let's see how that bitch Guan laughs at me then. When he was still a few steps from the tree, the mysterious creature came out from behind it into his view. Dan Yenyang was full of doubts, turning to look at the follow-shoot PD, trying to confirm things from the PD's expression. Unexpectedly, the on-location PD had already received the director's instruction. Sensing his gaze, he quickly guessed its meaning, exchanged a look with him, and nodded. Having received the confirmed answer, Dan Yang rubbed his hands together in secret. Whether he could turn things around depended on this. Click. Chapter 19. Dan Yang's ultimate chicken-grabbing attempt. Just as Shan Yang was about to get within striking range, he accidentally stepped on and snapped a dry twig on the ground. The crack of the twig startled the previously composed chick, which flapped its wings and scrambled farther away. Damn it, Shan Yang cursed and angered. He straightened up and breathed a slight sigh of relief, then cautiously watched the branches at his feet as he walked, finally managing to get behind the chick. He lunged forward with his eyes closed, trying to trap the chick in his arms and hold it down. Unexpectedly, while he lay on the ground, the chick flapped its wings and perched on his head. Ha ha ha, who taught him to catch chickens like that? Laughed so loudly I woke my napping sister and got a good beating. All my roommates were sleeping, so I set my laughter to vibrate. As a result, the guy on the lower bunk poked his head up and asked me for a hard drive. Is this chicken sick? Can't it just let my brother catch it? Which hospital let an unhealed you out, sister brother? Danny Yang knew this time had really lost all face. If he couldn't catch this damn chicken to save face, it would become his embarrassing history forever, something he could never shake off in this life. He angrily pounded the ground with his fist, then reached up and grabbed at his head, trying to grab the chicken's leg. The chick reacted faster than he did. His fingertips only brushed warm feathers, and the little damn chicken that had embarrassed him had already flown off in another direction. So it began a game of chase between it and him, turning the whole area into chaos. It was all the chick's gut cries and Danny Yang's curses. The cameraman following them stood behind the camera, speechless and covering his eyes. The sight was unbearable. That damned little chicken had Danny Yang running all over the hillside until, finally, the cameraman, unable to watch any longer, stepped in and helped Danny Yang catch the bird. Did Danny Yang bribe someone? How could he still help? You're the one who paid off people. This is the result of my Yang being beautiful and kind-hearted. What? When Lu Zile was caught, they said she was following a script. You think he could help without paying? If he didn't shit on your Yang, that would count as this chicken having high morals. Practice more, work on your act more. Practice what? Practicing chicken catching? Ah ha ha ha, the insults are a bit filthy. When Danny Yang was carrying the chick back, a news item quickly shot to the top of the trending list. Danny Yang's exciting chicken catching moment. Netizens from all over edited his chicken catching footage into various funny videos. View counts shot up and a flood of reaction images kept emerging. Li Chun was so furious steam seemed to come out of his head. In the office he smashed his phone, smashed his cup, he smashed everything he could. Damn idiot. Could have become a top influencer. Now he can only go the comedian route. What a waste of my high hopes for him. What are you looking at, idiot? Hurry up and go to PR to get that trending topic taken down. Li Chun shot a glare at the little assistant cowering by the office door. Oh. Okay. The assistant took the hit lying down. As he left he rolled his eyes and muttered curses under his breath. Meanwhile Zhang Ming was watching the funny video, cackling non-stop and furiously posting it to his moments and sharing it in every group. Lu Zile's little assistant cautiously tried to dissuade Zhang Mingi, who was laughing so hard he was about to pass out. Mingi, this isn't really appropriate, is it? Why not? I didn't edit the video. And isn't it funny? Zhang Mingi handed the phone to his assistant. Ha 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 hunji ha ha ha. The assistant was afraid the neighbor Li Chanchong would come over and pick a fight with Zhang Mingi. Although it really was hilarious. Was it okay to laugh so loudly, even sounding like a pig? Lu Ziyao had no idea how embarrassed Danny Yang was. She just carried a few fish and a couple of fish heads, and walked briskly back to the encampment. By then the sky had already darkened and a fire had been lit at the encampment. The shelter's floor and walls had been finished, and the two small bamboo huts were basically formed, only the roofs remained. The moment Lu Zile saw Lu Ziyao return, he hurriedly took the banana leaves from her arms and Zhou Zhihao took the fish heads from her hands. Oh yeah, so many fish? Are we having grilled fish tonight? Oh, and plantains too, Zhou Zhihao said, face full of excitement. Yes, I'll grill fish for you tonight. Didn't Lin the movie king bring bamboo shoots? I'll also make a fish head soup. Lu Ziyao nodded. I forgot to bring the pot to fetch water. She tapped her head, a bit annoyed. Tell you Jia. You rest, Zile, and I will go. We'll also bring back a few bamboo tubes to hold some fresh water. Zhou Zhihao volunteered. Before Lu Zile, who didn't want his sister to be alone with Lin Haoran, could open his mouth, Zhou Zhihao had already grabbed him and pulled him away, stuffing several bamboo tubes into his arms. What are you doing? I never agreed to go with you. Lu Zile wanted to slap the troublesome Zhou Zhihao dead. Hurry up, it's getting dark. The earlier we go and return, the sooner we'll get to eat grilled fish. Zhou Zhihao completely ignored Lu Zile's complaints. What do? I'm kind of shipping Zhou Zhihao and Lu Zile. Sister, trust me, Bumping into everything will only hurt yourself. They actually make quite a pair. Enemies lovers. One need any help? Lin Hauren stood idly at the camp, suddenly feeling a bit awkward, so he asked, find the salt and rub it all over the belly and the back of the fish. Leave the lemongrass inside the belly as it is. Oh. Rub a little salt on the fish head too. Lu Zile thought for a moment and gave Lin Hauren a task. At the same time, Lu Zile peeled the outer skin off the bamboo shoots that Lin Hauren had brought. She found a flat stone, rinsed it casually with water, and sliced the bamboo shoots to set aside. While Lin Hauren was cleaning the fish, Lu Zile took 4 bamboo sticks left from building the shelter and skewered the fish. Do you know how to grill fish? She looked at Lin Hauren's face, so otherworldly it seemed untouched by mortal affairs, and felt her question was somewhat superfluous. Lin Hauren honestly shook his head. No, then build another fire. Once they fetch the water they can cook the fish directly. Okay. Lin Hauren nodded in agreement. Lu Zile reduced the fire a bit and set the 4 fish on a rack over it to roast slowly, turning them occasionally after Lin Hauren got the fire going. He glanced at the pile of firewood, said nothing, and went back into the woods to collect some more. Seeing Lin Hauren bustling about with no hint of an award-winning actor's airs, Lu Zile's opinion of him rose a little. Before going on the variety show, she had crammed some knowledge about the entertainment industry. She knew that actor Lin had a very good reputation, since debuting had no scandals or negative reports, and had climbed to the top through his own hard work. Lin Hauren found there was nothing left to do, so he sat down beside Lu Zile and stared blankly at the 4 fish over the fire. The 2 of them sat beside the fire, talking off and on. The sky had already darkened, the birds and cicadas in the woods had fallen silent, only the wet mountain wind rustled the leaves. Lin Hauren suddenly felt relaxed, so relaxed he was almost drowsy. Chapter 20. Grilled fish. When Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao returned, the grilled fish was already sizzling and oozing oil. The aroma of the fish mixed with the distinctive scent of lemongrass, making Zhou Zihao's stomach rumble. He couldn't wait to set the small pot on the fire, then turned and sat down on the other side of Lu Zile. Sister Lu, is it ready? Is it ready? I'm starving. Lu Zile just finished arranging the bamboo tube in his arms when he saw his sister had Lin Hauren sitting to her left and Zhou Zihao to her right. There was no room left for him. What's up with these two? That's my sister. Do they have no sense at all? If I'd known, I would have refused to share a meal with them. Lu Zile's eyes darted, and he immediately pointed at Zhou Zihao. Zhou Zihao, you just put the pot down and walked away? Where's the fish head? The bamboo shoots. Zhou Zihao rolled his eyes. I'm already sitting down. Can't you cook a fish head soup? Humph, I can't. If you can, then you do it. Lu Zile retorted sullenly. What kind of good person doesn't even know how to make a fish head soup? Zhou Zihao said disdainfully as he stood up and went to the small pot. He looked at the pot, then at the bamboo shoots, then back at the fish head, scratched his head, and in a somewhat humble tone asked, Sister Lu, do you put the bamboo shoots in first for the fish head soup, or the fish head? Oh, what kind of good person doesn't even know how to make fish head soup? Lu Zile sneered, throwing the words right back at him. Who said I don't know how to make it? I just don't know whether to add the bamboo shoots first or the fish head. Zhou Zihao bristled, forcing a defense. Now that you say it like that, I can make it too. I just don't know whether to add the fish head first or the bamboo shoots. Lu Zile showed no sign of relenting. How Zai, let's just leave it at that. We don't have to force ourselves to save face. How? Your character's already fallen apart like this. If you just can't do it, then you can't. We won't make fun of you. 2 weaklings pecking at each other. Lu Zile listened to the two's pointless quarrel, couldn't help pressing a hand to his forehead, and signaled with his eyes to Lin Hauren beside him, who was barely holding back a laugh. Can you do it? Lin Hauren somehow understood the meaning in Lu Zile's look, straightened his face, honestly shook his head, and replied with his eyes, I can't either. Sigh. Lu Zile sighed, and the 3 of them all turned their gazes to her in unison. Zhou Zihao and Lin Hauren looked sheepish, while Lu Zile stood there somewhat defiant despite his unease. You two come over and grill the fish. Lu Zile called them over. The 2 who had been arguing looked at each other, and Lu Zile hesitated before speaking first. Sis, well, neither of us know how to do it. Just flip them over, flip more often, just make sure they don't burn. Lu Zile waved his hand, and the 2 had no choice but to go over and take over grilling the fish. Lu Zile took the 2's place, and Lin Hauren came over at that moment. Lu Zile glanced at Lin Hauren's movements, muttering to herself, her eyes darting to the side from time to time. Too much eagerness when there's nothing to be eager about. Who knows why you'd come to help grill fish? What are you doing over at my sister's making a fuss? All you ever do is freeload food and drinks. Zhou Zihao heard Lu Zile softly muttering something, so he leaned in and asked quietly, what were you saying? Lu Zile snapped back to himself, damn. He seemed to have let something slip. Hearing Zhou Zihao's question, he glared at him and said, I was saying whose good person wouldn't make fish soup. Zhou Zihao was glaring in bewilderment. Hey you're no different. We're two of a kind, neither of us should lecture the other. Lu Zile sneered, that's different. I admit I can't do it. The two of them started another round of bickering. Lu Ziyao poured the water from the pot into another small pot, leaving only a little, then blanched the sliced bamboo shoots in the water. After taking the bamboo shoot slices out, he put the subcutaneous fat left from slaughtering the chicken at noon into the pan and rendered out the grease. Then Lin Haoran put the salt-cured fish head into the pan-fried it until both sides turned yellow, poured the water back into the pot, and added the blanched bamboo shoot slices into the water. After finishing, he went to check the grilled fish. The two little rascals were flipping it fairly diligently, and the fish wasn't burned, so he said to the idle Lin Haoran, you watch the fire. Huh? Oh. Lin Haoran scratched his head and gave Lu Zile a goofy smile. Lu Ziyao ignored the three of them, patrolled the camp, found some remaining vines to secure the small bamboo huts they'd built, then split the leftover bamboo sections and removed all the bamboo membranes. Sis, come see, are the fish ready? Lu Zile's voice came over. She got up to check the fish and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad at all. When Zhou Zihao heard that praise, he was so happy he could hardly contain himself. That's all thanks to Sister Lu's teaching. Bootlicker. Lu Zile glared at Zhou Zihao, whose smile looked stupidly silly. Would those fish have been edible if not for Sister Lu's teaching? Who else could have taught you? Without Sister Lu, could you have eaten those two fish? When Zhou Zihao heard Lu Zile accuse him of flattering, he immediately turned and launched into a tirade. Lu Ziyao turned back to look at the fish soup. It had already turned milky white. All right, let's eat. At the sound of the word eat, the two, whose stomachs had long been awakened by the aroma of the fish, stopped arguing. Nothing mattered more than eating. Lu Zile took the lead and handed the fish in his hand to his sister. Sister, eat mine. Only after seeing Lu Ziyao take it did he give a look to Zhou Zihao. The fish my sister eats is the one I grilled. A half step slower, Zhou Zihao reluctantly handed the other fish in his hand to Lin Haoran's senior brother. Have some fish? Lin Haoran looked at Zhou Zihao's little expression and was amused. So you mean I'm not worthy? Lin the best actor's expression looked a bit like he wanted to stab. How Lin the best actor? Well, I'm no longer your kissy senior brother. If Lu Zile had a tail, it would already be wagging up to the sky. The childish duo. Lu Ziyao greeted the cameraman with a hint of apology. Sorry, there are only 4 fish today. The mountains are cold, have a bowl of soup. The cameraman waved his hand repeatedly. It's fine, we brought rations. A little soup won't hurt, rations can choke you. Lu Zile, who bit into a roasted fish without minding the heat, chimed in to back him up. No problem, the fish soup is enough. Lin Haoran also gently persuaded. Yes, a little soup to warm the body would be good. Zhou Zihao also spoke. Then we won't be polite. The 4 guests persuaded together. The others couldn't refuse further, so they casually fetched bamboo tubes and chopsticks themselves. Lu Ziyao is so hypocritical, he eats the fish himself and just gives others the soup. Didn't you hear Big Brother say they brought provisions? Lu Ziyao and the others have nothing else, it's just these few fish. Shall I ask the Leshan giant Buddha to move over for you? Your turn, even the soup might not be allowed for others to sip. Chapter 21. A single sun filled with tea fragrance. The 3 who stayed at the camp felt less listless after waking up. By then the light had already dimmed, so they decided to pitch their tents at the encampment, covered in dust and looking gray and pale, with a face full of joy. He limped back to the camp holding the little chicken in his hand, and the 3 of them had already built a fire. Yang, you're back? Huh? What are you holding? Ning Menghan had been worried since Yang had been gone so long and kept an eye on the camp, so she was the first to spot him. Yang waved the chicken in his hand. Senior sister, I caught a chicken. This guy is really shameless. Wasn't it the photographer who caught it? What's he taking credit for? If my brother hadn't worn it out in front, how could the photographer have caught it? It's just mediocre, no amount of patching helps. My brother's family doesn't raise chickens, so it's normal they couldn't catch it. He's nothing like Lu Zile, that country girl. I bet she does farm work every day, so practiced. As soon as the three heard this, their hearts leapt with joy and they immediately crowded around. Tonight there would be meat to eat. When Guan Guan hurried over and saw it was a live chicken, she pressed the corner of her mouth down and offhandedly asked, "Among everyone sitting here, who can kill a chicken?" That question poured cold water over everyone's enthusiasm. They stared at one another for a long while. "Even if someone could kill it, we don't have any water right now," Guan Guan said, staring at the chicken still flapping, and added, "Guan Guan understands the saying desiring the shrimp but forgetting the pig's heart. Isn't she the mole on the opposite side? Why does everything she says sap the team's morale? But she isn't wrong. When I was sulking because Dan Yin-yang, that idiot, had found something to eat, Guan Guan's 2 words made me eat an extra bowl. Ah, smells so good." The four discussed for a long time, and in the end, having no better option, they could only wait until they found a water source to figure out how to deal with it. So Chi found some vines and tied the chicken up tight, then went and gathered some thorny dead branches to make several rings around it. Afraid that the hard-won food would get away, the mountain darkened quickly. By the time he finished dealing with this lucky little chicken, the surroundings were already shrouded in thick night. After a day of hiking the mountain roads with nothing proper to fill their stomachs, he watched the chicken almost bundled up like a zongzi swallowed hard. Everyone looked out of sorts. Sitting by the fire, the mood suddenly grew very heavy. "Aren't there 2 supply packs? There are 2 packs of instant noodles in total. Let's split them half and half and eat." Chi's stomach was already growling, so he spoke up to break the silence. Shanyang was so hungry his chest felt tight, but he still hesitated. "If we eat them tonight, what about tomorrow? What if we can't find anything tomorrow? We'll have no food left. We'll focus on finding water tomorrow. It's okay to move further away from here. If we find a camp near a water source, we'll move there. Once we have water, we'll figure out how to kill a chicken, then we won't starve." Chi spoke slowly, carefully analyzing the current situation for Shanyang. "Right, my senior brother is right." Guan Guan, who never wavered in supporting Chi, chimed in from the side. Ning Menghan had originally also thought they should conserve the food, and after hearing Chi's analysis felt there was some sense in his words. "Yes, Yang, let's get through tonight first. If we rest well, we'll have the energy tomorrow to look for water and food. Once we find a water source, we won't have to worry about lack of food." Seeing that Ning Menghan and Guan Guan both agreed with Chi's suggestion, the minority had to yield to the majority. In the end, they could only agree. The 4 of them opened the instant noodle packets. One person divided a half block of noodles, and they barely ate it down with the bottled water on hand. The flatbread combined with the water reduced the burning sensation in their stomachs considerably, and everyone felt their stomachs were less empty. The hunger was still there, especially for the 2 big men, Chi and Shanyang. The enormous physical exertion wasn't matched by food intake, the fatigue growing ever stronger, and Guan Guan was the first to break down. "Senior brother, I'm so tired, my fingers can't move, I want to go to sleep." Guan Guan leaned against Chi, her voice much quieter. "Then you and senior sister go to sleep first. Chi and I will split shifts. I'll stay up the first half of the night." Shanyang's voice was also weak. "You and Chi are tired too. Today you 2 did most of the work finding food. How about this? Guan Guan and I will pair up and we'll split into 3 groups." Ning Menghan felt that if she and Guan Guan didn't start contributing more, they'd soon be roasted by netizens. "Yeah, Sister Ning is right. Split into 3 groups so no one is so worn out." Guan Guan thought for a moment, then quickly grasped the idea. "I'll stand watch first. Brother Yang, you've had a rough time too. At least I took a short nap this afternoon. Let Guan Guan and senior sister Ning keep watch until dawn." Chi quickly arranged the night watch. Yang nodded to show his agreement. Once the arrangements were in place, Guan Guan and Ning Menghan said they couldn't hold on any longer and went back to the tent first. Chi and Shanyang sat at the campsite in a daze. "I wonder how Zile and the others are doing," Shanyang suddenly said at HM. Chi looked puzzled. Why did he suddenly bring up Lu Zile? "We 4 are already this exhausted. Him and sister alone, I don't know if they've run into any danger." "There shouldn't be any danger, and there are 2 cameramen with them. If anything happens, the production team will provide support right away. Don't worry." Seeing Danny Yang's concerned face, Chi could only offer reassurance. "This Danny Yang who exudes the aroma of tea, I kind of want to. Even Lu Zile treats my brother like this, and my brother is still worried about him. He's really so kind." The sister upstairs, Lu Zile, is living very happily. He has food, drink, and a place to stay. He doesn't need your brother to worry about him. Dannying, you should look after yourself first. My Zile doesn't need you to fret over him. Back when we were in the group he was a bit pampered. When we went on tour he was picky about food and lodging. He was young then, and the rest of us went along with him, indulging him. Although he did some unpleasant things to me, I think he's just been spoiled by his family, a little willful. Danny Yang was still surreptitiously labeling Lu Zile. Chi was starting to lose it a bit. Wasn't this digging a hole for himself? He can go ruin his own reputation with the media if he wants, but coming to me and saying this? This is a live broadcast, man, what do you expect me to say to that? Chi lowered his head, still thinking about the best way to respond to Shani Yang, when Shani Yang suddenly stood up. Hey, I'm going to sleep first, I'm exhausted. Thanks for holding the fort. He left Chi sitting there alone, staring blankly at the firelight. Chapter 22. I just missed you. After Lu Ziyao and the others ate and drank their fill, Lu Zile, Lin Haoran, and Zhou Zhihao, 3 free laborers, set up the shelter's roof under her friendly guidance. Why do I call it friendly guidance? Then let's rewind the timeline to the moment right after they finished eating. Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao were lying like corpses on a big rock. Soon as Lu Zile heard his sister say they still needed to build a roof, he immediately began to groan. Sis, I can't even lift my arms. Look at my face, isn't it a bit thinner? Relying on the mutual exasperation that binds Zhou Zhihao and Lu Zile in revolutionary camaraderie, Zhou firmly took Lu Zile's side this time. Sister Lu, look at the beautiful starry sky. If you put up a roof you won't be able to see it. Are you trying to starve the two of you today? Look how big your face is. If I pinch it, it might get even bigger. Lu Ziyao was laughing at his own dumb younger brother. He pointed at Zhou Zhihao. Look, there's such a big moon right above your head, so why don't you point out where the stars are? The two, having been roasted by Lu Ziyao, looked pleadingly at Lin Haoran standing nearby. The movie ace Lin caught the signal and, seeing they really didn't want to move, was about to speak up to help, but Lu Ziyao glanced at him casually, and the words on his lips were swallowed. Adopting a "if my fellow Taoist won't die then I want either" attitude, he stood there staring at the sky, the ground, and the distance, anything but those two pitiable guys bowing their heads and getting scolded. Actor Lin's true nature as a henpecked husband is exposed. Doesn't dare say another word with just one look. Lu Ziyao, who does she think she is? Ordering everyone around, because all the food and shelter the three of them have today are thanks to Lu Ziyao. Lu Ziyue. Okay, Zhou Zhihao. Okay, Lin Haoran. Okay, netizens. Not okay. Lu Ziyao launched into a blistering scolding, and finished with Lu Zile after the show. 15 kilometers every day. I'll have Mingyij supervise you. Lu Zile. No sis, isn't it supposed to be 10 kilometers every day? Why did it increase? Zhou Zhihao was covering his mouth, laughing on the side. Luckily it wasn't my turn. Then Lu Zile's voice came to my ear. Sis, can I run with Zhou Zhihao? We live pretty close. I immediately performed a vanishing smile trick. Lu Zile, I have nothing against you. How can you be so indifferent to my fate? Didn't you say I'd be your real little brother from now on? Real little brothers share hardships and joys together. Lu Zile puffed out his chest, entirely self-righteous. Or did you never consider my sister a real sister at all, and only used her to trick people into feeding you? He then lowered his eyes, his shoulders trembling slightly, his hands hanging weakly at his sides, accusing Zhou Zhihao with overwhelming grief. A huge accusation suddenly fell over him. Zhou Zhihao felt like a scumbag who denied someone as soon as he pulled his pants up, clutching his chest as he shakily pointed at Lu Zile. Don't slander me. Lin Haoran watched the two kids starting to act and wondered whether he should teach them a lesson. Don't think you two can stall for time. If it's not finished tonight, tomorrow you two will only be allowed to drink water. Lu Ziyao's emotionless voice cut them off. Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao exchanged a glance. Their stalling tactic had failed, so they could only slump and dejectedly reply, "Oh fine." He laughed so hard he sounded like a goose. The roommate thought I was crazy. Little did he know how funny Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao are. Arguing and somehow they found a rhythm. No matter how much you act, you still can't beat a single sentence from my sister. Or should we have Lin, the film emperor, give you a lesson? That would be a bit over the top. After Zhou Zhihao and Lin Haoran quickly washed up, they went to bed. Only the two siblings remained sitting by the fire. Sis, why did you suddenly come back? To keep me company on the show? Lu Zile knew they didn't stream during sleeping hours, so he voiced the question that had been pressing on his mind all day. Nothing much, I just missed you and wanted to come see you. Lu Ziyao didn't tell the whole truth. Lu Zile instantly had tears in his eyes, his voice trembling with effort to hold back. Sister, he wanted to tell his sister about his grievances and his exhaustion, but the words died on his lips. His sister was already so busy and tired. He had grown up and could no longer shield her from the wind and rain. At the very least, he had to protect himself so she wouldn't worry anymore. Lu Zile didn't speak, and Lu Ziyao didn't ask. She just looked at him gently and, as she did when they were children, patted his head. Zile, your sister believes in you. I don't demand that you must achieve great things. I only hope you have a peaceful and smooth life. If you feel unhappy in this circle and can't hold on, then come home. The Lu family's assets are enough to support you for life, and at the very least, your sister has the ability to protect you forever. Lu Zile nearly couldn't hold back the wetness in his eyes at his sister's "I believe in you." She must have known, which was why she came all this way to back him. He drew a deep breath. Sis, I'm fine. I can handle it myself. Good, Zile has grown up. No matter what, your sister will always be here. That night, Lu Ziyao and Lu Zile talked for a long time, and only when Lu Zile truly couldn't hold on any longer did they go back to sleep. Ever since the incident, Lu Zile had not slept well, so he slept particularly deeply and woke only at dawn. When Zhou Zhihao got up, Lin Haoran and Lu Ziyao were already up. Lin Haoran was following Lu Ziyao practicing punches, and Lu Zile was the only one missing, so he dashed into the bamboo hut. Zile, get up. The sun's baking your butt. When Lu Zile opened his eyes, he saw Zhou Zihao's handsome face. He closed his eyes, turned over and mumbled, waking up the wrong way. How could it be Zhou Zihao? Directly drove Zhou Zihao crazy with delight, and began to continuously whisper in his ear. Big Sister Lu is calling you to get up. Big Sister Lu has started cooking breakfast. Big Sister Lu has gone out hunting. Lu Zile was utterly annoyed. He stood up and pushed Zhou Zihao away. Are you being annoying or what? Hehehe, if I don't sleep then you can't sleep either. We said yesterday we'd face hardships together. Lu Zile had never found anyone as obnoxiously clingy as Zhou Zihao. Helpless, he could only get up. Who would have thought that just as they walked out, the live stream had just started, and the fans who had been lying in wait instantly flooded in. Then the comment stream exploded. This, who's going to tell me they slept together last night? Lu Zile looked listless, his face full of grievance as he stared at Xiaohaoge, while Xiaohaoge was brimming with energy. This really is a bit hard to judge. Damn it, is my Lu Zile the one underneath? Lu Zile, can you at least put up a fight for me? Wait, if Zhou Zihao and Lu Zile sleep in the same room, doesn't that mean? And so, the four of them snagged today's #1 trending topic. Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao sleeping together. Lin Yingdi transforms into Lu's top influencer brother-in-law. Chapter 23. Finding a camp on the other side. The miserable four had already gotten up before the livestream started. After tidying themselves a bit, they appeared in the broadcast room. But with empty stomachs, their faces didn't look good. After sharing the wild fruit left over from yesterday, they continued searching for a water source. After discussing with the assistant director, Chan Jian, fearing these four truly couldn't survive in the forest, ultimately gave the filming PD instructions. In Chan Jian's own words, they should lead Shani Yang and the others to the campsite Lin Haoran and the others had found first. They weren't using it anyway, so it would be a boon for these four. So the PD following them kept finding opportunities to give Shani Yang signals or point the way. At first Shani Yang thought it was a coincidence, but later realized the production team was rigging things. He was secretly pleased, convinced that the person outside must have ordered the crew to look after him so he wouldn't suffer on the variety show, and he contentedly led the four of them onward until they came upon a shallow stream. Wow, Yang, you're amazing. I knew you could do it. Now the hard times are finally over, Ning Menghan said with a smile, lavishly praising Shani Yang. A rare smile appeared on Qi Ye's usual impassive face. Even Guan Guan, who had been giving Shani Yang cold looks yesterday, complimented him. Brother Yang, impressive. She scooped up some water with her hands to wash her face and sighed in comfort. Finally, this feels good. Shani Yang forced down the smile tugging at his lips and said modestly, I couldn't have done it all by myself. After everyone had a brief rest, Danny Yang, under PD's guidance, unobtrusively led them to the campsite that Lin Haoran and Zhou Zihao had abandoned. The four saw the cleared ground that Zhou Zihao had tidied up. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and showed looks of pleasure. We're really lucky today. This place is perfect, no weeds to clear. And it's not far from water, Guan Guan said, swinging Qi Ye's arm. Danny Yang lowered his head and gave a scornful smile. Lucky. It's all thanks to me. If not for the person behind me, you wouldn't even know how long you'd have been wandering around here. When he looked up again, he resumed his usual feigned gentleness. Yeah, we're really lucky today. There's also an extinguished fire here. Maybe it's a spot where a ranger stopped while on patrol. Isn't this the campsite Linning Di and Little Hao found yesterday? Mai Yang finally doesn't have to work so hard anymore. They're not even living here anyway, so what's wrong with letting us stay? Why does this feel like the production crew handed them a script? How else could they have found this place so precisely? Where's the script? There's not even a map. Finding this place was all thanks to our family's one good luck streak. Zhou, can you stop leading us astray? We've been following you all the way, and I haven't seen a single chicken, not even a wild berry. Lu Zile's voice came through. A little agitated. Lu Zile, stop shouting. Do you even know what find means? Finding means using your eyes to discover something. If you can see it at a glance, that's called picking. Zhou Zihao's voice followed closely. After a short while, Shani Yang saw Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao's figures. He stepped forward and waved Zile Zihao. The two who had been bickering fell silent the moment they heard Danny Yang's voice. Lu Zile cursed under his breath. Bad luck. Guang glanced behind them and asked Lu Zile suspiciously, why are you two together? Where are Haoran Ji and your sister? Mind your own business, Lu Zile said, hands in his pockets, looking impatient. Zile, you haven't found a place to set up camp? Why not call Haoran Ji and your sister over? This place is pretty big. It could fit quite a few people. Danny Yang asked, sounding concerned. Zhou Zihao glanced around, then turned to Lu Zile and said, isn't this the place senior brother and I found yesterday? I was the one who cleared the grass here. Then you're making wedding clothes for them. Why don't you move over there instead of freeloading off my sister? Lu Zile snapped back without politeness. Oh no, don't say that. How can your 37-degree mouth say something so cold? Who else will talk to you if not me? Zhou Zihao immediately threw an arm around Lu Zile's shoulder. Wearing a pleading expression, Zhou Zihao knew all about the feud between Lu Zile and Shani Yang, which had been making a big fuss. But after spending less than a day with Lu Zile, he found him to be someone who was tough in words but soft at heart and simple-minded, not the kind of bully or ungrateful person the rumors had painted. The young Master Zhou of the wealthy Zhou family learned early that the first lesson in a clan isn't how to make money but how to read people. So confident he couldn't be mistaken, and with a touch of teenage melodrama about him, Zhou Zihao unhesitatingly stood with Lu Zile, echoing him in unison. Shani Yang's smile froze for a moment, then he quickly smoothed his expression, awkwardly inventing an excuse for himself. I thought you hadn't found the campsite yet and was going to ask you to come over together. What are you two standing here for? As a few of them jockeyed for position openly and covertly, Lu Ziyao and Lin Haoran strolled up at a leisurely pace. Holy crap, this looks like the scene of a gang fight about to happen. We live in a society governed by the rule of law now. We shouldn't be fighting and killing each other. That's uncivilized. Better to tear into each other verbally. I love watching that. The boss is cursing me through the computer screen. I told him to wait and keep his insults for later so he doesn't interrupt my live stream of the bitch fight. Believe me, with Yaojia from my family around, it won't escalate. At most it'll be one-sided output from a lone green tea. Brother Haoran. Miss Lu. Lin Haoran was the biggest name here, so the four of them each greeted him. Lin Haoran's expression was calm. He nodded and continued to stand behind Lu Ziyao. Seeing this, Danny Yang felt his jealousy rising slightly. In just a day and a night, had Lu Ziyao already hooked up with Lin Haoran? No wonder he didn't want to be with us, claiming I was too weak. Wasn't it just that he wanted to cozy up to Lin Haoran to pave the way for Lu Zile? With Lin Haoran's help, Lu Zile would surely have resources piled up like before. Why does he have to work so hard, even sell himself to land a sugar daddy, while Lu Zile does nothing and has everything handed to him? Hey, arrange, Yang caught a chicken yesterday and hasn't had a chance to eat it yet. Want some? Ning Menghan invited Lin Haoran. Yeah, Haoranji, I went through hell to catch this chicken. It was no small feat. Suppressing his jealousy toward Shani Yang, he spoke to Lin Haoran, but his gaze landed on Lu Ziyao at the side. Sis, I still want to eat braised chicken with mushrooms. Lu Zile suddenly said to Lu Ziyao. Sister Lu, I want some too. That braised chicken with mushrooms yesterday was the best I've ever had. Zhou Zihao swallowed, looking at Lu Ziyao with hopeful eyes. Go find the ingredients yourselves. I can't make them appear out of thin air. Lu Ziyao smiled brightly, pretending not to see Shani Yang's bragging, provocative look. Thanks for the offer, Yang, but there are quite a few of you, it's better to save it. With Miss Lu here, we won't go hungry for now. Lin Haoran looked a bit troubled at his 3 teammates and had to step in to smooth things over. Although nobody dared offend him given his status, since this was a live stream, it was better not to make things too awkward. Chapter 24. Help me make a mosquito repellent pouch. Slap. The sudden, sharp sound of a palm attracted everyone's attention. Chi raised his hand, blood clearly visible on his palm, and smiled wryly. There are a lot of mosquitoes, you can't guard against them all. Wow, speaking of mosquitoes, I just realized they're really miserable. That big bump on Danny Yang's face was from a mosquito bite, right? Yes, look at Chi's hands, they're all covered in red bumps. My Yaojia is impressive. Xiao Haoga and the best actor really are clinging to big names, okay. Zhou Zihao rubbed his chin. Mosquitoes? Where are the mosquitoes? Are you retarded? You're wearing the mosquito repellent pouch my sister gave me, Lu Zile said with full disdain. Miss Lu, why don't you get one for us too? We're all filming a variety show together, we're practically teammates now. You wouldn't want to see us suffer like this, would you? Upon hearing this, Shani Yang's eyes brightened. His gaze swept over Lu Zile and the others as he slyly tried to set a trap for Lu Ziyao. Is this an attempt at moral blackmail? Lu Ziyao looked at Shani Yang without changing expression. Not much to look at, but her imagination sure is grand. As soon as Lu Zile heard that, she knew Shani Yang had bad intentions and immediately stepped forward to retort. It's just helping out, it won't take much effort. When you need help in the future, we'll help too. A big welt rose on Guan Guan's cheek, making her look a bit comical. Then we don't need your help. Lu Zile also had no intention of indulging them. He had talked with his sister for a long time last night. He had come to terms with it. This industry always elevates some and steps on others. He had been a top star and achieved his dream clearly. If he had to choose between staying in show business and his sister, he'd choose his sister. Zile, you shouldn't speak so absolutely. And for Miss Lu, isn't this just a trivial favor? Shani Yang added fuel to the fire. If Lu Ziyao didn't agree, netizens would definitely attack her for disregarding others, calling her cold and heartless. Lu Zile's repeated interference would also turn into dirt on his reputation. Profit shoulder to shoulder with nothing to lose. Is Danny Yang and Guan Guan morally coercing her? It's really low. I hate being morally coerced by others the most. Guan Guan isn't wrong either, making an anti-mosquito pouch. How tiring can it be? Ha, helping you is out of kindness. Not helping is my duty. It wouldn't hurt to help a little. For Lu Ziyao it really would be nothing more than a flick of the wrist. The livestream room erupted into a clamor for a moment. Zhou Zihao's mind ran a circuit and he suddenly understood what Danny Yang was trying to do. He was about to speak when a hand tugged at his sleeve. He froze for a moment and fell silent. Lu Ziyao pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled brightly. It's really not a big deal. The prescription is just a few common medicinal herbs. You can find them if you look. In order to prevent them from getting lost. He also went through in detail for the few of them what various herbs look like and where they typically appear. Finally he even added with a laugh, sorry about that, since Mr. Shan already did the homework first, it shouldn't be a big problem. It's almost noon. The rest of us need to go find some food, so we'll be off. That sentence directly choked off Shani Yang's. Then could Miss Lu take us to look? He could only watch as Lu Ziyao led the 3 of them away. What the? They said that and just left. How are we supposed to find it now? You're really something. I'm already doing you a favor by telling you, and now I have to help dig for you too. So digging for a bit will ruin her meal? My Yega has been bitten like that. Eating a little later won't kill him. You people, the principals, expect to freeload without giving anything? Dream on. Sister Lu, why did you just drag me? Zhou Zihao followed closely behind Lu Ziyao, asking her with a puzzled expression. Nothing. Lu Ziyao only smiled and did not answer directly. Sis, are we going to set the trap? Lu Zile thought for a moment and understood why his sister had stopped Zhou Zihao from speaking, so he changed the subject. Lu Zile's diversion immediately threw Zhou Zihao off. His attention shifted and he asked Lu Ziyao with great enthusiasm, Sister Lu, how do we make this trap? No one noticed Lin Haoran at the back, his gaze tinged with meaning. Lu Ziyao led the 3 of them, dug up some wild vegetables along the way, and came to the pond to check the fish basket she had set. Zihao, you go. Wash the vegetables. Zile, you go gather the fish. Lu Ziyao paused. Actually, you two can go wash the vegetables with Lu Ziyao didn't pay attention to them either and went to pull the fish basket up herself. Wow, Sister Lu, did you weave this bamboo basket? Zhou Zihao, hurry over here, this is your work, don't even think about slacking off. Lu Zile suddenly noticed that Zhou Zihao had somehow already sidled up to his sister. It's just those few dishes. You and senior brother can handle it. It'll help, Sister Lu. Zhou Zihao waved off the matter carelessly, not even turning his head to ask little brother how openly slacking off. He really did manage to slack off successfully. Lu, the top streamer, already had smoke coming out of his head, wishing he could just shove little Hao brother into the water and wash him. Sis, what kind of wolfish words are you spouting? Lu.jpg just made it up on the spot, not hard. If you want to learn I can teach you. Lu Ziyao looked a bit tentative. He had just opened the fish basket when his view was completely blocked by a fuzzy little head. Lu Jiejia. There really are fish. Hey Lu Zile, let go. Lu Ziyao hadn't had time to make a move when a hand reached over, twisting Zhou Zihao's ear, and whispered in his ear, Zhou Zihao, it's one thing if you don't work. But are you going to distract my sister too? Am not, don't make things up. Zhou Zihao finally freed his ear from Lu Zile's hand, waving his hands repeatedly in denial, 3 denials in a row. Yang, come quick, there's a pond here. Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao couldn't help but glance at each other. Damn. No sooner had the words fallen than Ning Menghan and Shan Yang appeared in everyone's sight, followed closely by Qi Yi and Guan Zile. What a coincidence. Shan Yang was the first to grin and greet. Heh, not a bit of a coincidence. Disdain almost overflowed from Lu Zile's eyes. What are you doing? Guan poked her head out from behind Qi Yi, asking with a face full of curiosity. Shan Yang looked around and saw Lu Ziyao holding a fish not far away, with a bamboo basket at her feet, while Lin Haoran was squatting by the water holding something that looked like wild greens. His spirits immediately brightened. Miss Lu, Brother Haoran, you caught a fish so quickly. When Zhou Zihao noticed Shan Yang's gaze fall on Lu Ziyao, he immediately stepped in front of her, his eyes full of caution. Brother Yang wouldn't want to eat the fish too, would he? Chapter 25. Sao Discord Xiao Haoji's look at the thief unbelievable. He just glanced once, that's all. Is that necessary? As if nobody's ever eaten fish before. Not just one glance, if he looks twice more, the sorrowful tears will start to spill from the corners of his mouth. How's I? Look, I can do it, you're hopeless with fish? Donnie Yang's thoughts were snagged by Zhou Zihao's words. His expression turned sour. He forced a smile. Zihao, don't joke. We still have a chicken. I'm just curious how Miss Lu caught the fish. Heh, how she caught them is none of your business. There are so many fish here, if you're so good, why don't you give it a try? Lu Zile's mouth curled. His mockery turned up to full. Guan was displeased. She jumped out from behind Qi Yi, and Qi Yi couldn't hold her back. Lu Zile, if you can. We can too. Who are you looking down on? Heh, Lu Zile rolled his eyes so far they nearly flipped to the back of his head. At that moment Lu Ziyao spoke slowly. Zile, watch your words. He paused, then continued, we were just lucky. This little pond has quite a few fish, you can give it a try. After speaking, Lu Ziyao gave Zhou Zihao and Lu Zile a look. When the two men came over, he stopped paying attention to Shan Yang and the others and efficiently got on with cleaning the fish in front of him. I've washed the vegetables. Lin Haoran, who hadn't spoken since Shan Yang and the others appeared, said as he carried the washed vegetables toward Lu Ziyao. It's already washed so quickly? Then go cut a bamboo stalk. Lu Ziyao thought for a moment and decided to make a bamboo carrying basket. Otherwise there would be too many things and they'd be hard to carry. She handed the other machete to Lin Haoran and gestured to the two crouching nearby who were pulling weeds. You two come too? Find some vines, sturdier ones. Okay. Lin Haoran obediently nodded. Danny Yang felt somewhat resentful. Lin Haoran still hadn't paid them any attention. Lu Ziyao was just riding on that face. She wasn't part of their circle, and couldn't offer the movie king any substantial help. Was she really worth cozying up to like this? The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. She bit down so hard her tooth was nearly crushed, then asked in a seemingly puzzled tone, Miss Lu, why did you have Brother Haoran do this kind of physical labor? Lin Haoran, suddenly being called on, froze just after taking the machete and didn't have time to say anything. Lu Ziyao looked up, her cool voice carrying a hint of bewilderment. Why can't he do the work? What if Brother Haoran gets hurt? He's a best actor, won't it be better for Zile and Zihao to go themselves? In Yang's tone was an indignant note, sounding genuinely concerned for Lin Haoran. What's wrong with the best actor? If the best actor doesn't work, he won't get any food either? Lu Zile was even more puzzled. She kinda wanted to pry open this guy's head to see what was inside. This is a survival variety show. If you don't work and just sit there waiting to be fed, Lin Haoran would be roasted alive by netizens. Shed assumed this level of sewing discord was platinum tier, but it turned out to be bronze. Oh wow, does proximity to the talented make you refined and proximity to the shady make you corrupt? How come Ning, the talented woman, is starting to get petty too? My best actor didn't say anything. What are they doing, pointing fingers and directing from over there? Brother Yang and senior sister Ning aren't entirely wrong. He's a best actor, why should he do rough work? Wake up, the great Qing dynasty is long gone, there are no princes anymore, alright? You expect not to work and live on air? Fat hats. Still, you can't let Haoran do this kind of work, can you? Shani Yang's face went a little pale. He bit his lip hard and argued. Then how about letting Haoran kill the fish? Lu Zile couldn't stand it any longer and sneered. Don't act so important, whether Haoran does it or not has nothing to do with you, got it? Exactly. Zhou Zihao chimed in beside Lu Zile. Is there really a hierarchy when it comes to doing chores? Doing anything is still doing something. Top tier Lu and Hao Zai to insiders. Well, fight. To outsiders. Well, fight. What's going on with Lin Haoran? My brother kindly stood up for him and he doesn't say a single word. The die-hard fan of Danny Yang is really too much. Our film emperor is happily at work, please don't cue him, thanks. Lin Haoran and Lu Ziyao locked eyes with knowing meanings. He quickly expressed his sincerity. No, I'd better go chop bamboo. I definitely won't kill fish. Hey, arrange, I'll go chop bamboo with you. I also want to weave a fish trap. Chi suddenly spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Ning Menghan cursed Danny Yang as stupid in her mind. His attempt to sow discord had been shut down, but since they all worked for the same company, she could only smooth things over. Aloud, Yang, let's go too. Shani Yang suddenly snapped back to his senses, his face ashen, realizing he'd done something foolish, but it was too late. He clenched his fist tightly where no one could see, forcing out a smile. I'm sorry, Miss Lu, I was narrow-minded. Lu Ziyao didn't say anything more. She lowered her head and continued handling the fish in her hands. Hearing Chi's words, Lin Haoran first glanced at Lu Ziyao, who was gutting fish, and seeing she had no objection, he led Chi and the others toward the bamboo grove at the same time. The exchange between Shani Yang and Lu Ziyao and by association Lin Haoran shot up to the trending searches. Survival game. Danny Yang kisses up to the wrong person. Survival game. Danny Yang stands up for the best actor. Li Chan saw the trending topic and once again ransacked his office. How stupid could Danny Yang possibly be? He can't seriously think that having a backer lets him do whatever he wants, can he? Had only been on the variety show for 2 days and was already ruining his persona, while Lu Zile's public image online actually improved a lot. Why on earth did he pick a fight with Lu Ziyao? Such low-level tactics, anything that isn't a live stream can be fixed in editing. And now he's gone and exposed his stupidity completely. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get PR to bury the trending topic. Li Chan was trembling with anger. Lin Haoran's agent Yuan Wei was equally furious. He wished he could take a knife and chop Danny Yang to pieces. Danny Yang was courting death and trying to drag Haoran down with him? If Haoran's mind had worked a bit slower and he had followed that line of talk, his spotless reputation since debut would have been ruined. Fortunately, Haoran's mentality and values have always been sound. He hasn't been blinded by fame and fortune. Lu's sister, Lu Ziyao, who was at the edge of the pond rummaging through something, heard the voices. She turned and saw Zhou Zihao and her own silly younger brother each carrying a bamboo pole, and Lin Haoran behind them holding several more. Sister Lu, besides fish, is there anything else to eat in this pond? Zhou Zihao watched Lu Ziyao poking around and curious asked. Eat, all you ever think about is food. Worthless at everything else but number one at eating. Heaven and earth are big but eating is the biggest. If you've got the guts, don't eat. Lu Ziyao looked at the 2 childish kids bickering with each other and couldn't help feeling a bit of a headache. Young people fooling around was normal, but these 2 were really a bit too noisy. Chapter 26 Fish Basket. Am I a dumb son who's fawning over the 2 landlords' homes? Look at Sister Yao's expression makes me want to go pew 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 on them. I don't know what Zhou Zihao is thinking, getting so close to Lu Zile. Isn't he afraid of being bullied after the show? This just proves my Lu, the top idol, isn't someone who bullies others. You might say Housie is blind possible, but you can't expect even the best actor to be blind. I'll fetch some herbs. You two go handle the bamboo about this long and this wide. Lu Ziyao gestured the dimensions with his hand. Then what's senior brother doing? He looks pretty idle to me. After hearing Lu Ziyao's description, Zhou Zhihao looked up and saw Lin Haoran lost in thought, and blurted it out without a second thought. Zhou Zhihao had just finished speaking when he received Lin Haoran's dangerous glare. He nervously rubbed the tip of his nose and gave Lin Haoran an awkward smile. Lin Haoran had been pondering what to find to do so he wouldn't seem so idle, but before he could think of anything, his own junior apprentice brother had already dug a trap for him. Housie, have you ever thought that your senior brother might actually kind of want to slack off? Ha 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 ha, those two are fake brothers, right? Lin acting emperor, junior brother, kiss, hold back and don't act. Lu Ziyao glanced at the sky. It was almost noon, so he decided to make a fire here and cook lunch, sparing them from having to carry the bamboo and fish back. He said, "You go light a fire. We'll have lunch right here." As he spoke, Danny Yang and the others also dragged several pieces of bamboo back to the poolside. Zhou Zhihao and Lu Zile had the experience of building a bamboo hut yesterday, so they handled the bamboo with ease. By contrast, Danny Yang and the others were at a loss with the bamboo. The four muttered to each other for a while, and Qi then walked over to Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran, who was working hard to start a fire. What is it? We also want to weave a fish trap. But we're not very good at it, so we wanted to borrow yours to take a look. Qi felt a bit shameless and his face flushed slightly. Lin Haoran was a little bewildered. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward Lu Zile. Wasn't she the one they should be asking to borrow it from? Why come to him? Of course Qi knew they should be asking Lu Ziyao, but Danny Yang and Lu Ziyue were on bad terms with her. If they went to Lu Ziyao directly, he was worried she would flatly refuse to give face, so he compromised and came to Lin Haoran. After all, Lin Haoran's standing and position were obvious. As long as Lin Haoran agreed, Lu Ziyao would find it hard to contradict him. Lin Haoran immediately understood the point and replied coolly, "This fish trap was woven by Miss Lu. I don't have the authority to decide to lend it to you." Heh. You people certainly know how to find someone. Lu Zile listened to Qi and Lin Haoran's conversation. His voice neither loud nor soft, just audible enough for everyone present to hear. Qi felt his face grow even hotter, embarrassed like a thief caught in the act. He had no choice but to walk over to Lu Ziyao's side. "Miss Lu would like to borrow your fish basket to study it for a bit, may we?" Lu Ziyao stood up and stared straight at Qi. For a moment the atmosphere grew tense. Qi was pressed by Lu Ziyao's presence until he could hardly breathe. A few short seconds felt like hours. Suddenly Lu Ziyao lowered her eyes and the corner of her mouth curved up. "It's over there, take it." Qi only then came to his senses. After taking a breath he said, "Thank you, Miss Lu." Carrying the fish basket back, he realized he was covered in sweat. Who exactly was this Lu Ziyao? The pressure radiating from someone of his status was not something ordinary people could withstand. Lin Haoran had already successfully started a fire, took a few bamboo skewers to thread the fish, and set them over the fire to roast slowly. Lu Ziyao then grabbed a handful of some unknown herb, had Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao help with grilling the fish, then sat in Lu Zile's original spot. He picked up the machete and split the bamboo pieces the two had prepared into thin bamboo strips. Then he began weaving a bamboo basket, which looked much larger than the previous fish basket. Shawnee Yang kept staring at the activity here, so he was the first to notice Lu Ziyou's movement. He nudged Qi and signaled him to look at Lu Ziyou. Qi was studying the fish basket and had his train of thought interrupted by Shawnee Yang, so he was a little displeased. He was about to speak when he saw Shawnee Yang's hint and followed his gaze. His furrowed brow immediately smoothed out as he fixed his eyes on the movements of Lu Ziyou's hands. Afraid of missing the slightest detail, Lu Ziyao, who was fully focused on weaving the bamboo basket, seemed to sense something. Raised his eyes toward the few of them, and his ambiguous, half-smiling expression reminded Qi of the earlier feeling of pressure. But thinking about the next 10 odd days, if they could catch fish, at least they wouldn't go hungry every day. So he could only watch Lu Ziyou's movements with great pressure. Lu Ziyao, however, only glanced once and then withdrew his gaze, not paying attention to their actions. Can't Lu Ziyao make one for Qi and the others? It shouldn't be difficult for her. Here we go again. Do your fans like the main person all expect to get something for nothing? He only lent a hand. Our brother is the one going hungry. They put it out there in plain sight for your master to copy, and you still expect someone to do it for them? Where do you get the nerve and confidence? When Lu Zile sketched out the general framework, the aroma from the trio grilling the fish began to drift outward. The four, their stomachs growling, couldn't help swallowing when they caught the scent. Their gazes kept darting to the grilled fish over the fire. Even hearing the fish oil sizzle on the flames smells so good. I'm starting to think my cooking skills are pretty good. I'll let you try what I grilled in a bit, Zhou Ziyao said happily as he flipped the fish in his hands, smiling at Lu Zile. "Tsk, is what I grilled not tasty? Why would I eat yours?" Lu Zile said, somewhat puzzled. "Just look, my skills are better than yours. See, it's sizzling and oozing oil here. It'll definitely be crispy on the outside and tender inside. Slurp," Zhou Ziyao boasted to Lu Zile, pointing at the golden brown belly of the fish. "Sounds like you're saying mine's no good." The miserable quartet, who hadn't had a single hot meal since entering the mountain, upon hearing Lu Zile and Zhou Ziyao's argument, felt so hungry their hearts were up in their throats. "Yang, why don't we go back and eat something first? Then come back this afternoon to make the fish trap?" Ning Menghan couldn't hold back and was the first to suggest. Yeah, I'm so hungry. Don't we still have a chicken?" Guan chimed in beside her. Yang looked over at Qi, who was engrossed in studying nearby, and had nothing to say. Guan understood and gave Qi's hand a tug. "Senior brother, shall we go back to eat first?" "Huh? What? Go back to eat?" Qi thought back over the steps Lu Zile had woven. There shouldn't be any major problems, so he nodded. "All right, let's go back to eat first." After getting up and returning the fish basket, Qi left with his teammates. Chapter 27. Killing a chicken. Lu Zile and Zhou Ziyao did that on purpose, right? Knowing Qi and the others hadn't eaten yet, they still discuss grilled fish in front of them. Didn't they be a little considerate? What kind of character is this? Just quit the fandom. No way, are you a worm in their stomachs? You even know whether they're hungry? Or should Lu Zile and the others finish grilling the fish, remove the bones, cut it into pieces, and feed it right into your household master's mouth? Even if this fish were given to my Yang, it would be deserved. Yesterday Lu Zile and the others ate meat all day, while my Yang could only chew instant noodles. Lu Zile should compensate my brother. As soon as the single Yang fangirl's remarks appeared, angry netizens from all sides rushed in to tear her apart, and the live stream room once again erupted into a noisy uproar. After seeing the single Yang and the others leave, Zhou Ziyao murmured under his breath, "Humph, if you pick a fight with me, it'll make you regret it." "What?" Lu Zile only caught Zhou Ziyao muttering but didn't hear clearly what he said, so he asked. "Nothing, I was just asking if you want to eat the fish I grilled." Zhou Ziyao threw his arm over Lu Zile's shoulder and said with a grin, "No." Lu Zile resolutely replied as he pushed Zhou Ziyao away, who was leaning in. Lin Haoran glanced at Zhou Ziyao, who was joking around with Lu Zile, masked the meaning in his eyes, and silently continued flipping the fish in his hands. Just as Lu Ziyao was finishing up, the fish finished roasting. After the four of them ate, Lu Ziyao tidied up, wrapped 2 vines around, and a small backpack basket appeared in his hand. "Can someone tell me what is there that this woman can't do?" Lu Ziyao clearly looks like a girl used to doing farm work. She does these chores with ease. "Ha ha, Yang Ti is really so funny. He killed a chicken. I'm dying of laughter. I suspect your master wants me to die laughing so he can inherit my Hua Bei. Brother, big brother, don't just keep laughing. I'm so anxious. Forget it, I'll go check it out myself." Yang's livestream room was bustling and chaotic though. It was said that Danny Yang and Qi and the other two returned to the camp. Seeing the chick listlessly standing in place, Ning Menghan remembered the smell of grilled fish by the pool. Her mind filled with stewed, fall-apart chicken meat and thick broth, giving off an enticing aroma. Qi hesitated a moment before speaking. "Do you have to boil water before killing the chicken?" "I suppose so. Shall we boil a pot of water first?" Guan asked with a bit of uncertainty. "Then, how do you kill a chicken?" Ning Menghan asked, getting to the point. Danny Yang strained to recall those hazy memories. After replaying the steps in his mind, he said confidently, "I'll do it, you go boil the water." Guan shot him a skeptical look. "You really can? Didn't you say you couldn't last night?" "I was just exhausted yesterday and couldn't think straight. I thought it through carefully just now. Although I've never actually done it, it shouldn't be a big problem." Danny Yang smiled. Although she still thought Danny Yang was unreliable, since he was so confident, Guan Guan couldn't keep questioning him and could only nod in agreement. Qi Yi and Ning Menghan agreed immediately. After all, there was no better option right now. Having divided the work, the others sprang into action. Qi Yi lit a fire. After rinsing the pot briefly, Guan Guan and Ning Menghan went into the woods together to gather firewood. Soon they had a fire going and the pot set over it. Danny Yang untied the little chickens that had been bound like Zongzi, grabbed them by their wings, and at the edge of the camp found a relatively flat rock. He pressed a chicken onto the rock, raised the cleaver in his hand, and brought it down. Qi Yi caught sight of Danny Yang's posture out of the corner of his eye and felt uneasy. He had just uttered the first syllable, when there was a sudden bang. Ha ha ha, no way, is this killing a chicken or beheading? Chicken? In my past life did I dig up his ancestors' grave or what? Why am I brought up here for execution after autumn harvest? The main thing is, haha. Let me laugh first. The main thing is, ahaha. At this moment both the knife and the stone fell silent. The live stream's barrage of comments was densely mocking. Occasionally a fan of Danny Yang tried to defend him but was immediately scrolled away. Qi stared at the unscathed little chick, his mouth twitching as he fell into a brief silence. Danny Yang never expected it. When the blade came down, the chick suddenly sparked a will to live, tucking its head back so the knife edge met the rock in intimate contact. Just as he was about to deliver a second cut in indignation, Qi Yi couldn't help but shout, "Brother Yang, what is it?" Danny Yang's hand froze in midair as he looked toward Qi Yi. Seeing Danny Yang's posture and the lingering ferocity on his face, Qi Yi felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, swallowing his nerves. He forced his words into a more tactful tone. "Brother Yang, maybe we should slit its throat instead. We can find a container to collect the chicken's blood. Don't let it go to waste." Single Yang subconsciously glanced at the PD following the shoot. He saw the PD hiding behind the camera nodding at him. Immediately he felt reassured and followed Qi Yi's cue. "I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. This chicken blood is a good thing, so go get something." Qi Yi exhaled slowly and picked up the water bottle from the ground. Single Yang changed his grip for catching the chicken. When he wiped its neck, the first cut wasn't forceful enough and drew no blood. The second cut finally split the chicken's neck. By the time the bottle was full of chicken blood, the chick could no longer move. Single Yang casually placed the chicken into the pot Qi Yi had brought and went to fetch the boiled water. Just as he turned, he saw out of the corner of his eye that the chick that should have quietly died had popped up, flapping its wings and sprinting outward. Shani Yang froze on the spot. "Yang, what are you standing there for? Chase it." When Qi Yi heard the voice, he turned and saw the fleeing chick and immediately broke into a run. "It's the only food, it can't just get away." As he ran past Shani Yang, he called out to him. "Chicken, didn't expect it, did you? I was playing dead." "Huh?" "Shani Yang, snap out of it. Your chicken is running away. The magic of love goes round and round. I want chicken, you are too beautiful." Haha. Laughing non-stop. Where are Danny Yang's brainless fans? Aren't you going to come out and denounce the chicken? When he came to, Danny Yang also ran out right after, and the two of them flanked it. Before long they had caught it back. Danny Yang poked it with a finger, no reaction. But he still didn't dare let his guard down. So he had Qi Yi bring over the boiled water while he kept watch here. Only when Qi Yi poured the water into the pot and the chick remained motionless did the two of them finally breathe a sigh of relief. The four of them struggled for a while to finish the work. After adding the chopped chicken into the pot, they sat around the fire and waited for it to come to a boil. Chapter 28 Honey. While Single Yang and the others were still pitifully waiting for their first hot meal since entering the mountains, Lu Ziyao had already taken Lu Zile and the third person, carrying a small bamboo basket, and headed deeper into the woods and the forest. Lu Ziyao found a patch of wild Chinese yam, directing the three to dig while explaining to them and to the viewers in the live stream. Zhou Zhihao, young Master Zhou, had never done this kind of work before, like had been injected with chicken blood. His hands never stopped moving and he hummed off key songs as he worked. "I have a little woven backpack, I never carry it. One day I felt like it and carried it to dig up vegetables." "Wow, Sister Lu, look, isn't it amazing?" he said proudly to Lu Ziyao, holding up the long slender yam, his eyes sparkling. Lu Ziyao smiled with his eyes and gave him a sincere compliment. Not bad, keep it up." "Zhou Zhihao, aren't you childish?" Lu Ziyao couldn't stand seeing Zhou Zhihao act so foolishly. "Mind your own business. I'm just faster than you." You're the one who's jealous. Zhou Zhihao sniffed arrogantly, looking smug at Lu Zile was so furious with Zhou Zhihao he nearly steamed from his 7 orifices. I'm jealous of you, my foot, do you dare compete with me? Then let's fight, who's afraid of whom? Senior brother. Get out of the way. Zhou Zhihao pushed aside Lin Haoran and squatted down beside Lu Zile. Innocent Lin Haoran. Lu Ziyao. Fans of Zhou Zhihao and Lu Zile scrambled to cover their eyes, insisting this absolutely wasn't the real owner of the body they must have been taken over. What on earth did I just fangirl over? Can these two even read at a kindergarten senior class level? That's a good question. I think the middle class might suit them better. Lu Zile, stop pretending. Do you really think acting like a dumb, sweet innocent will make you look innocent? This still needs pretending? If Lu's top star in my house had such godlike acting, this live stream would have 2 Best Actor winners today. Okay. Zhou Zihao's fans and Lu Zile's fans, feeling a kinship, were trash-talking each other. The comments flew by, and the more discordant remarks in the chat were quickly upvoted and disappeared. This kindergarten-level contest was pushed back onto the hot searches by the onlookers. Lu Zile creates a persona to improve his image. Is Lu Zile really an innocent, naive sweetheart? Lu Ziyao watched them dig themselves in enough and called an end to this childish competition. The group continued walking forward. This time Lu Ziyao and Lin Haoran walked side by side at the front, and the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Lin Haoran, because of his social anxiety, didn't know what to say to Lu Ziyao. Not being part of the entertainment industry and having a different profession from Lin, likewise didn't know what topics to bring up. In contrast to the two of them were Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao, who were a few steps behind and still arguing. Their debate was still about who was the real winner of that match. Lu Zile, who had been fiercely debating with Zhou Zhihao, suddenly felt a drop of liquid hit his face. Lu Zile reached out to touch it, brought his hand close to his nose to smell it, detected no unusual odor, and on impulse put his finger to his mouth and licked it. "Ah, Lu Zile, are you stupid? How can you just put anything into your mouth?" Zhou Zhihao watched Lu Zile's instantaneous action and couldn't stop him in time, pacing anxiously beside him. Hearing Zhou Zihao's shout, Lu Zile's expression turned sharp. He immediately pivoted and covered the distance to Lu Zile in 3 steps and 2 strides. What's going on? Lu Zile felt a little guilty now. It was just a reflex. It was sweet, it should be honey. Lu Ziyao slapped the top of Lu Zile's head, her tone a mix of anger and urgency, her face serious. Do you know this place is dangerous? How could you dare put something in your mouth without knowing what it is? You just ate fish and you're not starving. Sis, it really was just a reflex. I sniffed it and there was a sweet smell. Lu Zile's narrow eyes were full of pleading. This time you're just lucky. Zhihao, keep an eye on him from now on. Lu Ziyao gave Zhou Zhihao the order with an expressionless face, then looked up. At first glance, her peach blossom eyes were sparkling like starlight. Her luck was extraordinarily good. Above their heads, a large beehive hung from the treetop, the golden honey at its tip trembling as if about to fall. Wow, honey, honey. When Zhou Zhihao saw Lu Zile looking up, he followed his gaze and immediately started bouncing with joy, grabbing Lu Zile by the shoulders and shaking him, completely forgetting that he had just been bragging that Lu Zile would have to listen to him from now on. Zhou Zhihao, let go, I'm going to throw up. Lu Zile, feeling a bit queasy from the shaking, shoved Zhou Zhihao away with force. Sis, well, climb up and pick it right away. He had already decided how he'd climb when the huge beehive came into view. At this moment, Lin Haoran, who hadn't said much, spoke up. Now is not a good time. We need to find a container big enough, otherwise it'll be such a waste. And we have to figure out a way to avoid the bees. Right? Lin Yingdi is absolutely right. Lu Ziyao murmured in agreement. Isn't that a wasp nest? How can Lu Ziyao be sure he didn't see it wrong? Ugh, I'm really speechless. Does your family's hornet produce honey? If you're uneducated, go home and read more instead of making a fool of yourself here. Probably another brainless fan from next door. Just trying to smear our Yao sister. What do we do then? What if someone else beats us to it? I still want to grill fish and brush it with honey. Zhou Zhihao paced up and down in a panic. Don't worry, don't worry. Well, think of a foolproof plan. Come on, let's keep going and take a look further ahead. A few of them strolled along leisurely, chatting and laughing, with not an ounce of urgency, like they were on a sightseeing trip. Zhou Zhihao was enthusiastically discussing with Lu Zile how to harvest honey when 4 figures appeared not far from them. No need to look to know who those 4 were. Haoranji, Zile. Shawnee Yang's eager voice sounded nearby. In the blink of an eye they were standing in front of them. Lu Zile's face darkened and he rolled his eyes. Are you talking about honey? Guangguan heard their conversation and asked curiously. Zhou Zihao was excited and blurted out without any guard, we just found a beehive in the back, it's huge, so much honey. When Guangguan heard that, her eyes flashed. She casually bumped Qiyi with her elbow, and Ning Menghan beside them also looked more delighted. Lin Haoran gave Lu Ziyao a look. Lu Ziyao barely shook his head, indicating that it wouldn't matter if Lin Haoran told them. Haoran-ji, Miss Lu, are you going to harvest honey? Can you take us along? I promise we won't hold you back. A flash of shrewdness crossed Shawnee Yang's eyes. Then he put on a cautious expression. Chapter 29. You think that can clean your name? It was the first time Lu Ziyao had seen such a pitiful look on a guy's face. His voice all syrupy, it was painful to watch. Lu Ziyao found it strange. He gave Shawnee Yang a curious once-over. His expression inexplicable. We're not going. We have enough food for ourselves. See, that beehive is right over there. You can go by yourselves. He even helpfully pointed them the way. Hearing Lu Ziyao's words, Shawnee Yang only then noticed the small bamboo basket behind Zhou Zihao. It looked heavy, and the jealousy in his eyes was quickly suppressed. He continued, Miss Lu, we're going to be staying so long, having a bit more food can't be wrong, can it? At this, Lu Zile's delicate brows showed impatience. I already said we don't need it. If you want it, go cut it yourselves. Mr. Shan, honey won't fill us up. There's no need for us to hoard it. We still need to find some meat. Skipping one meal will only leave us hungry. Do as you please. Lu Ziyao said lightly, not paying attention to Shawnee Yang's stiff expression. Just as he turned to leave, he seemed to think of something and looked back to add, bee stings can still hurt a bit. If there are any problems, contact the production team promptly. Lin Haoran nodded to the few people and then followed Lu Ziyao. What kind of attitude is Lu Ziyao showing? My brother Yang was only kindly reminding him. Does he have to speak so sarcastically? Why would my Yaojia go after your brother Yang? Wasn't he just speaking the truth, even pointed you in the right direction and warned you to be careful? I refuse to believe there wasn't a hint of schadenfreude in Lu Ziyao's words. It just sounds unpleasant. Where's the schadenfreude in that? I thought it was very polite. Are you all brain dead, casually reading ulterior motives into someone's words? After Lu Ziyao and the others left, Shawnee Yang relaxed the stiff expression on his face with his back to the camera, then turned around and said to Qiyi and the others, let's go, we'll head over and have a look, cut off some honey to bring back to camp. Ying, I think Lu Ziyao isn't wrong. Maybe we should take proper precautions before we go after the hive. Ning Menghan imagined those short video scenes of people being chased by bees and felt a bit scared. In a way, they're just bees, not hornets. Danny Yang was starting to look down on Ning Menghan, a bit timid and petty. Guangguan was actually a little scared too, and still asked Qiyi for his opinion. Senior brother, shall we go? Qiyi was silent for a long moment. Let's go take a look first. If there's danger, we'll go back and figure it out. After the four reached an agreement, they set off in the direction Lu Ziyao had pointed earlier. Meanwhile, having walked a long way, Zhou Zihao finally realized and dejectedly said, Lu Zile, did I say something wrong just now? I got carried away and spoke too quickly. Humph, you just noticed? Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao, their eyes no longer shining, glanced at each other. Lu Zile pouted proudly, hesitated, then stiffly offered consolation. All right, it's fine to say it. Danny Yang doesn't have that kind of ability. Really? You don't blame me? Zhou Zihao's eyes lit up again, and he excitedly hooked his arm around Lu Zile's shoulder. Whoa, Lu Zile, I'm so touched. Zhou Zihao, behave yourself. Lu Zile wordlessly pushed Zhou Zihao away. Lu Ziyao waved his hand without a care. It's no big deal, we're not short on this. I'll come back once I've figured out what to do, no rush. Wow, why are Hao Zai and Lu the top idol so perfectly shipworthy? Is Lu Dinglu trying to comfort Zhou Zihao? Honestly, people who bully others can be so warm and attentive to someone else's little moods. Isn't this all staged? They're just trying to whitewash themselves. Can't you see such an obvious ploy? Exactly, Zhou Zihao didn't say anything wrong. Why does Lu Zile need consolation? You bunch of haters who said before that Lu Zile has looks and acting. Now you're coming back to eat your words? Li Chan, who had been monitoring the live stream closely, saw the rapidly scrolling comments and realized most were questioning the authenticity of the Lu Zile bullying incident. His face darkening like the bottom of a pot. The little assistant trembled beside him, not daring to breathe. The show had only just started airing, and Li Chan had already slammed his office door twice. The office was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Just as the little assistant was racking his brains for an excuse to leave the office, a sudden light laugh from Li Chan broke the silence. Lu Zile, do you think you can whitewash yourself like that? Relying on your sister? Li Chen's low murmur reached the little assistant's ears, who shrank into the corner, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. Li Chan picked up the phone beside him and dialed a number. Hello, President Wang. Then he gestured to the little assistant with his eyes. The little assistant looked at Li Chen's slightly feral expression, wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, breathed a sigh of relief, and tiptoed out the door. He let out a long breath, feeling oddly like a survivor after a disaster. This lousy shift might as well not be worked if the pay is 3,000. You need the mental endurance for 30,000. The camera Ziyao, with his teammates and following Lu Zile's directions, searched for about half an hour before seeing the beehive Zhou Zhihao had mentioned. Guan looked up at the massive hive, many little bees buzzing busily around it, and couldn't help swallowing. A bit of fear rose in her heart. Yangji, so many bees, this is dangerous, right? And it's so high we can't climb up there. Ning Menghan frowned as well and said anxiously, yeah Yang, this is too dangerous. We'd better go find other food. We can discuss this hive after we get back, it's not going anywhere. Yang immediately felt somewhat displeased. What was wrong with these two women? Busy but unhelpful and so hesitant is just collecting some honey, how hard or dangerous could it be? Brother Yang, maybe we should just forget it for now. At least let's first see how to take protective measures before doing it. There's no need to rush. Qi Yi joined the ranks of those trying to dissuade him to no way. There may be a lot of bees, but they aren't very aggressive. Since we're already here, we'll just cut off a bit to take back and use as a seasoning. Yang suppressed the irritation in his heart and wouldn't hear any persuasion. Yang's brain might really not be working well. The idea that bees aren't very aggressive rests on the premise that you don't interfere with them, otherwise they won't attack proactively. The person upstairs, have some confidence, remove the words maybe. You're the ones who are stupid. If Brother Yang says it's not dangerous, then it's not dangerous. Are you jealous of him? He didn't get to eat it either. What could we possibly be jealous of him for? Jealous of his bad brain. Exactly, I have confidence in Brother Yang. Go for it, Brother Yang, I believe in you. Chapter 30. I think I got stung by a bee. Brother Yang, shall we reconsider? Isn't this a bit reckless? Qi Yi hesitated repeatedly, and finally spoke to Yang, who was doing warm-ups. Then no need. Yang was already rubbing his hands and ready to climb the tree. Seeing he couldn't change his mind, Qi Yi fell silent and stood a little distance away with Guan and Ning Menghan. Yang wrapped his arms tightly around the trunk and kicked off with his feet. That push sent him up quite a distance, which made his confidence surge. Imitating the motion, he bounced up 3 or 4 more times, and was already halfway up. I told you my yang gauge is awesome, see? That was easy, right? The way you say that, it makes me feel like the head of your household is a, horse. You're the horse, your whole family are horses. Go Yang Gij, keep it up and smack those haters. While Danny Yang's fans were cheering him on, the livestream camera showed him slipping down the trunk. Despite straining with his hands and feet, he couldn't stop the slide, and finally he landed on his backside. Yang, are you okay? Ning Menghan asked with concern, standing where she was. Danny Yang looked a little embarrassed and stood up. I'm fine, the trunk is too slippery. I'll try again. After saying that, he took a deep breath and tried again, but each attempt ended the same way. Guan couldn't bear to watch any longer and spoke up to stop him. Brother Yang, why don't we rest for a bit and think of another way? I'm fine, I'm not tired. Yang panted, forcing his tone back to calm before answering. This time I believe your household's master isn't a horse anymore after all. I've never seen such a lousy horse. Get lost, did Qi Yi and the others all die? My brother worked so hard for whom, and no one thought to go help. Hey, don't pin this on my Qi Yi. He was advised several times and didn't listen. Just practice more if you're so bad. Seriously, Guan and Ning Menghan already tried to persuade him, but your brother Yang just won't listen. Danny Yang didn't know that his fans in the live stream were furiously shifting the blame and provoking the other 3 groups' fans. Many netizens had even gone to Danny Yang's official Weibo to mockingly demand he control his fans, telling him not to bark like a mad dog everywhere. He shook his slightly sore arms and kept climbing. This time he finally reached where the beehive was. Sitting on the trunk, he carefully edged forward to the hive, took out his machete from the bag, cut off a piece of honeycomb, and put it into the supply pack that had been left from when he dismantled supplies earlier. Just as he slid down the tree, ready to make his getaway, a few bees, perhaps sensing the theft, flew over and buzzed around him, startling him so much he forgot he hadn't landed yet and flailed his hand. Yang-gu, don't move. The sudden turn of events made Chi cry out in alarmed. Yang, are you all right? Several people hurried over to the fallen Danny Yang, gathering around him. Dan Yanyang's face also went a little pale. I'm fine, luckily it wasn't very high, and the dead leaves on the ground were pretty thick. He paused mid-sentence, then suddenly felt a sting on his face. But I think I've been stung by a bee. When the three heard this, they hurriedly contacted the production team and asked them to send a medical crew up the mountain at once. Unlike the chaos around Dan Yanyang and the others, Lu Ziyao, accompanied by Lu Zile and the rest, strolled leisurely through the mountain. If I hadn't been following the live stream the whole time, I'd have thought these four were tourists. Hey, Lu Ziyao is holding the script. Of course she's here to film. Are you saying the fish in the basket were put there by the production crew? That the yams and wild vegetables were planted by them too? Isn't that right? No one else can find them, but she can. If that's not the script, then what is? Lu Jiejia, aren't we eating meat today? Zhou Zhihao strode over to Lu Ziyao and asked ingratiatingly. Huh? What? Lu Ziyao didn't catch Zhou Zihao's question at first and asked back. Lu Zile stepped forward, grabbed Zhou Zhihao by the collar and said speechlessly, Zhou Zhihao, did you feed the fish to the dog just now? You ate it too, didn't you? Zhou Zhihao blinked at Lu Zile innocently. Lu Zile's face darkened. Did I say I'm not eating meat today? Then weren't you asking me whether the fish was fed to the dog? So are you saying you ate it too? My ridiculous best friend and I talk like this too, ha ha ha. You two stop fighting, you're both pretty dog-like. Lu Zile really is rude when he talks. Zhou Zhihao must have put up with him so long for the show's sake. You must be someone without friends, right? My bestie and I always talk like this, where's the rudeness? Lu Ziyao was about to speak when a little gray head suddenly appeared at the corner of his eye. His pupils brightened and he couldn't hide the joy on his face. Lin Haoran, who had been standing beside Lu Ziyao the whole time, saw the change in Lu Ziyao's expression and asked curiously, what's up? Lu Ziyao made a shushing gesture, then bent down to look closely and discovered some small holes in the ground. Judging by the marks, they looked like scratches dug by an animal's claws, spaced at intervals. After confirming everything, Lu Ziyao walked over to the cameraman PD, borrowed his wireless phone, switched off the microphone and stepped aside again? Why can't a single VIP hear what she's saying? Did she discover another protected animal this time? This doesn't even look like there's an animal here. I didn't even see any traces. This probably means calling the sponsor and asking the production team to provide food. Lu Ziyao hung up the phone, told the three to wait where they were, then turned and walked deeper into the woods. Brother Haoran, what is my sister about to do? Lu Zile asked with confusion. Lin Haoran, sharing the same confusion, shrugged. I want to know too. Zhou Zhihao scratched his head. Is Sister Lu going to find meat for me? No sooner had he spoken than he received two identical eye rolls. A few of them hadn't reached a conclusion when Lu Ziyao appeared in the frame carrying a large bundle of herbs. She counted the number of cave openings, then ordered Zhou Zhihao and Lu Zile to fetch stones to block them all except three. She guarded one herself, Lin Haoran guarded another, and Zhou Zhihao and Lu Zile guarded the remaining one. Ready? I'm going to light it. After Lu Ziyao lit the herbs, he blew the smoke into the cave entrance. Zhou Zhihao stared at the smoking cave entrance before him, dumbfounded. Holy crap, these caves are connected. Don't talk. Be serious and remember to count. Counting? Counting what? Before she could ask, a pair of furry rabbit ears popped out from the entrance Lu Ziyao was guarding. Her hands were a blur. She yanked the rabbit ears, pulled a plump rabbit out of the hole, then let go and said, Chapter 31 Sausage Lips. Single Yang, holy crap, a rabbit. Zhou Zihao's interjections spilled out one after another, and even the usually calm Lin Haoran showed a surprised expression. Number 2. What are you standing there for? Lu Ziyao caught another one. Lin Haoran reacted first, imitating Lu Ziyao's movements, and quickly caught one too. Then it was Lu Zile, with only Zhou Zhihao still bawling, why can't I catch one? No sooner had he spoken than a furry rabbit bumped into his arms. Just like that, when the four had counted to 12, Lu Ziyao called a stop. Then she leaned into the camera. Director Chun, there are 12 in total. Send 6 over today and the other 6 tomorrow. She then started educating the viewers in the livestream. We are not currently in a closed season, and the show location is not a restricted hunting area. We can exchange the animals with the production team for equivalent supplies. Although wild rabbits are not protected species, for the sake of protecting the ecosystem and wildlife resources, don't hunt them indiscriminately outdoors. Sisters, do you know what a divine face assault is? When Sister Yao leaned into the camera, that beauty had me drooling over the screen. What do you mean? Counting them lets you trade them with the production team for food? Isn't that cheating? The person upstairs must be an idiot, right? Didn't you see my Yaojia caught them? She released them all to protect the environment. If you lack culture, read more books. I only noticed my Yaoji's divine face. Where did rabbits come from? Zhou Zihao finally realized. Sister Lu, can we trade with the production team for rabbits? Bunnies are so cute. How can we eat bunnies? Should we roast the rabbit or braise it? If we braise it, should we find some mushrooms? Would brushing honey on it make roasted meat taste better? Sister Lu, let's go collect honey. Zhou Zihao scratched his head again, looking at Lu Ziyao with a face full of expectation. Fan. This change in art style was totally unexpected. Lu Zile rolled his eyes and imitated Zhou Zihao. The bunny is so cute. Is the bunny not cute? So cute it already looks delicious. If you don't like eating it, I can help. If circumstances allowed, I do want to eat spicy rabbit head, spicy rabbit cubes, red oil rabbit cubes, cold eaten rabbit. Zhou Zihao listed the dish names, even raising a hand to wipe away non-existent drool at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Zihao, I'm coming for you. Slacking off at work watching a live stream and you start listing dishes, so I quietly took out my phone and started ordering takeout. The bunny is so cute. Don't you feel any pangs of conscience? Upstairs, are you serious? Friends from Sichuan province. Someone asked if eating this many rabbits a year would give you nightmares at night. I think pigs are pretty cute too. Why do you eat them? Don't you feel guilty? While they were speaking, the show crew sent 6 rabbits into Lu Zile's hands. Let's go, we're heading back. Today's food is enough so the 3 grown men each carried 2 rabbits. Walking behind Lu Zile just back at the pond, Zhou Zihao held the rabbit up in front of his face and stared into its round, red eyes. Lu Zile, what do you think about going down to look for some mushrooms and making a braised dish? I'm getting a bit tired of everything being roasted. How do you guys have so many rabbits? Guan Guan's shriek reached Zhou Zihao's ears, which were full of visions of rabbits. Zhou Zihao put down the rabbit that had been staring back at him and looked at Guan Guan with a look that said she was the idiot. Of course we caught them. Do you think they just ran into us? Lu Zile glanced over to A. How unlucky today is. No matter where I go I run into these people. Wait, why does the person dodging around Guan Guan look so familiar? Just, what's with the lips? So abstract. Isn't that bastard Danyang? Zhou Zihao obviously saw Danyang too. The two exchanged a glance, turned around in unison, lowering their heads. Pfft. Ha ha ha, what's up with Danyang? Why are his lips so swollen? With those 2 sausages stuck on his face, can he open his mouth and speak? Wah, how did my brother end up like this? Where are the crew? Doesn't this count as a live broadcast accident? He brought it on himself. No matter how the 3 of them tried to persuade him, he didn't listen to a single word. Now look, that little bee picked exactly the perfect spot to sting. Lu Ziyao stared in surprise at Danny Yang's lips and exchanged a glance with Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran forcibly suppressed the smile rising at the corner of his mouth, produced the best acting of his life, and cautiously asked Ying, what's this? Useless. Danny Yang's lips were badly swollen and he could barely open his mouth to speak. Lin Haoran didn't understand a single word, so he turned his gaze to Ning Menghan beside him. Ning Menghan had to step in and explain, after we split from you, we followed the direction Miss Lu pointed out and found the beehive. When Yang cut the honey and climbed down the tree, he was accidentally stung by a bee. The production team also sent a medical team up to treat him. Yang, do you want to take a break? That looks, a bit serious, Lin Haoran said, choosing his words carefully. Yang shook his head. Ning Menghan dutifully translated. Yang said he didn't need to rest. At first we persuaded him, he said it was unnecessary, but we didn't expect it to swell this much. Then Yang, if you're feeling unwell, tell the production team, don't try to be brave, Lin Haoran warned. Ahem. Lu Ziyao stood to one side and cleared his throat. Warning Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao were forcing smiles and trembling all over not to go too far. Did Lu Zile caught his sister's meaning, nudged Zhou Zihao with the tip of his foot, and the two smoothed their expressions and quickly turned around. As a result, my gaze accidentally swept over Danny Yang's sausage-like mouth, and I couldn't help but turn away in tacit agreement again. Danny Yang, who was standing not far away, didn't miss the two of their expressions and small movements. A flash of resentment passed through his eyes and his lowered hand clenched into a fist. Zhou Zihao, Lu Zile, you two just wait. Let's see how long Lin Haoran can protect you. Guan Guan, looking innocent, asked Miss Lu, where did you catch so many wild rabbits? Illegal hunting. Hey, don't say that lightly, we didn't hunt. Zhou Zihao forced himself to look away from Danny Yang's eyes. When he heard that, his face fell. Lu Zile patted Zhou Zihao's arm reassuringly, then explained, we didn't hunt them. These were supplies exchanged with the show. That's impossible, what could you have traded to get so many rabbits? Guan Guan clearly didn't believe Lu Ziyao. Counting rabbits for each wild rabbit caught, we swap one for a domestic one. My sister only traded half with the production team. We still have the other half stored with them. Lu Zile spoke with pride and a hint of smugness. Chapter 32. The rabbits are so cute, Miss Lu. Could I ask where you managed to catch so many rabbits? Chi Yi rubbed Guan Guan's head, signaled her to stay quiet, and asked politely, all over the hills. Lu Zile was only halfway through speaking when Lu Ziyao interrupted. Near the place we found, but that fox is clever and has many hiding spots. I poked one nest, so it's unlikely she'll still be staying there. You can try, we were just lucky. When Chi Yi heard Lu Ziyao's reply, although he hadn't squeezed out any useful information, he knew Lu Ziyao was right and could only smile and thank her. Okay, thank you. Miss Lu. What are you saying? It's the same as saying nothing. Guan Guan muttered softly, her face showing displeasure. Lu Zile the type who can't stand others doing well? She's so possessive. Afraid someone will snatch her food. I wonder if it's just tinnitus. Why do I hear dogs barking? Is what Sister Yao said wrong? Finding them is all skill. Rabbits aren't like some dogs who sit there waiting for people to scold them. Who are you calling a dog? Whoever it is, it is. No skill but blaming others for not taking you along, always dreaming of getting something for nothing. After answering Chi Yi's question, Lu Ziyao went to the pond and began killing rabbits. Because they were afraid of being banned, the live stream did not show the scene of Lu Ziyao killing the rabbit. The stream only showed Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao washing the Chinese yam, and Lin Haoran sitting beside them helping Lu Ziyao. Dane Yang lifted the fish trap they had put down, opened it, and found only 2 half-kilogram bass inside. Only 2? The 4 of us won't be full with this. Guan Guan leaned in and exclaimed in surprise. Turning his face, he saw Zhou Zihao and Lu Zile holding the Chinese yam. Hey Lu Zile, what is that? Chinese yam? Where did you find it? Lu Zile, who had been joshing around with Zhou Zihao, was floored by the blunt triple question. Huh? Zhou Zihao looked at Guan Guan as if what she said were obvious, his tone sour. This? It's Huai Shan. As for where I found it, I don't remember. I was just following Sister Lu, and while we were walking we came across it. Guan Guan's gaze immediately shifted to Lu Ziyao. However, Lu Ziyao seemed not to have heard their conversation and continued to focus intently on processing the rabbit. Guan Guan didn't wait for Lu Ziyao's reaction. Her gaze shifted to her hands. Immediately a shriek of ah echoed over the pool. That scream focused everyone's attention in one place. All eyes watched Guan Guan lunge at Chi Yi, who was weaving a bamboo basket. What's going on? Such a fuss. Zhou Zihao was so startled his accent changed. Guan Guan buried her face in Chi Yi's chest, her voice trembling slightly. She's killing the bunny, she's skinning the bunny, it's so cruel, senior brother, I'm scared. Zhou Zihao was speechless, his eyes rolling up to the sky. How is killing a rabbit cruel? The live stream was shaken by Guan Guan's cry, and the barrage of comments all stopped for a second. Skinning a rabbit. Wow, so cruel. No wonder Lu Zile bullies other sister isn't a good person either. When someone slaughters a pig they stab it and twist the knife 90 degrees. Why didn't you call that cruel when you ate it? Rabbits are so cute. How can you kill one and then skin it? Do you normally eat rabbit meat with the fur on? How do you eat it without skinning it? Do you use a depilatory device? I was going to give you a few scoldings, but your depilatory device just left me speechless. Ha ha ha. I'll scold you after I've laughed enough. Ha ha. The rabbit is so cute. Skinning it is too cruel. Guan Guan looked up, her eyes reddened, appearing about to see or why did Lu Zile directly shot back. You just asked where we caught the rabbit? Now you feel sorry for it. I didn't know you still had to peel it. Guan Guan argued. Qi patted Guan Guan's back and soothed him quietly, be good. If you're scared, then don't watch. No one noticed the fleeting look of disgust that passed over Qi's face. The live stream camera focused on Lu Ziyao. His calm, unruffled gaze glanced briefly and then drew back, his face wearing its usual chilly expression. Look, Guan Guan was so frightened her face drained of color. While this woman showed no reaction at all, could she have some kind of psychological problem? I can't even lean on a wall. I just admire you lot of idiots. You can turn even killing a rabbit into a psychological issue. So the veteran butchers at Chuanxing Slaughterhouse all need to see a psychiatrist? Lu Zile bullies people. His sister kills rabbits with a blank expression. Doesn't that show the whole family has psychological disorders? They shout about cruelty when an animal is being killed, but when it's served at the table they're the ones who eat heartily. Such hypocrisy. Lu Zile cautiously glanced at his sister. Seeing no strange expression on her face, he didn't bother to say anything more to them. He just snorted and went back to his work with his head down. Zhou Zhihao kept muttering, wanting to have it both ways, wanting to eat but afraid what's he playing at. Ahem. Lin Haoran heard Zhou Zhihao muttering and cleared his throat, wanting to remind him that this was a live broadcast and he shouldn't blurt everything out. Zhou Zhihao turned his face and with clear eyes said, Senior brother, is your throat sore? Have you caught a cold? How about letting Sister Lu give you some herbal medicine? Lin Haoran looked at Zhou Zihao's clear yet foolish eyes, suppressed the urge to pry open his skull, and gave him a glare. Senior brother, not a cold? Then did you come to wash the yams? Zhou Zhihao asked again, curious when Lin Haoran ignored him. Shut up and get back to work. Lin Haoran suddenly felt a headache. Not sure if it was from anger or the wind. Seeing Lin Haoran's pale face, Zhou Zhihao wisely kept quiet and obediently continued to battle alongside Lu Zile. Soon Lu Ziyao finished dealing with several rabbits, stood up and said to the few people sitting idly on the rocks chewing grass, let's go. Sister Lu, are we still going to collect honey? Zhou Zhihao remembered the idea of brushing honey on the roasted rabbit and asked. Lu Ziyao answered as he walked, let's go back to the camp first. I'll get a few things ready and then we'll go. On hearing Lu Ziyao, Guangguan said disdainfully, ha. Anyone can brudge if you get stung by a bee later, that won't be so great. At that moment Qi Yi wanted to cover Guangguan's mouth. What on earth was this idiot saying now? No sooner had she spoken than Guangguan realized she'd said the wrong thing and quickly looked over at Danyang. Yanga, I'm sorry, I wasn't talking about you. Danyang still maintained a calm expression on his face, nodding to show he understood. Well, we're certainly not like some people, Lu Zile said pointedly, casting a glance at Danyang. Danyang saw Lu Zile smile at him where the camera couldn't catch it and form a mouth. He recognized that Lu Zile was mouthing serves you right. The remark immediately stung him, making his eyes redden and his anger nearly burst out. Chapter 33. You slack off, I slack off. The boss BMW turns into a Didi Qingju. On his way back to the garrison, Lu Zile was in a great mood. The smile on his face softened his already delicate features, and he even hummed an unfamiliar tune, which made Zhou Zhihao glance at him repeatedly. What are you looking at? Never seen someone this handsome? Lu Zile hadn't intended to respond to Zhou Zhihao, but Zhou's staring was too relentless. Zhou Zhihao replied deadpan, I've never seen someone this foolish. Who are you calling foolish? Whoever is supposed to, is. The group joked and jostled their way back to the camp. Lu Ziyao roughly checked the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon and told Lin Haoran to start a fire. Zhou Zhihao was torn between going to collect honey and looking for mushrooms. In the end Lu Ziyao said, I'll go alone and be quick. You and Zile go look for the mushrooms together. Stay safe. They had no choice but to give up trailing Lu Ziyao and went with Lu Zile to the spot where he had found mushrooms yesterday. Lu Ziyao picked some herbs, slung a small bamboo basket over her back and set off alone, detouring on the way to pluck a banana leaf. She soon arrived at the place where the beehive had been found, took a garment from the basket, wrapped it around her face, and in no time climbed the tree. Wait, is this tree that easy to climb? Why did Danyang struggle and barely climb it after several tries? Is there a possibility it's because of Danyang's lack of skill? Watching Sister Yao move like this, I think I can do it too. Can peeing on yourself wake you up? My Yao Jie is terrifyingly strong to make it this simple. Arriving at the tree, Lu Ziyao carefully lit the medicinal herbs she had picked. For a moment smoke filled the air, driving the bees away from the hive. Lu Ziyao moved quickly, timed it right, cut off the honey and wrapped it in a banana leaf, then climbed down the tree in a hurry. Before leaving, she took a water-filled bamboo tube from the basket and poured it onto the burning herbs. Only after confirming it wouldn't start a forest fire did she leave. The whole process taking only 3 or 5 minutes. Holy shit, I haven't even finished opening my delivery yet and Yaojie is already done. I told you Lu Ziyao is a country girl. How would an ordinary city person be this practiced and move so fast? What's wrong with a peasant girl? She works for her own living, not like you. Your hands and feet work fine, it's just your brain that's a bit defective. Who knows whether she lives off her own work or off her looks? When Lu Ziyao returned to the camp, Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao had just arrived as well. The moment Zhou Zhihao saw Lu Ziyao, he was even more excited than Lu Zile, eagerly boasting to her sister, Lu, look, we picked so many mushrooms. Lu Zile helped Lu Ziyao take the bamboo basket down. Sister, how did you get back so quickly? Are you hurt? Lu Ziyao squatted beside the mushrooms and said calmly, this won't hurt me. We don't need much honey anyway. A small amount is easy to pick. After we finish eating, well, go cut some more. He picked through them with his hands, giving the others a little lecture while removing the poisonous mushrooms. Our water seems to be running low. You two wash the mushrooms and bring some water back while you're at it, Lu Ziyao said, pointing to the sorted mushrooms. When Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao returned to the pool, they found that Danny Yang and the others had not left. Zile, I want to speak to you alone for a few words. Danny Yang's lips were no longer so swollen and his speech was much clearer. Zhou Zhihao frowned. Is there something that can't be said here? Danny Yang did not answer Zhou Zhihao. He simply stared steadily at Lu Zile. Lu Zile originally didn't intend to pay attention to Danny Yang, but then he thought he'd like to see what Danny Yang wanted to say to him, so he nodded in agreement. He set down the small bamboo basket, met Zhou Zihao's worried gaze, felt a warmth in his heart, and patted Zhou Zhihao on the shoulder. It's fine. Wait here for me a moment, I'll be right back. He then said a few words to the PD who was filming, walked into the woods with Shani Yang, and turned off the microphone. Why is my brother Yang alone with Lu Zile? The camera can't see them either. Oh no. Is Lu Zile bullying him again? Your brother doesn't even dare do anything in front of the camera. Guilty conscience maybe. You're the one acting guilty. What if Lu Zile was the one threatening him? If your brain's bad that's one thing, but how can your eyes be blind too? Didn't you see that the owner of the house himself asked to speak alone? How is it still Lu Zile threatening him? Zhou Zhihao absent-mindedly washed the mushrooms, his eyes fixed on the direction where the two were. By then the sun had already set, and the light in the woods was poor, so he could only make out their vague silhouettes. It wasn't long before Lu Zile took the lead and returned to the poolside. Zhou Zihao's gaze remained fixed on Lu Zile's face, and he did not notice that Lu Zile's hand had been tucked into his pants pocket the whole time. Lu Zile's back prickled under Zhou Zihao's stare. He touched his face and asked, puzzled, is there something dirty on my face? No. Zhou Zhihao withdrew his gaze only after hearing Lu Zile's voice sound the same as usual. Hurry up and get to work, don't try to slack off. Zhou Zhihao, what do you mean? Which time wasn't you the one slacking off first? Lu Zile immediately became displeased. A big grin spread across Zhou Zihao's face, looking exactly like the foolish son of a landlord. Hehe, you slack off, I slack off. The boss BMW turns into a Didi. Lu Zile, Zhou Zihao's fans. I wonder if Haozai's boss is watching the livestream, maybe. But that's a very reasonable point. Just not sure if Haozai will have his pay docked after the show. I guess he probably doesn't care much about that pay, as long as he gets a bonus. Can I record this sentence and play it on loop in the office? After a while Single Yang returned too. His expression hadn't changed, but the eyes hidden in the shadows that swept across Lu Zile's back were full of malice. By then Chi's fish basket was finished as well. After the four of them put their baskets into the water, they carried the fish, processed under PD Gij's guidance, entirely returned to the camp. Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao had just gotten back to camp when Lu Ziyao and Lin Haoran handed them the roasted yams. Eat a little to fill your stomach first. The roasted rabbit won't be ready so soon. Zhou Zhihao looked at the roasted Chinese yam in his hand. You can roast yam and eat it. If you don't eat it, give it to me. Lu Zile was already gnawing on the steaming yam, speaking indistinctly. Yam is a high-quality carb. If I eat too much of it, how will I eat rabbit meat? Zhou Zhihao had just brought the skewer to his mouth, thought for a moment, then put it down. Why do you talk so much nonsense? If you don't eat, you'll stay hungry while waiting for meat. Taking advantage of Zhou Zihao's distraction, Lu Zile snatched the roasted yam from his hand. Lu Zile, I didn't say I wouldn't eat it. You can take anything but you can't take what I'm going to eat, give it back. Zhou Zihao paused, then snatched the yam back with a flick of his hand at if you want eat it, you won't let me eat it either. Lin Haoran and Lu Ziyao exchanged a glance, watched the two bickering, and in tacit understanding both sighed at the same time. Chapter 34 Lu Zile's scandal. Zhou Zihao held the roasted yam, nibbling at it, but his eyes stayed glued to the rabbit roasting and turning over on the fire. Lu Ziyao made a few small cuts in the rabbit meat, marinated it for a while with salt, rosemary, mint and some Chinese herbs, and spread a thin layer of honey on the surface. The honey began to caramelize over time, the rabbit's exterior gradually turned golden, and the meaty aroma mixed with the sweetness of the honey, slowly spreading through the surroundings and the iron pot beside them. The boiling broth gurgled, its color growing richer. Sis Lu, isn't it ready yet? I'm so hungry. Zhou Zihao complained as he glanced disdainfully at the yam. Looking at Lu Ziyao with big, pleading eyes, I don't know if Hao Zai is really hungry, but I am starving. I can smell the aroma through the screen. Slurped out into that roasted rabbit really looks appetizing, okay? This miserable worker opened the takeout app before even getting off work. Please, can my sister Yao open a barbecue shop after the show? I'll book a VIP table first. Bestie, thinking the same thing, seconded. Zhou Zihao, you're at least the film emperor's junior apprentice, wipe your mouth first, okay? How embarrassing. Lu Zile frowned, face full of disdain. Zhou Zihao raised a hand and touched the corner of his mouth. Dry, where would any saliva come from? Lu Zile, when did I drool? I'll fight you. Zhou Zihao shoved the rest of the yam into his mouth all at once, tossed the bamboo skewer aside and stood up, reaching to grab Lu Zile. But at the moment Zhou Zihao reached out, Lu Zile sidestepped, quickly ran to sit beside Lin Haoran and said, Haoranji, do something about your junior. Hasn't he already disgraced your whole sect? Lu Zile, why drag others into the grudge between the two of us? Zhou Zihao suddenly clutched his chest and pointed at Lu Zile, speaking in a trembling voice. The art of war says of the 36 stratagems, the best is to win hearts and minds. I'm doing this to let Haoran see your true face, so he can clean house. Lu Zile stood up and said righteously. Lin Haoran, who was sitting in the middle, rubbed his temples and let out a barely audible sigh. How did I end up acting in this? Lu Zile. My name is Lu, 3 years old. Zhou Zihao. My name is Zhou, 4 years old. Kindergarten principal. Lin Haoran. Is it still not too late for me to resign now? Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao really do have matching stench, equally terrible acting. Not even comparable to my brother Yang. Of course he's not comparable to your brother. Over here we've eaten our fill and are well off, while your brother is next door surviving on air. Aren't you going to go give him some warmth? Want to eat? Lu Ziyao's slow voice interrupted the two who were getting into their act. Yes. The two, in perfect sync, sat one on his left and one on his right beside Lu Ziyao, even squeezing aside Lin Haoran. Straightforward Lin Haoran rubbed the tip of his nose and, honest as ever, carried a roasted rabbit over to the PD who was following them. Sister Lu, your skills are incredible. Let's go into business and open a barbecue joint together. I'll provide the capital. You provide the technique, Zhou Zihao said, his mouth full and slurring. What kind of wealth do you think you have to be able to afford my sister? Lu Zile filled a bowl with mushroom and rabbit meat, eating as he mocked Zhou Zihao. Zhou Zihao immediately patted his chest. Sister Lu, whatever it costs for you to come out of seclusion, just tell me and I'll pay. Senior brother, say something for me. Zhou Zihao still didn't forget to include Lin Haoran. Lu Ziyao smiled without speaking, leisurely tearing at the rabbit meat. Lin Haoran, who was enjoying his meal, was suddenly called out. He thought for a moment and said seriously, I also think you can't afford it, give it up. See, brother Haoran clearly eats more salt than you eat rice. Eat your fill and go to bed early. Everything will come to you in your dreams. Lu Zile mocked with glee. Lin Haoran was momentarily choked by Lu Zile's words, not knowing whether it was a compliment or a remark about his age. Since he didn't know, he decided to take it as a compliment. Comforted, Lin Haoran went back to digging into his meal. Lin Film Emperor. Zile, why does what you said sound so weird? Lu Zile, with his lack of education and low emotional intelligence, shouldn't be in the entertainment industry. Quit the circle quickly, don't make a fool of yourself. Even our Film Emperor Lin didn't say anything. What are you refusing to do here? What could Film Emperor Lin say on camera? I bet once the show ends he'll settle the score. Hey, are you an anti of our Film Emperor? Don't take this chance to smear him. Our film emperor isn't that kind of person. After a hearty and pleasant dinner, the four of them washed up briefly and bade each other good night. While a few people fell asleep to the quiet sound of wind in the mountains, several news items were quietly released across various news platforms. Danny Yang gets injured for a teammate. Lu Zile bullying video leaked. Conclusive proof. Danny Yang persists despite injury. Lu Zile throws tantrums on set. Bullies extras. Ring ring ring. The crisp sound of the phone rang out in the silence. Groggy, Zhang Ming reached over to the bedside phone and pressed the answer button. Hello? Who is it? It's the middle of the night. Can you let people sleep? Brother Ming, something's wrong. Hurry, 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 look at the news. Lu Zile's assistant's anxious voice blared through the phone. Zhang Ming irritably scratched his head. What's so wrong? If the sky falls, isn't there a tall guy to hold it up? Why are you all in such a panic? Right now all the major platforms are full of videos of Brother Lu bullying people. Brother Lu is going to crash. The assistant's voice had a faint sob in it. Pa, don't talk nonsense. I'll call you back later. Zhang Ming hung up the phone. Every marketing account was plastered with news about Lu Zile. He casually clicked on one of the links. The pop-it-up video showed Lu Zile's delicate face. Expression severe, staring at some corner of the camera. With a tone of mockery he said, compensate? Can you even afford to compensate? Do you know how much this is worth? What are you going to use to pay? Within Lu Zile's field of vision there was no one else. Only a man's voice. It was Shawnee Yang's voice. Zile, I really didn't mean to. The videos were short with noisy static at the beginning and end. Zhang Ming and the others couldn't tell whether the camera had genuinely captured that noise or if someone had deliberately processed the audio tracks to leave only the ambiguous dialogue between Lu Zile and Shania. He clicked another video. Again Lu Zile appeared alone, his face full of rage, his voice razor-sharp and heart-rending. Shanyang, get the hell out. Do you hear me? Get the fuck out. Then came Shanyang's voice, choked with sobs. Zile, don't do this. I'm begging you, it's still snowing outside. Danny Yang, I fucking tell you to go to hell. If you don't leave. Don't blame me for being rude. Immediately there were sounds of furniture being smashed and the door slamming, echoing through the cramped space. Chapter 35 trending at number 1. Zhang Ming was about to click on the news titled Lu Zile throws a tantrum on set when the phone rang again. The screen displayed the two big characters Zhang Cheng. He took a deep breath, steadied himself and pressed the answer button. Zhang Mingyi, what the hell is going on with Lu Zile? Didn't you swear to me he wasn't bullying anyone? Tell me, what is that video that's just come out? Before Zhang Mingyi could open his mouth, a huge roar came through. Zhang Mingyi held the phone a bit away, his tone ingratiating. President Zhang, listen to me. I guarantee Zile didn't do anything. That contextless video must be someone trying to frame him. Zhang Mingyi, I'm putting this on the line today. If you can't produce solid evidence to suppress these damaging materials, don't blame me for turning my back on you when the time comes. Zhang Cheng hung up before Zhang Mingyi could reply. Don't blame me for turning my back on you. You fucking piece of shit. Zhang Ming cursed, looking at the darkened phone screen. Sigh. After cursing he remembered Lu Zile, who was still recording the show, and let out a long breath, rubbing his throbbing temple. You little bastard, I really must have owed you in a past life. He then dialed the number. Hey, did you find the video I asked you to look for last time? What? It was deleted? Is that really hard for you? Cut the fucking crap and get to work. The next day, before the live stream had even started, the video of Lu Zile bullying someone rocketed to the top of the trending list, and soon the entire internet was flooded with negative news about Lu Zile. Oh, your fans can shut up now, right? Before they said there was no evidence. Now the evidence is solid. Let's see how Lu Zile turns this around. Convictions need a solid chain of evidence. This video has no context, just a few sentences. It looks like someone blocked his path and he's being suppressed. The paid commenters Lu Zile hired are this cultured now? How much per post? I want to make money too. Lu Zile, get out of the entertainment industry. Don't try to whitewash yourself. There were also many people claiming to be Lu Zile's middle school classmates, high school classmates, or university classmates, who stepped forward one after another to accuse Lu Zile of having started bullying back when he was at school. Even more brazenly, some jumped in to ride the trend, tearfully describing themselves as victims of Lu Zile's bullying. For a time the internet was full of insults directed at Lu Zile, with all kinds of news true and false flying everywhere. Danny Yang's fans directly flooded Mingyu Entertainment's official website, demanding Mingyu Entertainment apologize to Danny Yang and terminate their contract with Lu Zile. Lu Zile instantly lost hundreds of thousands of fans. His official Weibo was seized by astroturfers and haters, all clamoring, "Lu Zile, get out of the entertainment industry." The topic got so hot that Weibo crashed outright and didn't return to normal for about 10 minutes. The beleaguered programmer swore under his breath as he opened a news site to see who the hell had taken the servers down so early in the morning. After hanging up, Zhang Ming raced straight to the company and repeatedly assured Zhang Cheng and the other executives that he had evidence proving Lu Zile's innocence, barely holding back the statement the PR department had already prepared. Zhang Ming, who hadn't slept all night, messaged each of Lu Zile's fan club admins, asking them to promote the message in fan groups, refrain from speaking out for the time being, avoid confronting troll fans directly, and wait for the company statement. Li Chan watched the whole internet hurling abuse at Lu Zile. His previous bad mood swept away. He secretly schemed to buy more trending spots to get the whole web to blacklist Lu Zile. People who don't behave should be destroyed, right? He accidentally bumped into someone. Looking up, he saw Zhang Mingyi with a face full of stubble. Zhang cocked an orchid-like finger and sneered in a sarcastic tone. "Oh, isn't this Mingyi the top idol of Lu? What's this? The top star's house of cards fell." After clicking send on the edited message, Zhang Mingyi finally looked up, imitating Li Chen's tone. "Oh, isn't this little Li?" He paused, rubbing the goosebumps on his arm. "You don't get happy too soon. Who knows who's really fallen?" To get the patron to spend so much money, seems single Yang's skills at serving people are pretty good. You can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. Now we've got money and resources, who would be like Lu Zile? Entering this circle and pretending to be aloof, Li Chun put his hands on his hips, his slanted eyes wide and bulging. "Hey, you'd better find a few backup sugar daddies for your Yang. If he gets dumped, he can seamlessly move on to the next one," Zhang Ming said with a mocking laugh. Li Chan stared at Zhang Ming and the departing figures, her eyes full of venom. "Humph, what's there to be proud of? In a few days you'll be the ones crying. This time he'll trample you underfoot so you never rise again. What are you looking at? Hurry and notify them. I'm increasing the pay. Tell them to push harder." Li Chan shot a glare at the little assistant who was staring down at his shoe tips. And early that morning Chan Jian was yanked out of bed by the assistant director. "Stop sleeping, don't talk nonsense. Lu Zile is about to collapse. How can you still be asleep?" Chan Jian grabbed the few strands of hair he had left and said irritably, "Move, move, move. Hurry up and get them to start the broadcast. If the main station doesn't call it, the program won't get axed." As soon as the live stream started, viewers poured into Lu Zile's room, but all they saw were Lu Ziyao and Lin Haoran practicing punches in the camp. The chat scrolling in the stream moved rapidly. "Where's Lu Zile? Come out and apologize now. Huh, look what time it is and he's still not here. No morals, not even dedicated to his work. How could such a rotten person become a top influencer? If you don't want to watch, then get out and don't ruin it for those of us admiring Sister Yao's flawless beauty. Lu Zile is rotten to the core. What kind of good person could his sister be? Stop being so superficial and judging by looks all the time. Sis, we're back." As soon as the words fell, Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao appeared in the live stream holding bundles of banana leaves. "Go make a fire. Just roast some yams for breakfast." Lu Ziyao relaxed his posture, casually wiped the thin sweat from his brow. Breathing evenly, Zhou Zihao's gaze fell on Lin Haoran, who was panting beside them. "A senior brother, why are you so out of breath? Look at Sister Lu, her breathing is still so steady." Lin Haoran, who was trying hard to control his breathing, stiffened, rolled his eyes at Zhou Zhihao, and said with a forced smile, "You're the one who talks too much. Hurry up and go help Zile make breakfast. This junior brother is hopeless. Whoever wants him can have him. Even if we have to bribe someone, he must be sent away. What happened to that once simple young man? How did he become so sleazy after appearing on a variety show, speaking in ways that infuriate people to no end? Who says Lu Zile is unprofessional? He went off to work early this morning. He just went out to pick some leaves, did he? You can't whitewash this. People without moral principles should get out of the entertainment industry fast. They're an eyesore. I've already gone to the main station's official website to report Lu Zile. Get out quickly. What are you praising, low-quality artist? Since childhood Lu Zile bullied classmates, and he bullies colleagues at work. I'm curious what kind of family raises such a nastily behaved child. Chapter 36 I treated you like a brother. And you actually want to be my brother-in-law? Lu Zile was completely oblivious to the outside commotion and dutifully followed his sister's orders to start the fire. Lu Ziyao meanwhile stood to one side teaching Lin Haoran and Zhou Zhihao how to secure the banana leaves they had brought back with vines and lay them on the bamboo hut's roof. Sister Lu, will this keep out the rain? Zhou Zhihao couldn't help but ask in doubt. Humph, if my sister says it can be done, then it can. Lu Ziyao hadn't even started to explain before Lu Zile's voice rang out. Lu Ziyao nodded. There won't be a heavy storm at this time, 2 extra layers will be enough. She turned to look at Lu Zile. You come too, I'll roast the yams. Lu Zile handed the skewered yam's head prepared to Lu Ziyao, being obedient to an almost ridiculous degree. The 3 grown men moved quickly. By the time the yams were roasted, the first layer was already laid out. After Lu Ziyao called the 3 to finish breakfast, Zhou Zhihao estimated that the banana leaves weren't enough and persuaded Lu Zile to go look for more banana leaves, while Lu Ziyao and Lin Haoran stayed at the camp to finish preparing the remaining banana leaves. The 2 of them bantered and tussled all the way to the plantain grove, only to find Danny Yang and his party there. Zhou Zhihao raised an eyebrow and murmured 4 words into Lu Zile's ear. Enemies meet on narrow roads, Zile. Danny Yang still wore a gentle smile and was the first to speak. Lu Zile's expression didn't change. He walked straight past Danny Yang without giving him a glance. Seeing Zhou Zhihao hadn't caught up, he turned and glared at him viciously. Zhou Zhihao? Are you slacking off again? Lu Zile, what do you mean? Ning Menghan couldn't hold back and spoke up to defend Shanying. Lu Zile looked at Ning Menghan with a strange expression. I don't mean anything. If Zhou Zhihao wants to slack off, can't I call him out? Zile, can't you and Brother Yang clear up whatever misunderstanding you have face to face? We're all people in the same circle, you'll run into each other sooner or later. Guangguan also stepped in to broker peace, while only Qiyi remained like a backdrop, silent and unmoving. You have to meddle even when I don't feel like talking? Is Zile allowed to have morning grouchiness or not? Your families live by the sea, so why are you so nosy? Zhou Zhihao curled his lips into a mocking smile, slinging his arm around Lu Zile's shoulders as he walked inside. Come on. Lu Jie is still waiting for our banana leaves. The 2 of them walked straight past Shani Yang without noticing the flash of resentment on his face. What's going on with Zhou Zihao? Is he still defending that scumbag Lu Zile? Could it be that Lu Zile tricked him? Please, although Hao Zai looks dumb, he's not stupid. I think there's more to this than meets the eye. Hey, I think Zhou Zhihao and Lu Zile are the same kind, probably some kind of bully too. I suggest the paparazzi dig deeper. Am I seeing things? Why do I see on Danny Yang's face? It should be murderous intent, right? Just that moment gave me goosebumps. That netizen's comment was quickly drowned out by a screen full of bullet comments saying ban Lu Zile. Brother Yang, stop fawning over someone who treats you coldly every day. Last night's dinner was just 2 fish, not enough for the 4 of us to even get by on. You'd be better off using that time to find more food than trying to ingratiate yourself. I don't want to go hungry another day. Guangguan shrugged off Qiye's hand, which had been secretly grabbing her sleeve, and said sarcastically. Shan Yinyang lowered his eyes, hiding his murderous intent. When he looked up again, his expression had changed to one of grief. He let out a self-mocking laugh. I was just trying to ease my relationship with Lu Zile. Come on, let's go find food. Putting aside whether Lu Zile really bullied him, I just can't accept Shan Yanyang's whole green tea act. This video is out in the open now. You still think Lu Zile is a good person? This video is cut and edited, who knows what really happened. If you have the guts, release the full video and let me see what's really going on. Lu Zile's fans are still so combative? My friend is a pro in this area, I just asked him. And he says the video is authentic. Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao paid no mind to Danny Yang's group and panting started working. You think Sister Lu can find anything to eat today? I originally thought I was here to suffer, but after meeting Sister Lu, I feel like I'm on a vacation. Zhou Zhihao said as he arranged the banana leaves Lu Zile had cut. His mouth non-stopped. Lu Zile straightened, gave him a look and said, if it weren't for your luck and my kindness in taking you in, you and Haoran might still be living on air. For one thing, in these wild mountains with me around, you'll never starve. Luck is one thing, but isn't it possible that my handsome face plays a part too? Zhou Zhihao touched his face and said vainly. Lu Zile heard this, immediately widened his eyes. raised his knife at Zhou Zihao and said, Zhou Zihao, I considered you a brother, how could you want to become my brother-in-law? Huh? What? Who did you say is going to be your brother-in-law? Zhou Zihao was dumbfounded. You're not worthy of my sister, Lu Zile snorted coldly. Now Zhou Zihao reacted, suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. No, Lu Zile, what did I say that made you think I want to be your brother-in-law? Better not. Lu Zile didn't bother with Zhou Zihao anymore, waving the machete as he went back to work. Where did Lu Zile get his confidence? With a scumbag like him around, who could possibly fancy Lu Ziyao? Tisich, who cares that you fancy her? Just based on my Yaoji's face, I bet the people chasing after her could at least make a lap around People's Park. Come off it. What's the use of a pretty face if your character is rotten? If she raised a brother like Lu Zile, she's probably got a viper's heart too. Did you see Lu Ziyao murder someone or set a fire? Or rob and steal? You open your mouth calling her bad-charactered, I think you're not a good person either. The live chat grew louder and louder. Song Xiang, still chewing the baozi she had just bought, had just walked in when she saw her cousin sitting at the computer, fingers flying over the keyboard, wearing an indignant expression. What are you doing? Who made you angry? Song Xiang leaned over curiously. These idiots dared insult Sister Yao, will swear them to death. The cousin didn't lift her head, still furiously spewing into the live stream. Song Xiang held a bun, dumbfounded. Insult who? Teacher Lu. Yeah. The cousin finally bothered to glance at Song Xiang, then proceeded to explain this morning's trending searches. Song Xiang, who prided herself on being Lu Ziyao's #1 fan, panicked the moment she heard it. In 2 quick motions she stuffed the bun in her mouth, dashed back to her room like the wind, grabbed her laptop and with the bun still not fully swallowed making her words slurred said, Damn it, how dare they insult my teacher Lu? I'll roast them alive. Do they even know who teacher Lu is before they dare to insult her? If I don't make these trolls cry, how can I even show my face at the institute? Chapter 37 Wild Yam. When Lu Zile, carrying banana leaves with Zhou Zihao, returned to the camp, he saw Lin Haoran spreading the remaining banana leaves across the roof. Lu Ziyao sat nearby weaving a small bamboo basket. On the fire was the rabbit left from last night and 2 fish. They were probably what Lu Ziyao had brought back from the pool when they left. The aroma of the food grew richer in the air. The whole atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious. Hey, don't you think my senior brother and sister Lu make a good match? Zhou Zihao nudged Lu Zile with his elbow and said in a low voice. Like hell. Lu Zile said, then with a sullen expression walked over to Lin Haoran's side, tossed down a banana leaf, which startled Lin Haoran. What are you standing there for? Get to work. He turned back and glared irritably at Zhou Zihao. Zhou Zihao looked up at the sky speechlessly, let out a low laugh and curse. This kid's still obsessed with his sister. Lin Haoran looked at Lu Zile, whose face didn't look well, feeling puzzled. He asked Zhou Zihao with his eyes, what's going on? Zhou Zihao shrugged and spread his hands. Guys have those days every month too, right? Best actor. Do you think I'd believe that? Lu Zile, who was guzzling from a bamboo tube, heard Zhou Zihao's words and choked on a mouthful of water, coughing until his face turned bright red and he couldn't stop. Grabbing the bamboo sliver Lu Ziyao had prepared, he ground his teeth and said, Zhou Zihao, are you just itching for a beating? Huh? Men get those days too? Can someone explain this? My hot-size face is screaming. I'm talking nonsense. Lu Zile is just emotionally unstable, irritable and quick-tempered. Someone like that wouldn't have an antisocial personality disorder, right? I guess you must have no friends. How does friends horsing around suddenly have anything to do with antisocial personality disorder? Zhou Zihao dodged and said, Zile, brother Lu, I'm sorry. He didn't forget to look back and tattle to Lu Ziyao, sister Lu. Can you see if there are any calming, heat-clearing herbs in the mountains? We'll gather some and brew a bowl for Zile. Lu Ziyao stopped what he was doing, watched the 2 of you chasing each other and said, seriously, Zihao is right, we should go get some. Sis, why are you listening to his nonsense? Lu Zile stopped and asked Lu Ziyao plaintively. Our food these past 2 days has all been roasted, and autumn is pretty dry, so we do need some cooling herbs. Getting a nosebleed on the mountain isn't easy to deal with, Lu Ziyao explained to Lu Zile very seriously. Huh? I have to drink it too? Zhou Zihao was dumbfounded. He hated herbal tea more than anything. The medicinal and bitter taste would make him feel sick for a long time. Lu Zile saw Zhou Zihao's sullen face and immediately beamed. Haha, good brother, well, share the trouble. Zhou Zihao's pleading look went to Lin Haoran. who was snacking on the sidelines. Lin Haoran's mouth twitched up. I think Miss Lu is right. My housey dug a hole for Lu Zile but didn't expect to bury himself too. Huh? Lu Ziyao must be bragging she knows herbs that clear internal heat? Don't go giving people illnesses by feeding them things. To be honest, I just enjoy watching you doubt my Yaojia. And then watching my Yaojia smack your faces repeatedly. Has Emperor Lin of acting turned on full doting husband mode? He agrees with everything Lu Ziyao says. Emperor Lin, wake up, this woman is no good. It's not worth getting tangled up with such a brother-in-law. When the rainproofing work on the little bamboo hut was finished, Lu Ziyao's small bamboo basket had also been completed. The four of them finished lunch. Zhou Zhihao sprawled on the rock, rubbing his stomach. Sister Lu, don't we still have 6 rabbits? I'm so tired I won't go out today. He, Zhou Zhihao. That little trick of yours is just because you don't want to take the herbal medicine. Lu Zile sneered and glanced at him with disdain. Get up, you won't get away. If you don't go, don't bother eating dinner either, Zile. How cruel you are. I'm so obedient, handsome, and well-behaved, how could you bear to let me starve? Zhou Zhihao mockingly pointed at Lu Zile and even batted his eyelashes at him. Lu Zile closed his eyes, took a deep breath and said to Lin Haoran, hey, arrange, is your next show a costume drama? Lin Haoran rubbed his chin, just in time to meet puzzled looks all around. How did you know my next show is a period drama? Him. Lu Zile pointed at Zhou Zhihao. I recommend him to play a eunuch well, he wouldn't even need to act, he'd just be playing himself. Lu Zile, who are you calling a eunuch? Zhou Zhihao immediately jumped up, indignant, and jabbed a finger at Lu Zile's nose. Lu Zile grinned and replied, your performance just now was perfect. I had goosebumps all over. I almost couldn't help but curse at you. Lu Zile, watch me beat you to death. Zhou Zhihao said as he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sturdy forearms. Lu Zile was not afraid of him at all. He even tossed the bamboo basket that Lu Ziyao had just woven to him. Sis, look, isn't this more spirited? How are you tired? Lu Ziyao kept smiling as she watched the two of them banter, secretly giving Zhou Zhihao a 5-star review. The emotional value Zhou Zhihao brought was more than what a few meals could buy. At least this silly little brother didn't seem like the brooding youth from the videos. That flirtatious look from Hao Zai, I'm literally going to cry, it's so seductive. Zhou Zhihao is also heartless, can even hang out with someone like Lu Zile. My Yaojia stood to the side and snickered like an ant for a long time, her expression exactly the same as mine. Want to ship this couple together, Yaojia? Get lost, Lu Zile is scum, don't come and hurt my Hao Zai. The 4 people on the other side had completely inherited the bad luck from the first day. They first went to the pool to collect fish, only to find that the 2 fish baskets contained just a few thumb-sized minnows. With no choice, they headed to the place where they had met Lu Zile and the others yesterday, hoping they might be able to dig up some wild yams. They arrived in the direction Lu Ziyao had pointed to yesterday, but not knowing what a yam looked like, they wandered around in circles several times. Passing that yam patch 2 or 3 times, they still didn't notice the food they had been craving right at their feet. Lu Ziyao wouldn't have lied to us, would she? There's nothing here but weeds, where would yams come from? Ning Menghan plopped down on a rock and rubbed her sore calves. Chi Yes' gaze kept shifting around. It's not that bad, we just forgot to ask her what the yams look like. The fans in the live stream were stomping their feet anxiously. Aya Guangguan. It's right at your feet. How can you not see it? What a useless woman. Why are you insulting my Guangguan as if only your Danny Yang can see? You're just as blind. My sister Yao Yao could tell what it was at a glance. My sister Yao Yao is awesome. My sister Yao Yao is mighty. Humph, Lu Ziyao even pointed out the place yesterday. How could she not describe the appearance of the yam to Qi? It's obvious she had ill intentions. Chapter 38. Do I still need to learn this? How about we try digging randomly? This way of searching isn't working, said Danny Yang, who had been silent until now. Qi also nodded. That's another way. Let's give it a try. So the few of them split up and searched around. Before long, Guangguan plopped down on the ground and said unhappily, why don't we go find Lu Ziyao? How long are we going to keep digging? My legs are numb and my back's about to break. The camera could only capture Sun Yang's profile from one side. No one noticed the agitation written all over his face. This woman is really noisy and so delicate. She does nothing but complain, a real troublemaker. A gentle voice still came through the live stream. Why don't you and senior sister Ning take a break and Xiao and I will keep looking? Then you all go look for it, it'll take a break. Guan handed the entrenching tool in her hand to Qi, who had already come up beside her, and casually sat down on a nearby rock. After thinking a moment, she said to Ning Menghan, "Sister Ning, stop searching. Let those two boys look. Let's take a break. Fortunately there are plenty of trees on this mountain, not much sun, otherwise would be several shades darker." Ning Menghan looked up and smiled. "I'm fine. I'll search with the two of them. The probability is a bit higher with 3 people." Guan sneered and didn't say anything more. "That is so delicate and still coming on a survival reality show. Wouldn't it be better to stay home and enjoy the air conditioning?" "Which girl isn't delicate? Complaining a bit doesn't mean she won't work. Look at Lu Zile, is she delicate? It's because of her that these 3 grown men haven't gone hungry until now." "Lu Ziyao? Isn't she just trying to build a persona to whitewash Lu Zile? Besides, she's thriving here. Who knows if she's not backed by some sugar daddy who scouted the place for her in advance?" Ning Menghan dug here and there, and every scoop up turned out to be roots and grass. Her legs were numb from squatting and her waist was starting to ache. Just as she was about to give up and go rest with Guan, her final scoop unearthed a long fleshy white rhizome. Her face lit up with joy. "Yang Qi, come quick, is this it?" Shangyi Yang and Qi immediately crowded around. Qi picked up the rhizome, brushed off the surrounding dirt, the broken end still sticky with sap, and nodded with certainty. "Yes, it's a yam." Danny Yang also showed a pleased expression. "Wow, senior sister Ning. You really are amazing. You go rest with Guan, leave the rest to me and Qi." "Alright, my back is about to break too, thank you both for your hard work." Ning Menghan handed over the entrenching tool in her hand and limped over to Guan's side. The 4 miserable ones here were bent over digging Chinese yam, while Lu Ziyao had already taken the 3 big men, carrying a small bamboo basket, and continued deeper into the mountain. "Lu Jia, aren't we going the way we went yesterday?" Zhou Zhihao asked as he walked at. Lu Ziyao walked ahead leading the way and replied casually, "No, let's go somewhere else and take a look." "Why do you have to talk so much? Just follow me." Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao walked side by side. "Can't I ask out of curiosity?" "I don't believe you don't want to know." Lu Zile shook his head and answered Zhou Zhihao firmly, "I don't want to." With someone his age like Zhou Zhihao accompanying him all the way, Zhao probably wouldn't fall into depression like in his previous life. And with Lin Haoren and Zhou Zhihao looking out for him, he wouldn't be isolated and helpless in the circle. After the show, first go find his manager Zhang Mingyi and see what exactly happened before. Lu Ziyao listened to Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao bickering all the way, occasionally cueing Lin Haoren, and while walking she plotted the next step. A tree struck by lightning lay across the slope. Without much thought she stepped back 2 paces, ran up, pushed off on her toes and launched herself into the air, braced one hand on the tree, and cleanly flipped over because she was lost in thought. It took her 2 steps to realize Lin Haoren and the others hadn't kept up. She looked back at the group frozen in place, puzzled. "What's wrong? Big sister Lu, this? You just went up like that?" Zhou Zhihao tilted his head back, his eyes glittering with admiration, so excited he could hardly speak. "Huh? Oh, you can just climb up from the side." Lu Ziyao said puzzled, glanced at the height difference between her and Zhou Zhihao, and only then realized what was going on. Unbeknownst to her, because of that one move, the barrage of comments in the livestream froze for a second before starting to scroll again. Holy shit, has Sister Yao practiced parkour? That flip went straight to my heart. Can Lu Ziyao stop trying to get attention? Does she have to show off like this? That comment is so salty I can smell the sourness across the Pacific. If you've got the skills, go show off yourself. Since I appeared in Sister Yao's livestream, I really feel like my sexual orientation is a weather vane, it leans whichever way the wind blows. Sister Lu, I want to learn that move. Zhou Zihao's eyes were full of curiosity. Lu Ziyao cocked her head and asked in puzzlement, "Does that even need to be learned?" Zhou Zihao's face fell instantly. He turned to Lu Zile and complained, "Zile, Sister Lu thinks I'm stupid. She says anyone with hands can do it. Teach me." Lu Zile's mouth twitched with a hint of gritted teeth resentment. "Zhou Zhihao, even if your IQ is low, don't drag me down to your starting line. Although I wouldn't either." "Ah, you wouldn't either? Perfect, good brother, that's loyalty. I'm not the only one being shunned by Sister Lu." Zhou Zhihao instantly changed his expression, threw an arm around Lu Zile's shoulders, and said with a smiling face. Then his gaze turned to the silent Lin Haoren. Before Zhou Zhihao could speak, Lin Haoren had already taken off, leapt up, and vaulted over. The difference from Lu Ziao's move was that Lu Ziyao used one hand, while Lin Haoran used both. Zhou Zihao let go of Lu Zile's shoulder, covered his eyes, and spoke in a tearful voice, "Zile, what are we going to do now that it's just the two of us left to rely on each other?" Half a day passed without a response. When he moved his hand away from his eyes, he found that Lu Ziyao and the other two were wearing the same expression of speechless exasperation, standing on the slope looking down at him. By the way, hey, arrange, is this idiot always like this? How can you stand him? Lu Zile asked with the air of a curious child. Lin Haoran put on a thoughtful expression. Well, it's not usually this bad. Maybe you opened his meridians? Zhou Zihao clambered up the slope beside them using both hands and feet. He had just steadied himself when he heard their conversation and stamped his foot in anger. Lu Zile, who are you calling an idiot? We're brother scouts, you wait for me? And you, senior brother, don't go ruining my image at will. Tisich, what image do you even have, a husky? Lu Zile's mouth lifted into a faint curve. Chapter 39. The Husky and the Alaskan. I'm a husky, and you're an Alaskan. Let's not point fingers at each other. Zhou Zihao said, chin raised in a proud huff. Lu Ziyao and Lin Haoran exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes they saw a big, capitalized speechless. They both sighed silently and turned to leave. My sister Yao. Whoever wants this little brother can have him. Lin, the best actor. Whoever wants this junior brother can have him. Ha ha ha, the two of them have a clear understanding of each other's intelligence. Someone like Lu Zile, would he really bully others? I don't think so. You can know a person's face but not their heart. Anyway, I strongly demand that the entire internet ban Lu Zile. Lu Ziyao led a few people up a slope, and when she saw many burrs scattered in the grass, she suddenly stopped, lifted her head, squinted, and looked at the towering trees. Big sister Lu, what are you looking at? Zhou Zihao imitated Lu Ziyao and looked up, finding nothing but leaves. Lu Ziyao glanced back at Zhou Zihao and pointed at the spiky chestnut burr on the ground. I'll roast chestnuts for you tonight. Zhou Zihao held up the burr head picked up, looking it over from left to right, and asked puzzled, Sister Lu, you say this is a chestnut? It doesn't look like one. As they were speaking, Lin Haoran in his line of sight had already stepped on a burr, silently picked up the exposed brown nut, and glancing back with slight disdain said to Zhou Zihao, see that? Zhou Zihao immediately showed a look of sudden understanding, excitedly dragging Lu Zile, one foot after the other. Lu Ziyao took two chestnuts from Lin Haoran's hand, bit one open, then stood to the side and leisurely peeled the shells, stuffing the golden flesh into her mouth. Big sister Lu, can these be eaten raw? Zhou Zihao's bewildered expression made Lu Ziyao smile. She nodded, yes, you can. They're pretty sweet. Why doesn't Lu Ziyao do any work? She always boss others into doing the hard labor. Lu Zile. I do. Lin Haoran, I do. Zhou Zihao, I do. Netizen. I don't. They say people from different families shouldn't enter the same door. Lu Zile is a bully dog, so isn't it only natural that his sister acts like a hands-off manager? Do you know what a big shot is? A big shot is someone who can solve a problem with one move. My Yaojia has already solved the food issue. The remaining details are left to others. Isn't that perfectly normal? Zile, movie king, stay back. Lu Zile and Lin Haoran were still picking up chestnuts. Zhou Zihao was holding a chestnut and bringing it to his mouth when they suddenly heard Lu Ziao's voice from above. They all stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked up. Lu Ziyao was sitting on a thick branch, holding her usual homemade climbing stick. Looking down at them, Sister Lu, you could climb up that easily? Zhou Zihao glanced at the straight tree trunk, then at Lu Ziyao, tossed the chestnut aside, and rubbed his hands together, ready to give it a try. Lin Haoran reached out and grabbed Zhou Zihao, who was about to climb the tree, feeling his temple throb. Why did this guy's focus always have to be so different from everyone else's? Zhou Zihao looked at the hand that had grabbed his with puzzlement. Senior brother, why are you holding me? Big sis, what are you going up for? Lu Zile's voice sounded at the same time as Zhou Zhihao's. Lu Ziyao shook his hiking stick. You two get out of the way. I'll hit a bit more and then you can go pick it up. Big sister Lu, wait for me, I'm coming up right away. Zhou Zihao shouted at Lu Ziyao, then turned to Lin Haoran and said, hey senior brother, let go, I want to play up there too. Zhou Zihao immediately received two pitying, caring for the intellectually disabled looks. Zhou Zihao, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Zile and Lin Haoran instinctively looked away in unison, each grabbing one of Zhou Zihao's arms and pulling him to hide behind a tree trunk. I feel like actor Lin kinda wants to knock Zhou Zihao out, dig a hole and bury him. Liningdi. Is it still possible to expel him from the sect now? Husky. Isn't this one of my kind? Ha ha ha. Zhou Zihao's focus is completely different from others. Others. Can this even be done? Zhou Zihao, I can do it too. The four of them collected quite a few chestnuts. Stopped by Lu Zile, Zhou Zihao failed to climb the tree and looked a bit listless. Sis, can we still find a chicken? I want braised chicken with chestnuts. Lu Ziyao was still digging for herbs in the bushes, not looking up. Talk to the production team, can we swap the rabbit for a chicken? Hearing Lu Ziyao's reply, Zhou Zihao's previously dim eyes immediately brightened. Oh right, Sister Lu. That's a great idea. Director Chun, I know you can hear me, we want to swap the rabbit for a chicken, Zhou Zihao said into the camera and suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Zile, one rabbit for one chicken? How many should we exchange then? He looked at Lu Zile, who hesitated. Both turned to Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran thought for a moment. 1 for 1. Make it 2. Did you hear that, Director Chun? 1 for 1, 2 of them. We're too lazy to kill them. Have them bring the ones already butchered. Zhou Zihao turned back and continued speaking to the camera. Ugh, this Zhou Zihao always asking for more. Did I agree to 1 for 1? Quickly call the PD. Chan Jian glared at the livestream, shouting at his assistant in a fury to so. The viewers in the livestream saw Zhou Zihao take the satellite phone handed over by the PD. One hand in his pocket, casually leaning against the tree. 1 for 2? Impossible, Director Chun, don't be so stingy. Can chicken and rabbit meat be the same price? Don't take me for an idiot. 1 for 2 won't do, at least 1 for 1.5. But the chicken has to be over 5 Gene, I like it fattier. Otherwise send me some mushrooms too, with mushrooms it's more fragrant. Of course I was kidding myself. Who buys groceries and doesn't throw something in? I may not go to the market but I know that. Alright then swap it for 1.5 Gene. Remember, a fat chicken slaughtered clean. That's it, hang up. Zhou Zihao handed the phone back to the PD, gave Lu Zile and Lin Haoran an okay sign. Done. 1.5 Gene in exchange, slaughtered clean, they'll deliver it to us later. Seriously though, Director Chun is a bit stingy. He wouldn't even spare me the mushrooms. Chan Jian's blood pressure was through the roof. Haggling would have been bad enough, but why did he have to call him stingy in front of the entire internet? This is a live broadcast, man, there's no way to edit that out. Now everyone online knows. Zhou Zihao's brazen move shocked Lin Haoran and Lu Zile. What's wrong? Did I ask for too much? Oh, go cut the price with Director Chin again. Zhou Zihao, puzzled by their horrified faces, reached for the phone from the PA. No need. No need, this is fine. Lu Ziyao spoke up and interrupted Zhou Zihao's action. Ha ha ha. How does my Housie manage to blend aristocratic charm and philistinism so perfectly? He actually knew that buying groceries could come with 2 free scallions. Director Chun is probably on antihypertensive medication right now. Lin Haoran and Lu Zile never expected this, and neither did I. Same expression, stunned like a dog. JPG Chapter 40. Responding to the dirt allegations. By the time Lu Ziyao and the others returned to the camp, the sky had already grown somewhat dim. After several days of tacit understanding, without Lu Ziyao's orders, the 3 big guys each spread out and clearly divided the tasks. Leaving Lu Ziyao with nothing to do, Lu Ziyao sat on a rock. The remaining sunlight on the horizon stained the sky a deep red. Lu Ziyue and Zhou Zihao mocked each other and wrestled playfully, while Lin Haoran chimed in occasionally. In the days right after he was reborn, he was woken almost every night by nightmares, terrified that he wouldn't be able to prevent the ending of Lu Ziyu's previous life. Seeing Lu Zile so lively now, the gloom pressing on her heart was largely blown away by the evening breeze. Sis, come quick. Lu Zile's voice interrupted Lu Ziyu's thoughts. Lu Ziyao suppressed the emotion surging in her eyes before looking up at Lu Zile. What's up? We don't know how much salt to put in. Lu Zile scratched the back of his head and gave an awkward little smile. The sunset, my Yao sister, are stunningly beautiful. Luckily I was quick with a screenshot and made it my computer wallpaper. Upstairs sister, I want it too quick, DM me a copy. Doesn't anyone think these 4 look like a family of 4? Go away. How can that bully Lu Zile be compared to Emperor Lin of acting? Zhang Mingyi, didn't you say you had evidence? How long has it been since last night until now? Where is the evidence? If the press release isn't sent tonight, I really won't be able to hold on. Zhang Mingyi rubbed his aching brow as he listened to the roaring voice on the phone. Boss Zhang, it's almost ready, it's being written now. Please hang in there a little longer, Zhang Mingyi said, his tone noticeably ingratiating. Zhang Mingyi, I trust you. This time we've bet everything on Lu Zile. If you can't bring down Shani Yang this time, both you and I are finished. Zhang Cheng sighed softly on the phone. Zhang Mingyi hung up, looked at the 4 people peacefully live-streaming in the room, thought about everything since the news broke last night, communicating with the higher-ups, dealing with calls from various entertainment reporters, calming fans, preparing the press release, busy to the point of exhaustion, and said calmly to his assistant, go buy me an Americano, make it extra large. Although his voice was very calm, the assistant still detected a hint of grit and teeth in it. He then dialed another number. Move faster, don't dawdle, email it to me before 6. Hello ma'am, just send it like that. Zhang Ming organized everything methodically. Just as Lu Ziyao and the other 3 were eating the chicken they had haggled for, Lu Zile's official Weibo posted 2 tweets. There was no text, only 2 videos. News about Lu Zile's bullying was still on the trending list. The whole internet was waiting for Lu Zile to clarify, so as soon as his official Weibo posted, it shot straight to the top of the hot list. And the first video, Lu Zile is holding a watch with a mirrored face that's been shattered, his face full of impatience. Sorry Zile. I just wanted to pick it up and Luke didn't expect my hand to slip, and it fell and hit the edge of the stool. Opposite him, Shani Yang said helplessly. Lu Zile's face was stern. If you wanted to look, why didn't you wait for me to come back? Taking it without asking is stealing. My sister gave that to me as a comingafage gift, and now you've smashed it. In the video, Shani Yang is hiding in the shadows so you can't make out his expression. You can only hear his voice tremble a little. I'm sorry Zile, I really didn't mean to. How much will I pay you? Then the single young voice sneered, you compensate. Can you afford to? Do you know how much this costs? With what are you going to compensate? The comments under the Weibo post immediately fell apart. How expensive can a watch be? How can you even bring it out to whitewash yourself? If I'm not mistaken, this watch is a limited edition from B House. Only 5 were released worldwide. At current valuations it might, roughly, start from 50 million, and it's practically priceless. My brother also apologized. If Lu Zile is so rich he can fix it himself, why blame my brother? Anyway, Lu Zile is right, taking something without asking is stealing, and he broke it too. If I were Lu Zile, I wouldn't just scold people. The second video shows Lu Zile walking into the room with a smile. When he reached the center of the room his expression suddenly changed, and in 3 quick steps he was at a table. When he turned again he was holding a pile of broken porcelain shards, his face pale and cold. You could feel a chill from the screen. In a calm tone he said, Danny Yang, can you tell me why this is broken for no reason? Zile? Danny Yang's expression was awkward and embarrassed. Are you trying to tell me it broke on its own? Lu Zile stared straight at Danny Yang. His tone flat without any inflection. Danny Yang's face was full of apology. He spoke weakly, I'm sorry Zile. I went to your desk to take something just now and accidentally knocked it. I'll go find an identical one for you. Danny Yang, have I ever told you not to touch my things? Lu Zile carefully put the pile of broken porcelain pieces back on the desk. In the video the young man's eyes were slightly red, his voice trembling as he struggled to control it, saying word by word, this was the last birthday present my mom gave me. Where are you going to find an identical one? Danny Yang looked panic-stricken and said, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. The young man then pointed at the door, his voice painfully sharp, Danny Yang, get out. Do you hear me? Get the hell out. Then Danny Yang's voice, choked with tears, said, Zile, don't do this. I'm begging you, it's still snowing outside. Danny Yang, I fucking wish you die. If you don't get out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Zile kicked the chair over. Danny Yang had no choice but to go out and close the bedroom door. He could only watch Lu Zile's dejected back. His trembling hands could barely hold anything. He rummaged around, found a bottle of glue, then sat at the table and slowly pieced together the shattered porcelain. Is Danny Yang sick or what? Repeatedly taking other people's things without permission, not a shred of boundaries. It's not like my brother did it on purpose, he already apologized. Why didn't you put away something so important properly? Do you have any shame? By my reckoning, if Lu Zile didn't throw a punch it's only because he's well-mannered. With my hot temper, if I didn't beat him up would even share a surname. Exactly, how dare they come out and say Lu Zile was bullying? They won't admit their own mistakes and instead frame others, misleading everyone. I'll kneel and apologize to Lu Zile right here, I'm sorry. In an instant, public opinion about Lu Zile and Xiaoyang flipped completely, and netizens flocked to the comments to apologize. These two Weibo posts instantly turned Lu Zile's fans into the ones in control. Last night, because of the overwhelming black PR, the official account didn't clarify anything and could only cower in a corner trembling. Now the stan manager and the big fans together with other fans directly flooded Danny Yang's comment section, demanding that Danny Yang apologize to Lu Zile. Chapter 41. So is it a marriage or a betrothal after all? Li Chun poured a glass of red wine in his office, about to take out his phone to check how widely Lu Zile was being dragged through the mud online. The junior assistant shoved the office door open and stood in the doorway, panting, "Brother Chun." The junior assistant only had time to call out once before being rudely cut off by Li Chen's rough, duck-like voice. "How many times have I told you, knock before you come in? Are you trying to get us killed with this urgency?" He rolled his eyes inwardly and didn't say much, just handed over his phone. Li Chun looked at him bewildered. "Mute?" He still reached out and took the phone. The screen was glaring with Lu Zile's official Weibo, trending at number 1. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Li Chen's chest. The red wine in his hand sloshed noticeably as his finger tapped to open the post. The short video made his complexion shift like a palette, flushing red then going dark. The phone's ringtone sounded particularly loud in the quiet office. After staring at the screen for 2 seconds, he steeled himself and pressed the answer button. "Hello, General Manager Lu." He didn't know what was being said on the other end of the line. The assistant only heard Li Chun answer in a low, submissive tone, Okay. I'll deal with it right away." After Li Chun hung up and wiped the cold sweat from his brow, he realized the assistant had slipped out of the office at some point. He slumped onto the sofa, lit a cigarette, took 2 hard drags and cursed, "Damn it. When the news went out you all tacitly agreed. And now that something's wrong you're blaming me for not being clean. If you push me this far it's going to be do or die for everyone." Lu Zile slept soundly through the night without a dream, completely unaware that the internet had exploded because of him. The next morning, as soon as she stepped out of the bamboo hut, she saw Lu Ziyao and Lin Haoran unfailingly practicing their boxing. Cheerfully greeting them, "Sister, hey, arrange, morning." Without waiting for them to respond, she excitedly went to haul Zhou Zhihao up. Zhou Zhihao yawned, sleepily trailing behind Lu Zile, muttering, "No one told you to wake me up. Why are you up so early? Can't you sleep a little longer?" "Morning, Sister Lu, how ranji?" Zhou Zhihao greeted weakly. Lu Zile twisted Zhou Zihao's ear. "Awake? What time is it? Aren't you getting up to make breakfast?" Lu Ziyao withdrew and watched their interaction thoughtfully. "Is this why my brother has been single since birth? Even after entering the industry, despite rumors of bullying, diva behavior, and insulting paparazzi, the one thing the entertainment circle is quickest to spread, scandalous romances, are completely absent. Both parents have passed away, and she is very open-minded, without the rigid idea of carrying on the family line. So should she be married off or should she marry? If it were Zhou Zihao that would be pretty good. It's just unclear whether Zhou Zihao's parents would disagree. Lu Zile completely didn't realize that one sentence of his had his sister already calculating how much dowry to give him. The bullying involving Lu Zile kept fermenting online. As soon as the live stream started, the waiting netizens instantly flooded in, and then saw Lu Zile twisting Zhou Zihao's ear while telling him to make breakfast. Early morning? Hadn't even had time to buy breakfast and already got a mouthful of dog food. "I originally just wanted to come see my distant sister's stunning beauty. How did I end up hearing some huge gossip?" "You all wait 2 minutes, I'm going to check Zhou Zhihao and Lu Zile's Weibo to ask when they'll make it official. I'll kneel and apologize first." "Sorry, Lu Zile. When will you announce it? Looks like my distant sister is pretty satisfied." On the other side, Xiaoyang purposely got up very early. As soon as the live stream opened, he leaned toward the camera and greeted the viewers. "Good morning. They're all still asleep. I got up first to make breakfast, so that when they wake up they'll be able to eat a steaming hot breakfast." Xiaoyang said to the camera. "Is this hinting at the other 3 people? Why does it sound so awkward to me? Big brother is really so kind getting up early to make breakfast for those 3 who don't do any work. Danny Yang is such a liar, so controlling. And a total green tea guy. I don't understand how you can call him kind. Danny Yang is such a liar and a total green tea guy. I don't understand how you can, against your conscience, call him kind." When Danny Yang lit a fire to cook the yam, the other 3 also got up one after another. "You're up? I boiled some yam for breakfast. Danny Yang kept his hands moving, putting on a domestic air. Guan Guan glanced at the yam in the pot, a trace of disdain flashing across her face. She swung Chi's arm and acted coquettish with him. Senior brother, after eating yam last night, I don't want yam today. Let's go check the fish trap. When Chi saw the momentary stiffening of Danny Yang's expression, he could only ruffle Guan Guan's hair and soothe her. Don't be like that, quickly thank Yanging. After breakfast, well, go look for food. Reluctantly, Guan Guan said to Danny Yang, thank you Yanging. Danny Yang's expression immediately improved. Conditions out in the wild aren't good right now. You'll just have to put up with it. Ning Menghan did a quick wash, having not heard the three of them earlier, and kept waving her hand. Am not wrong, thank you for your trouble. Getting up so early to make breakfast. What's wrong with Guan Guan? Just be glad there's something to eat, and she's still nitpicking. Exactly, brother got up early to make breakfast for them and she still complains. She can't stand it, don't eat. Liar Danny Yang, my daughter's wasted away following him, she wants to eat some meat, what's wrong with that? It's not like brother forced her to come. If she didn't want to, she could have left, right? Did my brother beg her to stay? Sunny Yang's fans and Guangwen's fans were loudly arguing in the livestream chat, and the four of them set off after hastily eating some breakfast. The four of them were walking when somehow they found themselves near Lu Zile's group's encampment. Senior brother, look, is that a house? Maybe it's the Forest Rangers' patrol rest spot. Can we move in and live there? From afar, Guan Guan saw the bamboo hut. Her previously deadpan face suddenly lit up with excitement. Let's go take a look. Chi took Guan Guan by the hand and walked toward the house. Zhou Zihao, sister said this morning we wouldn't go out first, so go back to sleep and don't lean on me. Only after the four of them drew closer did they realize Lu Ziyao and the others were being blocked by the bamboo hut. What are you all doing here? Lin Haoran looked up, saw Danny Yang, and asked with a puzzled expression. Hey, arrange, you actually found the Forest Rangers' rest area to set up camp, what incredible luck. There was clear envy in Guangwen's tone. Huh? What does this have to do with the Forest Ranger? Lin Haoran was dumbfounded by Guangwen's unexpected remark. Chapter 42, How to Set Up the Small Bamboo Huts. Guangguan pointed at the two small bamboo huts and said with righteous confidence, aren't these built by the Forest Rangers? Lin Haoran was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to respond. Hey, arrange, since these were built by the Rangers, can we move in? We also have two girls on our side. The bamboo huts are sturdy and safer. Chi and I can pitch tents on the perimeter, Danny Yang said to Lin Haoran, her tone pleading. Lu Ziyao sat where he was, lowered his eyes and said nothing. Zhou Zihao, whose head was leaning against Lu Zile's, clicked his tongue and said lazily, although the brain and the large intestine are similar in structure, what they hold is different. Lu Zile laughed aloud, and a smile also appeared on Lu Zio's usually cold face. Only Danny Yang and Guan Guan reacted a few seconds later, their expressions turning very ugly. Guan Guan pointed at Zhou Zihao, angrily asking, Zhou Zihao, what do you mean? Zhou Zihao raised his eyes slightly, still speaking in an indifferent tone, literally what it says, didn't you understand? Haha. How's these insults are so filthy, but I like it. What kind of aphorism is this? I'm immediately taking out my little notebook to write it down first. Care for the mentally disabled.jpg. This emoji pack is for Guan Guan and the one who tested positive. Zhou Zihao's mouth must be soaked in poison, how can he be so vicious? Although Lin Haoran didn't want to bother with these idiots, he also didn't want to make the situation too awkward, so he stepped forward to explain. Yang Guan Guan, Miss Lu taught us how to build these two bamboo huts. They're not shelters for the Forest Rangers. Guan Guan was stunned for a moment, touched her nose and gave an awkward smile. Oh, I misunderstood, she said, then hid behind Chi. Yang Xiang felt humiliated, as if someone had stripped him naked and thrown him into the public square. His face was pale. While inwardly cursing Guan Guan for being stupid and misleading him, he forced a smile and tried to cover for himself. I see. Then this means we were mistaken. Lu Ziyao stared at the solitary Yang swaying precariously in the sunlight. Puzzled, this man only has that much intelligence. His mind is neither mature nor ruthless. Such a petty trick would be seen through by anyone not foolish. How did Lu Zile end up so miserable in her past life, even developing depression? Unless Danny Yang was merely a scapegoat and someone else was the mastermind behind it all. Then could I ask, Miss Lu, how do you build a little bamboo hut like this? Chi broke the awkward silence and politely asked Lu Zio. Lu Zio's train of thought was interrupted. She looked up at Chi in surprise. This Qi is quite a person measured in his comings and goings, high in both IQ and EQ. It's just that pairing him with Guan really feels like a bit of a waste. Yes, Miss Lu, could you teach us? Ning Menghan was also cooperating with Qi, doing her best to dispel the awkwardness. I was just saying. Without Qi, these four would really have packed up and gone home. I used to really ship Guangguan and Qi, but after Guangguan's reckless brainlessness, I now think Qi is too good for her. What do you mean? It's none of your business if Qi wants to spoil my daughter Guangguan. That idiot Shanyang still needed talented Ning to help fill the gaps. Lu Ziyao raised a polite but warmthless smile and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhihao with a swaggering tone spoke first. My senior brother can do it too, let him teach you. The words Lu Ziyao was about to say were forced back down. Although she herself had wanted Lin Haoran to make the move, she hadn't expected Zhou Zhihao to have already dug that hole for her. After all, among the four of them, only Lin Haoran's status was most appropriate. The other three dared not offend him. No sooner had Zhou Zhihao finished speaking than Lin Haoran felt four pairs of eyes turn to him. He could only nod. Okay. Senior brother. Don't worry and go ahead. Remember to come back for dinner tonight. Zhou Zhihao leaned against Lu Zile as if boneless and didn't forget to raise his hand to wave at Lin Haoran. Sometimes I'm really afraid that Film Emperor Lin will pull out his 40-meter knife and chop Haozi to pieces. Film Emperor Lin. My junior brother is surprisingly conscientious. He even remembered to tell me to come back for dinner. I only paid attention to one thing the whole time. Haozi leaned against Lu Zile from beginning to end, with a posture that looked like he couldn't wait to sit in his lap. Gasping and panting, dig a pit, then gasp and pant as we bury senior brother. Lin Haoran left with Danny Yang and the other three. Lu Zile pushed Zhou Zhihao away. Sit up straight, men don't embrace like that. Go back and finish your nap, Dato. Zhou Zhihao rubbed his nose and kept looking back as he walked toward the bamboo hut. Sister Lu, if you go out, remember to call me. Don't leave me here alone. I'm afraid of the dark. Zhou Zhihao, are you sick? It's broad daylight, get out of here. Lu Zile waved him away like shooing a fly. All right, go to sleep, I'll call you when it's time. Lu Ziyao nodded and promised Zhou Zhihao. Do you want to sleep a bit too? We still have food, it's fine if we don't go out today. She then turned and said to Lu Zile that I am going to bed. Sister, aren't you going to be bored alone? Lu Zile shook his head, refusing his sister's suggestion. Lu Zio's peach blossom eyes were full of amusement. Have you forgotten what sister does? How could I be bored? If you're tired, go to sleep. These past few days have actually been quite hectic. Lu Zile scratched his head. Oh right, almost forgot. Sleepiness is contagious. It's all Zhou Zihao's fault. Sis, I'm going to take nap. Go ahead. Curious question. What does my Yao sister do? If anyone knows, speak up. Curiosity 10,000. My Yao sister can catch rabbits up the mountain, catch fish in the river, identify herbs, and build houses. Holy shit, she's a 10-event all-rounder. Isn't she just a country girl from the mountains? She built up so many character traits, not afraid of it backfiring. I won't claim anything else, but when it comes to knowing herbs, that absolutely won't backfire. I guarantee it. As a pharmacy student at Lu Ziyao waited until both of them had gone inside, sat for a while longer, then got up with a bamboo basket on her back and walked into the woods alone. From time to time she rummaged in the grass or shrubs. When she found an herb or a rarer plant, she would explain it to the camera and the viewers. They didn't return to the camp until the little bamboo basket on the back was full. Back at the camp, Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao were still asleep. She first set a pot to boil water, then sat on the clearing and began cleaning the herbs they had just picked. After selecting a few varieties of herbs and rinsing them with water, she tossed them all into the pot at once. That's my remote sister making herbal tea? Looks like she didn't forget what she said yesterday. I am really looking forward to seeing Hao's eyes expression when he wakes up and sees this huge pot of herbal tea. Wait, are these herbal ratios really correct? They won't cause any problems if he drinks them, will they? Lu Ziyao isn't saying a word. How boring. I'll go watch Liningdi teach Danny Yang and the others how to build the bamboo hut. Chapter 43. Herbal tea. Lin Haoran led the four to the bamboo grove first, cut down many bamboo stalks and dragged them back to their camp. Fortunately, Lin Haoran had been seriously learning from Lu Ziyao at the time. After thinking it over, he taught Qi the steps one by one using Lu Ziyau's method. After watching Qi finish assembling the frame of the first bamboo hut and giving him a few instructions, he stood up to take his leave. Guan, who had chopped a few sections of bamboo, was getting a bit overwhelmed and pouted at Qi Yi's senior brother. Why don't we go find food first? The bamboo hut doesn't need to be finished right away, and it doesn't look like it's going to rain. Ning Menghan also stopped to rub her arm. Guan Guan isn't wrong. Our main priority right now should be finding something to eat. Qi Yi silently looked toward Shani, indicating that Shani should decide. Shani seemed absent-minded. Noticing Qi Yi's gaze, he forced a smile and said, "Let's split into 2 groups. Cutting the bamboo is physical work. Qi Yi and I will handle that. Guan Guan and senior sister should go check the pool to see if there are any fish in the basket." He paused, then added, "If there aren't any fish, well, go out and look around." The other 3 had no objections to Shani allocation. Qi Yi took the machete Guan Guan handed him and continued cutting the bamboo. Guan Guan and Ning Menghan walked toward the pool together. Shani also sat down beside Qi Yi, picked up the machete on the ground, lowered his eyes so that his expression was indistinguishable. "Wow, my poor brother, he's gotten so haggard. Is your family running a chicken farm? Clucking all day long. It's so annoying. Oh, the little liar is actually kind of endearing." "Who are you talking about?" Brother didn't lie either. It was Lu Zile's own things that he didn't put away properly, yet he's blaming someone else. Since Lu Zile's clarification video was released, Shani fans and various netizens have been furiously arguing on Weibo and in livestream chat rooms. When Lin Haoran returned to the encampment, Zhou Zihao happened to be sitting beside Lu Ziyao, peering curiously into the pot. "Sister Lu, what's cooking in this pot?" Senior brother, why are you back so soon?" Zhou Zihao's peripheral vision caught Lin Haoran, and he asked curiously. Lu Ziyao also glanced back at Lin Haoran. "You're back." I taught him everything I know and then came back." Lin Haoran shot a look at Zhou Zihao and, taking advantage of the moment, sat down as well. "Lu Jia, you still haven't said what this is?" Zhou Zihao pointed at the small iron pot. "Didn't we say yesterday that eating barbecue all the time would cause heatiness? I dug up some herbs in the woods while you were asleep and brewed some herbal tea." Lu Ziyao produced a banana leaf and said casually, "Wasn't that just a joke yesterday? How did you take it seriously? I'm just not the type to get heaty." Zhou Zihao wailed. Lu Ziyao ate the banana leaf and said lightly, "The air's dry right now. Even if you don't get heaty, drink some. It clears heat and detoxifies. Why mom makes herbal tea every day when I don't want to drink it? She says the same thing to me. That I am curious, are Lu Zile and his sister from Guangshi? How did they come to like drinking herbal tea? You river folks don't understand this kind of weather is exactly when you should be drinking some herbal tea. People from Guangshi can drink herbal tea in any kind of weather. Sister Lu, do I have to drink it?" Zhou Zihao asked cautiously. What do you think?" Lu Ziyao tipped an eyebrow. "The temperature should be just right now. Go ladle it out, everyone should have some. Zhou Zihao looked at the bamboo tube in his hand, his expression heavy. His gaze swept over Lin Haoran and Lu Ziyao, who had already finished drinking, and the PD not far away, noticing that none of them showed much expression. That it doesn't seem that bad to drink after all. He bolstered himself mentally, closed his eyes with a look of noble sacrifice, pinched his nose and gulped it down with loud thuds. Why is it so bitter? You lied to me. Why do you all show no expression after drinking it?" After chugging it, the increasing bitterness in his mouth contrasted sharply with the sweet aftertaste in his throat. His handsome features all scrunched up, and he started jumping on the spot. "It's not bitter. Didn't you notice this herbal tea has a sweet aftertaste?" Lin Haoran didn't get his point, looking at him with an innocent expression. "Ha ha ha. My housey drank it and felt a calmness as if heading to his death." He also watched everyone's reactions. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Only actor Lin has a discerning palate. Most herbal teas have a sweet aftertaste, not this bitter. Was I the only one quick-eat and quick-handed enough to screenshot my housey and make a reaction image? Zhou Zihao, what are you shouting out there? Calling someone's soul? It's driving me crazy. Lu Zile burst out of the small bamboo hut with his hair all messed up. All eyes immediately fell on him. Lu Zile silently stepped back 2 paces, a bad premonition rising in his chest, fear on his face. You. Why are you all looking at me like that?" Seeing Lu Zile rush out, a malicious smile appeared on Zhou Zihao's face. Utterly forgetting that his foot had been stamping, Lu Ziyao handed over the bamboo tube in his hand, and in a concerned tone said, "Up? Have a sip of water to moisten your throat." Lu Zile hesitated a little. Just now it seemed his sister had smiled. Why did he suddenly feel a bit panicked? "Sis, you didn't poison the water for me in there, did you?" Hearing that, Lu Zile burst out laughing in anger, and the bamboo strip in his hand swept over. Drink it quickly. Poison you? Kill you to inherit the family fortune. Hey sis, I'll drink it, I'll drink it. Lu Zile leapt to the side, dodged the bamboo stick, and eagerly took the bamboo tube that Lu Zile hadn't looked to see what it was. After one big gulp he realized it was bitter herbal tea and almost spat it out. Noticing Lu Zile's gaze fixed on him, he forced himself to swallow. He was about to haggle with his sister and say he wouldn't drink anymore. But when he met Lu Zile's half-smiling, half-threatening look, he silently shut his mouth and tilted his head back to finish it in one go. Well, how is it? Is it bitter? Ziyao asked, reveling in others' discomfort. It's not that bitter, Lu Zile said, sounding a little guilty. Not even South African diamonds can match a top star's stubbornness. Haha, he actually suspected that Sister Yao poisoned him. Top star Lu's words. It's really not that bitter. Top star Lu's heart. It might as well have been poison. Ziyao. Good brothers share hardships. Ziyao didn't notice any unease in Lu Zile's words at all. He widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, Hey, how could it not be bitter? Lu Zile shot him a glare and said irritably, Because you're dumb. Ziyao rolled his eyes, broke off a banana, handed one to Lu Zile, then put his arm around Lu Zile's shoulder. Zile, come on. What? Lu Zile looked at him in bafflement. Then the two of them squatted beside the bamboo hut. Ziyao glanced at Lu Zile and seeing that Lu Zile's attention wasn't on them, asked, By the way, does Sister Lu often beat you up? Chapter 44. Second sister is nice, ah? Lu Zile was startled by the sudden question and forgot to chew the banana leaf he had stuffed into his mouth. Ziyao patted his shoulder, wearing an expression of I understand you, and said, That bamboo stick Sister Lu just swung was so smooth, you can tell it's habitual. My second sister often beats me too if I say something she doesn't want to hear. She'll literally flip the table. Lu Zile moved his lips but hadn't had time to speak when Ziyao, looking curious again, asked, When you were being beaten, did you run all around the house? Did you climb a tree when you ran outside? Ziyao kept firing one question after another, and Lu Zile stared in disbelief at the tall figure standing behind them. That. So you're pretty good at climbing trees? Lu Zile's cool voice sounded behind the two of them. Of course. You have no idea how I trained. Whenever my second sister wanted to hit me with something, I'd just climb up a tree in the garden and only come down after she'd calmed down. You wouldn't believe that one time. Ziyao noticed Lu Zile's expression was odd, so he slowly turned, following his line of sight. His excited voice grew quieter. Sister Lu. Ha, did he forget he's carrying a microphone? Publicly calling out second sister in the livestream, his nerve is as big as a water jar. Howsy, I'll pray that your second sister isn't in the livestream, if that won't work. Let's just give the show a hush money payment and have them cut that segment. Second sis. If that airs, I'll make you stay in the tree for 3 days and 3 nights. Sis, I'm not the one talking behind your back. Lu Zile leapt up and firmly drew a line between himself and Ziyao. One time what? I'm listening with great interest. Lu Zile waved the bamboo stick in her hand and oh. It's nothing. I was saying my second sister is very fierce. Sister Lu, you're so gentle, totally different. Haha. Ziyao ingratiatingly moved behind Lu Zile and rubbed her shoulders. After the show, give me your second sister's WeChat. I think I get along with her pretty well. We can exchange some insights. Lu Zile turned back and smiled at Ziyao. When Lu Zile heard that, the corner of his mouth had just lifted when he felt his sister's faint gaze fall on him. Hey sis, I'm saying again, this has nothing to do with me. I never said you hit me. Lu Zile flattened his mouth and hurried to distance himself, practically ready to swear his loyalty to the heavens. My second sister is pretty busy, probably doesn't have much free time. Ziyao's face stiffened as he panicked and came up with a flimsy excuse. It's fine, I'm busy too. I can make time, so I think second sister probably can as well. Lu Zile's tone was casual, directly hitting the sore spot in Ziyao's heart. Ziyao, if you've got the guts, then don't come home. Your old lattice about to scratch you raw. Is this second sister? The person herself actually showed up. How Tai, it's not that I want help you. I made a wish, maybe I forgot to light a candle so the wish didn't come true. Lu Zile's expression isn't quite the same as mine. He's 3 parts restrained, 3 parts wanting to laugh, 4 parts merit -1. 10 parts merit instantly reset to 0. The Damaku was instantly dominated by the three words hello second sister. Achoo. Zhou Zihao's nose suddenly itched. He let out a big sneeze and felt a chill along his spine. He rubbed his nose. Was the herbal tea just now too cold? Why did he feel a bit chilled? He hadn't expected to have already been thought of. He continued to flatter Lu Ziyao. Sister Lu, what are we going to do now? What do you want to do? Climb a tree? Lu Ziyao's expression didn't change as she sat back down beside Lin Haoran. Alright, come eat noodles. Lin Haoran had somehow already set up the pot and added yesterday's leftover yam and mushrooms, boiling a pot of noodles. Lu Zile looked over in confusion. Hey, arrange, whose noodles are these? Senior, did you go bribe the production team? As soon as Zhou Zihao heard there was food, he immediately sat down beside Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran rolled his eyes rudely. I finally understand why your second sister wanted to beat you. How did you manage to grow a mouth like that? The only one who can make our Lin film emperor roll his eyes is my Haozi. Looks like a human but acts like a dog, and of all things has a mouth. Haha. Second sis, why don't you let Sister Yao help you beat him up? After all, we're all sisters. Wait until he gets home and give him a good thrashing then. Speaking of which, surely the bamboo strips in Yaoji's hand aren't the same model as the ones on Tao Duoduo, right? I feel like my sister is going to buy the same one. Help. On the other side, when Qiyi and Shanyang had finished processing all the bamboo according to Lin Haoran's instructions, Guan Guan and Ning Menghan also returned with their heads bowed. Senior brother, it's just one fish and neither of us know how to kill it. As soon as Guan Guan saw Qiyi, she felt a little aggrieved. Qiyi put down what he was holding and said gently, it's fine, I'll take care of it. You and Sister Menghan rest for a bit. Then go help Brother Yang. After saying that, he rose and left. Danny Yang only glanced up at Qiyi and did not speak. Guan Guan found it rather strange, secretly scrutinizing Danny Yang, wondering why the person who usually liked to be the first to act had changed his manner today. After thinking for a long time without coming up with anything sensible, she gave up and, together with Ning Menghan, suppressed her curiosity and asked Danny Yang how to do it. Danny Yang hadn't spoken since he finished teaching the two of them. Guan Guan and Ning Menghan exchanged a glance. They both thought it was the encounter with Lu Ziyao that morning that put Danny Yang in a bad mood and didn't know how to comfort him, so they simply left him to stew in his feelings. The livestream chat had only the two of them making small talk. The silent, awkward atmosphere wasn't broken until Qiyi returned. How did Danny Yang suddenly realize he was being stupid? No one speaking at all. Who are you putting that face on for? Has the plot already reached the point of parting ways? Can we fast forward? I love this storyline. Look how tired my brother is. If it were me stuck taking care of a few idiots who can't help at all, I wouldn't want to speak either. What's your brother tired from? Tired of scheming? If it weren't for Qiyi stepping up front, could he even still be getting his meals? Senior brother, you're back? What's this? Danny Yang's low mood made Guan Guan feel annoyed. Just then she caught sight of Qiyi and rose to meet him. Qiyi handed the bamboo shoot and the fish in his arms to Guan Guan, smiling as he said, on my way back I dug up a bamboo shoot in the grove. Let's use it to make a fish soup. Senior brother, you're still the best. Guan Guan praised Qiyi, and couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at the silent Danny Yang. Ning Menghan really didn't want to deal with bamboo anymore, so she volunteered to cook. Guan Guan didn't try to grab the cooking either, so she and Qiyi went to give Danny Yang a hand. Brother Yang, the hole you opened is in the wrong place. Guan Guan, while stacking bamboo tubes on the frame and finding they wouldn't connect, said impatiently to Shanyang. Chapter 45. Catching a snake bare-handed. Shanyang looked up and said lightly, huh? Then redo it for me. Guan Guan didn't miss the murderous flash that crossed Shanyang's eyes. It made the hairs on her arms stand on end. I was about to complain, but at that moment Nana handed over the bamboo tube in her hand. I didn't mean to blame you, it really just didn't match. Danny Yang withdrew his gaze, took the bamboo tube Guan Guan handed over, walked to the frame of the small bamboo hut and gestured a bit, then sat back down to continue working on it. Guan Guan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Used the excuse of going to help Ning Menghan to escape from Danny Yang's side. Guan Guan talks tough while standing. If she has the ability, let her do it herself. Why blame my brother? My daughter isn't blaming anyone either. Can't she complain if it won't go in? Could you all stop being so sensitive, please? Why do I feel like Guan Guan is trying to flee in panic? This live stream feels... I can't quite put it into words. Gloomy doesn't seem right either. Never mind, I'll go watch Zhou Zihao instead. After the four of them finished dividing up the pot of noodles Lin Howren had cooked, Zhou Zihao suddenly leaned toward Lu Zile and softly called. Lu Zile looked at Zhou Zihao warily. What do you want? Is this fool going to lead him into a trap and bury him again? Don't be nervous, I'm not some kind of monster. This time it was Zhou Zihao who was speechless. Keep your distance and I won't be nervous. You're way scarier than any monster. Lu Zile blurted out without thinking. Zhou Zihao stared at his good brother in disbelief, feeling aggrieved. No, Lu Zile, after all my face could at least be called breathtakingly beautiful. Aren't I much better looking than some raging beast? No sooner had he finished speaking than 3 assessing gazes fell on Zhou Zihao's face. Lu Zile, what kind of god-tier train of thought is this? Lu Ziyao, you can even use breathtakingly beautiful like that. Lin Howren, why compare faces with a raging flood and a ferocious beast? Zhou Zihao looked baffled. Why are you all staring at me like that? Am I wrong? The 3 of them nodded in unison. Yes, you're absolutely right. Second sister, why not go bring your husky back home? Claim what? I think second sister is probably planning right now how to kick this idiot out of the family tree. It's so damn embarrassing. As Haozai's biggest fan, I'm suddenly puzzled. Why the hell have I been fangirling over Era all these years? For people, 2 kinds of speechlessness. Zhou Zihao's speechlessness. Am I not handsome? The other 3's speechlessness. My native language is speechlessness. Ahem. Lu Ziyao pretended to cough twice. Shall I take you out for a walk? Zhou Zihao, thrown off by Lu Ziyao's interruption, completely forgot what he had just wanted to say to Lu Zile. He nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Sure, let's go, I'm bored anyway. Lu Ziyao looked at this boy with clear eyes who often let his imagination run wild, and suddenly felt a pang in his heart. It was clear that Zhou Zihao had been well protected by the Zhou family, confident enough to move through this circle with a clear head while preserving the innocence of youth. His younger brother used to be just like him, not holding anything in, confidently flamboyant. She was too busy with work, busy chasing her own dreams, and didn't give her younger brother enough confidence, so he didn't even know when his self-assurance faltered and he began to chew himself up inside. Sis, let's go. Lu Zile's voice interrupted Lu Ziyao's reflection. She put away her slightly low mood. Let's go. Lin Howren and the other 2 followed Lu Ziyao, leisurely as if on holiday. Lu Ziyao knew every plant in the grove like the back of her hand. She introduced each species and its habits bit by bit in front of the camera. If they encountered a nationally protected plant, she would borrow a phone from the PD to take photos and save them. Where did my Yaojia get her knowledge base from? I'm getting more and more curious about what exactly she does for a living. What kind of good job could it be? Probably something like a forest ranger. That would be cheating. It doesn't seem like there are any rules saying forest rangers can't appear on variety shows. How is that cheating? I'm using my knowledge to take the exam. How is that called cheating? What, did my big shot hitting you from a higher dimension wound your fragile pride? Hey Zal, what does Sister Lu do for work? How does she know so much? Zhou Zihao asked in a low voice, admiring Lu Ziyao as she spoke eloquently, and turned to ask Lu Zile. Lu Zile answered hesitantly. Well, actually I'm not really sure about the exact nature of my sister's job. Since she graduated from university she's been very busy, flying around everywhere. It seems to have something to do with plants. Just as Lu Zile was about to say more, he suddenly stared behind Zhou Zihao and his face changed dramatically. Zhou Zihao watched, bewildered, as Lu Zile's expression visibly shifted. He was about to ask what had happened when he saw Lu Zile make a hand gesture, signaling him not to move or speak. Not knowing what was going on but seeing the gravity on Lu Zile's face, he dared not move and stood frozen in place. Lu Ziyao keenly sensed the strange atmosphere and looked up toward Zhou Zihao and Lu Zile. By this time, the live stream room had already exploded. Holy sh, what's behind Haozai? A bamboo viper. The crew hurry over to rescue him. This thing could kill him. This bloody thing's given me goosebumps. What to do? Haozai, don't move, stay calm, don't move. Oh my god, I'm terrified. Lu Zile's pleading look turned to Lu Ziyao. Lu Ziyao signaled him to relax and, moving gently and quietly, came up beside Zhou Zihao. Zhou Zihao looked at her calm, composed expression. The nervousness that Lu Zile had originally caused him evaporated, and his heart suddenly steadied. Lu Ziyao suddenly reached out and pinched the vital spot of the little snake that was peeking from the tree. Sis, what are you doing? Lu Zile stared at his sister's action, so frightened he nearly fainted, and rushed forward to pull Zhou Zihao away. Did it bite you? Lu Ziao's brows and eyes were full of smiling intent. His narrow peach blossom eyes seemed to contain sparkling starlight as he comforted Lu Zile. It's okay, this isn't a bamboo viper. Zhou Zihao, having recovered from the shock caused by Lu Zile pulling him away, glanced at the little green snake in Lu Yao's hand and also gathered around. Holy shit, Sister Lu, are you okay? It's okay, don't worry, this is an internationally protected level 2 species, the bamboo pit viper, it's non-venomous. Lu Ziyao even patted the snake's head, soothing the three who had been frightened. And the little green one in her hand. Holy shit, I'm breaking out in a cold sweat. My sister Yao actually caught a snake with her bare hands? I must have gotten up the wrong way. I'm going to lie back down, change my position, and get up again. That I actually shouted out loud in the office. My boss just messaged me to go to his office. Yao Jie, I respect you like a true man. You are the only sister I'll have in this life. Chapter 46. The conflict between Guan Guan and Danyang. Lu Ziyao carefully placed the little snake she was holding onto the ground. As it left, it seemed to look back at her once. Do you think this little snake will come back many years later to repay the favor? Zhou Zihao asked nonsensically as he grabbed Lu Zile's arm. Lu Zile looked at Zhou Zihao's eager expression and annoyed gave him a sharp slap. Read fewer novels. I think the one who should be repaying the favor is you. Oh right. Then how about I? Zhou Zihao said with a suddenly enlightened look. Lu Zile immediately cut him off before he could finish. Don't. That would be you repaying kindness with ingratitude. Zhou Zihao snorted, immediately shook off Lu Zile, and happily ran over to Lu Ziao's side. Sister Lu, do you have any wishes? If I can help make them come true, I'll definitely do it. Lu Ziyao looked back at Lu Zile, who had just been whispering with Zhou Zihao. Puzzled. What nonsense is that idiot spouting now? Lu Zile scratched his head. He said he wants to repay a favor. Zile is right. Sister Lu saved my dog's life. Repaying the favor is only right. Zhou Zihao nodded in agreement with Lu Zile. Lu Ziyao was silent for a long moment, then said, I hope the mountains and rivers remain safe and peace reigns in the world. I'll guess before my handsome guy got interrupted by the top Lu celebrity, he was going to say he would offer himself. Yes, I think the top Lu celebrity repaid kindness with ingratitude describes it perfectly. Does Lu Ziyao have to make that character so fake? Someone asked her what her wish was, and what did she answer? Come on, big brother, my Yaojia has looks if she needs them, culture if she wants it, money if she wants it. What business is it of yours if her ambitions are big? Holy shit, you're not a walking 500,000 yuan, are you? Wait, I'm reporting you right now. For a while Lu Ziao's barehanded snake-catching incident rocketed to the top of the trending list, pushing Lu Zile's bullying clarification video down to second. The two siblings occupied the top 2 spots. Li Chan stared at the trending list, his face twisted, grabbed the phone and called Zhang Mingyi. As soon as the call connected he barked, Zhang Mingyi, what good does taking down Danyang do for you? It's the same company. If the company's reputation is damaged, you think Lu Zile can stay unaffected? Zhang Ming and Qing Maiadan's voice came through the phone. Li Chan, you're the nasty one trying to step on my Zile to climb up. What, now you're panicking? I'm nothing like Zile and his soft heart. He only gave a verbal clarification because he didn't want things to get ugly. He didn't throw out the evidence to humiliate you. But you shamelessly refusing to show any respect. Don't you dare pester me, get lost. Li Chan heard the busy signal through the phone and, furious, hurled it away. The handset landed on the carpet and began to ring. Seeing the name displayed, he took a deep breath and answered, Hello, Director Zhu, why me? Okay, I understand. Li Chan hung up the phone and slumped to the ground, his face ashen. Danyang sipped slowly at the fish soup Ning Menghan had cooked, when suddenly an uneasy premonition rose in him, as if something was slipping out of its predetermined course. He couldn't grasp that vague feeling, and grew even more restless just as Guan Guan kept whining in his ear about the food and lodging being terrible. He suddenly couldn't contain his emotions. His face darkened and he snapped, if you don't want to do this, then terminate your contract with the production team and go home. No sooner had the words fallen than the surrounding area went so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Oh, the little green tea act plus liar finally couldn't hold it in. Is she starting to show her true colors? Danyang, what do you mean? My daughter just complained a little. Can she do that? My brother wasn't wrong either. If you don't want to be here, then go back. This isn't your home where everyone has to pamper you. What kind of yearly drama is this? Over there it's all harmony and bliss, while here it's scheming and cursing. What a profitable investment. Guan Guan's eyes reddened. Danyang, what do you mean? I only complained a bit, though you have to be so out to get me. Danyang immediately regretted what had said, but the words were already out and he didn't know how to take them back. Ning Menghan reacted fairly promptly, smoothing things over as she covered for Shani Yang. Guan, Yang didn't mean anything by it. Maybe he was just too tired and his tone wasn't good. Don't take it to heart. Yeah, I was just too tired, a little out of it. Sorry, I apologize. Shani Yang quickly took the way out Ning Menghan had offered and stepped down. Although Qi felt displeased. He couldn't start a scene in front of the cameras and had to consider the bigger picture. He reluctantly ruffled Guan's hair, patted her hand from the shadows and said, Yang didn't do it on purpose. See, he's apologizing right away. Don't be mad, okay? Guan knew she couldn't turn hostile on camera, so she made a mental note against Shani Yang and pinched her nose to force a smile. Oh, I accept your apology. I'm not mad anymore. Danyang breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps to salvage his image, he offered to build the shelter himself and suggested the three of them go out to find food. The four split into two groups. Qi took the two girls into the woods to look for food, returning to the camp only as dusk fell. When they came back, they saw a small bamboo hut had appeared at the camp. Guan joyfully circled the bamboo hut twice. Already finished so quickly? It looks pretty simple, then. She seemed to have forgotten the daytime argument, still sweetly thanking Danyang. Thanks, Brother Yang. Danyang obliging smiled and said, it's nothing much, pretty simple. You and senior sister Ning sleep in the room tonight. Qi and I will sleep in the tent first, and we'll set up another one tomorrow. Did you find anything to eat? After a whole day of hard labor, I'm so hungry I could eat a whole ox. Danyang then turned to speak to Qi. Qi's face showed little expression, while Ning Menghan beside him said awkwardly, we didn't find much to eat, just one supply pack, and then we dug up some wild yams. Tonight we'll only have noodles cooked with yams and bamboo shoots. As long as there's something to eat, I don't mind. You've all worked so hard, let me make dinner, you go rest first. Danyang tried hard to salvage his image, waving his hand to show he didn't care. Why brother is still so kind. He's so tired and yet wants to make dinner. How tiring can boiling noodles be? What does that have to do with kindness? I've seen through Danyang's true colors anyway. I'm still angry he called my daughter ungrateful. When did brother ever say Guan didn't know what's good for her? Don't pin every accusation on brother. That stubborn fool is exactly what they're talking about when they say Guan. The group ate their meal in silence. Guan and Ning Menghan packed away their tents and moved into the little bamboo hut to sleep. Autumn weather changes quickly. In the first half of the night the wind was calm, but in the latter half it suddenly rose into a strong gale. A few startled cries cut through the silence of the night. Chapter 47 Collapse. Danyang and Qi were both awakened at the same time, hurriedly scrambling out of their sleeping bags and rushing out of the tent. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Their voices sounded almost simultaneously. It was so dark around them that they couldn't see their hands. Only the gusting wind that had started up at some unknown time howling. Qi frowned. Was the direction of the voices the little bamboo hut they'd built during the day? Reacting first, Qi groped by memory for his lighter, carefully shielding the hard-won flame. By its faint light he saw two figures rising from the ground. Who's there? Danyang took a couple of steps back and summoning his courage asked, Who? Who the hell do you think I am? Guan cried, exasperated, then turned plaintive and called out, Senior brother. Qi hurried 2 steps toward the direction of the voice. What's going on here? Ning's senior sister. Guan. Shani Yang finally registered and tentatively called the two names. Maybe the wind was too strong and blew down the bamboo hut. Ning Menghan's voice carried some resentment and a survivor's relieved gratitude. Anyone who was sleeping soundly would have their whole mood spoiled if a bamboo tube suddenly covered their face. For a moment, Danyang didn't know what to say and could only utter a one-syllable sound. Guan gripped Qi's warm hand. Her nerves relaxed a little, and she opened her mouth to scold. What do you mean, ah? How did you build this bamboo hut of yours? It collapses at the slightest breeze. Both of you stay right where you are and don't move. I'll get the fire going first. Qi soothed the two who had been frightened. Right, Qi and I will get the fire started first, you all wait a moment. Danny Yang felt a bit panicked and echoed Qi. The wind was strong, and it was only with great difficulty that they managed to get the fire going. By the light of the flames, Guan Guan and Ning Menghan checked their sore spots. Luckily they had only been scared, not injured, and only Ning Menghan had a few bruises on her hand. Danny Yang looked at the scattered bamboo tubes and cautiously apologized to the two of them. Guan Guan, senior sister Ning, I'm sorry, I didn't secure them properly. Ning Menghan felt annoyed. But seeing Danny Yang's apologetic face, she didn't want to blame him for everything. She waved it off and swallowed her resentment. It's fine, you don't have experience and it wasn't intentional. Sorry, I have a problem too, this frame probably wasn't secured properly. Wait until daylight. I'll set it up again with Brother Yang, and it definitely won't collapse this time. Guan Guan had been thinking of mocking only Yang, but when Qi took the blame upon himself, she held back and didn't speak, only snorting coldly. The four sat by the fire, looking at one another in silence. After a long while, Qi broke the silence. It'll be quite a while before daylight. Your tents are down now, so come stay in our tent for the night. Brother Yang and I will stand watch outside. Perhaps feeling it wasn't right to decide on his own, he hesitated and then asked Danny Yang, Brother Yang, is that okay? Danny Yang nodded and said sincerely, this is indeed my mistake now. You all should go to sleep. Guan Guan and Ning Menghan, having expended energy during the day and been frightened by an incident, were indeed exhausted in both body and mind, so they did not refuse and went into the tent to continue catching up on sleep. Such a chaotic night passed. And as soon as the live stream opened, countless netizens poured in. Did I not wipe my eye gunk properly? Wasn't there a little bamboo hut set up yesterday? Where did the hut go? Probably should be maybe perhaps that pile of bamboo tubes on the ground. I'll make a blind guess, the bamboo hut collapsed last night. I just want to ask, if I'm laughing very loudly right now, will my merits be reset to 0? The house supported by a single sunbeam collapsed, commonly called a house collapse. Unlike the one night of stimulation with a single yang and a pedestrian, the wind here for Lu Zile and the three others was unsettled, but the waves were very calm. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night last night and heard the whooshing of the wind through the woods. It sounded kind of scary. Ziyao's voice came out before he showed his face. What kind of courage is that of yours? Only a little bit. Lu Zile, just up, heard Ziyao's voice and shot back immediately. Lu Zile watched the two of them so energetic so early, a gentle smile on his face, and glanced at the slightly gloomy weather. The weather's about to change. Let's go out and take a walk today, find some food to store. Sister Lu, the place you picked to camp is really great. The wind is howling outside, but I don't feel any of it. It's simply a perfect shelter from the wind. Ziyao scooted up to Lu Zile and buttered her up eagerly. Lu Zile wasn't to be outdone and immediately returned the compliment. Sycophant, do you need me to tell you? My sister was amazing from the start. Are these two holding some kind of flattery contest? I just came from Danny Yang's livestream. It was awful over there, the house even collapsed, but here it's completely intact. You just picked a good spot because the house was sheltered from the wind, it didn't collapse. My brother built his the same way. If his house collapses, shall be the culprit. Hey, your brother sure has a knack for finding a wind-sheltered place. Besides, it was taught by Liningdi. You want dare blame the movie Emperor, so you pin it on Sister Yao? Just like your own master only picks on the weak and fears the strong. The four of them tidied up a bit, ate something simple and set off carrying small bamboo baskets. They had only taken a couple of steps when they saw Danny Yang and the others come into view. Ziyao and Lu Zile stood behind Lin Haoran whispering, what rotten luck, why do these people keep haunting us like stubborn spirits? Guan Guan, sharp-eyed, saw their intact bamboo hut and immediately felt unfair, speaking in a sharp voice, look how solidly they built their house, not like some people who want to show off but can't do anything right. Shanyang listened to Guan Guan's sarcastic taunts, wanted to argue but didn't know how, so he had to swallow his anger. Guan Guan. Qi scolded softly. Humph, I wonder if some people are deliberately making Brother Haoran not teach us properly. Guan Guan noticed Qi was displeased and deliberately redirected the criticism toward Lu Zile, whom she thought had the weakest background. Lu Zile looked puzzled. Are they talking about me? I don't think I've done anything these past couple of days, have I? Lu Zile thought for a moment and roughly guessed what had happened. She has always followed the principle of they don't offend me, I won't offend them. Tilting her head, she suddenly laughed, lazy and lax with a bit of roguishness. Then practice more. If you rehearse the sequence 1, 2, 3 for more times, it won't collapse. It's okay if a house collapses because of strong wind, but injuring your waist or other parts would be much worse. Guan hadn't expected Lu Ziyao, who usually didn't speak much, to suddenly retort like that, and was left so stunned she couldn't speak. Can I say that this head tilt kill from Yaojia almost killed me? Guan is right. Lu Ziyao really has bad intentions. When Sister Yao smiled like that, I really wanted to give her a cigarette and pinch her hand. Chapter 48. De Huang. After Lu Ziyao finished speaking, her gaze fell on Qi Yi. In a flat tone without the slightest inflection she said, "Keep your people in line." Although it was her usual indifference, Qi Yi still felt an oppressive force wash over him and nodded blankly. Guan was about to speak angrily when Qi Yi tugged her behind him. Looking at Qi Yi's displeased expression, she felt resentful but didn't dare say anything. "Hey, help me up a bit, Sister Lu's energy is making my legs go weak." I always thought she was the cool, aloof type. Most of Zhou Zihao's weight was leaning on Lu Zile, but his dog-like eyes were sparkling, like a child who had just seen Ultraman. Lu Zile was slightly stunned by Zhou Zihao's words, pushed him away in distaste to make him stand properly, then returned her gaze to Lu Ziyao. "Ha, she's even more forceful when she beats you up. You should try it." Lu Zile, I'll say this again solemnly. We can share the good times but we cannot share the hardships. Zhou Zihao refused Lu Zile's proposal with righteous words. "Tisit, I don't want to share the good times with you, nor the hardships. How about we just part ways in the Jianghu?" "Sai, don't." Just as the two began bickering, Shanyang spoke. "Miss Lu, Guan is just frank and outspoken, don't blame her. It's all my fault I didn't handle things well." Lu Ziyao shot a look at Danny Yang that said don't come near me, took 2 calm steps back, then opened his mouth. "Hey, no, I don't like tea. How will you make it? Has nothing to do with me." This tea-scented Danny Yang is truly amazing. If he were any other gender I'd be bowing down. Haha, Sister Yao is literally my mouthpiece. Lu Ziyao, don't get too arrogant. So you hooked up with the best actor. Your sneaky methods are honestly pathetic. You're not asking them to be moral people, but you can't casually spread slut-shaming rumors about an innocent girl. Zhou Zihao's scoffing was especially conspicuous in the silence, making Danny Yang even more embarrassed. His face was like a spilled paletter, black, green and white cycling through. His clenched fist was painfully pinched by his own nails as he barely maintained his expression. A vein bulging at his temple betrayed his resentment. "Miss Lu sure loves to joke," he said. "Hey, let's go." Lu Ziyao said non-committally, glanced at the 3 standing to one side, and walked past Danny Yang without changing his expression. Not sparing him even a glance. "Ah, here you are." Zhou Zihao was the first to catch up to Lu Ziyao. Only Lin Haoran nodded politely, then followed after Lu Ziyao. "What are you being so arrogant about?" Qi Yi clearly heard Guan's grumbling, and when the camera couldn't see them he shot her a glare. Only then did Guan reluctantly fall silent. Guan's performances over the past 2 days had sunk her reputation to rock bottom. Her anxious agent had even developed 2 blisters on his mouth, and the rival studio was throwing out every bit of dirt they could find on her since debut. Guan clashes with teammates backstage. Guan lip-syncing. Guan secretly meets married men late at night. Lu Ziyao returned to his previous cool detachment. The momentary roguishness had been a mere illusion. He wandered through the woods with the 3 of them, giving a brief lesson whenever they came across an unusual plant, and even dug up quite a few potatoes. "Hey, we're here to film a wilderness survival show, so why does Sister Lu look like she's here for a scientific expedition?" Zhou Zihao asked Lu Zile with curiosity as he looked at Lu Ziyao crouched in front of the camera. Exuding a strong academic vibe, Lu Zile touched his chin. Is there a possibility that my sister actually came for a field study?" As the two were talking, a yellow object suddenly swept across their field of vision and accurately landed in Lu Zio's arms. "Damn, where did that hidden weapon come from?" Zhou Zihao leapt up at once. "Lu Zile. Lin Haoran." Lu Ziyao looked puzzled at the banana that had fallen into her arms, slowly raised it up and looked back toward the tree. A furry little head poked out from the leaves. Her eyes lit up and she cried out in delight, "Is that De Huang?" Hearing Lu Zio's voice. A monkey with gray-black fur all over its body, white fur only on the neck and the inner sides of its arms, slowly sat down on a branch and even waved at Lu Ziyao. "WF this? May I ask where the name De Huang came from?" Laughing to death, Lu Ziyao thought it was a Chinese rural dog. Still called it De Huang. "Upstairs my sister Yao did call De Huang and it fits. Am I the only one who finds Zhou Zihao's dark weapon so funny?" Haha. Laughing uncontrollably. "Come on, they're not bad people, come down so I can have a look." Lu Zile pointed at the three who stood not far away, frozen, then raised his hand and made a beckoning motion toward the little monkey. The little monkey shook its head, as if thinking for a moment, then nimbly climbed down the tree and plopped down beside Lu Zile. Why are you the only one? Where are Huang and the others? Lu Zile ruffled the fur on the little monkey's head and asked like he was making small talk to Lu Zile. Dumbfounded. Jpg Ziyao. Looks like it would be nice to pet. Lin Haoran. As expected of Miss Lu. The little monkey obediently let Lu Zile stroke its head, squeaking, its two arms still gesturing. Oh, they're not coming over here, I have food, you keep this to eat. Lu Zile peeled the banana in her hand and handed it to the little monkey. Sis. When did you learn monkey language? Lu Zile swallowed and couldn't help asking. Lu Zile looked up and answered with a smile. Huh? I didn't, I'm guessing. Lu Zile's expression cracked a little. No way you can guess that accurately. Ziyao quietly stepped forward 2 paces, eager to try, and asked Sister Lu, why is it so obedient? Can I pet it too? Lu Zile and Ziyao, shouldn't your focus be on why it's so obedient to your sister, so why is it called Huang? Can anyone explain that to me? Is there a possibility that the name Huang is easier to raise? Hao Zai, go feel it for me quickly, that fur looks so soft. I've stroked dogs and cats. But never a monkey. Lu Zile thought for a moment, then said to the little monkey in a consultative tone, Huang, that person over there wants to be friends with you, do you mind? Huang tilted his head, glanced twice at Ziyao, showed no reaction, and continued eating the banana in his hand. From just those 2 glances, Ziyao felt a strong sense of disdain and looked at Lu Zile somewhat helplessly. Come on, it agreed. Lu Zile waved at Ziyao. Lu Zile touched the back of his head and tentatively asked, Sis, was this your guess too? Chapter 49. Why is it called Big Yellow then, since it didn't object? Doesn't that mean it agreed? Lu Zile looked at Lu Zile like he was a fool. Lu Zile. Hey, I'm here. Ziyao smiled foolishly, and quietly sat down on the other side of the little monkey, tentatively reaching out to touch the monkey's head. So? How is it? Doesn't it feel great? Howzy, after the show, why don't you write some kind of reaction piece or a little essay? Let me experience the joy of petting a monkey through words, on the differences between monkey fur and dog fur. My Yaojia really has wide connection, she even knows monkeys. Lu Zile watched Ziyao petting the little monkey and felt a bit itchy to join in. He glanced at Lu Zile as if asking for help. Lu Zile smiled and waved her hand. You come too. As she stood up, she gave the little monkey a rub and said softly, Huang, be good. Lu Zile nervously took Lu Zile's place. Seeing that the little monkey showed no resistance, he relaxed a bit. Lin Haoran at some point had already walked up to Lu Zile. Lu Zile shifted his gaze to Lin Haoran. Actor Lin wants to try too. Lin Haoran shook his head. Forget it, I'm just curious why it's called Huang. Lu Zile's thoughts drifted a little far away. As if recalling the past, he said in a low voice, when we came to inspect 2 years ago, its parents were migrating and carelessly left it behind. They didn't take it. And we found it. Back then it was still very small, not long out of birth, its fur was all light yellow, so we named it Huang. Then you returned it to the troop later? Lin Haoran's curiosity was instantly piqued. Yes, after all it's an endangered protected animal. If we took it down the mountain to the zoo, we might not have been able to save it. So we decided to raise it while tracking the troop. After a month of hard work we finally tracked them down and sent it back. I didn't expect to run into them again this time, Lu Zile said casually. I find Lu Zile's story here increasingly far-fetched. Tracking for several days? Ridiculous. Why don't you explain why the little monkey is so close to Sister Yao? If you go up there I bet Huang will slap you twice. I just want to know what identity Lu Zile actually has. She says she's here to inspect things. What could she possibly be inspecting out here in these desolate mountains? You idiots actually believe what she says. I'm sure this is all a setup. What kind of identity could a mere village girl possibly have? Lu Zile's brilliant move once again pushed the show to the top of the trending list. Less than a week since the Wilderness Survival Program premiered, its popularity has remained high. Shocking. Endangered Yunbai monkeys reappear in Yun City. Lu Ziyao is the savior of the Yunbai monkeys. Lu Zile's true identity? Among the top 10 trending searches, the 2 siblings each occupied 3 spots, and for a while the live stream was packed, the comments streaming by in a blurred eye. In the live room the opinions were all over the place, split into 2 camps each holding to their view. One side said Lu Ziyao was backed by a patron and was acting from a script, the other insisted Lu Ziyao didn't have a script in hand and was a big shot in his own right. Zhang Ming, who spent every day holed up in the office watching the live stream seeing such high heat, made a snap decision. He took out his phone and said, "President Zhang, we can have the legal team send a lawyer's letter now. While the heat is up, let's raise it another notch." So Weibo exploded again. Lu Zile's official Weibo posted a statement, essentially saying that those who previously maliciously spread rumors about Lu Zile, damaging his reputation, must publicly apologize to him. Those who refuse will have a lawyer's letter sent by the company. Lawyer's letter? Everyone says that. I just want to apologize. If you've got the nerve, send me one. Spreading rumors is easy, debunking them is a nightmare. You did something wrong and still want to apologize and you're proud of it. It's just sending a letter, routine procedure. What celebrity doesn't have some dirt? If you send a lawyer's letter, aren't you afraid they'll dig deeper and get exposed? I just won't apologize, come at me. Zhang Ming and others didn't know how to convince the company's higher-ups. The major influencer who had smeared Lu Zile and the fake random whistleblowers who claimed Lu Zile bullied others all received lawyers' letters. As a result, Weibo once again turned into a scene of collective apologies to Lu Zile. The person who earlier posted a video accusing Lu Zile of bullying classmates at school admitted they were paid to smear Lu Zile, said they weren't actually classmates with Lu Zile, and announced they would permanently close their account. While Zhang Ming and Guangfa sent their lawyers' letters, the entertainment news outlets that first broke the Lu Zile bullying scandal also issued statements, saying that the single Yang was unaware of the previously leaked video, that someone had maliciously edited it and directly sent it to their inbox, and that the media had failed to carefully verify the authenticity of the video before publishing. They apologized to Lu Zile, apologized to all netizens for misleading public opinion, and once again apologized for occupying public resources. Who would have thought? Lu Zile's company actually has some conscience, choosing to stand firm. Who said they'd never apologize before? They didn't die, but they did get slapped in the face. That's how it should be, wasting public resources and deliberately steering public opinion. You keyboard warriors ought to be locked up and reformed for a few days to straighten you out. Randomly spreading rumors like this should be included in the criminal code, otherwise the cost of making mistakes is really too low. Meanwhile, the programmers on Weibo and the programmers at Tomato Live were cursing and grumbling while nervously monitoring their company's servers, afraid that too much concurrency would crash them. Lu Ziyao and the others had no idea that outside the mountain people were already arguing fiercely over the few of them. After finishing the banana in his hand, De Huang continued picking fleas on his mountain, while Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao fondled him from every angle. Sister Lu, why do you call him De Huang? Zhou Zhihao, focused on petting the monkey, hadn't heard the conversation Lu Ziyao and Lin Haoran had just had. Before Lu Ziyao could answer, Lu Zile, without even looking up, said, "Sigh, my sister is hopeless at naming things. The Alaskan we used to have? She called it Xiaobai. And that ridiculously handsome Maine Coon? She named it Xiaomei. Luckily Mom named me, otherwise I might be called Lu Xiaohei or something now." Zhou Zhihao, enduring Lu Zile's murderous glare, desperately signaled at Lu Zile with his eyes, but Lu Zile's gaze never left De Huang and he didn't notice Zhou Zihao's hint at all. Lu Zile changed the name in the household register to Lu Xiaohei during the show later. Lu Ziyao rolled her eyes so far back they almost reached the back of her head, but her voice remained calm and even. "Sai, why change it to Lu Xiaohei? I think—" "Hey sis," I didn't. Lu Zile's attention snapped away from De Huang. Belatedly realizing what had said, he sprang up, stood beside Lu Ziyao and bowed apologetically. "Sis, I was just bragging, just talking. You didn't hear anything, right?" He also turned and glared at Zhou Zhihao. Zhou Zhihao spread his hands innocently. "My eyes about to twitch. You saw nothing, can't blame me." Chapter 50. There's a little pig here, sis. Lu Zile stood up, holding Lu Ziyao's arm and swaying it, stretching the tone very long. Zhou Zhihao covered his eyes with one hand and uttered, "UTSK Lu Zile, how old are you? Still acting spoiled? Humph, are you jealous of me?" Lu Zile sneered arrogantly at Zhou Zhihao. "I don't care how old I am, I can still act cutesy with my sister. If you have the guts, go act cute with your second sister." Zhou Zhihao, imagining some scene, kept waving his hands. "No thanks for the offer. Goddamn it, Lu Zile, if you dare act cutesy at me with that face of yours, I'll find a way to build a ladder to the moon for you if that's what you want. How's I take my advice?" Second sis is still lurking in the live stream. With that expression, you'll probably get thrashed twice after the show. Top celebrity Lu, I'm begging you, this face is really not suitable for acting cute. Right now I almost want to forgive you on behalf of Sister Lu. The top celebrity calls this acting cute. If it were my face, it would only be called being wild. Lu Ziyao disdainfully slapped Lu Zile's hand away. Stand still. His tone sounded a bit uncertain, but his narrow eyes were full of adoration. Suddenly, a monkey's cry came from the woods. The little monkey immediately shook off its idleness and looked at Lu Ziyao with reluctant eyes. Lu Ziyao walked over and gently stroked its head, waved at it and said, "Found you, go home." The little monkey leapt up the tree in a couple of bounds, glanced back at Lu Ziyao, then hopped around in the foliage a few times and soon vanished from sight. Ziyao clicked his tongue in wonder and asked curiously, "Sister Lu, how did you know to call De Huang home?" A curve lifted the corner of Lu Ziyao's mouth and she said slowly, "I guessed. After all, I can understand what you say." Ziyao's face instantly fell. Clutching Lin Haoran's arm, he swayed back and forth. "Senior brother, Sister Lu said I'm a little monkey." "You?" Lu Zile frowned with disgust. "How old are you and still acting cutesy?" "Humph, are you jealous of me?" Ziyao threw Lu Zile's earlier words back at him. Lin Haoran suppressed the urge to swing his clenched fist, forcibly wrenching his arm out of Ziyao's grip, and grit his teeth as he said, "Ziyao. Oh ho, you're being disliked." Lu Zile said, laughing in glee. "Lin, best actor, let me change. I can. Haozai, why don't you go home and act spoiled to second sister instead?" "Haozai, no way. My second sister is even manlier than senior brother." "Up there, aren't you afraid of being secretly assassinated online by second sister?" "All right, let's keep going." Lu Ziyao cut off the three as they bickered and led them on through the forest. The days passed slowly like that for several days. Danny Yang and the others seemed to have vanished and never showed up before Lu Ziyao. He didn't pay it much mind. Every day he wandered about with the three of them, digging up some potatoes, some yams, checking the pond for fish in the basket, catching a rabbit to haggle with the production team for some rice or other food. De Huang would occasionally appear and bring them fruit, and even help them make a rocking chair out of bamboo. Lu Zile and Ziyao, the two clowns, argued until they were red-faced every day over who got to use that rocking chair. Chan Jian, down at the base, was so anxious he was tearing his hair out. How did this variety show almost turn into Lu Zio's handmade livestream? The assistant director was completely unperturbed. As long as the heat doesn't drop, who cares what kind of variety show it is? How can it be the same? I painstakingly came up with ways to torment cough test the guests. There's no testing going on now. Lu Ziyao is practically carrying these three naive sweethearts, Chan Jian said with a worried frown. Isn't there another group that's actually trying to survive? The assistant director lifted his teacup and sipped. Chan Jian scratched his head. That's true enough, but... Director, it's bad. The urgent voice from the crew made Chan Jian startle. He looked at the few strands of hair that had been pulled out of his hand and felt utterly helpless. Then he turned to look at the live stream and cold sweat broke out all over his forehead. Quick, call the PD. After directing the rescue team up the mountain, Chan Jian pieced together the sequence of events from the disordered accounts of several crew members. Lu Zile and Ziyao were once again fighting over the right to use the only reclining chair. But Ziyao lost to Lu Zile in rock paper scissors. Watching Lu Zile proudly lying in the chair and swaying, he came to Lu Zio's side and flatteringly called out, "Sister Lu." Lu Ziyao looked up from a pile of herbs and asked blankly, "Hm? What's wrong?" Ziyao wore a mournful face and grinding his teeth complained to Lu Ziyao, Could you make another rocking chair? Look, Sal always bullies me. These past few days playing rock paper scissors I lost 9 out of 10 times. Whose fault is it that you're unlucky? I didn't tell you to give in to me. All you do is tattle, you noob. Lu Zile lay back very comfortably, his long straight legs swinging with the rocking chair. Lu Ziyao couldn't help smiling. After looking up and down at Ziyao for a while, she finally asked, "That bad? You lost 9 times out of 10. Yes. It's terrible." Ziyao nodded frantically, playing the victim. "Sister Lu, can you believe it?" Lu Ziyao brushed the dirt off her hands and stood up. "Let's go." "Huh? Where to?" Ziyao was clearly still out of it, asking dumbfoundedly. Lin Haoran also stood up, interpreting the meaning of Lu Zio's words. "Tsk, weren't you going to make a rocking chair? Don't you need to go chop bamboo?" All right, let's go, hurry up." The expression on Ziyao's face instantly brightened, and he hurriedly grabbed the machete, also yanking Lu Zile up and shoving another machete into Lu Zile's hand. Lu Zile muttered reluctantly in a low voice, "It's not like I can't sit down. Why are you dragging me along to do the hard work?" These 4 left the camp because of a rocking chair, while the other 4 were still trudging through the mountains and woods, miserably searching for that day's food. "Are we not eating yam and potatoes again today?" Guan Guan complained unhappily. "I feel like I've lost a whole round of weight. Look, I'm almost turning into a yam." "Isn't that perfect for dieting? Saves you from starving and going to the gym," Ning Menghan joked to lighten the mood. The only meat the 4 had in the past 4 days were the 2 fish that appeared in the fish basket a couple of days ago. They weren't starving, but going without meat did make them feel a bit weak. Guan Guan held a branch shed picked up on the road, grumbling as she casually brushed aside the wild grass and shrubs around her. When she pushed through a patch of tall grass, a stone cave was revealed before her eyes, and faint snuffling sounds could be heard from within. Guan Guan stepped forward in curiosity and discovered a piglet inside the cave. Looking as if it had been born only recently, without any hesitation she grabbed the piglet and, curious, showed it to the others. "Look, there's a piglet here." Chapter 51. Lu Ziyao saves someone. Qi turned around and saw the piglet in Guan Guan's hands and his face changed dramatically. "Put it down." This is a while before he could finish, he saw Guan Guan's terrified expression. She pointed behind him, stumbling and unable to form a complete sentence. Sure, brother." He swallowed stiffly and slowly turning his head. Not far away he saw a sturdy body with needle-like black bristles and 2 blood-red eyes staring fixedly at the 2 of them. A low growl made it seem even more on the verge of rage. Danny Yang and Ning Menghan were still some distance away and did not dare move. The livestream chat was flying by. "That I told you Guan Guan is a troublemaker. Why would she pick up a wild boar piglet for no reason? Oh my, where is the production crew? This show is way too dangerous. Send help now." Although I shouldn't say it, Guan Guan really is a little troublemaker. She hasn't done a single proper thing and keeps causing problems everywhere. Even though she deserves it, if her needlessly dangerous antics harm others, then the only atonement is death. Damn it, production team, save her quickly. Qi didn't dare speak. He frantically signaled Guan Guan with his eyes, indicating she should put the little pig back. Guan Guan sniffled and sobbed without daring to cry aloud. Her face flushed red from holding it in, trembling cautiously as she followed Qi's instructions and put the piglet back in the cave. After seeing the piglet safely return to the den, Qi let out a breath and motioned for Guan Guan to move quietly to the side. Just as the thought the danger had passed, the wild boar suddenly moved, charging straight in their direction. Qi reacted quickly and shouted, "Split up and run." Guan Guan was so scared her limbs went weak. But to stay alive she forced herself forward and ran into the woods. Maybe when she picked up the piglet earlier she got the scent on her. The wild boar ignored the 3 who scattered and only chased Guan Guan. Qi ran a couple of steps, noticed the boar was fixated on Guan Guan, gritted his teeth, then turned and ran toward her direction, trying to distract the boar and give Guan Guan some breathing room. Unexpectedly, the boar didn't pay any attention to Qi and kept charging straight at Guan Guan. Qi had no choice but to shout, "Don't run in a straight line, run around the trees." Goddamn this variety show, it's making me break out in a cold sweat. Where's the directing team? Where's the rescue squad? Hurry up, Guan Guan is about to lose consciousness. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Ow, I'm so anxious I grew 2 blisters on my lips right where I stand. Meanwhile, in a situation of life and death, Lu Ziyao and the other 3 had no idea. They strolled slowly toward the bamboo grove with their machetes. Along the way Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao bickered while Lu Ziyao and Lin Haoran chatted off and on, all appearing completely at ease as if nothing were wrong. This livestream room and the next one are literally 2 totally different vibes. Over here it's calm and peaceful, while over there they're already in full survival mode. I'm so worried I want to call the police. Over there it's like a deadly reality show. My heart's about to give out, so I came here to catch my breath. Holy crap, damn, now both rooms are starting to get into survival mode. Lu Ziyao's gentle expression turned grave in an instant when he heard screams and chaotic footsteps. Is it a large animal? A wild boar? He then turned to Lu Zile and said, "Give me the knife. The 3 of you find somewhere to hide." Lu Zile bewilderedly handed his cleaver to Lu Ziyao and was about to ask why when he heard Zhou Zihao's exclamation, "What the hell is that?" Lu Ziyao watched the approaching smoke and dust, his voice urgent. "Hide quickly, don't come out until this is handled." As he spoke he scanned the surroundings, Already forming a plan, Lin Haoran clearly understood Lu Zile's meaning. He dragged along the still-dazed Lu Zile and the curious-faced Zhou Zihao and hid behind a large rock. Lu Ziyao saw Guangguan running ahead, with a not very large wild boar following behind. Guangguan's face was pale, clearly already exhausted. She couldn't worry about so much in that moment and shouted toward Guangguan, "This way, run here." When Guangguan heard Lu Zile's voice, her eyes brightened and she mustered her last bit of strength to run in Lu Zile's direction. Lu Ziyao took a fighting stance, her gaze fierce. Just as Guangguan was about to reach her, Lu Ziyao suddenly moved. Then everyone watched in stunned silence as Lu Ziyao took 2 running steps, planted one foot on a tree trunk, and launched herself into the air. As she was about to land, a wild boar appeared right where she was going to touch down. Wielding the mountain-splitting knife, she brought the haft down and struck the boar's neck. At the moment she landed, the wild boar's steps were forced to stop. It let out a painful roar. Guangguan, terrified, screamed and then collapsed to the ground. Lin Haoran, not sure when he had reached Guangguan's side, grabbed her and began dragging her toward the sheltering rocks, those blood-red eyes fixed on Lu Ziyao. And after a single accurate strike, Lu Ziyao quickly withdrew to a slightly greater distance. The wild boar changed direction, preparing to charge at Lu Ziyao, when it suddenly shook its head, took 2 steps and staggered before collapsing. When the wild boar's massive body crashed to the ground, it kicked up a cloud of dust. The surroundings fell so silent that not even the sound of the wind could be heard. The dense barrage of comments in the livestream all fell silent. "Miss Lu, are you okay?" The voices of the 2 groups rang out almost at the same time. Lu Ziyao looked up toward the source of the voice and saw Qi and 4 or 5 unfamiliar faces, probably the show's rescue team. The few seconds of silence in the livestream were broken by questions from the scene, and the chat flooded with comments again. My sister Yao's single jab has firmly pierced this old man's girlish heart. Sis Yaojia, I declare you are the goddess of my life. My heart can no longer hold anyone else. Done for. I was already unsure about my sexual orientation, and now am completely turned. Who could refuse a rich, beautiful, educated and martial arts capable older sister? Sis, are you okay? After the shock, Lu Zile rushed over to Lu Zile's side, taking her in from head to toe. The concern in his eyes almost tangible. Zhou Zihang's eyes lit up as he flew over to Lu Zile's side. Sis, can you sign an autograph for me after the show? Lu Ziyao waved her hand and smiled. It's fine, it didn't even touch me. Lin Haoran scratched his head and opened his mouth hesitantly. Miss Lu, this wild boar is a second-class protected animal, right? So? Lu Ziyao kicked the wild boar lying on the ground. It's okay, it's just fainted. Then he turned to the fully armed rescue team and said, "You all figure out how to handle this." The man who looked like the rescue team leader nodded and said, Miss Lu, don't worry, we'll take care of it right away. Chapter 52. It's level 2, you can only be a husky. Lu Ziyao methodically handled everything before finally seeing the expectant Zhou Zihao. What's wrong? Lu Ziyao's gaze swept over Lu Zile and Lin Haoran. The 2 of them shrugged in unison and spread their hands, indicating they didn't know either. Lu Zile thought for a moment and said, he might be having an episode. Zhou Zihao glared fiercely at Lu Zile, then put on a pitiful act toward Lu Ziyao. Sister Lu, you're ignoring me. Am I less important than that pig? TSK, what are you thinking? Of course you're less important than that pig. That's the state security. It's second class while you're just a husky. Lu Zile patted Zhou Zihao's shoulder earnestly. Lu Dinglius' mouth must have been soaked in DDT. Howzy compares himself to a pig. Lu Zile compares Howzy to a husky. Aren't the 2 of them practically reaching the same conclusion? Well, I think what Lu Zile said makes a lot of sense. We just went through a life-or-death battle. Now that I'm relaxed, I want to ship a CP. Zhou Zihao had just opened his mouth to speak when he heard an IO. The 4 of them shifted their gazes and saw Guangguan being helped out from behind the rocks by Qi White. Lu Zio's eyes moved from Guangguan's face down to her ankle, and he asked, sprained your foot? I fell at the end and accidentally twisted it, Guangguan replied, frowning. The medical team that had come with the rescue squad heard Guangguan and sent over a doctor. Sit down, let me see if you've injured any bones. The doctor examined her carefully, pulled a bottle of spray from the medical kit, sprayed her ankle while saying, no bone damage, the sprain isn't severe. Spray this medicine. Other than not being able to run or jump, walking shouldn't be a problem. He then shoved the spray into Chi's arms and said, you take this medicine 3 times a day. She still can't put weight on it for now. Discuss with the rescue team whether you can take turns carrying her back to camp. After Qi helped Guangguan and Lu Ziyao and offered his sincere thanks, he and Shanyang agreed to take turns carrying Guangguan back to the bivouac. And why daughter's dancing legs are so important. When she fell, Lu Ziyao was right there. Didn't he even reach out to help? Is this doctor any good? Really don't need to go to the hospital for a scan? What if it affects my daughter's performance on stage later? You people are so despicable. Do you really have to force me to curse? My Yaojia saved your daughter's life, okay? Shake the water in your brains before you speak. The doctor no good? If you think you can do better, go ahead. All you do is yap on the internet all day. Guangguan's obsessive fans in the livestream fought with netizens again, and at the same time, Lu Zio's figure exploded onto the trending list at Lu Ziyao fights wild boars alone, a hidden martial arts master. How high is Lu Zio's martial arts talent? Song Xiang slumped on the sofa staring at the headlines on the trending list, lost in thought. Her little cousin was beside her replaying the video of Lu Zio strike over and over, swooning. Shaking Song Xiang violently. Sis, isn't Yaojia just too handsome? Sis, can you get me an autograph photo of Yaojia? Sis, when Yaojia comes to Jing City, can I treat her to a meal? Sis, does Yaojia have a boyfriend yet? Do you think I'm suitable? Song Xiang rubbed her head, aching from the barrage of questions. She couldn't help it and shouted, "Stop!" Her cousin froze for a second, then immediately launched into another round of chatter. Song Xiang couldn't stand it and slammed her palm down on the coffee table. If you don't stop, don't expect an autograph photo. Don't expect dinner, just go watch Teacher Lu on the tablet. Hearing the loud slap, the cousin's look of admiration vanished, replaced by pure delight. Really? Sis, you mean it? If you don't tell me when Yaojia comes to the capital, I'll go tell uncle and aunt that you bullied me. Song Xiang. After Danny Yang and the other three left, the rescue and medical teams also withdrew, and Zhou Zhihao began a new round of showboating. Sister Lu, will you take on an apprentice? I'll pay tuition. I'll cover Sister Lu's board and lodging, and how about I pay Sister Lu's social insurance and housing fund? Sister Lu, which school or sect are you from? Was that move just now a unique secret technique? Sister Lu Ziyao kept a faint smile on her face the whole time, listening attentively to all of Zhou Zihao's questions, but she didn't answer. Young people are great after talking for so long and still not thirsty. Although a bit noisy, young people should be lively and cheerful. You can tell at a glance he's a clear-minded yet foolish trust fund kid raised by a big family. And in the end it was Lu Zile who caught Lin Haoran's look, stepped forward, clapped a hand over Zhou Zihao's mouth and dragged him back. Zhou Zihao, shut up. They say 3 women make a play. I think one of you can fill 10 shows. Lu Zile, don't interfere with my apprenticing. Zhou Zihao broke free from Lu Zile and complained indignantly. Lu Zile glared at Zhou Zihao with a look of displeasure. When my sister makes that face, it usually means her hands are itching a bit. I save you and you still complain. Huh? I think Sister Lu's in a pretty good mood. At most she'll scold me a couple of times. There's no way she'd want to beat me up, right? Zhou Zihao still felt somewhat lacking in confidence. Then go on. If you stop me again, I'll be a dog. Huh? Aren't you already an Alaskan Malamute? Or do you want to be a Sami yet? The way those two are arguing is really hilarious. Watching them, I could still eat another chicken leg. The kids in Class Zhong 3 and Class De 3 really live up to their reputations. The first time I saw Hao Zai, I thought he'd be the steady but passionate little puppy type, but watching a variety show shattered that illusion. How is he so taciturn? I saw 2 words in Hao Zai's eyes. Sincere. Did Lu Zile's interruption made Zhou Zihao completely forget what he had wanted to do, and he devoted himself to bickering with Lu Zile. Miss Lu, these skills have you trained? Lin Haoran and Lu Ziyao walked side by side at the front. I wouldn't really call it training. I was sickly as a child, so my mom sent me to learn some martial arts, said it would strengthen my body, Lu Ziyao said as if recalling, smiling softly at Lin Haoran. Hey Lu Zile, what kind of martial art did Sister Lu learn? Zhou Zihao, whose ears had perked up at Lu Zio's words, asked Lu Zile curiously. I remember learning Taekwondo, Muay Thai and Sanda, and I think my mom even sent me to Wudong Mountain to stay for a while. Lu Zile replied. Wait, what did you learn? Zhou Zihao widened his eyes, thinking he had misheard, and even poked his ear with a finger. Ugh, stay away from me a bit. Lu Zile pulled back in disgust and continued, I think my Taekwondo is already at black belt. I haven't trained Muay Thai for long, but the level seems pretty high. And for Sanda, I think I reached 7th or 8th rank. Chapter 53 Single Hinata practices more. This can't be real. Lu Ziyao only looks a few years old, learned so much in all high-level disciplines. Isn't this obviously a character setup? I don't believe her combat stats are that high. You're ordinary, but you won't allow others to be martial prodigies? I saw two words in Hao Zai's eyes. Sincere. Zhou Zihao took 2 big steps and rushed to Lu Ziyao's side. Sister Lu, did you also go to Wudong Mountain? Did you learn fortune-telling? Did you also learn how to draw talismans? Can you draw thunder talismans? If you chant the incantation, can you summon thunder directly? The 3 remaining people listened to Zhou Zihao's frantic output, and 3 sets of "this guy must be an idiot" looks fell on him at the same time. Zhou Zihao, have you been reading too many novels? Lu Zile said, full of disdain from the start. Zihao, I don't think you've ever acted in a xianxia drama before, right? Next time I'll recommend a script to you, Lin Haoran said calmly. Lu Ziyao asked in a flat tone, what are the core socialist values? Zhou Zihao was stunned for a moment. After thinking a bit, he weakly answered: prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, friendliness. Lu Ziyao nodded approvingly. Didn't you learn it pretty well? So there's no such thing as drawing talismans to summon thunder. We have to believe in science. Sis, you knocked the wild boar out with one move. And you're telling me to believe in science? I used to really believe in science, but after hearing you say that, I feel like you must be able to draw talismans. This character is getting more and more ridiculous. How about this? Yao Jie, secretly do a reading for Hao Zai. I promise I won't tell anyone. Zhou Zihao, I almost believed you. Lu Zile, that's a bit outrageous. Lin Haoran, are Miss Lu's educational philosophies all this refreshingly unconventional? Let's go. I overdid it a bit on exercise today. Let's cut some bamboo. And while we're at it, check the pond for fish roast 1 to replenish. Lu Ziyao called to the 3 as they set off. Sis, you only used 1 move. How did you overdo it? Lu Zile asked. Puzzled. Lu Ziyao turned, looking at Lu Zile with the exact same expression she had used when watching Zhou Zihao earlier. Wild boar hides are that thick. Don't you need to use more effort? If I were fighting you lot, the exercise wouldn't be anywhere near excessive. Lu Zile fell silent at once. Hearing that, Zhou Zihao also tried to lower his profile. The 2 dropped 2 or 3 steps behind Lu Ziyao. Zile, do you think Sister Lu has some sort of internal martial arts or something? Zhou Zihao pulled Lu Zile and asked in a low voice. I want to split your head open every day to see what's actually inside. Lu Zile rolled her eyes so far back they almost showed the back of her skull. Then you tell me just one of those and he passes out. If that's not internal power, what is? Zhou Zihao said as he gestured. Hao Zai, stop it, or if you keep this up Sister Lu might really strike you with lightning. Hatsu, go ask my Yao Jie please, I'm begging you, I want to know too. I just want to know what she went to Wudong to learn. Yao Jie, I want to report Zhou Zihao. He should write an essay on understanding the core socialist values. Not many words, let's set it at 10,000 for now. Sister upstairs. You perfectly exemplify what it means to have the most venomous woman's heart. Over here Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao were still tugging at each other. While over there Qi Yi and Shanyang took turns carrying Guan Guan back to the camp. As soon as Guan Guan was settled, Shanyang plopped down on the ground, wiped the sweat from his forehead, panted and jokingly complained, Guan Guan, shouldn't you lose some weight? You're so heavy. Guan Guan almost exploded with anger. If it weren't for the injury on her foot, she would have jumped up and shouted at Shanyang, pointing at his nose, but instead she sniffed sarcastically, then practice more. For you, the top influencer Shan, a bit of money for the gym shouldn't be unaffordable, right? I only weigh 90 Jean. Most of the way back my senior brother carried me and he didn't even get out of breath. Who knew you were this useless? Everyone debuted as a group. Look for your own reasons. Don't blame your clumsiness on me. Okay? Shanyang unconsciously glanced toward Qi Yi. Aside from a bit of sweat on his brow, Qi Yi showed no sign of having carried someone while walking a mountain path for a long time. He could only force a sheepish smile. Am not. Ning Menghan seemed to have just snapped out of her fright. Hearing the 2 about to argue again, she hurriedly smoothed things over. Yang just isn't used to mountain paths. He doesn't mean any harm and Guan Guan isn't fat. Guan Guan didn't want to embarrass Ning Menghan, so she just snorted once and fell silent at a wow. Some people really have no self-awareness. Whenever there's a problem they just throw the blame onto others. Danny Yang, with your white kutcha chicken physique, how can you be ashamed to say girls are heavy? Practice more if you're weak. Practice more if you're weak. How many times has that line been said since the show started? How is 90 gene considered heavy? Are male stars in the entertainment industry this week nowadays? Single Yang's complaint immediately put the show straight onto the trending list. Danny Yang is weak, just practice more. How pathetic are male stars in Chinese entertainment? For a while, Weibo was full of male celebrities posting photos to show off their muscles, afraid of being labeled one of the weaklings. Rival companies of Mingyu Entertainment simultaneously posted on their official Weibo accounts, dripping with sarcasm about Mingyu's artists being weak, and advising them to train more. Various executives at Mingyu Entertainment started calling Li Chan, and instead of saying anything constructive it was just a barrage of insults, leaving Li Chan even more frazzled. Outside the live studio, the only two who were happy were Chan Jian and Zhang Mingyi. Chan Jian held his thermos, grinning as he said to the assistant director, "Since the show started airing, it's been trending every day. This outrageous fortune has finally come to us." Zhang Mingyi, meanwhile, was in the office smiling as he said to the junior assistant, "What do you think is even in Danny Yang's head? Even if there's nothing, at least put some water in it. It's better than exposing your intestines like that. Right?" The junior assistant timidly reminded Zhang Mingyi, "Mingyij, we work for the same company as Danny Yang. Won't this affect Zilage?" Zhang Mingyi waved it off, unfazed. Who doesn't know we're mortal enemies with Danny Yang now? Besides, with Sister Lu holding the fort, this will only boost our popularity. It won't affect us at all. In the live stream, Qi ignored the undercurrents between Guangguan and Shani Yang, frowned and said to Guangguan, "You haven't thanked Miss Lu yet today. If you meet her later, you should properly thank her." Guangguan turned her face away from Qi, her mouth twisting downward, and said unhappily, "Even without her, the rescue team would have arrived any minute now. She did save you. Even if the rescue team arrived, they wouldn't have handled things so swiftly and neatly. Saying thank you is something you must do." Qi rubbed his brow and said in an unequivocal tone. Chapter 54. It's raining. Guangguan resisted all over, but looking at Qi's serious expression, she reluctantly turned her face slightly and lightly nodded. "I understand. Qi and Guangguan are tied as a CP, and Qi isn't afraid of being ruined by Guangguan? Where is Qi's manager? I need to go talk to him. My daughter isn't wrong. Even if Lu Ziyao hadn't acted, the rescue team would have arrived. Qi really has proper values. The person saved you and you can't even spare a thank you? If it were me, I'd kowtow to Sister Yao a few times, no matter high or low." The crew released wild boars just to ride the wave of attention. Gotta say, this financier Lu Ziyao is pretty impressive. He can even get a persona like this approved. I don't know which household let the boar upstairs out. It's rooting around everywhere. Qi saw Guangguan nodding and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He cast a casual glance at Danny Yang, feeling a surge of irritation, and volunteered to go out and find food. Danny Yang sat with his head down in the shadows, lost in thought. He only lifted his head when Qi said he was going to look for food, then quickly lowered it and remained motionless. Qi's luck held today. Before long he returned to the camp with 2 fish in hand. After a simple dinner, everyone, still shaken from the day's events, soon went back to rest. Danny Yang waited until Qi's breathing steadied and, after confirming Qi had fallen asleep, quietly slipped out of the little bamboo hut, went to find the PD, whispered a few words, then walked a little distance away holding his phone. "Hello, Brother Chan. It's me." Li Chen's voice came through the phone, sounding even sharper in the still night. "Danny Yang, you idiot, have you looked at what you did on the show? Is your brain just for decoration? I've been working hard to build momentum for you out there, and you drag me down on the program." Danny Yang's face instantly darkened, his eyes almost turning cold, but he still lowered his voice and spoke to Li Chan. "Sorry, Brother Chan, it's my fault. I'll be more careful from now on. Don't think that because you have a financial backer you're anything. I'm telling you, without me you're nothing." Li Chen's aggressive voice made Shani Yang's knuckles go white. Suppressing the cruelty in his heart, his voice showed no change. "Brother Chan, don't worry. I know you've been good to me. I'll still be relying on you from now on." Hearing Shani Yang's flattering tone, some of the frustration that had built up in Li Chan over the past days dissipated. He didn't lose his temper again and briefly explained what had happened recently. Shani Yang was silent for a while before speaking. "Brother Chan, Lu Zile is like an indestructible cockroach. Even when he's about to hit rock bottom he can still crawl back up. If we want to make him rise again, we'll have to take an unorthodox route and save ourselves by indirect means." Li Chan quickly understood what Danny Yang meant. The two discussed follow-up strategies after the meeting. And when they finally hung up, Li Chun repeated his instructions over and over. Think before you speak. This is a live broadcast now, you can't edit it like before. I'm not there. You have to rely on yourself. After hanging up, Danny Yang could no longer contain the ferocious expression on his face. Ha, Li Chun, what the hell are you? If you were any less useful, I'd have replaced you long ago. Still acting all high and mighty with me. And Lu Zile, just wait, I'll see how long you can keep being so arrogant. After he hung up, Danny Yang returned to the bamboo hut. But no one noticed the figure that flashed past beside the bamboo hut right after Danny Yang ended the call. It suddenly started raining late at night. At first it was a steady, pattering drizzle, and by dawn the rain had grown heavier. Guan was woken by the sound of rain and, finding water dripping everywhere in the room, scowled and impatiently complained about the production team and about Danny Yang. Ning Menghan looked at the mess in the room and had to listen to Guan's relentless complaints. Her expression finally showed impatience. No matter how much you complain, it won't help. Think about what to do now, we can't stay here. Guan said sharply, what can we do? Tell the production team to find a solution. It's like this and you still won't let me say a few words? Ning Menghan swallowed her impatience and turned directly to find Shani Yang and Qi to discuss a plan. Danny Yang looked at the rain outside and said irritably, why did it start raining all of a sudden on a perfectly fine day? Qi rubbed his temple. If it stops by morning it's fine, but if it keeps raining we definitely can't stay here. The three of them frowned, and for a while couldn't come up with any good ideas. At that moment Guan, who had been waiting in her bamboo hut but hadn't had anyone come to see her, dragged her injured leg and hobbled over. She entered and saw the three with knitted brows and said, what's there to think about? Why don't we go find Lu Ziyao? Ning Menghan abruptly lifted her head, her impatience finally overflowing. She spoke as if mocking her for a fanciful idea. Go find Lu Ziyao. You offended her so badly, do you think she'll bother with us? Upon hearing Ning Menghan, Guan's face darkened like the sky outside. What do you mean by that? How did I offend her? Ning Menghan gave a sarcastic hm and fell silent. Shani Yang, who had been looking down, lifted his eyes. They were full of calculation, though his expression carried a hint of distress. This is a live stream. Guan apologized to her. I think she probably won't kick us while we're down. Qi glanced at Danny Yang without changing expression, and after a long silence he finally spoke. Now we can only wait until dawn to see. If the rain hasn't stopped, going to Lu Ziyao is the most suitable choice. If the rain stops, then there's no need to trouble them. When Ning Menghan heard Qi say the same, she didn't argue further. The four of them each found a corner to sit in, each lost in their own thoughts as they waited for dawn. Over here Lu Zile also had his sleep disturbed by the sound of rain. He opened his eyes and saw Lu Ziyao, almost bouncing up out of his sleeping bag. Sis, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Lu Ziyao was focused on lighting the small stove and didn't spare Lu Zile a glance, saying disdainfully, what guilty thing are you up to? Following you every day, what dirty tricks could I possibly pull? Lu Zile crawled out of the sleeping bag and handed the firewood to Lu Ziyao. Here. But sis, how did you know it was going to rain, that you build a little stove inside the house, and tell us to bring the firewood indoors? Lu Ziyao sheltered the newly lit flame and said casually, I guessed. Sis, that's not fair. Do you guess right every time? Aren't you afraid I'll steal your techniques? Lu Zile was very displeased with his sister's perfunctory reply. Ish, with your head, what techniques could you steal? Not even Mingjiao might. Zhou Zihao's voice sounded, and he appeared in the bamboo hut at the same time. Chapter 55 Seeking Refuge. Zhou Zihao, are you sick? Squatting outside eavesdropping in the middle of the night? Lu Zile immediately took offense. No matter what, my brain works better than yours. When Zhou Zihao came in, he even shook the water out of his hair. After Lu Zile vented his angry complaint, he sat down and said, what are you talking about? It's almost dawn now. When was it the middle of the night? Your voice was so loud I heard you from next door. Do I really have to eavesdrop? Lu Ziyao smiled warmly at Zhou Zihao. What brings you here so early? Zhou Zihao's expression changed instantly. His eyes sparkled as he stared at Lu Ziyao. I'm just here to praise Sister Lu for being farsighted. No, Zhou Zihao, if you want properly sleep with hair arrange, why are you here praising my sister? Lu Zile couldn't understand Zhou Zihao's train of thought at all. Zhou Zihao shifted his gaze to Lu Zile and sounding a bit excited said, Pa, what are you saying? What do you mean sleep properly with hair arrange? I'm straight. Even if my steel gets bent, I'm still straight. Lu Zile was truly dumbfounded this time. This person's way of thinking was really abnormal. His focus was never on the same point as a normal person's. Lu Ziyao didn't pay attention to the two of them bickering. She threw the bamboo shoots and Chinese yam to roast by the fire and also tossed in 2 potatoes. The light on the horizon gradually brightened, and there was no sign of the rain stopping. As Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao were fighting over the roasted potatoes, they suddenly heard Qi Ye's voice. Miss Lu. The two looked at each other. Zhou Zhihao paused for a moment before saying hallucination. Lu Zile took the potato from him while Zhou Zhihao wasn't paying attention and only then spoke. It must have been auditory hallucination. Why would it appear here so early in the morning? Lu Ziyao shook his head and denied it. It wasn't auditory hallucination. You two keep eating. I'll go check. He picked up the simple straw raincoat by the side and, just as he stepped out of the house, saw the cameraman had already set up the camera, so he knew the live stream had started. He nodded at the PD, then shifted his gaze to the 4 people who looked like drowned rats. Holy shit, what's going on? Why are Qi Yi and the others here so early in the morning? It's raining. And pretty hard too. What on earth is going on with this miserable quartet coming to greet my sister Lu in the rain so early? My wild guess. The rain's so heavy their house or campsite got wrecked, so these 4 just decided to come take shelter with my sister Lu. When the live stream started, viewers who had been watching saw Qi Yi and the others together with Lu Ziyao on screen, and various speculations poured in. When Lin Haoren heard Qi Ye's voice, he also came out of the small bamboo hut and looked at the 4 bedraggled people in surprise. What happened? Lu Ziyao's tone was calm. Don't say much. You're all soaked through. The 2 girls come with me to change clothes first. You guys go with actor Lin over there to change. He added to Lin Haoren. Get a fire going first so they can change. Don't let them catch a cold. Then he turned and pointed at the 2 people crouching in the hut holding potatoes. You 2 go over there too. Before Zhou Zhihao and Lu Zile had figured out what was happening, they were driven next door by Lu Ziyao. Danny Yang hid behind Qi Yi, watching Lu Ziyao arrange everything with just a few words. He didn't even ask why they had shown up so early, leaving no room for him to act. They had thought that with 4 people appearing first thing in the morning, Lu Ziyao would at least ask a few questions. Besides, both he and Guangguan had offended Lu Ziyao before. If Lu Ziyao refused to take them in, Li Chun could easily hire online trolls to frame Lu Ziyao as someone who let them die without helping. At worst, asking a couple more questions could also give Lu Ziyao some ammunition to be labeled emotionally inept. Unexpectedly, Lu Ziyao didn't play by the usual rules at all. He crushed his own dirt before it could ever leave the cradle. When Lu Ziyao spoke, his gaze intentionally and unintentionally fell on Shawnee Yang, making Shawnee Yang briefly wonder if Lu Ziyao had seen through his thoughts. Thinking it over, he decided that was impossible, and reluctantly followed Lu Ziyao's arrangement to go into the small bamboo hut with Lin Haoren. Guangguan and Ning Menghan followed Lu Ziyao into the neighboring bamboo hut. My sister Ziyao is still kind-hearted. If it were me with my petty mind, I definitely wouldn't bother with them. One should be decent. Shawnee Yang and the others have suffered so much, shouldn't we take them in? Yo, and now there's a giant Buddha. How about I have the big Buddha from Lexing get up and let you take his place? You don't need to blow this out of proportion for the sake of the show. Guangguan didn't offend her. What's wrong with taking her in for a bit? The small bamboo hut, dried and warmed by the firewood, felt cozy. After Lu Ziyao entered, he said, "It's warm in here. Take off your wet clothes first. I'll heat some water for you." Although Yun City's climate was mild, the morning temperature was still low, and since they had just been rained on, Guangguan and Ning Menghan were shivering, their faces pale. They hurried to sit by the stove, warming themselves as they took off their wet clothes, and gradually began to feel better. Lu Ziyao rummaged in the corner of the room for some dried herbs, threw them into a small iron pot, and planned to brew some cooling tea to help them prevent colds. After Lin Haoren brought Danny Yang and Qi Yi into the room, he followed Lu Ziyao's instructions and got the fire going first. Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao, each holding a potato, squatted in the corner and after a long moment came to their senses, grinning and winking at each other. Lin Haoren asked while lighting a fire, "What's wrong with you? Why did you come so early? Did something happen?" Qi Yi answered a little embarrassedly. "Sorry about that, Haoren-ji, our room's rainproofing wasn't done well, and when the rain got heavy it started leaking. The firewood and everything were outside and got soaked by the rain, so we had no choice but to come here for help." Danny Yang asked curiously, "Haoren-ji, why do you have a cooking stove built inside your room? Do you also keep the firewood inside? Lin Howren smiled and tossed another piece of firewood into the stove. Ziyao said yesterday it might rain, so she had us bring everything inside. She said a couple of days ago that she was bored and built the stove just in case it suddenly got cold so we won't have to huddle in the bamboo hut and risk freezing to death. I knew Lu Zile wasn't being fair last time she taught how to build a shelter. She didn't teach it properly. My brother worked hard all day and it collapsed with the first gust of wind. Why are you still shifting the blame onto Sister Yao? If you're no good, why blame someone else? Lin, the best actor, taught it. Go yell at him. She taught how to build a house but never said how to make it rainproof, never mentioned how to build a stove. Otherwise how would my brother have wound up so miserable this morning? Following the proper owner so blindly you throw down the bowl and start cursing, huh? If someone went over there earnestly to tell your main, you'd probably say my sister Yao is just clout chasing and hooking up with patrons everywhere. Chapter 56, Lu Zile, who are you calling a fool? Having Sister Lu is the best. Eat well, drink well, sleep well. Lu Zile, are you still going to eat that potato of yours? Zhou Zihao's potato had somehow already been eaten, and his loud voice suddenly rang through the little bamboo hut. Lu Zile originally still had the potato in his hand, but quickly drew it back behind him under everyone's eyes, gaze wary, forming a stark contrast with Zhou Zihao's eager look. Zhou Zihao, what are you trying to do? Zhou Zihao withdrew his gaze with a look of regret. What can I do? I'm just still a bit hungry. I was wondering if Sister Lu's roasted yam is ready yet. Then go look yourself. Why are you staring at me? Even if she's my sister, we don't have telepathic communication. Lu Zile took out the potato he had received from behind his back, bit into it while mumbling indistinctly. Also grab me a Chinese yam while you're at it. I'm still not full, senior brother. Zhou Zihao forced his gaze away from the potato and onto Lin Howren. Guan and the others are still following Sister Lu. It's a bit embarrassing for me, a grown man. Could you go check for me? Lin Howren proved that a person will laugh when rendered utterly speechless. Lin Movie King, you mean to tell me I'm not a manly man? How's I? Be careful, your senior brother looks like he's about to clean house. Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao, didn't you see that my brother Yang didn't eat? How can you be so selfish and eat it yourselves? Upstairs, why don't you go sign up for body donation, contribute your face to the country's research on bulletproof vests, make your final little contribution. Yikes, senior brother, don't laugh, it's creepy. Zhou Zihao shifted half his butt closer to Lu Zile and with mock seriousness, rubbed his arm. Lu Zile also shifted half a step, freeing one hand to sincerely flatter Lin Howren, showering him with praise. Brother Howren, you are the most gracious, the most elegant, the most classy, and the most understanding man I've ever seen. Actor Lin. Why are these two such weirdos? He hadn't yet decided whether to tear Zhou Zihao to pieces first or to shut Lu Zile's mouth when Lu Ziyao walked in. Did these two kids piss you off? As soon as Lu Ziyao appeared, he noticed Lin Howren's contemplative expression and asked curiously, huh? Lin Howren chuckled lightly, didn't answer Lu Ziyao's question and asked, what's wrong? Lu Ziyao smiled knowingly and glanced at the two huddled together. I roasted some yams. I figured it might be inconvenient for you to go over, so I brought them. He then handed the yams to Lin Howren without looking at Qi Yi or Shani Yang. Although Lu Ziyao didn't really want to pay much attention to Shani Yang and Guan Guan, it also wouldn't do on the show to hand a rival an obvious excuse to attack. Really, I'm crying. My Yaojie is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Isn't that obvious? Where does this beautiful and kind-hearted come from? Just over the whole Yang single-minded lie-slamming Lu Zile thing. If I were Lu Ziyao, would I still want to eat? I'd even have to block the northwest wind for you all to keep you from starving. I believe my young brother has his reasons. His manager must have forced him to blacken Lu Zile. Is this a brain-dead fangirl of Danny Yang coming out to forcibly whitewash him? After Lu Ziyao delivered the food and was about to turn and leave, he caught sight of Zhou Zihao and Lu Zile in his peripheral vision as they stood up with a swish. He paused mid-step, turned to look at the two of them, raised an eyebrow, and crossed his arms as he stared at them. Sis, where are you going? Lu Zile asked, exchanging a glance with Zhou. I'm going back. Where else could I go? Lu Ziyao said, speechless as he looked at the two of them. Huh? Then shall we come along? Zhou Zihao chimed in, following Lu Ziyao's words. Two grown men. Lin Howren's low voice drifted out. Senior brother, what are you talking about? I'm Sister Lu's good friend. Zhou Zihao even affectedly made an orchid finger gesture. Lu Ziyao. Suspicious looks turned toward Lin Howren. Lin Haoran quietly averted his head and weakly waved his hand in Lu Zile's direction. Lu Zile stared at Zhou Zihao in astonishment, then after 2 seconds took a big step forward, grabbed Lu Zile's arm and said anxiously, "Sis, I don't know him, let's go, let's go. We should hurry, being infected by an idiot isn't good." Zhou Zihao's delicate finger froze in midair. His originally shy expression instantly replaced by exasperation. "Lu Zile, who did you call an idiot?" Lu Zile didn't even turn his head, his mouth still moving. "Whoever talks back, take them on. Heavens, earth, sweet baby Jesus, hurry and give me back my sunny, youthful Zhou Zihao. After joining a variety show, my Haozi's range as an actor has expanded a lot. This position of Xichong factory chief belongs to no one but you, Lu Zile. Don't play with fools. Liningdi. Who is this fool? Has Zhou Zihao been possessed by a venomous worm or had his body taken over? Lu Zile, you're the fool, your whole family." Zhou Zihao stopped mid-sentence and spun it around. "You're the only fool in your whole family." He then followed the siblings Lu Zile and Lu Ziyao out of the room, leaving behind a helpless-looking Lin Haoran and the still-shocked Danny Yang and Qi Yi. And the room instantly fell silent. Qi Yi came to his senses and, after pondering for a long time, finally asked Zihao, Is he usually this unpredictable? Maybe around peers he lets his nature out a bit. Normally he's quite proper and steady." Lin Haoran laughed and explained to Qi Yi. When Zhou Zihao and Lu Zile argued and stepped into the bamboo hut, they rolled their eyes at the sight of Guan Guan at the same time and clicked their tongues. Hearing the noise, Lu Ziyao turned around and gave the two a disapproving glare. The two hunched their shoulders and quietly found a spot to sit. Lu Ziyao looked at the already small room packed to the brim and felt a bit of a headache. Although the rain was showing signs of easing, they still couldn't go out, and the 5 of them sitting idly together was somewhat awkward. Just as he was worrying about how to ease the awkward atmosphere, Zhou Zihao suddenly stood up. 4 pairs of eyes shifted direction at the same time. He was standing at the door and shouted at the camera operator, "Director Chan, quickly get us 2 decks of cards. If you don't have any, go buy them at the kiosk. It's raining and we can't go out, so let's play cards to pass the time." "Look at him, what does he look like?" "What do you mean if you don't have any, go buy them at the kiosk?" Chan Jian, clutching his thermos, trembled and looked like he was about to faint from anger, pointing at the screen and complaining to the assistant director. "I used to think he was obedient and well-behaved, so I had him come on the show with Haoran to bring in some traffic. Look at him now, what has he turned into?" Chapter 57. The 36th Stratagem. Zhou Zihao held 2 decks of cards and fell into thought as he watched the drone still hovering in the air. After a while he turned to Lu Zile, who was also deep in thought, and said, "Do you think Director Chan would give us a drone if we asked?" Lu Ziyao couldn't figure out Zhou Zihao's train of thought and asked curiously, "What do you need a drone for?" "To see if I can use a remote-control drone to buy me some meat, buy some vegetables, so we don't have to climb mountains and wade through water every day to find food," Zhou Zihao answered matter-of-factly. Lu Ziyao immediately laughed. Zhou Zihao's way of thinking was light years ahead of everyone else's. "Why don't you discuss it with Director Chan? I think your idea is good." She smiled and nodded in agreement with Zhou Zihao's view. Zhou Zihao saw Lu Ziyao agreeing with him and beamed. See? Sister Lu, I think my idea is great." He then patted his chest and said with boundless enthusiasm, "Sister Lu, wait for me. I'll go talk it over with Director Chan right now." Lu Zile swiftly grabbed Zhou Zihao, who was about to go out to negotiate, and said speechlessly, "Zhou Zihao, are you forgetful or just really stupid? This is wilderness survival, you know. Not a school outing." Zhou Zihao slapped his forehead, gave a goofy smile and said, I forgot. Sorry, it's just been so comfortable that I momentarily forgot we're still filming the show." "Big brother, so all these days you've been here for an autumn outing? Following me, Sister Yao, you really do live every day like a complete waste. I'm honestly not the least bit envious, really. Why so sarcastic and snide? Have you considered that your comfortable includes the 2 young women beside you who are miserable every day? This show taught me one thing. You must cling to the right, big brother. So what are you planning to do with 2 decks of cards?" Lu Zile's question pulled Zhou Zihao's attention away from the drone. "Play do Diju. Sister Lu, you know how, right?" Zhou Zihao asked. "Fight among yourselves, I want." Lu Ziyao carried Guan Guan and Ning Menghan on his back, his eyes signaling Zhou Zihao not to forget there were 2 others beside him now. "All right then. Can Menghan do it?" Zhou Zihao understood Lu Zile's hint. His reluctant gaze lingered on Guan Guan for a moment, then skipped past her and landed on Ning Menghan. Ning Menghan, not noticing Guanguan's pale expression, smiled and nodded. I can. I'll play with you. It's raining anyway, we can't go out. Then Zhou Zihao dragged Lu Zile over, and the three of them gathered to start playing Do Diju. 3 of a kind. Bomb. Lu Zile was dumbfounded when he saw Zhou Zihao throw down the jokers. If not for the bamboo hut being just tall enough for him to stand, he would have jumped 3 feet high. Zhou Zihao, are you crazy? Menghan is the landlord, we're on the same side. I play a 3 of a kind, what kind of bomb are you playing? You know what? This is my tactic. Zhou Zihao completely ignored Lu Zile's curses and confidently threw down a 3 of a kind with a pair. 3 aces with a pair of 10s. Zhou Zihao's inexplicable tactic left Lu Zile speechless. Sitting beside him and watching in disbelief as Zhou Zihao wildly played his cards. Until finally Zhou Zihao had only 1 card left in his hand. Ning Menghan threw down 4 eights bomb. Then Ning Menghan played 2 cards, pair of 5s, pair of 2s. Lu Zile thought that Zhou Zihao only had 1 card left. Play a big one to press him, then play a single, wouldn't that win? 1 for no. Zhou Zihao said with righteous certainty. Ahahaha, Lu Zile's expression split wide. What the hell kind of tactics are these? Hao Zai must be the landlord's mole, right? This is exactly like me and my damned brother. Every day I feel like stabbing him a dozen or 20 times. The Art of War says, warfare is the way of deception. My Hao Zai's play of this card was indeed unexpected. No matter what, he definitely learned Sun Tzu's Art of War well. In the end, when Lu Zile saw that the last card in Zhou Zihao's hand was a 3, he was completely stunned. What? Zhou Zihao, why are you holding on to that 3? Are you trying to bring good luck? Zhou Zihao rubbed his nose, his voice shrinking with guilt, and gave 2 awkward laughs. Used the wrong tactic, don't mind it, don't worry, we'll definitely win the next round. Lu Ziyao sat by the fire, listening to the rain outside, and looked indulgently at Lu Zile, who wanted desperately to shake Zhou Zihao's brains loose, letting out a soft laugh. In her past life she never saw Lu Zile for the last time. Even if not for that accident, she probably wouldn't have dared to see a lifeless Lu Zile. Alive and kicking like now, how wonderful. Sis, look at Zhou Zihao, his IQ is unreal. Lu Zile complained to Lu Ziyao with a wrong tone when he heard her laughed. Lu Zile, didn't I tell you? Tactical failure, tactical failure. I'm telling you, you can hit me but you can't insult my intelligence. As soon as Zhou Zihao heard Lu Zile tattling, he immediately got upset. Does your intelligence even need insulting? Tell me, hasn't it been insulted plenty? Lu Zile looked at Zhou Zihao with disdain. That's not how it is, I'll break it down for you. Zhou Zihao paused, then waved his hand. Whatever you want, understand even if I explain. Keep going, just wait and see. Lu Zile. Dodiju in progress. After playing more than a dozen rounds, Zhou Zihao hadn't won a single game. That's right, when he was the landlord, he lost. When he wasn't the landlord, he lost together with his teammates. At the end of every round, Zhou Zihao would pull Lu Zile over to review why the tactic had failed, and then the more they fought, the braver they became. Losing repeatedly but continuing to fight, losing again and fighting on. Lu Zile looked like he had been broken apart several times, each time forcing himself back together again. Hao Zai, if it really doesn't work, can you play a pair of 4s if they play a pair of 3s? Let's just not play a bomb. Zhou Zihao, if you don't know how to play, can you let my daughter play instead? If you still can't, aren't you just sitting on the toilet with nothing coming out? Good grief, how is this any different from a random readander plea? Lu Zile's patience had clearly reached its limit. Unable to hold back, he asked Zhou Zihao, can you tell me what kind of tactic it is to play a bomb when someone else plays a 3? Zhou Zihao stared at his cards and without looking up answered, it's to cut off the source, isn't it? If you want to win, you first have to smash the opponent's morale. Ahem ahem. Lu Ziyao nearly spat out the water she was swallowing. If you put it that way, then I guess you're not wrong. Sis, why are you still defending him? Lu Zile's mouth twitched. He turned to Zhou Zihao, so you're my teammate. What do you mean by me playing a pair of 5s and you playing a pair of aces? Is that even a question? Preserve the form, complete the momentum. Trust your friends, unsettle your foes. The cicada sheds its shell. Zhou Zihao said very seriously. Chapter 58 Shelter. I won't boast about much, but Hao Zi really put effort into studying Sun Tzu's Art of War. So, did he study military strategy just to boldly charge into the entertainment industry? So, why exactly does the entertainment industry need military strategy? Is there a possibility that Zhou Zihao time traveled here from ancient times? Lu Zile stared at Zhou Ziyao, who was intently studying military strategies for Do Diju, and for a moment didn't know whether to praise his mastery of strategy or scold his poor card skills. Zhou Ziyao listened to Lu Zile stammering without being able to say a complete sentence, and finally raised his eyes from the cards in his hands and, astonished, said, "Lu Zile, you don't have to worship my military strategy that much, do you? Lu Zile, do you want to hear what you're saying yourself?" In a daze, Zhou Ziyao heard Lu Zile's soft laugh. But it wasn't clear. His gaze swept over the various expressions of Ning Menghan and Guan Guan, then shifted to Lu Ziyao, who still looked calm. He scratched his head and asked in puzzlement, "Sister Lu, did I recite the military strategy wrong? Or use it incorrectly?" Lu Ziyao weighed her words with a faint smile. "You recited it quite well, it's just, such profound military strategy isn't really useful for playing cards. After all, your enemy is only two, sometimes even just one. Oh, Sister Lu makes a good point, they're not worthy yet." Zhou Ziyao grinned. Lu Ziyao saw Zhou Ziyao grinning like an idiot and smiled even more. "They're really quite easy to fool. Zhou Ziyao, explain yourself, why am I not worthy?" Lu Zile protested from the side. "What are you not worthy of?" Lin Haoran's voice suddenly came through to Lu Ziyao, followed the sound and looked over. Lin Haoran and the other two had appeared outside the bamboo hut. And he realized the rain outside had already stopped as the three of them stepped into the bamboo hut. Lu Ziyao immediately felt as if the hut could burst at any moment. Brushing his forehead, Lu Ziyao stood up and started to leave. Danny Yang, standing behind Qi Yi, saw Lu Ziyao's gaze briefly fall on him. He rose to his feet, and for some reason his expression darkened. "Lu Jie, where are you going?" Zhou Ziyao's sharp eyes caught Lu Ziyao's movement. Lu Zile had been chattering non-stop with Lin Haoran since he came in, crying about how outrageous Zhou Ziyao was. Hearing Zhou Ziyao's question, she also stopped and looked toward her sister. "The rain has stopped, I'm going out to take a look." Lu Ziyao halted her step and replied patiently, "I am coming too." Zhou Ziyao was the first to raise his hand in response. "It just stopped raining. The mountain path is rough, why are you following?" Lu Ziyao was somewhat speechless. Just then, Shani Yang, who hadn't spoken since arriving at the garrison, suddenly opened his mouth. His previously sullen face showed a smile when everyone looked at him. "Miss Lu, Guanguan's foot injury still isn't healed. You're skilled in pharmacology. When you go out, could you pick some herbs and bring them back for Guanguan?" "What? Where did this dog come from?" "Oh, it's Shan the dog. My apologies, I thought a dog's mouth could spout ivory." "Shanying, where do you get the nerve? We took you in during the storm and rain, gave you breakfast, and you have the gall to make demands." "My brother is right. Lu Ziyao is skilled in pharmacology. Since we're going out anyway, isn't that just a convenient thing to do? I've realized something, fanatical followers of Shani Yang are all like him. That kind of thick skin, nothing could pierce it, not even a tank." The moment Shani Yang said that, the room fell completely silent. Guan Guan, who had been inexplicably pulled out to be used as a pawn, looked very displeased. Her lips moved as if to say something, but she remained silent, head bowed, standing to the side. Qi Yi gave a disapproving look to Danny Yang, hoping Dan would hurry up and explain his intentions, but Dan pretended not to see. Zhou Ziyao and Lu Zile's faces darkened in an instant, both glaring at Danny Yang, and even usually good-tempered Lin Haoran looked displeased now. "You." The three were about to speak when Lu Ziyao snorted, her mockery turned up to full volume. "Where did you see me acting on impulse?" Danny Yang met Lu Ziyao's gaze. His body involuntarily stiffened. Facing her seemingly calm yet intensely pressuring eyes, he forced down the tremor in his heart and said with all his strength, "Miss Lu, the capable take on more work. In these remote mountains, Guanguan's foot is injured, and among so many of us you are the only one skilled in pharmacology. For you, finding some herbs shouldn't be difficult, right?" Lu Ziyao stared silently at Shani Yang. Saying nothing, this person realizing the green tea man route won't work and now switching to moral blackmail. His mind is fuller of tricks than a lotus root is full of holes. How could straightforward Lu Zile ever outmaneuver him? Maybe Lu Zile should go learn Sun Tzu from Zhou Ziyao. Lu Zile looked at his sister, who had been silent for a long time, and suddenly grew anxious. "Shanyang, it just rained and the mountain paths are so slippery. How can you possibly ask my sister to go look for medicine?" "Oh, now it's moral blackmail?" Lu Zile said, and before he finished, Zhou Ziyao's voice followed. Lin Haoran also spoke. Miss Lu is under no obligation and has no responsibility to find the medicinal herbs. Lin Haoran was now too lazy even to call her name. What is Guangguan doing? I, Sister Yao, saved your life and you won't even spare a single word. Has Lu Ziyao turned into a brainless fan these past few days? Was I begging her to save her? Exactly. Speaking of which, my daughter's sprained ankle is thanks to her. If the rescue team had waited, maybe there wouldn't even have been a sprain. I don't know how serious it is, whether it will affect her dancing in the future. Isn't this exactly the real-life version of the farmer and the snake? Repaying kindness with enmity, you guys really take first place. But it was because of Miss Lu that I got hurt. Isn't it only natural for Miss Lu to go help me find medicine? Guangguan plainly took a stand on Danny Yang's side. Huh? I hurt you? Lu Ziyao laughed angrily. You say that as if the wild boar was raised by my sister Lu? Or did my sister Lu tell you guys to go provoke a wild boar? Zhou Zhihao exploded on the spot, abandoning his usual little puppy persona, his expression turning dark and fierce. Exactly. If my sister hadn't stepped in to save you, you wouldn't have just sprained your ankle after being gored by a wild boar like that. You'd probably have lost your face entirely. Lu Zile also bristled, then paused and, as if talking to himself, added, forget it, it's not just a sprained ankle now. Who knows when your face will be chewed off by that boar. Yeah, that fall didn't just sprain your ankle, it twisted your face too pretty bad, your face is gone. Zhou Zhihao rubbed his chin, approving Lu Zile's remark. Guangguan's eyes blazed red from the sing-song exchange between Zhou Zhihao and Lu Zile, but she couldn't find any words to refute them. Chapter 59 Qi seeks help. Guangguan, apologize to Miss Lu right now. Miss Lu saved you once, after apologizing you should also thank her. Qi Ye's face was stern and his tone was harsh. Why should I? I'm not wrong. Brother Yi feels the same. How can you take her side? Guangguan accused Qi Yi through her sobs. What do you mean? What do you mean by taking her side? Qi Yega is on the side of reason. Lu Zile retorted to Guangguan with a sullen face. When Lu Ziyao heard that, oh, now Qi Yi had become Qi Yega. Guangguan glanced at Qi Yi and saw the unmistakable expression on his face, then looked over at the others. Except for Shani Yang, who maintained his earlier expression, even Ning Menghan wore a look of disapproval. Furious, she stomped her foot and ran out crying. Qi Yi reacted half a beat too late. The hand he reached out with didn't catch her. Tsk, Zhou Zihao's deliberately lowered voice sounded in Lu Ziyao's ear. Didn't you just say your foot hurt and needed medicine? I didn't notice any pain at that speed. A medical miracle. Zhou Zhihao has zero gentlemanly manners. As the saying goes, those who keep bad company take on their ways. My daughter was even driven to tears and you mocked her? She brought it on herself. Whose fault is that? Gentlemanly manners mean nothing. Having no conscience is what really matters. Who are you calling conscienceless? Isn't it obvious who they're talking about? The livestream chat erupted into arguments again. Lu Ziyao glanced at Zhou Zhihao, said nothing, but the admiration in her eyes was unmistakable. Qi Yi looked at Lu Ziyao, then toward the door, his face conflicted. After a moment he bit his lip and, feeling guilty, said to Lu Ziyao, Miss Lu, I'll apologize to Guangguan on your behalf. It's just that the roads are slippery in this rain. I'll go check outside. With that, he ran out of the house. Lu Ziyao's gaze fell on Shanyang after Qi Yi chased out. He raised an eyebrow and curled his mouth into a mocking arc. Zhihao, which military tactic would you say Mr. Shan used here? Zhou Zhihao was startled when the question landed on him, and only hesitantly replied, killing with a borrowed sword. Not bad, not bad. Learned well. Mr. Shan's tea fragrance has completely turned into moral blackmail. Shanyang's complexion changed into a riot of colors with each of Lu Ziyao's words. He hadn't expected Lu Ziyao to care so little about the impression left on camera and to confront him head-on. Miss Lu, hearing Ning Menghan's weak voice, Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao's gazes instantly shifted direction. Although Ning Menghan also felt Shanyang and Guangguan were being unfair, she was now in the same team as Shanyang. What benefits one benefits all. What harms one harms all, so she could only try to smooth things over under the pressure from Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao. Sorry Miss Lu. Qi Yi suddenly appeared and interrupted Ning Menghan, which made her secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Didn't you go after Guangguan? Lu Zile looked puzzled at Qi Yi, who appeared in the doorway. Qi Yi said with a wry smile, by the time I chased after her I couldn't see her anymore. I asked the guy filming with us. He said none of them reacted in time. They didn't see which direction she went, and they couldn't catch up. So? Zhou Ziyao asked Qiyi with a look that said, you can't be serious. You're not asking Sister Lu to go help look for her, are you? For a moment an awkward expression crossed Qiyi's face, then he smiled grimly and said, no matter how unreasonable she is, she's still a girl. The mountain paths are slippery. I'm afraid something will happen if she went off by herself. Miss Lu knows the mountain paths better than I do, so I wanted to ask her to help. Then asked the production team, isn't it dangerous for my sister to go off by herself? Lu Zile, who had earlier thought Qiyi was an agreeable person, grew displeased when he heard that. Exactly. Zhou Ziyao echoed. They're all girls. Lu Ziyao can't be this cold, right? Wait, I'll call the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and ask them to bring down that big Buddha in Lashin. You can sit on it. Qiyi isn't wrong either. A girl alone in the deep mountains. Since Lu Ziyao knows the place he should help search, it's not like he'll lose any flesh. Just because of Guan's ungrateful, repay kindness with vengeance behavior. Rescuing her again might mean taking the blame for something else. Lu Ziyao frowned and secretly sighed in his heart. How could this Guan be such a troublemaker? A walking disaster. Used by others like a pawn and not even realizing it. A chest large a butt-brain small spokesperson. Annoying as she is, she doesn't deserve death. Consider it doing Lu Zile a favor and accumulating some goodwill. She looked at Qiyi with a plea in her eyes, then spoke calmly. Tell the production team's rescue crew to go up the mountain, and you and I will go out to search as well. Let's split into 2 teams. Big sister. Sister Lu. Lu Zile and Zhou Ziyao spoke at the same time. Lu Ziyao waved her hand to stop them from saying anything further. You two wait with actor Lin at the billeting site and make something to eat while you wait for me. Lu Ziyao saw the concerned looks on their faces and felt a warm reassurance, saying, it's fine, I'm familiar with this place, don't worry. After speaking, he took Qiyi out the door, leaving a few people at the billeting site. At Lu Zile and Zhou Ziyao fixed practically murderous glares on the ringleader Shan Yang. Lu Zile couldn't help but say, you'd better pray nothing happens to my sister, or you'll be the first I use as a sacrifice to the heavens. Chan Jian, who had been watching the live stream, also notified the rescue team to go up the mountain. Lu Ziyao didn't charge recklessly. He carefully examined the traces on the ground, searching for where Guan had walked. The mountains in Yun City are mostly rocky. Wherever there's a bit of soil, you can follow the footprints to find someone. The mountain path was even harder to walk after the rain. There was no soil, but the moss on the rocks was very slippery after the rain. Qiyi couldn't help much and could only follow Lu Ziyao cautiously as he walked. Lu Ziyao marveled that the young girl had said she wasn't good on her feet, yet she had run quite far in one gosh really could run. When Lu Ziyao with Qiyi reached the edge of a small slope, the traces disappeared. Qiyi's voice trembled a little. Miss Lu Ziyao didn't immediately respond to Qiyi. She walked to the edge, leaned forward and looked down, then seemed to let out a long breath and said, it's not high here. It looks like it could roll down, but it should be fine. Wait here for me and don't shout loudly. I'll be back. After saying this, Lu Ziyao turned and walked into the woods. How did Lu Ziyao know it was here? They all went down. How could Lu Ziyao say nothing was wrong? You're lucky you got out to find people. What the hell are you all bitching about? If you think it's so easy, you go do it. Who's to blame? It's all my fault for making trouble. Qiyi's face was full of uncontrollable worry. He didn't dare make a sound and could only pace back and forth in place, waiting for Lu Ziyao to return. Just when Qiyi was about to give up waiting, Lu Ziyao came back carrying a bunch of vines. Qiyi hurried forward. Miss Lu, what's this? Chapter 60. Guan saved by Lu Ziyao again. Come, quickly tie these vines together. This should be enough. Lu Ziyao shoved the vines in her arms into Qiyi's hands. Qiyi glanced at the vines in his arms, then at Lu Ziyao. Miss Lu, what are we tying these together for? There was a trace of impatience on Lu Ziyao's face. To make a rescue rope, what else? Is this sturdy enough? Qiyi asked doubtfully. Don't worry. It's sturdy. Hurry up, if you dawdle a few more minutes shall suffer a few more minutes down there. Lu Ziyao waved his hand, signaling them to start. Qiyi saw there was no other option for now. Who knew how long the rescue team would take, so under Lu Ziyao's guidance he connected all the vines. Can't Lu Ziyao help? Wouldn't 2 people be faster? Wasn't that helping to guide him? Exactly. If no one supervises Qiyi, what if he doesn't make it secure? Wouldn't that mean another person has to go down? Why is the production team's rescue squad so inefficient? They still haven't arrived. It didn't take long before Chi connected all the vines into a single rescue rope, and Lu Ziyao then directed Chi to tie one end of the rescue rope to the trunk of the nearest tree. The other end is tied to my waist, Lu Ziyao said after watching Chi tie the rescue rope to the tree. Huh? I'm going down? Chi looked bewildered. What huh? Lu Ziyao sized Chi up and down as if he were stupid. Then said in disbelief, you don't mean for me to go down, do you? I'm just a weak woman, no strength at all, what would I go down for? Chi. If I hadn't seen the solid muscles on your arm, I almost would have believed that. Chi was silent for a moment, then followed Lu Ziyao's instruction, tied the other end around his waist, and stood at the edge of the small slope. Go. Lu Ziyao hurried him on like driving a duck, urging Chi to move faster. Chi kept feeling that behind Lu Ziyao's 2 words go was Pikachu. Okay. Chi shook his head. I didn't know how he could still be distracted at this time, forced his attention back, and then slowly slid down following the slope. Lu Ziyao thought for a moment and still gave him a couple of instructions. Go down first and see if she's conscious. If she's not awake, don't move her, wait for the rescue team. The cameraman who had been filming didn't go down. He just pointed the camera downward from above, and the live stream could only show the top of Chi's slowly descending head. Before long, Lu Ziyao heard Chi's voice coming up from below. Guan, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Immediately after came Guan's tearful voice. I'm fine, it's just my foot that hurts a little. Didn't you just hear me talking to Miss Lu? Just after Chi finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Ziyao. You two can talk about it upstairs. Poor daughter. Why is Lu Ziyao interrupting our sweet romance? Is this just jealousy from a lonely single person? Did the person in charge of you fall down and smash your brains? Having a sweet, muddy romance down by the slope. I really wasn't going to laugh, honestly. But sis, now that you put it that way, my imagination just ran wild with a whole string of scenes. I can't, I'm going next door to laugh a little. Hurry, hold her tight. The cameraman and I will pull you up. Lu Ziyao added. We're ready. Chi shouted. Lu Ziyao politely said to the cameraman, thanks for your hard work, brother. The cameraman waved his hand and smiled. Not at all, this is our job anyway. They immediately put down the camera and together hauled Chi up. The moment Guan stood on solid ground, she threw her arms around Chi's neck and bawled, Wah, senior brother, I thought I'd never see you again, I was so scared. Chi awkwardly smiled at Lu Ziyao, patted Guan's back and softly consoled her. Lu Ziyao looked at Guan, hair and clothes full of grass and covered in mud, and felt a bit disgusted. It was just luck that there weren't any big rocks in the grass. Lu Ziyao muttered under his breath. At that moment, the show's rescue team also arrived on the scene. When Lu Ziyao followed the trail and found Guan, Chen Jian immediately notified the rescue team and told them to head in Lu Ziyao's direction. Only when he saw Guan still clinging to Chi and wailing did he finally relax, wiped his brow, and muttered to himself, does Guan have it in for me? Why is she always the one having bad luck? After the show, I'll take Miss Lu out to dinner, she's saved me a few times now. After the rescue team's examination, Guan only had some minor abrasions, and the sprain in her foot wasn't particularly serious. But Chi wasn't at ease, and after communicating with the production team, he decided to have the rescue team take Guan down the mountain first for a thorough check. Perhaps when Chi brought Guan up, he quietly told her something, because before leaving she reluctantly said to Lu Ziyao, I'm sorry, Miss Lu. I was willful. And thank you for saving me again. Lu Ziyao tugged at the corner of her mouth symbolically and said nothing. Guan turned to leave with her head lowered. No one saw her sullen expression, or the resentment and unwillingness hidden in her eyes. What does Lu Ziyao mean? My daughter apologized and thanked her again and she had no reaction at all. Does she have to forgive just because she apologized? Accepting an apology and forgiving are two different things. Don't pull any moral blackmail. Why can't she forgive? It's not that big a deal, is it? What kind of thing counts as a catastrophe? Whether to forgive or not is none of your damn business. You spend your days idle like a salted fish, stinking up the place. Guan's die-hard fans were verbally sparring with everyone in the livestream chat. Lu Ziyao's new fans and passers-by with any sense of decency didn't give them an inch, and the comment stream devolved into chaos. The show landed on the trending list again. Guan overreacts and nearly gets herself killed. Accept the apology or forgive the other party? Are they mutually exclusive? Lu Ziyao cold and ruthless. After Guan Guan and the rescue team left, Lu Ziyao with Qiyi leisurely set off on the return journey. Lu Ziyao's mood didn't seem affected. She strolled along unhurriedly, stopping and starting at ease. Whenever she came across an interesting plant she would pause to explain it. She picked quite a few wild vegetables, and along the way they even encountered chickens and supply packs released by the production crew. Lu Ziyao casually caught a chicken and tossed the supply pack into Qiyi's hands. "Miss Lu, this is what you found." Qiyi had just begun to speak when he was cut off by Lu Ziyao. "Stop, I didn't say I'd give it to you. I only asked you to hold it for me." Qiyi awkwardly scratched his nose and didn't say anything more. When the two returned to the camp, Lu Ziyao saw from afar Zhou Zihao and Lu Zile crouched by the fire. Only when he got closer did he see their listless expressions. "Hey, what's going on here?" Chapter 61. Big Huang is here again. Lu's sister. As soon as Zhou Zihao and Lu Zile heard Lu Ziyao's voice, the dejected expressions they had just worn vanished. They immediately stood up and gathered around Lu Ziyao. Lu Zile anxiously looked Lu Ziyao over from head to toe. Only when he didn't see any obvious wounds did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Sister, are you okay? Big sister Lu is so formidable, how could anything happen to her?" Zhou Zihao showed a mouthful of white teeth, though his eyes still held a lingering worry. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Here, I even brought you a chicken," Lu Ziyao said, then pointed at Qiyi, who was standing motionless behind her. "You're back." Lin Haoran waited for Zhou Zihao and Lu Zile to finish speaking before greeting Lu Zile. Lu Yao nodded. "Mem." Ning Menghan and Shani also came out. Shani looked ill at ease. His lips moved once as if to speak, but he couldn't get the words out. Rather, Ning Menghan looked around and not seeing Guan Guan finally spoke. "Miss Lu, are you all right?" Seeing Lu Ziyao nod to indicate she was fine, she continued to ask, "What about Guan Guan? Is she all right too?" Lu Zile, "Huh." Zhou Zihao, "Ha." Both spoke at the same time. Zhou Zihao even turned his head and, sounding disdainful, whispered to Lu Zile, "A troublemaker for 1,000 years, how could anything happen to her?" She answered Ning Menghan, "Menghanji, she's not in serious condition. I wasn't comfortable leaving it to chance, so I asked the production team to take her down the mountain for a full body check. That's why she didn't come back with us. Jia, Zhou Zihao and I are going to kill a chicken. I'm so hungry." Lu Zile ignored the nearby conversation, volunteered for the task along with Lu Ziyao, and tugged Zhou Zihao as they started to leave. Lu Ziyao glanced at the sky and, seeing it growing dark, said, "Zihao, go fetch the bamboo basket and wash these vegetables while you're at it." After saying that, she pointed at the wild vegetable shed placed on the ground, then crossed past Shani and Ning Menghan and walked toward the bamboo hut, without giving Shani so much as a look the whole way. "I'll go with you. I'll help wash the vegetables." Ning Menghan felt it would look like she was freeloading if she did nothing, so she volunteered to accompany Lu Zile and the others. Lu Ziyao didn't concern herself with how they divided the work and simply walked into the bamboo hut. Lin Haoran said he'd go with them to fetch water. Qiyi chose to stay at the camp, saying he'd boil water and wait for their return. Only Dan Yinyang stood awkwardly in place, his face full of resentment. Lin Haoran, who had been relatively kind to him before, now showed him no warmth after today's events and didn't even want to speak another word. He could only look venomously at the departing figures as they laughed and joked. "Why is nobody talking to Brother Yang? Leaving him aside like that, is it to isolate my brother? Bitches are just pretentious. Brother Yang did nothing. What right does Lu Zile have to treat him like this? Doesn't the person in charge of your family have any idea what they did? Could you have a little self-awareness?" Lu Ziyao casually found a spot to lie down, hands propping his head, staring at the ceiling in a dazed up. Why now? He should have already reversed the trajectory of his previous life, right? In this life Lu Zile performed quite well on the show. He probably won't be universally vilified online like last time, and he even made friends with young Master Zhou Zihao. With his sister by his side and Zhou Zihao joking around beside him every day, he's certainly not going to fall into depression. As for the control group from last life, Shani Yang, he won't have many chances this time to pull Lu Zile down. But the flood of dirt that appeared last time wasn't entirely within Shani Yang's capabilities. Someone else probably helped him mastermind it. Looks like I should find time to debrief with Lu Zile and see who could possibly harbor such extreme hatred toward him. When soldiers come, commanders block them. When water comes, earth covers it. She recalled Lu Zile's clarification video online. The boy in the video didn't seem right emotionally. She must have still overlooked something. Lu Zile sighed softly. Looks like after the show she'll have to find someone to investigate. Although many things remained undone, the deadlock now seemed broken. Feeling half relieved, Lu Zile fell into a deep sleep. De Huang, what are you doing here? Lu Zile was awakened by her younger brother's high tenor. Lu Zile sat up. The complicated dream hadn't quite left her mind, and she only stood after sitting in place for a moment, then wobbled out outside. The sky was completely dark. She smelled the aroma of food. A big, yellow, fluffy broadback was surrounded by Lu Zile, Zhou Zihao, and Ning Menghan. Wow, it's so well behaved and obedient. Can I pet it? Ning Menghan faced away from the bamboo hut. Lu Zile couldn't see her expression and could only hear her eagerness in her tone. Lin Haoran was the first to spot Lu Zile and waved to her. Miss Lu, you're awake? Dinner's ready, come sit. Sis, you're awake? Lu Zile merely glanced at Lu Zile, his mind entirely on De Huang. De Huang seemed to sense Lu Zile's presence, leaping up and reaching her side in 2 bounds, even looping a paw around Lu Zile's finger. Lu Zile yawned, holding De Huang's paw, and said gently to him, De Huang, why are you coming over now that it's dark? De Huang chattered squeak squeak and kept waving his empty paw in the air. This scene left Qi Yi and Ning Menghan completely stunned. Lu Zile led De Huang back to the spot where it had just sat. No sooner had its butt hit the ground than Lu Zile complained, tch. As soon as she appears it runs straight to her. After I just fed you 2 bananas to talk about turning your back on your monkey. Is Lu Zile jealous of the monkey or jealous of his sister? Now that you ask, I feel like I'm doing a reading comprehension exercise. Turning on me and pretending you don't know the monkey? Lu Top Star, you've got it wrong. You and Haozi are the same species, both dogs. Da Huang is the monkey, don't get it mixed up. Qi and Ning Menghan were downright shocked. What did I just see? What did I just hear? Ning Menghan came to her senses and whispered to Zhou Zihao beside her, Zihao, is this little monkey so close with Miss Lu? Completely ignoring Da Huang, he focused intently on the little chicken in the pot, swallowed, then answered Ning Menghan, yeah, he's close. Da Huang was saved by Sister Lu, she even gave him his name. Everyone heard Zhou Zihao's voice. Qi Yi and Ning Menghan stared the little monkey up and down several times, but still couldn't see how the name Da Huang Big Yellow could be related to it in any way. Why give a little monkey a dog's name? Ning Menghan. Well, I still don't see what's yellow about it. Lu Ziyao ignored the sour tone in Lu Zile's voice and patted De Huang's head. Are you full? Should I have Zile get you 2 more bananas? Chapter 62. Lu Zio's dirt. No sooner had Lu Ziyao finished speaking than De Huang stretched his little paw straight toward Lu Zile. Lu Zile couldn't help laughing at how self-righteous De Huang looked. You can understand that? And Ning Menghan was once again dumbfounded. Yes. Not only can he understand, he also recognizes people. Qi Yi nodded, expressionless, echoing Ning Menghan and even finishing the sentence she hadn't completed. May I ask, after the founding of the country, becoming a spirit-enchanted being is no longer allowed, right? Ahahaha, tool person Lu Zile. Those little paws reach out with absolutely no psychological burden. I suddenly thought of some monkeys at a certain scenic spot. Indeed, monkeys are still different from monkeys. Lu Zile smiled, though there was a hint of gritted teeth malice in it, and put 2 bananas into Da Huang's hands. Da Huang cocked his head to look at the bananas in his hands, thought for a moment, pointed at Lu Zile, then at the bananas and chattered away. Give them to me? Lu Zile hesitantly picked up one, peeled it, and just as he was about to put it in his mouth, Da Huang's voice seemed to get a bit louder. Lu Zile had just been about to praise Da Huang for his manners when the banana in his hand vanished before his eyes. Before he could react, something was shoved into his hand. He looked at the unpeeled banana in his hand, then turned to the banana being handed toward Big Yellow's mouth and burst out laughing angrily. So you weren't asking me to eat it? You wanted me to peel it for you? Haha. Lu Zile cast a aggrieved look at Ning Menghan, who simply couldn't hold back a laugh. Ning Menghan hurriedly waved her hand. Cough, I'm not laughing at you. Really, why would I laugh at you? I received professional training. Lu Zile angrily peeled the banana in his hand and stuffed it into De Huang's paws, then shoved aside Zhou Zihao, who was about to start eating. He snatched the bowl of chicken Zhou had just served, shoved a piece of meat into his mouth and mumbled indistinctly, eat, 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 all you ever do is eat. Zhou Zihao stared blankly at the hand that was still holding the bowl posture, but now completely empty. Suddenly a shriek rang out, and everyone turned to look. Lu Zile, are you sick? If you wanted to eat, why didn't you serve yourself? How long was I squatting here? How dare you snatch my meat? I've had professional training, so I generally don't laugh unless I can't help it. Ha ha ha. The expressions of Lu Zile and Ziyao can't be said to be unrelated. They can only be said to be exactly the same. De Huang. Give me an address and I'll send you bananas, have Lu Zile peel them for you. I love watching. Good brothers should share hardships. I can't beat it. Does that mean I shouldn't steal yours? The rare friendly atmosphere in the livestream was shattered as news about Lu Ziyao exploded everywhere. Just as viewers were scrambling to send bananas to De Huang, Lu Ziyao meets a wealthy businessman at night. Lu Ziyao enters and exits a hotel late at night with an executive. Lu Ziyao suspected of being a certain executive's mistress. So, who would have thought so righteous on variety shows, but playing around like this in private? This has to be fake news, right? I don't buy it. Lu Ziyao doesn't look like someone short on money. Why would he need to be a third wheel? I told you Lu Ziyao wasn't a good person. What kind of good person could Lu Zile's sister, that rotten bastard, be? You really can know a person's face but not their heart? Song Xiang was sitting in the living room holding a bowl of fried noodles, staring at the live stream on her tablet and laughing. Her cousin, who was always on the cutting edge of the internet, blew into the room like a whirlwind and appeared in front of her. Sis, something bad happened. Fa, your sister is just fine. Don't go cursing me. Song Xiang didn't even spare her a glance. Aya, not you, it's your teacher Lu who's been targeted by a false scandal. The cousin blurted out, hurriedly explaining. It's not me, that is. Song Xiang snapped her head up. Who are you saying was targeted by a false scandal? Your teacher Lu, my Yaojia. The cousin pushed the phone in front of her. Song Xiang snatched the phone. On the screen was a short-haired woman, about the same height as Lu Ziyao, affectionately linking arms with a balding, middle-aged man with a belly that made it look like he's 7 or 8 months pregnant. They were chatting and laughing as they walked toward a hotel. The image was very blurry. The woman's face wasn't captured at all, obviously a surreptitious shot taken from some hidden corner. Song Xiang tossed his phone onto the table, pouted, and fired off a rant. Are these people blind? How does this look anything like Teacher Lu? Teacher Lu herself is from a wealthy family. Does she need to curry favor with the powerful? What are they thinking? If they're going to spread rumors, couldn't they pick a better one? That man looks like he's about to give birth. How blind would Teacher Lu have to be to fall for him? You don't believe it, but most netizens do. His cousin picked up the phone with some sympathy. Your department isn't issuing a denial. Hey, are you online pointing fingers at those overachievers? Don't even want to sleep. Song Xiang waved her hand, thought for a moment and sighed, forget it. I'd better tell the director. Song Xiang picked up the phone beside her tablet. Hello, director. I need to tell you something. Didn't Teacher Lu participate in a variety show? Oh, you sent her there? Isn't she being slandered now? Don't you think the institute should step in and clarify things? Huh? Not in a hurry. Oh, alright then, that's settled. Goodbye. After Song Xiang hung up the phone, she took a deep breath and stared at her cousin intently. Come on then, let's go to war. It's been a long time since I've argued with someone. Aren't you worried about Teacher Lu? My cousin was a bit speechless. What's there to worry about her for? She's got a powerful backer. Come on, we need to form a united front and go grab my laptop. Song Xiang pushed aside the fried noodles in front of her, pulled over a tablet, and her fingers flew as she started replying to various comments. If your brain had been kicked by a donkey, would you still go out and embarrass yourself with a flattened head? You didn't even see her face and you're calling her my Yao sister? I said the one who went into the hotel looks a lot like you. If the water in your brain isn't well shaken, then don't talk. All you do all day is blather nonsense and invent dirty rumors about girls. Did your left eye see me, you Jia? Or did your right eye see me, you Jia? I think you're just a blind man with his eyes open. A war of insults raged across the internet, while only the live stream room remained a picture of peaceful calm. Having eaten and drunk his fill, De Huang was already racing through the woods. Lu Zile and Ziyao had to snap at each other even over a piece of meat. Lu Ziyao just watched the two bickering with a smiling face and chatted idly with Lin Haoran. Ning Menghan looked at the scene with a bit of envy in her heart. Thinking back on the time since entering the mountain, her team had been running all over for food every day and had almost become refugees. Shani Yang and Guan Guan couldn't stand each other, and from time to time would bicker. She didn't know whether Qiyi was tired, but she herself was quite exhausted. When Ning Menghan thought of this, her gaze swept over Shani Yang, who was sitting silently in the shadows. Shani Yang seemed to sense it and looked up. Ning Menghan saw the barely concealed resentment in his eyes and was alarmed. Chapter 63. The two of them eloped to the moon. Ning Menghan's heart gave a jolt. When she looked again, the harshness had already gone from Shani Yang's eyes, and he smiled at her as he always had. Ning Menghan thought she must be too tired and had been seeing things. Dan Yenyang could never be a vicious person. Ning Menghan immediately cast that glance into the back of her mind, turned to chat with Qiyi, and so missed the brief moment when Dan Yang's expression darkened. The next day when Lu Zile woke up, thin light filtered through the heavy crowd, dull as if brewing a heavy rain. The mountain road became more difficult to travel after dark. So Lin Haoran proactively suggested to Lu Zile that Qiyi and the others stay overnight. Lu Zile did Lin Haoran a favor and agreed to his proposal. Fortunately, when they had built the shelter, Lu Zile had made it a bit larger so it could barely squeeze in so many people. Thus, Ning Menghan and the Lu siblings squeezed together, and the other 4 grown men could only cram into the other bamboo hut. She rubbed her slightly dizzy temple and tiptoed past the still sleeping Lu Zile and Ning Menghan. Morning. As soon as Lu Zile stepped out of the room, he heard Lin Haoran's voice. Morning. Lu Zile returned the greeting. Didn't sleep well last night? After washing up, Lu Zile noticed an unfamiliar look of fatigue on Lin Haoran's face and asked with concern. Lin Haoran smiled. There were a lot of people didn't sleep very well. After chatting and finishing their early morning exercise, Lu Zile saw that everyone else was still asleep. So he and Lin Haoran set off to the pond to see if there were any fish in the basket. There had been a heavy rain yesterday, the pond's water had risen somewhat, and there were more fish in the pond. Lu Zile became interested in the fish in the pond, excitedly instructing Lin Haoran to kill the fish in the basket. He then took off his shoes, stood at the edge of the pond, and focused on observing the fish swimming in the water. After Lin Haoran had processed 5 or 6 fish, Lu Zile had him put the fish into a basket, then led him into the mountain forest. When Lu Zile woke up, he didn't see his sister, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Stepping out of the bamboo hut, he saw Zhou Zhihao yawning at the door. Lu Zile, have you seen He arrange? Zhou Zhihao grabbed his short hair, his face showing obvious irritation. Lu Zile shook his head. Maybe he went out with my sister. Huh? Sister Lu isn't here either? Zhou Zhihao swallowed back a half-finished yawn, stroked his chin thoughtfully, leaned toward Lu Zile and asked slyly, did those two elope? Yeah, they eloped to the moon. Lu Zile rolled his eyes at him in exasperation. You've been camped in the stream all morning, and this is the huge scoop you bring me? How Zai, now you've got my interest. Let's chat. Where did those two go? Lu Zile. See, they rode a 7-colored auspicious cloud and eloped to the moon. Ha, How Zai, with that mouth of yours and that expression, your second sister would be justified in beating you 800 times a day. As they were talking, Shani Yang came out of the next room. Morning, Zile. Zhihao is awake too. Heh, I'm in the same room as you, such a big person, and you didn't see? What nonsense are you talking? Zhou Zhihao felt annoyed as soon as he saw Shani Yang and didn't hold back. Lu Zile completely ignored Shani Yang and said to Zhou Zhihao, hurry up and start a fire. I'm hungry. It's my fault. I'll start the fire then. Danny Yang showed an exasperated yet indulgent expression to the two of them. After speaking, Danny Yang went into the house to fetch some firewood. You think there's something unclean in this deep mountain forest? Could that unlucky Danny Yang be possessed by something? Zhou Zihao looked horrified at the trees under the dim sky, covered in goosebumps, and casually turned off the microphones for himself and Lu Zile. Lu Zile glanced at Zhou Zihao, who was sneaking glances around like a scared animal, and the nausea in his chest eased considerably. Why don't you ask Director Chun to hire a master for you? Then, should we offer a pig's head or a chicken? After the ritual, can we eat the offerings? Zhou Zihao looked tempted and a little puzzled as he asked Lu Zile. The main point is, if you don't understand, just ask. Lu Zile rubbed his temple and snapped, why don't you just worship yourself? Damn it. Why does he have to discuss this kind of thing with Zhou Zhihao? He had no idea what was even in that guy's head. Wow, my brother Yang really dotes on me. Zhou Zihao's lousy mouth, he doesn't even have a bit of manners. Please tell the person in question to stop making that face, okay? It's really greasy. Right, does he think playing the domineering CEO is cool? Ugh. Am I the only one who wants to know what Zhou Zihao and Lu Zile are whispering about? Why does my housey look like he's up to something sneaky? Shanyang was making a fire alone. Zhou Zihao and Lu Zile sat far away, squatting on the ground and listlessly drawing circles. When Qi stepped out of the bamboo hut, he saw that scene and remembered that Shanyang and those two didn't get along. He looked around, didn't see Lin Haoran or Lu Ziyao, and instantly felt a bit troubled. After thinking for a moment, he still walked over to Lu Zile's side to give him a hand. Because the microphone was off, there was no sound from the two in the livestreamingly the sight of their backs as they squatted on the ground. Zihao. Zhou Zihao heard Qi call him, then turned his head and looked at Qi Yum. What do you usually eat in the morning? Qi seemed a little embarrassed. Huh? Zhou Zihao poked Lu Zile with his hand. What do you want to eat? Huh? Why is there no sound? Zhou Zihao belatedly realized he had muted the microphone while they were just discussing the master. You muted it just now. Lu Zile replied to Zhou Zihao's question first, then leisurely pointed behind Qi. Those potatoes in the room you all were sleeping in, it's them. No way. What gives Lu Zile the right to boss others around, because all this food was found by his sister? You're all just freeloading food and drinks from them. What's wrong with doing some work? No way, no way. You actually think the real owner of the house would let you eat and drink for free? Good morning. At that moment Ning Menghan woke up and came out. You're all up so early. Huh? Miss Lu and Brother Haoran aren't here? Ning Menghan also noticed two people were missing and asked that the two of them eloped to the moon. Zhou Zihao replied absent-mindedly. Huh? Ning Menghan was stunned. Did she accidentally wake up in a Xianxia novel? Lu Zile slapped the back of Zhou Zihao's head. Don't listen to his nonsense. He ate some mushrooms yesterday. The toxin kicked in and he's hallucinating. Chapter 64. Guan's return to SSK. Lu Zio's gone seducing the best actor again, and there's no camera crew. Truly shameless. Is this mistress getting addicted? Leading actor Lin, don't fall for her tricks. Ruining your future for a woman isn't worth it. Created the persona of a learned, talented person, looking righteous but turns out to be a mistress. Morals really are declining. Lu Ziyao, why don't you go back to cozying up to your benefactor? Stop coming around pestering our best actor, okay? What a petty jerk. So eye-opening. Lu Ziyao can't go a single day without a man. The live stream chat was full of insults directed at Lu Ziyao. The occasional voices defending her were quickly drowned out by the barrage of abuse. The assistant director stared at the tablet, his voice faint. Director Chan, that insult was a bit harsh. There's no way Lu Ziyao actually did that, right? Chan Jian rubbed his bald temples and said weakly, this looks like paid posters. To spread this fast overnight, someone must be pushing it from behind the scenes. He was worried. Although controversy brings traffic and the others are easy to handle, Lu Ziyao is different. Lu Ziyao has no entertainment industry background. She was directly parachuted in on the recommendation of the main station. Apart from the main station, no one knows her background, so this is troublesome now. What do you think of Lu Ziyao? Chan Jian probed, testing his old partner. The deputy director frowned, thought for a moment, then chose his words carefully. To be fair, I don't think Lu Ziyao looks like the person the news made her out to be. Honestly, she doesn't seem like someone who'd sell herself for money. But we don't know her background, and that's the hardest part. Same as I thought. Okay, I'll call headquarters and feel things out. Chan Jian agreed with his partner, grabbed his phone and went to a secluded corner. Not long after, Chan Jian came back with his hands in his pockets. The deputy director, seeing his indignant expression, asked curiously, well, sigh. Not a single word came out. They just said don't rush it. Let me handle it. How am I supposed to let you handle it? The public opinion is skyrocketing. Chan Jian spread his hands, his face full of bitterness. Chan Jian paused for a moment, then made a decision. Forget it. I'll have PR prepare a press release first. You also take a look and see if anyone has a free slot. Keep someone on standby. The deputy director also sighed, then went along with Chan Jian's idea and got to work. The people at the foot of the mountain were in chaos. Those on the mountain, unaware of the public's reaction, continued to work at their original pace. Why hasn't my sister come back yet? Lu Zile looked up. It was almost noon, and his sister and Lin Haoran still hadn't shown up. His impatience was visibly growing. What's the rush? With Haoran around and Sister Lu being so capable, she probably found something to eat and lost track of time, Zhou Zihao said, rocking in the recliner, a blade of grass hanging from the corner of his mouth. looking every bit the idle playboy from ancient tales. It's not your sister, so of course you aren't worried. Lu Zile paced anxiously around Zhou Zihao, muttering under his breath, they've been out so long. A single man and woman together, how could I not be worried? What did you say? Zhou Zihao didn't catch it and asked, watching Lu Zile scurry about like a headless fly. He added, can you stop pacing? You've paced so much I'm starting to feel like I ate several pounds of poisonous mushrooms, dizzy and lightheaded. A few genes of poisonous mushrooms wouldn't make you dizzy or see stars. They just leave you right there to have a tombstone. Lu Zile angrily snapped back. Stop sharing, your sister is with actor Lining D in the woods doing something shameful and secret. Ha, one is a bully, the other a homewrecker. Where did these two nightmares come from? No wonder Lu Zile became a top influencer on looks alone. Lu Ziyao must have worked hard behind the scenes. What kind of force are you talking about? The kind I'm thinking of? Lu Ziyao and Lin Haoran were nowhere to be seen. The livestream chat was filled with dense, filthy comments. Hey, I'm telling you, senior brother, I'm back. Zhou Zihao sat up intending to retort to Lu Zile, but was interrupted by Guan Guan's voice. Chi came out of the bamboo hut following the sound. Ichem? You're back. All checked. Everything okay. After that, Shan Yang and Ning Menghan also showed their faces. Hearing Chi Ye's string of concerned questions, Guan Guan hugged Chi Ye's arm and swayed it back and forth, answering in a syrupy sweet voice, all checked. The doctor said there's nothing serious, just walk less. Guan Guan first answered Chi Ye's question, then moved up to Ning Menghan, hugged her and said, Sister Menghan, I'm back. I missed you so much. Ning Menghan also gently hugged Guan Guan. It's okay, that's what matters. Tinge, ungrateful wretch. Zhou Zihao watched the four exchange pleasantries and said this in a voice neither too loud nor too soft. Guan Guan's face went pale in an instant, the corners of her eyes reddening. She spoke, how can you say that about me, Zihaoj? I already know I was wrong, and I apologize to Sister Lu. Zhou Zihao snorted and didn't respond. Out of Brother Zihao and Brother Zile both don't welcome me, then he'll just leave, Guan Guan said on the verge of tears. Zihao, how can you say that about Guan Guan? She already knows she was wrong. We're grown men, don't be so petty. Shan Yang stepped forward to scold Zhou Zihao. Ha, what right do you have to speak here? Lu Zile was already irritated, and the two of them made his tone even more violent. Guan Guan scanned around, didn't find Lu Ziyao and Lin Haoran, and when no one noticed she slightly curled her lips, then quickly pressed them down before feigning concern and asking, where are Ziyao's sister and Haoran brother? Why don't I see them? Zhou Zihao was just about to speak when he heard Guan Guan meekly say, are they going on a date? But when I was doing a check I saw the news that Sister Lu has a boyfriend now. I think I said the wrong thing, the news might not even be true. Guan Guan seemed to have thought of something and immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao's faces immediately turned cold. Lu Zile was about to speak when he felt his hand being yanked. He hesitated for just that moment and then heard Zhou Zihao's cold voice, what do you mean by that? I advise you to think carefully before you speak. You dare act but won't let people talk? Hypocrite much. Ha, it seems Lu Ziyao didn't just hit on the film emperor, even went after the little pet dog. Scared that Guan Guan will tear off Lu Ziyao's mask? And even threatening people. Guan Guan, don't be afraid, say whatever you need to say. We're your strongest backing. I don't believe that rich second-generation brat can get away with anything. Chapter 65. Calling the police. Ning Menghan watched the two sides arguing fiercely, and was racking her brain for a way to ease the atmosphere when she heard hurried, chaotic footsteps approaching. Hey boss, there are two people here too? A rough male voice with an indistinct accent called out. The few still on edge turned to look in the direction the sound had come from. As the man's voice fell, 5 or 6 burly men appeared at their campsite. Who are you? Zhou Zihao asked, feeling a bad premonition at the sudden appearance of the newcomers. He spoke cautiously and gave Lu Zile a tug to pull him behind himself. Don't be nervous, we're just passing through. A refined male voice came from behind the big men. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a crew cut and a frail, scholarly appearance, stepped out from behind the burly men. This man looked cultured, but the aura of malice around him and how deferential the others were made it clear he was the leader of the group. When Danny Yang got a good look at the man's face, his eyes suddenly narrowed, his body stiffened for a moment, and then he bowed his head. Everyone's attention was on the man. No one noticed Danny Yang's movement. Zhou Zihao felt a pang of apprehension. The upbringing his family had given him made him understand that these people were not to be trifled with. We're here to film a show. What are you doing coming into this remote mountain forest? Guan hid behind Qiyi and popped her head out to ask curiously. Zhou Zihao at that moment wished he could slap Guan out the door. He had intended to stall them with a few words to get them to leave quickly, but Guan's question made him realize this group wasn't going anywhere. These people don't look like good folks. Could it be Lu Zile's lover again? I think they came to seek revenge on Lu Zile. Lu Zile swindled and deceived people. Is she in big trouble now? No wonder the watches Lu Zile gave Lu Zile were all limited editions. Who knows which poor sap paid for them? Could it be the person in front of us? Haha, so you guys are filming a show? Then could we be lucky enough to join your live stream as special guests? The cultured-looking man in charge said with a smile, making a gesture to the big guys behind him as he spoke. The few people behind him quickly dispersed after receiving the orders, and two of them walked up to the camera. The cameraman following them saw something was wrong. Just as he reached toward his pants pocket, a cold, hard object pressed against his head, and he didn't dare continue. The two people in front of the camera didn't speak. They only signaled the PD with their eyes to turn off. The camera then confiscated the phones from their pockets before walking back behind the suave man. When Guan saw the pitch-black muzzle, she was so frightened she wanted to scream, but a cold, icy look from the man swept over her, and she swallowed the scream that was already at her lips. The man walked over toward Zhou Zihao and the other. Zhou Zihao's expression didn't change. He only pulled Lu Zile back a few steps and came to stand beside PD. You lot are living pretty well, like you're playing house. The man ignored Zhou Zihao's small movements and leisurely sat down in the chaise. After the man sat down he didn't speak, and no one present dared to either. Only the oppressive storm-heavy sky and the damp mountain wind could be heard. At this point there was only one feed left in the live stream, and it was the feed captured after Lu Zile found the encampment. The production team had picked the tree closest to the camp and mounted a fixed camera on it. Because it was mounted on the tree and hadn't been discovered by the group, the live footage was streamed straight into the chat room, and the room immediately exploded. Holy crap, that's a gun, right? I didn't see wrong, it's a gun, right? Call the police, hurry and call the police. This probably needs SWAT or the armed police. This survival reality show is really about survival now. Surviving in a cops and robbers movie. Is this a fugitive? Why is he carrying a gun? Is he acting? Chun Jian silently wiped his sweat. Had he chosen the wrong day to power up? What kind of big trouble had they gotten into this time? He directed the assistant director to call the station, then shakily took out his phone and dialed the police himself, even though some concerned netizens had already called as soon as the gun appeared. At this moment Lu Zile was relieved his sister had gone out early with Lin Haoran. He was being blocked by Zhou Zihao, so he tugged lightly at Zhou's sleeve. Zhou turned back, frowned slightly, and gave him a reassuring look. Zhou Zihao stared at the man on the recliner with his eyes closed. He stood motionless for a long while and even began to think the man had fallen asleep. He remained silent the whole time, and for a moment Zhou Zihao couldn't make out his intentions. After hesitating for a long time, he tentatively spoke. Sir? Hearing Zhou Zihao speak, the man opened his eyes, sat up, and met Zhou Zihao's gaze. Seeing him open his eyes, Zhou Zihao went on. Are you, asking for money? Or? He closed his eyes and lay back down. I was just passing by, saw you filming a show. I was just indulging in a bit of celebrity worship. Zhou Zihao was helpless. Seeing he couldn't get any useful information, he simply pulled Lu Zile over to sit on a rock. When Qiyi and the others saw Zhou Zihao's movement, the big men gathered around showed no sign of stopping them, so they also found a place to sit. After sitting down, Lu Zile reached over and turned off his and Zhou Zihao's microphones. He took Zhou Zihao's hand and wrote a sentence on it. There are cameras across the way. Zhou Zihao looked at Lu Zile with suspicion. Lu Zile wrote another sentence and watching them put it on. Zhou Zihao understood and only whispered one word. Wait. Lu Zile nodded, then began chatting off and on. The four with Qiyi didn't share Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao's good spirits. Ning Menghan was already pale with fright and didn't dare speak. Sun Yang sat in the shadows, his expression unreadable. Only Qiyi was still quietly comforting Guan. They sat like that for a long time. Guan was getting restless, wanting to say something but afraid to. Where are the police? Why haven't they come? Are they always this slow to respond? Brother, they have guns, they're not cabbages. If we're going to rescue someone we need to discuss a plan, not just rush in. Could this be Lu Ziyao directing and acting in her own Copandrobber movie? Why did she disappear and then kidnappers show up? Ah, now that you put it that way, I think so too. She must be desperate to become famous, right? Unaware, Lu Zile threaded through the woods with Lin Haoran. They had only intended to find some food. But unexpectedly she came across a plant straight out of a textbook and crouched down to examine it in detail. Lin Haoran sat dazed beside her, holding the little fish basket. He waited until Lu Zile finally stood up before speaking. It's getting late. Shall we head back? Chapter 66 Special Forces. Lu Zile glanced at the sky. He felt a bit guilty for making the movie king wait so long, and said apologetically, it's this late already? Sorry to have kept you waiting. I have a bad case of occupational habit. I often lose track of time. Lin Haoran saw the guilt on Lu Zile's face and chuckled lightly. It's okay, it wasn't that long. If you're really feeling bad, bake me a fish when we get back. This is nothing. Even if I hadn't kept you waiting, you'd still get fish to eat. Come on, if we don't head back soon, Zile and the others will start to worry. Lu Zile wasn't one to be shy. Seeing Lin Haoran unbothered, he urged him to hurry home. The two chatted and laughed as they walked back. And just as they were about to reach the encampment, someone suddenly leapt out from the side. Lu Zile reacted quickly, reached out and grabbed Lin Haoran's arm, stopping him from taking another step forward. Who are you? Lu Zile looked at the tall, upright man standing rigidly before him, feeling a bit suspicious, and asked. The tall man raised an eyebrow and extended his left hand toward Lu Zile. Hello, Academician Lu, pleased to meet you. I'm Zhengyu, captain of the Snow Wolf Special Forces. Academician Lu? Lin Haoran was quite surprised when he heard that title. An academician? Although he knew Lu Zile's background and identity were not simple. Since the show began, her breadth of knowledge had been astonishing, her various skill buffers maxed out. He had thought she was a university lecturer, and never imagined that someone as young as Lu Zile could already be an academician. Lin Haoran quickly hid his look of astonishment, standing behind Lu Zile and processing the sudden news to himself. Snow wolves? What are you doing here? Did something happen? After hearing Zheng Ye's self-introduction, Lu Zile's heart skipped a beat. What kind of situation would mobilize the Snow Wolf Special Forces? Just as Lu Zile had guessed, Zheng Ye's gaze was sharp and stern, full of pressure, the toughness and decisiveness found only in the military. It's just that something came up. Don't be nervous, we just happened to be training nearby, and headquarters ordered us to handle it. Come with me first, I'll explain on the way. Zhengyu gestured for them to follow and led the way down the mountain. Lu Zile and Lin Haoran exchanged a glance, then fell into step behind Zhengyu on the way. Zhengyu recounted the events to Lu Zile. When Lu Zile heard that the other party was armed, the center of his brow twitched sharply. Zhengyu clearly felt Lu Zile's previously calm aura flinch for a moment before regaining its composure in the blink of an eye, and couldn't help feeling a bit more impressed with him. After explaining how everything had happened, Zhengyu happened to lead the two of them to their temporary camp. Lu Zile stepped into the tent and saw Chan Jian in the corner wiping sweat, restless. Seeing the two of them, he rushed over. Thank goodness, thank goodness. You two went off on your own, otherwise it would have been a total wipeout. Lu Zile patted Chan Jian on the shoulder and said calmly, it's fine, trust Captain Jing and the others. Zhengyu said to Lu Zile, Academician Lu, I heard you're very familiar with this place. We need your help. Academician? Chan Jian froze when he heard Zheng Ye's words. Just as he was about to say something, she tugged at him, shoved the fish basket into his hands, and spoke before he could. Director Chan. It's about time to eat. We caught a few fish, you'll go roast them with you. Tell me what happened. I didn't catch everything you said just now. As she turned to leave, she looked back and said to Lu Zile, Miss Lu, if you need any help, come find me. Lin Haoran felt he couldn't be of much help. The only thing he could do was not hold anyone back. Lu Zile gave a soft hm. After Lin Haoran and Chan Jian went out, Zhengyu handed a tablet to Lu Zile and said, please take a look at the scene first. Lu Zile took the tablet and looked at the live stream. Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao were sitting safely in a corner. He breathed a sigh of relief as long as they were okay. In the center of the screen, two big bald men were sitting by the fire roasting something. The shot wasn't very close, but the image was fairly clear. Have you identified this person? Lu Zile asked, pointing at the man lying in the recliner. The station traced him as soon as the report came in. His name is Fu Jie, been on the wanted list for years, the puppet master behind Yun City's biggest crime syndicate. Involved in organized crime, drugs, smuggling, anything that makes quick money, he has a cut. Zheng Yu pulled a paper document from the table and handed it to Lu Zile. Lu Ziyao flipped through casually, then asked, then how could he show up here at this time? We're live streaming, the whole internet should be watching. Logically, he shouldn't appear publicly. It's still unclear what his purpose is. After he showed up at your camp, he hardly said anything. The police sent word that they'd recently smashed several of the group's trading spots, cutting off most of his business, and he's extremely cunning despite having a net cast over him. His subordinates managed to let him slip away in the end. Zheng Yu relayed all the information he had received to Lu Zile. Lu Ziyao said nothing, only staring at the tablet in his hand, his free fingers tapping the table incessantly. Seeing Lu Ziyao silent, Zheng Yu didn't continue either, and for a while the tent was filled only with the sound of their breathing. Lu Ziyao was a little irritated. She hadn't expected this to happen. She had chosen a relatively open campsite, backed against a rock. The nearest tree was the one with the camera tied to it now. The woods were neither too close nor too far, making an ambush difficult. It was a position that was easy to defend but hard to attack. These people all had guns, and there were as many as 6 hostages. If they couldn't solve the problem in one go, there would surely be casualties. After a long silence, Lu Ziyao sighed, rubbed the slightly swollen corners of her forehead, and then said, I'll draw a map of the surrounding terrain for you first, and then you come up with a rescue plan. Then we'll leave it to you, Academician Lu. We're not as familiar with the terrain as you are. And because the hostages they have are public figures, the difficulty of the rescue increases a lot. Fortunately you weren't around. The production team said they could locate you from the mic signals, and I'm glad I found you first. With a map it will be easier to make the next plan. Zheng Yu nodded, agreeing to Lu Zile's suggestion. Outside the tent, Chan Jian squatted beside Lin Haoran, watching as Lin Haoran skillfully started the fire, threaded the fish skewers, and set them over the flames. Haoran. Chan Jian rubbed his hands together, hesitating for a long time and not knowing whether to ask. Lin Haoran watched Chan Jian falter, flipping the fish in his hands as he said, I only just found out about her identity too. Chapter 67. Those who know the times are fine fellows, I see. After saying this, Chan Jian fell silent, lost in thought. Lin Haoran, meanwhile, continued his grilled fish business. Chan Jian somehow found a tablet, sat by the fire staring at it, and after a short while spat out 2 words. Holy shit! Lin Haoran turned his head in surprise to look at Chan Jian, and seeing Chan Jian's face had gone very ugly, he curiously leaned over to glance at the livestream room and found it had exploded again. After waking on the reclining chair, Fu Jie slowly sat up. His indifferent gaze swept across the camp and, when it landed on Shan Yang hiding behind Qi Yi, his expression changed. He slowly stood up. The nearest to him, Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao, looked on in surprise as he walked over to Qi Yi. Staring intently at Shan Yang, who kept his head bowed and didn't dare to breathe, Ding Ding finally spoke in a hoarse voice as if just awake, pointing at Qi. You lift your head. What's going on? Did Qi Yi offend him? No, I was watching the whole time. He just woke up and suddenly went to look for Qi Yi. People should behave honestly and modestly, like my brother Yang, like a little son constantly warming others. Then they won't have enemies. At a time like this we're all grasshoppers on the same rope. Why step on someone else? What if it's precisely because Qi Yi offended someone, and the others are suffering undeservedly because of him? Qi Yi looked up in confusion, pointing at himself with his finger. Me. Fu Jie did not answer Qi Yi's question. Ha, get up, walk over by yourself, don't make me pull you out myself. He warned with heavy sarcasm. Qi Yi was even more bewildered. After a pause, just as he was about to stand, he heard Danny Yang's obsequious voice. Brother Jia, it's Yumi. Eyes failed me earlier and I didn't recognize you. Brother Jia, you're magnanimous, don't hold it against me. Seeing he couldn't avoid it, Danny Yang swallowed his pride and apologized to Fu Jia, then stood up from behind Qi Yi and walked past him to stand beside Fu Jia. Ning Menghan looked up in astonishment, watching Danny Yang fawn and bow beside Fu Jia. Feeling as though she had slipped into a dream. As this still that same single Yang who never flatters or kowtows to anyone, always standing there as the warm-hearted next-door big brother? Or is this the real single Yang, and the one who appears on camera was just a fake single Yang wearing a persona mask? Ning Menghan's gaze crossed with the single Yangs in the air for a moment, and she immediately looked down again, frightened by the warning in his eyes. Right now the main thing is to stay alive. Who cares whether he's a real single Yang or a fake one? Got it? You obsessive fans of a one-sided Yang, your brother is the real culprit. Qi almost took the fall. Oh ho, I have a feeling your brother's image is about to collapse. His current persona is completely different from his usual one. My life's almost over now. Whether the building collapses can be saved for the show later. Fu Jie impatiently cut off Shani Yang's flattery. Cut the crap. When are you going to pay me back the 10 million you owe me? He paused mid-sentence, surveyed Shani Yang from head to toe, put on a malicious grin, pinched Shani Yang's chin and slapped his face twice. You take good care of that face. If you can't pay up, how about I sell you off to northern Myanmar? I'm pretty close with the bosses in their camps. Shani Yang's face went deathly pale, but he forced a smile. Brother Jia, you must be joking. I'll pay you back after the show. How about I give you some interest tonight in the meantime? After speaking, he gave Fu Jia a flirtatious wink that was clearly suggestive. Fu Jia released his grip on Danny Yang and stared into his eyes, saying word by word, who knows if you're sick? I think things other people used are dirty. Hearing Fu Jia's insult, Danny Yang's smile stiffened for a moment. He continued to stretch his smile and quietly tried to flatter Fu Jie. Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao saw Danny Yang's flirtatious wink, forced down their nausea and glanced at each other, each seeing the other's nearly tangible disgust, and in tacit understanding looked away, no longer looking in Danny Yang's direction. This camera angle isn't very good. Did I just see Danny Yang give that man a flirtatious look? Did I miss-see it? Although the angle isn't great, the image quality is extremely clear. I'm telling you for sure you didn't miss-see it. Does the neighbor brother play around so lavishly in private? Did I hear that right? That man said Danny Yang still owes him 10 million. So did that look from Danny Yang mean he wanted to sell himself to repay the debt? Fu Jie turned and walked toward the bamboo hut, with Danny Yang following closely. The two of them entered the hut one after the other. They stayed in the bamboo hut for a long time. Whether they had reached an agreement or not was unclear. But when Danny Yang came out, his expression was much better than before, even a bit jubilant. Danny Yang originally headed toward Qi but stopped halfway, pivoted on his toes and walked over to Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao. Zhou Zhihao saw the situation and quickly pulled Lu Zile behind him, stepping in front of Lu Zile himself. His gaze was alert. Only after Shani Yang came to a stop did he say, "What do you want to do?" Shani Yang instinctively glanced at the camera mounted to the side and saw that the cameras had been turned off. He then looked at Zhou Zhihao, who was blocking Lu Zile, before shifting his gaze to Lu Zile's face. With a haughty air he said to Lu Zile, still pretending to be morally superior at a time like this? Look at how pathetic you are. Lu Zile rolled his eyes speechlessly. How am I pathetic? What, you're not putting on your central air conditioner persona anymore? Shani Yang snorted. The cameras are off. What do I care about personas now? You guys fell into Jie's hands and still think you can escape. So, you plan to serve people with your looks to get by? Zhou Zhihao asked, puzzled. What do you mean serve people with my looks? That's called being a wise opportunist. Shani Yang answered Zhou Zhihao boldly. Hey Lu Zile, I really can't stand your fake moral high ground. After what happened that day, you even ran away. You've got a hell of a lucky life. Now beg me a little and I'll ask Brother Jia to get you an easier job. Zhou Zhihao noticed the man behind him had every muscle tensed. He reached out to steady Lu Zile's hand and said, Are you partially evolved? Do you have your guts in your head? This is China in broad daylight you want to sell us? Get this straight, we're on live stream, 6 living people. Oh, you're not a person, 5 living people sold off just like that? Does the police station even exist? If you really can't read, we could at least watch more TV dramas. Chapter 68. If you refuse, fight. Regard life and death lightly. You. Shani Yang couldn't form words after Zhou Zihao's aggressive comment. Whoa, you're actually still a stutterer? Been in the scene so long and nobody noticed, maybe because you don't talk much? Zhou Zhihao stroked the new stubble on his chin and sized Shani Yang up and down. Lu Zile gripped Zhou Zihao's wrist tightly, forcing back the laughter about to burst out. If the occasion were different, he would have applauded Zhou Zhihao for 3 minutes. Humph, sharp-tongued, you'll be crying later. Danny Yang couldn't argue further. So he spat the harsh words and turned to leave. Am I blind? How did I end up fangirling that disgusting Danny Yang for years? Sis upstairs, maybe your eyes were glued shut with sleep, but no worries now that they're wiped clean, it doesn't matter. I think Brother Yang must be acting. He's doing this to save everyone. No need to force a reason for him either. After all, he didn't know there was still a camera left on. That's probably his true colors. After Danny Yang left, Zhou Zhihao turned to Lu Zile and complained, with that kind of fighting ability, why bother coming here to mouth off at me? Lu Zile glanced at Fujie secretly, looked at Zhou Zihao with concern and said in a conciliatory tone, the situation's unclear right now. Shouldn't we keep a lower profile? I just can't stand people who always want to kick you when you're down. Zhou Zihao said with the bravado of I'd die for my brothers. That remark almost made Lu Zile's eyes redden. He cleared his itchy throat before saying, are you stupid? He knows that person. If he offends him because of me, what if he... Anyway, it's already like this. If you don't curse him out, he still won't speak up for us, so why swallow it all? My second sister often tells me. If you don't accept it, fight life and death are nothing. Zhou Zihao didn't care about the current situation at all and still looked perfectly self-righteous. Lu Zile couldn't find any reason to refute it, so he could only sit quietly to the side. After thinking for a long time, he found that what Zhou Zihao said was surprisingly reasonable. Blending into this motley entertainment industry, he no longer knew when he had lost his once dauntless courage. He moved forward cautiously, weighed down by a heavy burden, afraid that a single word would one day cost him his current standing, even though his sister would always tell him not to worry if he couldn't make it. He could quit the industry and come home to inherit the family business. Never took her words to heart, which led her, worried about him giving up work, to come and keep him company while he filmed the show. He clearly had an extra way out compared to others, yet he was still hesitating and overthinking. After opening up his thoughts, Lu Zile felt completely relieved. His grateful gaze lifted from the ground to Zhou Zihao. Zhou Zihao seemed to sense something and lifted his eyes. Suddenly he crossed his arms over his chest, leaned back and warned, what are you trying to do? I know I'm handsome, don't you dare fall in love with me. It won't end well. All of Lu Zile's gratitude turned into an urge to strangle Zhou Zihao. He held back and held back, but in the end couldn't restrain himself and slapped Zhou Zihao on the head. Zhou Zihao, you're such a pig. Have a little shame, okay? What's going on in your head every single day? Zhou Zihao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, scratched his face, straightened his clothes and mumbled, why work so hard? Am I wrong? Isn't this face of mine loved by everyone and admired by every flower? Lu Zile now desperately wanted to borrow Hong Tailang's frying pan, the kind that would smash Zhou Zihao against the wall so hard the pieces couldn't be put back together. That garish thing by Dan Yang really needs to be seen with Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao to make your eyes stop hurting. So can you tell me what those two idiots are saying now that you've washed your eyes? They're facing away from the camera, you can't see a thing. I want to complain about those two. Is there anything they can't say in front of a distinguished vet like me? Watching Heo's eyes movements, I'm really curious what they're talking about. Your Haotai is being an idiot again, isn't he? In a situation with a gun to his head. And he's still in the mood to fool around. No wonder he never graduated kindergarten. The sting from Zhou Zihao's reproach lingered uncomfortably in Danny Yang's chest. Unable to bear it, he went over to Fujie again and poured him tea and water. Fujie didn't stop him, and seeing an opportunity, Danny Yang casually said, Jega, I was telling you in the room earlier. There were originally 8 of us. 2 people went out this morning and still haven't returned. One is the popular film Emperor Lin Haoran, and the other is Lu Zile's sister. Fujie took a sip of water from the bamboo tube, then leisurely asked, and then? What are you trying to say? The lone Yang pointed at Lu Zile and only then spoke. That kid's sister's background is unclear. We don't know whether she would. Fujie suddenly understood the meaning of single Yang. His appraisal shifted toward Lu Zile, lingering a long while before he withdrew his gaze, waved his hand and said casually, she's just a woman, what are you afraid of? Maybe she just climbed onto Lin Haoran's high branch and lost interest in the rest of the forest. He took a sip of water before continuing. We turned off all the cameras and confiscated their phones. We don't know the situation now. If they come back, it'll be walking into a trap. He said with a suggestive smile, then changed his tone, but I think Lu Zile looks much better than you. Don't know how he's at serving people. If Danny Yang hears this, wouldn't that be trying to rob Peter to pay Paul? If Fujie really took a liking to Lu Zile, given the bad blood between Lu Zile and him, Lu Zile just whispers sweet nothings in his ear and Fujie would surely go all out to make his life miserable, wouldn't he? There was no sign of worry on her face. She reached out and rubbed Fujie's hand, rolled onto top of him, and faced him before saying softly, Brother Jia, how could he possibly be better at taking care of someone than I am? Picking him would be worse than picking me, you know? Fujie stared at Danny Yang for a long moment, the corner of his mouth lifting, though the smile didn't reach his eyes. He pushed Danny Yang away. Get down. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Zhou Zihao happened to look back and saw Danny Yang's move, covered his eyes and said to Lu Zile tsk, he's not picky about what he eats. He really lets loose in a place like this. What? Lu Zile was puzzled by what Zhou Zihao was saying, so he turned around and just happened to see Danny Yang. Humph, he's always like this. Wait, a plain, non-privileged VIP like me can see this scene. Oh my, Danny Yang's brainless fans, come take a look at your brother. I can smell that show-offiness through the screen. This rated shot, won't the live stream get shut down? Braindead stands, your idol is about to sacrifice himself to save someone, hurry up and cheer him on. Chapter 69 Rescue Plan. Outside the Special Forces temporary camp, Qian Jian watched the footage in the live stream and felt his head throb painfully. Lin Haoran was also in a daze. After a long silence, he finally spoke to the ashen-faced Chen Jian. Director Chen, why don't you think now about how to handle the PR? Only then did Chen Jian snap back to himself, frustratedly shove the tablet into Lin Haoran's arms and fumble for his phone. Today is a good day, everything I wish for will come true. The ear-splitting ringtone nearly made him throw his phone into the fire. When he looked closely, two big characters lit the screen. Li Chen. Lin Haoran's agitated mood was somewhat dispersed by the fitting ringtone. He lowered his head, not letting Chen Jian see the smile at the corner of his mouth. Chen Jian snapped through gritted teeth. Li Chen, you'd better explain what's going on here, to save other people? Do you think I'm fucking stupid? Or are all the netizens idiots? If it weren't broad daylight out in the open, he might've already taken everything off. Have you ever seen a savior strip naked to save people? Lin Haoran silently gave Chen Jian a thumbs up from the side. Coarse words, but not without reason. Idiot. Chen Jian cursed as he hung up Li Chen's call and dialed another number. Where are the substitutes you asked to find a couple of days ago? Hurry up and confirm the schedule with them. Danny Yang is such an idiot and a waste. Luckily it's a live broadcast, no editing required, otherwise the budget would have had to increase. Lu Ziyao didn't look at the live stream feed. After carefully finishing the terrain map, he handed it to Zheng Yu. The Special Forces technician used this terrain map to supplement the satellite imagery in hand. Zheng Yu then gathered all the Special Forces members into the tent for a meeting to discuss the rescue plan. The enemy has 6 people in total. The visible weapons are 3 M17 pistols. From analyzing the video footage, there are also 3 9A91 compact rifles. The snipers will wait for orders at these 2 positions. The others will operate in pairs and secure from the flanks. Zheng Yu circled 2 spots on the map. But now there's a problem. The hostages are scattered in 2 locations, which greatly increases our difficulty. I'm afraid we won't be able to take care of both. Do you have any good ideas, Academician Lu? Zheng Yu asked Lu Ziyao gravely. Lu Ziyao kept his eyes down and did not immediately answer Zheng Ye's question. What could make Lu Ziyao cooperate? Seeing that Lu Ziyao didn't speak and didn't urge him either, just standing to the side, Lu Ziyao ran through it in her head but couldn't think of a good solution. She raised a hand to press her throbbing temple, but the agitation in her chest grew ever stronger. In the tent, where the sound of a pin could be heard, a clear bird call suddenly rang out. Lu Ziyao's eyes lit up. It reminded her of the 2 of them as children. When Lu Ziyao was 15 and home for summer break, she somehow became interested in cryptography. She borrowed many books on cryptography from the library, and spent the whole summer studying codes. She even forced 12-year-old Lu Zile to learn with her. Lu Zile rolled and kicked on the floor in all kinds of tantrums, but nothing stopped his sister's sudden obsession. Under her overbearing pressure, Lu Zile miserably accompanied her in studying, and in the end he only learned Morse code. She, on a whim, began testing Lu Zile's learning by making various sounds, metal striking, fingers tapping the table, and calls of different animals, including bird calls. Lu Ziyao looked up and stared into Zheng Ye's eyes. It should work. I'll try first. If it doesn't, we'll have to rely on your quick movements. However, I need to get to a place relatively close to the scene. She paused before continuing. Hearing Lu Ziyao, Zheng Yu hesitated and spoke with some difficulty. But we have to guarantee your safety. Being too close to the scene might. I actually trained in Special Forces. It should be called military training. I also learned infiltration under cover of night. There won't be any problems. Lu Ziyao interrupted Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu was a little surprised. You trained in Special Forces? Yes, I trained with the Dark Knight Special Ops. You can contact Captain Lu of Dark Knight. I don't even know if he's still the team leader, but you should have a way to verify. Lu Zile's peach blossom eyes curved and she added, don't worry, I'm not joking with myself. Because this involved an academician, Zheng Yu didn't dare make a decision on his own and could only ask Lu Ziyao to wait while he went to report. A moment later, Zheng Yu returned to the tent and agreed with Lu Zile's approach. While waiting for nightfall, Lin Haoran brought over a freshly grilled fish. Zheng Yu gnawed on the golden roast fish while recalling the phone call he had made earlier. On the other end of the line was the captain Lu Ziyao had mentioned, now become a department head of some unit. What did he say again? Oh, this is what he said, Lu Ziyao. Damn, that makes me angry. If it weren't for that old-fashioned director who stubbornly refused to let her go back then, I would have recruited Lu Ziyao into our night force long ago. She was born to be special forces material, physically powerful, calm and quick-witted, and her skills are beyond question. After just 1 month she even trained with us in a live exercise. If it weren't for my greater combat experience, she nearly found a way to exploit us. Zheng Yu came back to his senses and looked at the woman who was leisurely eating fish. She sat upright in the chair with a scholar's bookish air overlaying her sharpness. A contradictory yet harmonious temperament, taking advantage of the sky just having grown dim. Lu Ziyao led Zheng Yu on a winding path up onto the large rock behind the encampment. The two of them lay prone in the tall wild grass, and by the light of the fire they had a clear view of everything happening down in the camp. Lu Ziyao adjusted his breathing, put his hand to his mouth, and a clear bird call rang out below. Lu Zile heard bird calls. This sound, why did it feel so familiar? He looked up toward Lu Ziyao in puzzlement. Huh, that's odd, why are there birds calling at this time? Shanyang asked, surprised, glancing around. What's so strange about that? It's a whole forest, isn't it normal to have birds? Fujia took the roasted potato handed to him by an underling and snorted at Shanyang's question. Zhou Zhihao saw Lu Zile's reaction and asked softly, what's wrong? Sure. Lu Zile put a finger to his lips, signaling Zhou Zhihao not to speak, and casually picked up a twig from the ground. Zhou Zhihao closed his mouth and watched Lu Zile scribble on the ground. Enter. Together. Move. Hide. Early morning. 5 o'clock. Lu Zile stared blankly at the words written on the ground. What did this mean? Lu Ziyao sent the secret signal once more, then saw Lu Zile subtly nod his head. She knew Lu Zile had received the signal, so she nodded at Zheng Yu, and then the two of them returned the way they had come. After leaving the encampment, Lu Ziyao made sure they couldn't be heard before speaking to Zheng Yu. Let's see if Zile can really pull it off. Chapter 70. Zhou Zihao courting death. Zhou Zihao was so hungry his front felt like it was stuck to his back. He craned his neck toward the center of the camp, praying that that bastard Danny Yang would show mercy and let him eat his fill. When he turned, he saw Lu Zile frowning and staring blankly at the ground. Zhou poked Lu Zile's elbow. Hey Lu Zile, fainting from hunger. Lu Zile came to his senses, glanced back at the situation, saw that no one was paying attention to their side, and then whispered to Zhou Zhihao, my sister seems to have sent me some information. Zhou Zihao's expression turned excited when he heard that. His body reflexively wanted to leap up. Lu Zile anticipated Zhou Zihao's reaction, and quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. What are you doing? Don't make a sound. If you understand, blink. Zhou Zhihao nodded and blinked, and Lu Zile let go. He leaned in a little closer. What did Sister Lu say? Enter the room. Together. Hide. 5 a.m. Lu Zile said miserably, I don't understand what this means either. Enter the room together and act at 5 a.m.? Oh wow, Sister Lu is taking us to punch idiots and stomp the gang boss. Zhou Zhihao rearranged the sentence and got even more excited. Lu Zile's face darkened. Are you stupid? With our puny little arms and legs, my sister is going to take us to fight with firearms? Do you want to die sooner? Then you have to trust Sister Lu. What if she brings an AK-47? Bring an AK to the camp and just go rat-a-tat-it. When Zhou Zhihao imagined that scene, he felt his blood boiling, visions of Lu Ziyao cutting through everyone filling his eyes. Lu Zile looked at Zhou Zhihao as if he were looking at a big yellow dog. That train of thought wasn't something an ordinary person could manage. You think you're filming a movie or something, firing an AK-47 with all those rat-a-tat-its. Lu Zile cut off Zhou Zihao's wildly fanciful imagination. Oh. Then what do you mean by that? Zhou Zihao's mood visibly sank. My sister wouldn't have us wait for a chance to go into the house with Qi Yi and the others, would she? And then they start moving at 5 in the morning? Lu Zile rubbed his ear, going over it again and again. It could only mean that if we walk over like this they'll just shoot us, right? Zhou Zihao looked back at the few people sitting by the fire. His clothes covered the pistol tucked at his waist, so only a silhouette was visible. He deliberately glanced toward Qiyi. Qiyi happened to be looking at him too. Their eyes met, and Zhou Zihao winked at Qiyi. Guan Guan and Ning Menghan were hiding behind Qiyi and couldn't clearly see what was going on. Lu Zile was racking his brain trying to figure out how to rendezvous with Qiyi and the others when he heard Zhou Zihao exclaim excitedly, "Hey, I've got an idea, watch me." This time Lu Zile hadn't anticipated Zhou Zihao's train of thought, and before he could ask what he planned to do, he heard him shout at the top of his lungs, "Danny Yang, get over here." Why is Zhou Zihao calling for Danny Yang? Didn't Danny Yang defect? If this guy were in a war movie, he'd be the one shot first. So what does Zhou Zihao want to do? Is he planning to defect too? Don't say it so harshly. In this situation I think life is the most important thing. Knowing when to yield makes one a wise man. So are you Dan Junjie's dog? Zhou Zihao's shout drew everyone's attention to them. Lu Zile even saw two people already with their hands on the guns at their waists. Lu Zile, at least warn me first, you two. Now that things had come to this, Lu Zile had no choice but to meet force with force and act according to the circumstances. Shani Yang, not knowing what was going on, sashayed over, and Lu Zile forcibly read the two characters seductive. It was a bit eye-piercing. Really? What are you doing? Shani Yang asked irritably. Zhou Zihao looked at Shani Yang's orchid-like fingers, which were identical to Li Chen's, and felt dazed, unable to make a sound for a long time. Zhou Zihao, are you messing with me? Shani Yang waited a moment without hearing an answer, wearing an expression of exhausted patience. Only then did Zhou Zihao come to his senses and said indignantly, "I'm hungry, you're torturing your hostage." Shani Yang was amused and annoyed by Zhou Zihao's shamelessness. "Ah, you even know you're the hostage? Hostages don't get to make all these demands. If you're hungry, tough it out. What are you going to eat?" Zhou Zihao pointed at Danny Yang's nose. "How are you supposed to sell me if I get thin from hunger? My face is the right amount of fat and thin. If I lose weight I won't look good. How can I get a good price? You think you're pork belly? Right amount of fat and thin?" Danny Yang shrugged off Zhou Zihao's fingers and threatened, "You'd better behave. Do you think you're at home? What's wrong with pork belly? Does pork belly not deserve to eat? I don't care, I'm hungry. I'd rather die full than starve." Seeing Zhou Zihao's stubborn nonsense, Danny Yang rolled his eyes. "Zhou Zihao, listen up. You're a hostage now. Where do you get all these demands? Then, if you want, give me food. I'll go sit with Qiyi and the others to get warm." Zhou Zihao rolled his eyes and changed his demand. Shani Yang was dizzy from his disruption, waved his hand, "Scram, scram, scram, go over there. You're driving me crazy." Taking advantage of Shani Yang's inattention, Zhou Zihao secretly shot Lu Zile a triumphant look. "See, I'm great, right?" Lu Zile really hadn't expected to achieve his goal so easily. Dazed, he followed behind Zhou Zihao and walked over to Qiyi's side. "Does pork belly not deserve to eat? If it weren't the wrong occasion, I'd at least laugh a few times. Zhou Zihao's guts are at least as big as a water jar. He dares be so arrogant even in front of a few guns. Single dog really isn't human. I just want to know, now that he's so arrogant, what will he do after the show is over? You don't get it. He thinks there are no cameras. When everyone else gets into trouble, he'll play the martyr, like roll down some slope, get a little hurt, then claim ignorance and cry about it. Anyway, with no eyewitnesses left, who would know he's actually an accomplice? The guy upstairs, your analysis is really so dramatic. If there wasn't that hidden camera, he'd truly be completely innocent." Fu Jie heard Shani Yang and Zhou Zihao talking inside the small bamboo hut. Just as he stepped out, he saw Zhou Zihao plopping down loudly on the ground, legs crossed, casually pulling a blade of grass and chewing on it. "What's going on? Making a racket?" Fu Jie frowned, staring hard at Zhou Zihao. Shani Yang heard the anger in Fu Jie's voice and spoke humbly, "Brother Jie, he's just causing a scene, it's nothing. I'll handle it." Zhou Zihao seemed not to notice Fu Jie's anger. He tilted his head and said nonchalantly, "You're called Jega, right? I'm telling you, Jega, you guys are really heartless. You didn't even give the hostage anything to eat." Chapter 71. Don't worry, I've got a sense of proportion when I act. Zhou Zihao's words made Lu Zile break out in a cold sweat at once. This Zhou Ziha, clever in some ways but full of rotten ideas, lacking in tact to the point of being blinded, blurt anything out. Fu Jie squinted at Zhou Zihao and after a long pause said, "You think I'm abusing the hostage?" Lu Zile poked Zhou Zihao with the tip of his foot without leaving a mark, signaling him not to say anything reckless. As a result, Zhou Zihao, completely unaware, continued. Yeah, I only had 2 potatoes this morning, missed lunch, and now it's evening. I'm so hungry my chest is against my back. Listen, whose stomach is growling? Oh, it's mine. Fu Jie pulled the pistol from his waistband, pointed it at Zhou Zihao's forehead and said, Do you know what this is? The atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Lu Zile could feel Ning Menghan trembling beside him, biting her lips so she wouldn't cry out. Qi Yi had gone noticeably stiff, not daring to breathe. Just as he was about to try to smooth things over, he heard Zhou Zihao's casual voice. That's a gun, looking at it won't fill your stomach? Lu Zile, afraid that Zhou Zihao would go too far, now had nothing but thoughts of what last words to leave his sister. As a result, Fu Jie snorted, withdrew the gun from the top of Zhou Zihao's forehead and said, You've got nerve. Interesting. He walked a few steps, then turned back and smiled at Zhou Zihao. Tomorrow morning when I take you to the border, I'll recommend you to be the park boss secretary. With your personality, he should like you. Hope you can stay as tough as you are now. Zhou Zihao must have eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall to be this bold, so badass. There's a gun to his head and he's still grinning. What mental resilience. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to speak clearly. So the rescue team? Why is there still no movement? Shouldn't they have taken them by surprise? You think you can just say rescue and it'll happen? There are so many people and so many guns, the plan has to be foolproof. Zhou Zihao, are you fucking crazy? What's with barging in like that? You scared me so bad my heart condition flared up. Lu Zile gritted his teeth and muttered a couple of curses under his breath after he saw Fu Jie walk away. Zhou Zihao patted his chest. Don't worry, I know my limits when I act. Sense of proportion, my foot. Damn it, with the gun pointed at your forehead, I even thought of several last words. Lu Zile slapped Zhou Zihao on the back of the head. Zhou Zihao rubbed his stubble with a smile and said thoughtfully, Next time we play the things you have that I don't game, this will definitely make me win. Being held at gunpoint. Who's ever had that experience? Lu Zile. I don't even know what the hell I'm worrying about. Has everyone already become part of his play? With things like they are now, how can anyone even think about winning the game? That shot blew you away. The game is surely lost after all. Nobody can still play after getting one shot in the head. Lu Zile said bitterly, That won't be necessary. After all, if you got shot in the head and then went to play a Gamu zombies, I guess they'd count as zombies? Zhou Zihao seriously considered Lu Zile's words and finally concluded, You'll be taken to a research institute and dissected. Lu Zile turned his head, not wanting to say another word to this person, afraid that even if he hadn't been shot in the head, Zhou Zihao's train of thought would blow his mind. However, the nervous, fearful mood calmed considerably because of Zhou Zihao's strangely normal, rule-following antics. Qi Yi and Ning Menghan visibly relaxed as well. Qi Yi also turned his head. I just saw Zihao give me a wink. I was wondering what it meant. I just had a twitch in my eye. Thinking the long night ahead, Zilu and I would be too bored, so I came over to chat with you, Zhou Zihao said casually. What, you still want to play Do Diju? Lu Zile rolled his eyes nearly to the back of his head and retorted. Zhou Zihao's eyes immediately lit up. Hey, that's a great idea. His mouth had just opened when Qi Yi and Lu Zile simultaneously reached out and covered Lu Zile said viciously, Zhou Zihao, if you make another sound, I'll find a way to poison you into losing your voice, understand? Zhou Zihao's eyes rolled to the left, glanced at the solemn-faced Qi Yi, then to the right, seeing Lu Zile determined to silence him, nodded under their murderous stares. Only then did Qi Yi and Lu Zile release their hands, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. I am afraid they'll be scared to death by Zhou Zihao before help even arrives. Don't even mention them. I'm watching through a screen and Hayo's reckless moves are scaring me to death. Hayo, you were such a good little pup. How did you end up with such a mouth? Look at Lu Zile and Qi Yi, their faces are getting paler by the second. Everyone's scared of a gun to the head except Zhou Zihao. He's only thinking about how to win the game. Hey, are you saying Du Yai taught you to mix medicines in secret? Sister Lu? Zhou Zihao had only just settled down for 2 minutes when he curiously prodded Lu Zile again. She's my sister, my real sister. Why would it need to be done sneakily? Lu Zile said irritably. Then, are there any requirements to learn this? Like having to marry into the family? Zhou Zihao suddenly grew bashful. You. Lu Zile patted his chest, finally calming himself down. Why would you marry into my family? How dare you ogle my sister? My house has a sign, Zhou Zihao and dogs not allowed. If that's the case, Zhou Ziyao pondered for 2 seconds, then tentatively asked, "Aren't you Alaska too? You can't go home either?" Ning Menghan watched the two of them exchange barbs. Her urge to cry was completely ruined, leaving only anxiety. "Do you think we'll be rescued?" Zhou Ziyao, unusually serious, said, "Of course we will. You have to trust the organization." The four of them huddled close to talk, and time wasn't as unbearable as they had imagined except for Guan Guan, who hadn't made a sound the whole time that Lu Zile occasionally looked up. The heavy cloud cover hid the moon and stars. Without the moon he couldn't estimate the time, so he could only calculate in his head roughly how many hours had passed. Fu Jie, who had stayed in the bamboo hut with Shan Yang the whole time, suddenly came out. Lu Zile only glanced and withdrew his gaze. While still thinking about how to get everyone into the bamboo hut to escape, Guan Guan, who hadn't spoken the whole time, finally spoke. "Brother Jia." Guan Guan's final syllable was drawn out a little, as if she were being coquettish. Lu Zile instinctively glanced at Guan Guan, then at Qi Yi, and saw Qi Yi's expression suddenly darkened. Fu Jie heard someone call him, frowned and walked over. "What are you all up to now?" Guan Guan stood up and shrugged off the hand Qi Yi reached out to hold her. Chapter 72. Qi Yi, with the green top of his head. Qi Yi stared at his hand that had been brushed aside. His expression blank for a moment. "Guan Guan?" Qi Yi's trembling voice carried a note of disbelief. Guan Guan didn't spare him so much as a glance. Instead she turned to the approaching Fu Jie and said coquettishly, "Brother Jie, I'm cold and hungry. Could I follow you inside to rest for a bit?" Lu Zile and Zhou Ziyao heard Guan Guan's affected voice and in silent agreement, exchanged a look of onlookers savoring the drama, remaining seated as they calmly waited to watch. Ning Menghan stood there stunned. From the corner of her eye she saw Qi Yi's expression dimming bit by bit. He finally lowered his head and stopped looking at Guan Guan, his trembling fists betraying how deeply hurt he was. Fu Jie's amused gaze lingered on Qi Yi for a moment before shifting to Guan Guan. A smile touched his refined, fair face. "Make no mistake, playing tricks is not a wise choice for you." Brother Jia. Look how my hands are all red from the cold." Guan Guan spread her hands out in front of Fu Jie. "Besides, I'm just a frail woman. What tricks could I possibly pull? I bet Brother Jia is the kind of man who cherishes and protects women. You wouldn't want me to suffer cold and hunger out there with them, would you?" As she spoke, her outstretched palm had already reached and rested on Fu Jie's wrist. Oh, the pure little white flower instantly turned into a social butterfly. "Don't say it so harshly. She did nothing wrong, she only wanted to protect herself." Wah, Qi Yi is so miserable, watching helplessly. Share blessings, delete each other when there's trouble. This switched from a Copandrobber film straight into a family melodrama. Ha ha ha. Fu Jie gave an ambiguous chuckle twice, took Guan Guan's hand and rubbed it a couple of times. His gaze settled on Qi Yi, and after a moment he pinched Guan Guan's cheek. "You're not wrong, I really do pity delicate women. Good girl. I'll take you back." He immediately pulled Guan Guan along and took her back to the bamboo hut. From beginning to end, Guan Guan didn't look at Qi Yi again. Zhou Ziyao had been eagerly wanting to gossip with Lu Zile, but when he turned his head he saw Qi Yi burying his face in his knees, and his mood for watching the drama evaporated at once. He stared at the top of Qi Yi's head as if he could see a vast green meadow up there. After sympathizing with that meadow for 2 seconds, he gave Lu Zile a knowing look. Lu Zile shrugged, indicating he couldn't help after all, having never dated in his life, had never experienced a breakup, let alone such a direct one. After a brief silent exchange, the two of them both turned their gazes to Ning Menghan. Ning Menghan's expression was dazed. She clearly hadn't yet processed what had just happened. Two burning gazes fixed on her, impossible to ignore, so she puzzledly looked up. The two sat on either side of her. One with peach blossom eyes and the other with bright, puppy-like eyes. She was about to speak when Lu Zile gently raised his chin. For a moment Ning Menghan didn't understand what the two meant and could only look in the direction Lu Zile indicated with a blank expression. In her line of sight appeared Qi Yi's American-style buzz. Cut. That moment, Guan Guan and Fu Jie's laughter and teasing floated over on the breeze. Ning Menghan immediately realized what they were thinking, cleared her throat with difficulty, and bewildered but with a touch of sympathy, asked with concern, ahem, are you all right? Wah, Qi Yi is so pitiful, losing his love when his life is at stake. I didn't know whether I should comfort him to patiently wait for rescue, or tell him not to be heartbroken over a scumbag woman. My sister Maibao definitely isn't the kind to go with the flow. She must have her reasons. It's this late, how can she still try to clear her name? What? You think she went there as an undercover? Chi said nothing. The three of them exchanged looks, appearing somewhat at a loss. After a long silence, Lu Zile couldn't help himself and nudged Zhou Zihao, signaling him to go and say a few comforting words. Zhou Zihao looked troubled, leaned in and whispered, "What am I supposed to say? I don't even know what it's like to have my heart broken. How can I comfort him?" "You?" Lu Zile's surprised voice was a bit loud. After saying one word, he realized the setting was inappropriate and lowered his voice. "You dumped her first? What are you talking about? I've never dated. Do I look like some kind of player?" Zhou Zihao, like a puppy whose tail had been stepped on, tried hard to keep his voice down as he questioned Lu Zile. Lu Zile looked him up and down for a long time, then replied with a single word. "Seems so, Zhou Zihao. If it weren't for the situation, I'd have to fight you right now." Ning Menghan, caught in the middle, asked weakly, "Or, Zile, why don't you go?" This time Zile's momentum fell. "Well? Zhou Zihao sneered at Lu Zile, seizing the opportunity. "Ha, single dog. Zhou Zihao will settle this with a fight after the show." Lu Zile rolled up his sleeves, looking like he wouldn't let it drop. Ning Menghan's fear instantly vanished, drowned out by these two kids bickering. Who would have thought? Even with guns pointed at their heads, these two idiots showed no hint of fear because they've been single since birth. They kept taunting each other and even wanted to roll up their sleeves and fight. She held down the two fists that were twitching to strike and said with a deathly bored tone, You two, how about we think of a solution first?" "Humph. Humph." The two of them snorted at the same time, turning their heads to avoid looking at each other's irritatingly punchable faces. "We're already at the point of being about to be shot in the head. And yet I still can't help shipping these two. Their ship name is Lu Zile. CP fans, why don't we wait a bit? If this person was sold to northern Myanmar, you still can't ship them, can you?" Right. What should have been an intense, thrilling scene was completely hijacked by those two. They took control of everything and made me feel like the one with a gun pointed at my head. I've already bought incense, candles, and paper money, ready to pray to the gods and Buddhas for their safety, though I don't know if the Bodhisattva would still bless those two after seeing them. The three of them discussed for a long time and couldn't think of any way to comfort Chi, so they sat opposite him and stared at him blankly. But Chi remained like a stone carving, motionless, holding the pose he had when Guan Guan left. In the end, Lu Zile really couldn't bear it any longer. Worried Chi's state would affect his sister's subsequent rescue, he sighed, moved to Chi's side, and put an arm around his shoulder. "Bro, why don't we just cry it out? There's plenty of fish in the sea. No need to hang ourselves on this crooked tree. Once we get through this, I'll have Zhou Zihao set you up with 7 or 8 beauties. Whatever type you like, I'll find them for you, okay?" He paused, then added, "I'll have my sister find some suitable ones too. We'll set up 3 blind dates a day and fill the whole week. How does that sound?" Chi still didn't react, but Lu Zile felt his arm tremble as he draped it over his shoulder. Zhou Zihao scooted over too. "Bro, this circle doesn't tolerate mopey lovers. Let me introduce my second sister to you, rich and pretty. If you get beaten 3 times a day, you won't have time to brood over lost love." Chapter 73 Trending. Zhou Zihao, is that how you comfort people? Lu Zile glared at him. Does your second sister know you've been gossiping about him behind his back every day? Humph, she doesn't even know. Didn't you see the cameras were turned off? Zhou Zihao patted Chi's back, paying no heed to Lu Zile's words. However, the Zhou family's second sister, sitting in front of the TV in the old Zhou residence, crushed the cup in her hand. Zhou Zihao's eldest brother, seeing this, laughed with schadenfreude and immediately sprang up. "Hey, that wasn't me saying it, don't take your anger out on me." Amid the two men's bickering, Chi finally reacted, lifting his head with red-rimmed eyes and a slight nasal tone. "I'm fine." He tried to pull the corners of his mouth into a smile, but when he found he couldn't, he sadly abandoned the attempt. The three of them relaxed at once when they heard Chi's voice. At least he was responsive. "How about we stop forcing the smiles? They're really ugly." Zhou Zihao curled his lip and said with some disdain, "Lu Ziyao and Zhengyu hid in the woods, holding a tablet and constantly watching for any movement at the camp." Lu Ziyao remained calm from the start to the end, only showing a slight ripple when Zhou Zihao had a gun pointed at his head. That flicker of emotion passed in an instant, and if not for Zhengyu's professional training, would have been impossible to detect. Lu Ziyao felt Zhengyu had been on the verge of saying something. Several times he wanted to speak, then thought better of it and held back. In the end, it was Lu Ziyao, unwilling for him to keep it bottled up, who spoke. "Him? Want to ask something? Only then did Zheng Yu ask, have those two always been so laid back? He pointed at the screen where Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao were huddled together, whispering. Zhihao really is carefree. His focus is always different from everyone else's. He's also very smart, he knows he still has value. And this group won't take him down easily. Lu Zio's mouth curved. The cold, sharp aura around him softened because of the lifted corners of his lips. Looking at Lu Zile in the screen, whose brows and eyes were full of liveliness, he paused for a moment before continuing. He can very easily pass a good mood on to people around him. This kind of mental quality don't know about his physical condition. He looks fine, not like a boiled chicken though a bit older. With some training he should be able to keep up. Zheng Yu recalled the files previously sent about Zhou Zhihao and murmured to himself, thoughtfully, Ziyao. Does your special ops team have some particular hobby? All of you like to poach people? Lu Ziyao remembered Commander Lu, who had once made wild promises and tried desperately to steal people away, and asked casually, how can you say that? It's not poaching. We call it cherishing talent. Zheng Yu defended. Ha! Lu Ziyao let out a single word that encapsulated everything on his mind. All right, each of you go find a tree and rest for a bit. It's still a few hours until 5. With that he didn't wait for Zheng Yu to reply, casually picked a tree, swiftly climbed up, found a sturdy branch, and closed his eyes. Huagua is a country where guns are banned. This was the first time a gun had appeared during a live broadcast, and the incident involved a top-tier celebrity from the entertainment industry. The moment it happened, the matter sparked an uproar, shot to the top of trending lists, and netizens were all following the developments closely. Qiyi and Guangguan's reactions also became a topic of heated discussion, with netizens divided in their opinions of the two. Your life is nearly over. Does it matter anymore whether that hollow reputation is clean or not? The problem is, this group hasn't said they're going to act immediately. Their motives are still unclear. Is that a reason to sacrifice your principles right away? Isn't preventing problems before they happen acceptable? Showing a little weakness can make things easier on yourself. Why not do it? Is this showing weakness? Isn't this a blatant hint that I can trade my body for a meal? Some netizens even started a poll about this on Tianji, the biggest QA site. Viewpoint 1. A villain is a villain. They won't show mercy just because you abandoned your principles. Viewpoint 2. Life is most important. Without life, nothing else has any meaning. The two viewpoints received roughly equal votes, and netizens engaged in heated debates in the poll's comments section. I don't think Guangguan and Danny Yang did anything wrong. Everyone has their own choices. So they choose to curry favor with the villain just because they're cornered? If it really came down to life and death, would those two actually stab each other in the back? Ugh, Danny Yang is so sleazy he makes me want to puke, and that Guangguan one's a slut, the other's a bitch. They suit each other to a T. Especially Guangguan, always dragging Qiyi to stoke a CP and show off their love. When real trouble comes, they'll each fly off on their own. You all forgot the boss of that group said Danny Yang still owes over 10 million. Danny Yang is considered a second-tier celebrity, right? I'm curious how a second-tier star could owe more than 10 million. Li Chan sat in the office, watching the backstage data the little assistant handed over with trembling hands. The fan count was plummeting, his face as dark as the sky outside the window, and he kept cursing under his breath. Damn idiot, didn't he know there were cameras? The carefully built persona finally stands up and now it's completely collapsed. Fine, be acquainted then, but why are you batting your eyes at him? As if you're afraid people won't know you want to sleep with him. It was hard enough to hook a sugar daddy. Why are you flirting in public? Now what am I supposed to tell Mr. Chin? Li Chun kept talking without stopping, thinking about how to handle the PR, lost in his own world and not noticing the phone on his desk light up. The assistant, seeing Li Chun didn't react at all, gently pushed his shoulder. Brother Chen. What? Li Chun snapped irritably. Can't you see I'm busy? Well. Someone's looking for you, the assistant said, pointing at the phone. Li Chun saw the name on the phone screen and was about to answer when the call dropped. Now even angrier, Li Chun burst out swearing, are you an idiot? The phone's been ringing so long and you only tell me now? You can't even handle this small thing. What are you even doing? If you can't do it, get out. It's not like no one will work if you're gone. The assistant felt so wronged he wanted to smash the phone on his boss' head. The phone was right next to you and you didn't even see it though. Dare you blame me? Why? You ask why? Because you're a blind idiot. If I tell you'll get yelled at, if I don't tell you'll get yelled at, what the hell, so hard to please, fine, I'm done, is that not allowed? Li Chun dumped all the recent humiliations and frustrations onto the assistant. Just as the assistant's temper flared and he was about to quit, the phone rang again. This time Li Chun answered quickly. Hello, President Qin. Chapter 74 Lu Zile skill. President Qin, please listen to me, it really isn't what you think. Li Chen's tone was all sycophantic and anxious, but the assistant could only see the impatience on his face. Assistant, it's exactly what you think. Yang did that surely only to save himself. After all, in that situation he was unarmed and up against firearms. Assistant, yes, you're absolutely right. In wartime he'd clearly be a traitor. Yes, he likes you so much, how could he possibly betray you? Don't worry, after this show ends I want immediately set him up with a job. I'll let him stay home and spend time with you. Assistant. Acts all innocent and pure on the surface, but behind the scenes he's more loose than anyone. The assistant kept his head down, eyes on his nose on his mouth, face drifting off as if in space, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. In fact, whenever Li Chun spoke a line, he answered it silently in his mind from the corner of his eye. Li Chun caught sight of the junior assistant hanging his head and nodding submissively, and his opinion of him rose a little. Not bad, he listens when he should, and when he shouldn't, he pretends not to hear a word. Having finally calmed down President Qin on the other end of the line and hung up, his tone matched his impatience. Damn bastard, bald and pot-bellied, if it weren't that there's nothing better right now. After cursing, he saw the junior assistant and grew even more irritable, snapping at him. Get out, just seeing you annoys me, useless piece of trash. The junior assistant blinked awake as if emerging from a dream, looked at Li Chun in confusion, and pointed to himself asking, Brother Chun, were you calling me? Before Li Chen's sharp, thin get out had fully fallen, the assistant hurriedly opened the door and slipped out. Just as Li Chun was still pounding the table and arguing with the PR department, tearing his hair out over how to restore Danny Yang's image, Lu Ziyao suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, he heard faint footsteps and voices under the tree and knew that Zheng Yu had already woken up too. He steadied himself, flipped down from the tree, and landed lightly in front of Zheng Yu. In the darkness, Lu Ziyao didn't see Zheng Yu's admiring gaze. She only asked softly, how long have you been awake? I didn't take too long, did I? I just woke up too, and I just confirmed whether the personnel have arrived at their deployment locations. Zheng Yu's voice sounded in Lu Zio's ear. Lu Ziyao flexed his slightly stiff body and confirmed with Zheng Yu. Is everything ready as planned? Yes, our people are already where they were supposed to be. They're just waiting for orders to move. Zheng Yu answered earnestly, almost reflexively. Only after answering Lu Zio's question did Zheng Yu realize that, as the captain of a special forces unit, he felt a certain reverence toward Lu Ziyao. It wasn't because of her status as an academician, but because of the inexplicably strong aura about her. Her courage and skills were not something ordinary people could match. No wonder Minister Lu still kept wanting to recruit her. All right, I'll go with you. Lu Ziyao rubbed his wrist and said nonchalantly. Huh? That's not a good idea. We have enough people. There's no need for you to risk coming with us, Zheng Yu said awkwardly. Although Minister Lu praised Lu Zio's skills, he hadn't actually seen them. Besides, having an academician come with them to rescue hostages was risky. The bullets don't care who wears what, and if something went wrong, his uniform wouldn't make up for such a mistake. Who? Zheng Yu hesitated, when suddenly he heard something cut through the air, a gust striking his face. His years of combat instinct made him reflexively turn his head, and he could feel a flash of heat on his cheek. Before he could figure out what was happening, the second move struck toward his chest. He instantly assumed a fighting stance and raised his hand to block the second blow. Hearing Lu Zio's light laugh, Zheng Yu barely parried the elbow strike that followed naturally from Lu Zio's second move. In just those 2 seconds, Zheng Yu had already taken 3 or 4 of Lu Zio's moves, and only then did he understand the kind of yearning and resentment in Minister Lu's voice from the phone call that afternoon. This skill set would make a top soldier anywhere. And he's smart too. What a talent, sigh. Zheng Yu grew interested. After they exchanged about 20 moves back and forth, Lu Ziyao suddenly stopped. Captain Zheng, are you reassured now? Lu Zio's breathing was steady, and there wasn't a trace of tremor in his voice. One could even detect a faint smile. If it weren't for the taut muscles in his arms still holding tension, Zheng Yu would have thought the sparring just now was a mere hallucination. Academician Lu's skills. I finally understand why Minister Lu sounded the way he did when he phoned me this afternoon. How about you drop by our special ops unit from time to time to give us some pointers? Zheng Yu immediately had an idea. Team leader Zheng, you're joking. My 3 cats boss skills, how could I coach you? Don't flatter me, Lu Ziyao said when he heard Zheng Yu, knowing that he had agreed to join the operation, and he began to joke. Zheng Yu, damn, after trading around 20 moves with me, he still had the upper hand. You call this 3-bit kung fu? Academician Lu, you call this 3-bit kung fu? At this moment Zheng Yu felt like 2 huge characters were carved across his forehead. Speechless as they talked, they walked to the spot where Lu Zile had signaled, the place where the 2 were supposed to lie in wait. Zheng Yu raised the binoculars and confirmed the guards' positions. They were basically exactly where Lu Ziyao had predicted, and in an instant his estimate of Lu Ziyao rose another notch. Moreover, they chose this time to act because it was the most suitable for an ambush. People on the first half of the night are more alert. The closer it gets to dawn, the lower everyone's guard becomes. At 5 in the morning, when the sky is about to brighten, everyone's spirits and attention are already near their limits. Lu Ziyao and Zheng Yu, afraid that talking would alert the guards, had agreed on hand signals on the way there. Zheng Yu, Fu Jie and the other 2 hostages are in the bamboo hut. How do we deal with them? Lu Ziyao, find a way to get Fu Jie out. Zheng Yu remembered the way she and Lu Zile communicated and asked in confusion, isn't it strange for birds to be singing at this time? Lu Ziyao, no, it's fine. It's almost 5 in the morning now, so the birdsong is pretty normal. Lu Zile and Zhou Zhihao were sitting in front of the little bamboo hut, nodding off with their heads bobbing. Chirp chirp. The crisp birdsong drifted into Lu Zile's half-dreaming ears. He jerked his head up and bumped right into Zhou Zihao's bowed head. Rip! Rip! The collision wiped away both their drowsiness, and before he could react Zhou Zhihao was quickly silenced by Lu Zile. His scream stuck in his throat. Shua! Lu Zile hurriedly made a shushing gesture. Zhou Zhihao looked at Lu Zile's reddened temple, rubbed his jaw that had been hit, leaned in and muttered, holy shit, Lu Zile, is your head made of granite? How can it be so hard? Chapter 75. Forget it. Let's destroy it. Lu Zile rolled his eyes. Shut up, don't make a fuss. Then he sat back down with a serious expression. Zhou Zhihao looked and immediately placed his hand on Lu Zile's forehead. Lu Zile, are you possessed? You're the one who's possessed. Don't speak, listen. Lu Zile fought the urge to strangle Zhou Zhihao and removed his hand from her forehead. Zhou Zhihao understood at once. Sister Lu came to save us? No sooner had he spoken than he saw Lu Zile make a shushing gesture at him, so he nodded vigorously and mimed zipping his lips. The crisp bird calls came again because he was very close to Lu Zile. Zhou Zhihao heard what Lu Zile had spoken. Call the leader out, find a chance to hide. Next time the bird call sounds will be the signal to act. Perhaps Lu Ziyao worried Lu Zile wouldn't hear clearly, so she repeated the same sentence 3 times in succession. When the bird calls stopped, Lu Zile's handsome eyebrows knitted into a frown. This difficulty is like a hell-level dungeon. How do we get him to come out? Zhou Zhihao rolled his eyes and, full of confidence, patted Lu Zile on the shoulder, mouthing to him, watch me. Lu Zile, startled by the pat, looked up and saw Zhou Zihao's confident profile. His expression changed in an instant. What the hell is this idiot trying to do? Wasn't being held at gunpoint last time enough? No matter what he says this time, we can't let a gun be pressed to his forehead again. He's so carefree and brainless, scaring everyone to death. If he does it again, someone might have a heart attack from fright. Lu Zile just made a promise, but before he could stop himself, he heard Zhou Zihao's wailing, someone come here. That shout first made Ning Menghan and Qiyi, who were leaning together, shiver. Ning Menghan rubbed her eyes and saw Zhou Zhihao clutching his stomach, his face pale, looking at Lu Zile, whose expression was extremely ugly. What's wrong with him? 2 people standing nearby heard Zhou Zihao shout. The big bald one yawned and asked his teammate with a small mustache, what kind of stunt is this guy pulling now? Little Mustache shook his groggy head and said impatiently, how would I know what's wrong with him? Go ask. The big bald man swung the gun in his hand as he walked in front of them, pointing at Zhou Zhihao and asking, but his gaze went to the bewildered Qiyi. What's wrong with him now? Ning Menghan and Qiyi were completely at a loss. Both instinctively supported Zhou Zhihao, while Lu Zile put on an anxious look and replied, brother, he has a stomach condition. We haven't eaten all day, his stomach probably acted up. Though Qiyi didn't know what they were up to, he replied casually, He looks like he's in terrible pain. Do you have any stomach medicine? Big Bald gave a snort and snarled, what are you thinking? Who brings something like that out here in the middle of nowhere? Hurry up and tell him to stop bawling. Well, sell him off to northern Myanmar at dawn. Saying that, he yawned, staggered away, paying no attention to Chi's pleading cries behind him. When he returned to the spot and found his teammates gone, he muttered to himself in confusion, where did they go? How could they disappear so quickly? Lu Zile waited until the others were well out of earshot before daring to pat Zhou Zihao and say, that move of yours was useless, you idiot. Zhou Zihao mysteriously blinked his bright, puppy-like eyes. Don't worry, why are you in such a hurry? Lu Zile wore an expression of utter despair. Fine, destroy it. Ning Menghan and Qi Yi exchanged a glance, each seeing the other's bewilderment. What kind of silent riddle were these two playing? Is anyone there? Anyone at all? Can someone analyze what my Hauga is up to again? Well, judging by my experience watching Kabe since I was a kid, he's lost it. Yeah, my family's top star spreads his hands, let it be, do whatever, can't control him anymore. So, from yesterday until now it's almost 24 hours, right? Why is he still at the barrel of a gun? Have I been paying taxes for nothing? Zhou Zihao quieted down for just a moment, literally just a moment, and Lu Zile felt that blink of silence was all it took before he resumed his act. A terrified voice suddenly blared out. Holy shit! Holy shit! A snake! No sooner had the words fallen than the one who reacted most was Ning Menghan. Ning Menghan jumped up, grabbed the nearest person, Qi Yi, and kept screaming, where's the snake? Where's the snake? Zihao, don't scare me, I'm terrified of snakes. This time the big bald guy came over again and said impatiently, what's wrong with you people now? Zhou Zihao, pale and trembling, said, big brother, there's a snake. Big Baldy raised the gun in his hand. If there are snakes, there are snakes. Why are you shouting like that? Go to northern Myanmar, there are even more snakes there. Consider it early acclimatization. After speaking to Zhou Zihao, Big Baldy turned to Ning Menghan and said menacingly, and you, shut up, you're unbearable to hear. Ning Menghan was so frightened she fell silent, biting her lip and shrinking behind Qi Yi. After the bald guy finished speaking, he turned and left. Lu Zile also heard him muttering to himself. Strange, is little mustache constipated? He went to the bathroom and hasn't come back yet. Qi Yi waited until he could no longer hear the bald guy's footsteps, then comforted the woman behind him. Sister Menghan, Miss Lu should have already spread snake repellent here. There won't be any snakes, don't be afraid. Oh, Ning Menghan, meaning? Throwing herself into Qi Yi's arms? What, trying to steal my sister Bao's man? Are you new here? Your sister Bao? Your sister Bao is living it up in the bamboo house, eating well and drinking well, she doesn't want Qi Yi at all. And yet you're claiming she's keeping herself like a chaste maiden. What nonsense are you talking? My sister Bao wanted to sacrifice herself to save everyone, how could that be abandoning Qi Yi? Isn't this probably astroturfing? How much were you paid to whitewash Guan Guan? After hearing Qi Yi's words, Ning Menghan still looked pale. Lu Zile couldn't hold back any longer. Zhou Zihao, what exactly do you intend to do? Aya, don't worry about it, just leave it to me, guarantee the task will be completed. Zhou Zihao remained as secretive as ever, still refusing to answer Lu Zile's question directly. Lu Zile looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Forget it, let's just destroy it. Don't show Jiangong whose boss. Lu Zile's self-PO was successfully completed. He convinced himself. Qi saw that Lu Zile and Zhou Zihao still had no intention of telling him what game they were playing, so he sensibly stopped asking and only spoke softly to soothe Ning Menghan. Zhou Zihao's eyes darted around. Before long he noticed a figure appear behind the bamboo hut where Lu Zile and Lu Ziyao used to live, the very hut now occupied by Fu Jia. Her eyes lit up, her heart set, and she bawled out. Again, Brother Jia. Brother Jia, I want to make a deal with you. Chapter 76. You can't tell because my acting is good. Fu Jia had only just drifted off when he heard a commotion outside. He turned over, intending to pretend he couldn't hear. Unexpectedly, the two words Brother Jia were shouted by Zhou Zihao with lingering inflection that wound on and on. Zhou Zihao had been howling for a long time. Several guards had warned him in turns. Each time he nodded ahu and once they left, resumed shouting Brother Jia with determination. Zhou Zihao kept calling Fu Jia in different styles. Tenor, baritone, bass, bel canto, pop, folk, operatic, soprano, mezzo, contralto, and he even tried a lowly voice. The sound was piercing. Lu Zile had already lost all hope, They were holding guns and yet helpless. I don't know how they felt, but as for me, I was already on the verge of collapse. Although torturing bad people is a good thing at the same time. My mind is now full of the two words Jiegurat. If the other person weren't holding a gun, I would have thought how Zai was calling his beloved tsk. The way he said Jiegu was truly stirring. Lu Zile covered his ears and gave a thumbs up to Qi Yi and Ning Menghan, who showed no change in expression. Ziyao, what the hell are you screaming about? Fu Jie burst out of the bamboo hut. The refined face no longer showed the daytime faint smile, only panic and fury. Lu Zile looked at Fu Jie, full of resentment, and his heart skipped a beat, afraid that Ziyao had really provoked Fu Jie into anger and would actually shoot him in the head. After all, it was the first time anyone had ever managed to corner a ruthless, calculating crime boss like Ziyao and reduce him to this. Ziyao completely ignored Fu Jie's murderous mood and teasingly smiled. Oh, Brother Jie finally deigned to come out. I thought with your earplugs on and soft jade in your arms you wouldn't even hear my call. Fu Jie felt his blood pressure soaring. After so many years in the underworld, had seen all kinds of things, but the only person who could make his head throb with anger like this was Ziyao. Don't give me that grinning act. Speak, why did you have to drag me out? Fu Jie grit his teeth, holding back the urge to draw his gun. Ziyao looked Fu Jie straight in the eye and said casually, isn't this about making a deal with Brother Jie? You were thinking of selling us to northern Myanmar. But all of us are in the entertainment industry to one extent or another and have some fans. Disappearing during a show will make fans push for a thorough investigation. No matter how you look at it, it wouldn't be worth it for you. Fu Jie squinted, scrutinizing Ziyao. I've been keeping you under control for so long, and there's been no sign of trouble. Besides, it's been nearly 24 horseyears suddenly thinking of bargaining with me now. Ziyao patted his chest, pretending to be very frightened. I only just remembered this thing myself. Fu Jie felt he could hardly restrain the motion of drawing his gun. With nowhere to put his hands, he could only raise them to rub his temples. Spit it out if you've got something to say. Oh, so my family has some assets too. I'll call them and have them send some money to buy the brothers drinks. What do you think? Ziyao said, and the guards who should have been within his view all vanished. He understood that Lu Zile had already begun to make a move. What about those few of them? Fu Jie, having noticed nothing unusual, pointed at Lu Zile and the others. My family still has some money. No need to call home. Give me an account number and a phone and I'll transfer it to you right away. Lu Zile, having also noticed the guards were gone, went along with Fu Jie's words. He paused, then pointed at Qi Yi and Ning Menghan. I'll cover them too, okay? Fu Jie looked at Lu Zile suspiciously. I haven't even named a price and you've already taken them both on. Oh, Brother Jie, you name your price? If not, Zilu and I can split it evenly. You wouldn't give me an absurd price, would you? Ziyao said. Then 100 million each. After all, they're top stars. Asking for less would do them an injustice, Fu Jie said softly. Duo Xiao? Ziyao, shocked, fiddled with his ear. Brother Jie, say that again. One person, Duo Xiao. I said 100 million per person. Fu Jie slowed his speech, each word popping out one by one. Brother Jie, do you think my face is worth a small bounty? You might as well sell me to northern Myanmar. Ziyao squatted dejectedly, dragging Lu Zile down with him, plucking at the wild grass nearby bit by bit, and said sullenly, forget it, Zile, good brother. From now on let's rely on each other in northern Myanmar. How's it, tell me? How much am I worth? Black boss. 100 million. How's I? Dead, acknowledged, sell him then. The moment the black boss rushed out I felt like he was about to draw his gun. If he hadn't seen that Hao Zai was worth something, by now we might all be offering incense to him. Hopping back and forth on the black boss bottom line, hey, what can you do to me? It's been almost 24 hours. Everyone else is completely exhausted and on edge except for Ziyao. How on earth can he be so relaxed? Fu Jie, can't you at least bargain? No sooner had Fu Jie finished speaking than a sharp pain shot through his neck. For a moment his head felt as if it weren't attached. He forced himself to turn his head. With the fire at his back he couldn't make out the newcomer, only seeing the same peach blossom eyes as Lu Zile, corners of the eyes smiling. And the person even waved at him before his consciousness faded. He heard Ziyao's aggrieved voice, Sister Lu, you're finally here. You have no idea. That gun almost scared me so much I peed myself. Woo, I want to eat the rabbit you roasted. Only one word appeared in his heart. Lu Zile watched with wide eyes as Zhou Zihao, at the moment Fu Jie fell, leapt to his sister's side, then pressed the corner of his mouth down and wailed to his sister about how scared he was. The eyes that had been smiling when they saw his sister standing behind Fu Jie, sudden waves of grievance and fear surged up in him. He could clearly feel the sting at the tip of his nose and the wetness at the corners of his eyes. Before he had a chance to cling to his sister and have a good cry, Zhou Zihao beat him to it. As for any grievance or fear, none of that mattered now. He only wanted to tear Zhou Zihao to pieces. Zhou Zihao, that bastard is my sister. Lu Zile was about to ask if they were hurt when she saw Zhou Zihao's figure blink to her side, followed immediately by Lu Zile, before Zhou Zihao could utter 2 words of complaint. Lu Zile cut him off. Zhou Zihao, this is my sister. Besides, why are you acting like that? Pointing a gun at someone's head and you're still grinning. Isn't your sister my sister too? Why make such a distinction? Zhou Zihao paused, then forced himself to defend. I look like I'm grinning on the outside, but am trembling with fear inside. Can't you tell that's because my acting is good? Chapter 77. Onlookers. Lu Zile, you think you're a good actor? Don't gild your own face. You're just brainless. You don't actually think that was a prop gun, do you? When Lu Zile heard Zhou Zihao's excuses, he suddenly remembered how terrified he'd been that Zhou might get shot in the head. He couldn't help but darken, grabbed Zhou Zihao's ear and panting with anger shouted in his ear, "How dare you say that? Do you know how scared I was? That was a real gun. A real gun. How thick-headed are you? Couldn't you have talked it over with me before acting?" Lu Zile let loose a barrage of furious words, while Zhou Zihao looked utterly innocent. He tried several times to cut in and defend himself but never found an opening, so he shut up and listened as Lu Zile enumerated all his faults. Lu Zio's heart adoringly shipped her younger brother with someone, but she didn't show it on her face. Her gentle gaze swept past the two arguing and turned to Qi Yi and Ning Menghan. Are you two all right? Qi Yi and Ning Menghan were still stunned, immersed in shock over how Lu Ziyao had suddenly appeared and dealt with Fu Jie. Hearing Lu Zio's question, they finally came to, shook their heads and answered Lu Ziyao were fine. He looked around the camp and only then noticed that, at some point, a group of people in military uniforms had appeared, guns in hand, each standing over bandits bound tight at their feet. I was just about to say that if they hadn't rescued us by dawn, I'd call and report the government's inaction, but what blinked once and knocked out the boss. So, solved without expending a single soldier. Maybe Zhou Zihao took one for the team? So my Heozai's dumbass behavior was just to cooperate? When did they get in touch? Please explain. Since everyone is already safe, can I now happily ship this CP? Stoic little husband ex Chinibu little milk dog. Did no one notice Sister Yao's clean, decisive palm strike? Academician Lu, the operation was a success. The bandits have all been captured. No one was missed. Thank you for your cooperation. After doing a quick inspection, Zheng Yu strode up and stood in front of Lu Ziyao. He snapped a military salute, then extended his left hand. Lu Ziyao, with a faint smile, held Zheng Yu's hand. It's what I should do. Thank you both, you've worked hard, you stayed up all night. Wait, what did he call Sister Lu? Zhou Zihao automatically tuned out Lu Zile's complaints. His perking ears caught the conversation between Zheng Yu and Lu Ziyao. Academician? I didn't hear wrong, called Sister Lu academician? Zhou Zihao thought he had misheard, and hastily interrupted Lu Zile's spellcasting, wanting to confirm with him. Huh? Lu Zile stopped in confusion. What? It's just, senior brother. Zhou Zihao had barely spoken 2 words when he was drowned out by Guangwen's crying and wailing. Everyone's gazes all fell in unison onto Qi Ye's face. For a moment Zhou Zihao forgot the question he had wanted to ask Lu Zile, grabbed Lu Zile and crouched down again, eagerly watching the spectacle before them, missing only a bowl of sunflower seeds in his hand. Hey Lu Zile, do you think Qi Yi can forgive her? Probably not, right? It was so awkward back then. Lu Zile said uncertainly. What if Qi Yi is a lovesick fool? After all, it seems like nothing happened in the room. Zhou Zihao tilted his head, his eyes still fixed on Qi Ye's expression. There was no emotion on Qi Ye's face as Guan Guan ran over from afar and threw herself into his arms. If it had been a day earlier, Qi Yi would have reached out to catch Guan Guan, but now he made no move. When Guan Guan passed by him, Lu Ziyao turned aside decisively, clearing a smooth path for her. Zheng Yu heard Lu Ziyao click her tongue and noticed she had her arms folded, watching the two of them with keen interest. Academician Lu is interested in this too? Zheng Yu couldn't help but ask. Lu Ziyao stared straight ahead without blinking and replied with a question. Isn't eating popcorn the national pastime of Huagua people? I thought people like you who focus on research wouldn't be interested in this. Zheng Yu sometimes also receives security assignments for researchers, and his mind was full of stereotypes about scientists. Isn't it because there's no research to do right now? Lu Ziyao finally let his gaze return, patted Zheng Yu on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Team Leader Zheng, balancing work and rest is a good thing. Proper relaxation can improve your thinking ability. Zheng Yu. I almost forgot there are 2 traitorous spies who defected. Is Qi really getting love-brained? My sister Bao didn't do anything that would make the gods and people angry, right? But to protect herself, if Qi couldn't protect her, then her choice wasn't wrong. Here I have to say something for the thief. Even though he had a gun, he didn't force her. As for clinging on so much, saying Qi couldn't protect her, she just couldn't handle being hungry. Senior brother, I'm so scared, please don't blame me, okay? I really had no choice at the time. Guan Guan cried with tears like pear blossoms. Qi pushed the person in his arms away. After all, they had been together for quite a while, so he spared Guan Guan some face in front of everyone, speaking in a dandand tone. I'm not blaming you. At the time we each made our own choices. Senior brother, please don't be mad at me, okay? Guan Guan, having been pushed away by Qi, felt humiliated, not wanting to keep offending him. She hid the resentment in her eyes and continued to act coquettishly toward Qi. After all, to her, Qi was a bootlicker. Whenever he was angry, a little coquetry from her could soothe him. Unexpectedly, that trick had no effect on the current Qi at all. He remained expressionless and continued, I'm not angry. Please forgive Guan Guan, I swear, nothing happened between us when we were in the bamboo hut. Right after Guan Guan appeared, the previously ignored Shanyang suddenly spoke. Tsk. Lu Zile said nothing. His single-syllable hiss doubled the mockery to 200%. Shanyang's delicate face could no longer maintain its usual gentleness. The plan had been so perfect they intended to use Fu Jie to get rid of Lu Zile directly. Who would have thought Fu Jie would be so pathetic? And he even called himself the top underworld figure of Yun City. Yet he couldn't handle a single woman. Dan Yanyang's snake-like gaze fell undisguisedly on Lu Ziyao. Zheng Yu, standing beside Lu Ziyao, felt a keen alertness. The soldier's innate vigilance immediately went to maximum. Lu Ziyao didn't care at all. A smile lingered at the corners of his eyes, but the sharpness in his gaze made Dan Yanyang look away, unwilling to meet his eyes. Mr. Dan, you're not the Pacific's police. Maybe you should mind your own business for now? Whether you'll still be able to interfere after the show is over is anyone's guess. Chapter 78. Why is a perfectly good person born with such a mouth? Tsk, Sister Lu, you just don't know. Some people grew up living off other people's business. They get restless if there's nothing to meddle in. Wouldn't you agree? Zhou Zhihao poked at Lu Zile beside him. Great minds think alike, but there's nothing to be done. Long arms, wide reach. Even if the big Buddha comes along, heads still have to give him a spot. Lu Zile mocked, echoing Zhou Zhihao. Danny Yang's face grew increasingly sullen as he was ridiculed by Lu Zile and the other. His eyebrows drooped and he lowered his head, trying to hide the uncontrollable ferocity, and said self-deprecatingly, I just think we should at least hear Guan Guan's explanation. It's normal for couples to have misunderstandings. They should talk it out properly. He paused, composed his expression, looked around, then said meaningfully, men should be magnanimous. If a couple drifts apart over such a small thing, wouldn't that be more trouble than it's worth? Besides, it's better to destroy 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Oh wow, first you make a convenient excuse for yourself, then you put Qi on the spot. If you don't forgive Guan Guan, it's because Qi isn't magnanimous enough, and you hang everyone up on moral grounds. If you don't urge them to reconcile, you're immoral, ruining someone else's good marriage. The moment Danny Yang finished speaking, Lu Ziyao clearly saw through his intentions and almost applauded his performance. Such wasted talent in court intrigue, a 1 in 10th art genius. No wonder Lu Zile couldn't outplay him in his past life. Not to mention anything else, how Zai and Lu's passive-aggressive banter sounds pretty good. Single Yang's T-arts are something else. He ties everyone up on the moral high ground so they can't get down. Single Yang isn't wrong either. This isn't a big deal, there's no real harm done, so why can't he be forgiven? Then you really are magnanimous. All I can do is wish you and your boyfriend or girlfriend shared blessings, and when trouble comes may you delete each other together. Guan Guan sent a grateful look toward the single son, and now even if Qiyi was still angry, he couldn't afford to be branded stingy in front of so many people. Mr. Dan, what you say isn't entirely wrong. If a good match is ruined, wouldn't that be everyone's fault here? When Danny Yang heard Lu Zile's cold voice, a look of triumph appeared on his face. If you follow my words to mediate, you'll offend Qiyi. After all, men are petty. Who wants to have a green hat over their head? Even if nothing happened, it will still stick in their heart like a thorn. If you don't follow my words, you'll be pinned down on the moral high ground and unable to get off it. Oh, I thought a good marriage meant if you don't leave me then I won't abandon you. Sharing fortune and misfortune together. Maybe I misunderstood before. Lu Ziyao shifted his tone and threw the question back to Shani Yang. Or is it that I'm getting old and my thinking too old-fashioned? Nowadays a good marriage is when everyone flies away at the first sign of trouble, and only when there are no disasters or hardships do you stay and not abandon each other. Shani Yang's smugness was shattered to pieces by Lu Ziyao's words. She was this close to calling out by name that Guan Guan was a weather vane, always falling where the wind blew, and accusing him of being blind for insisting this was a good marriage. Haha. Zhou Zhihao couldn't help laughing out loud at the sight of Shani Yang being deflated. Everyone's eyes turned toward Zhou Zhihao at the sudden laughter. He quickly composed his face, waved his hand. Sorry, Zile just told me a joke a moment ago. It was just too funny, I couldn't help it. Carry on, Lu Zile inexplicably taking the blame. Top star Lu, are you telling that joke just to make us laugh? Or only to let Zhou Zihao hear it? What joke can't this VVVIP hear? Big brother upstairs, those who don't know might think you stutter. The private fun between this little couple isn't something we can know about, is it? Huh? I can't know? Then I'll pay extra. Can you let me listen? Ahem. The person involved, Qiyi, cleared his throat. This is a private matter between Guan Guan and me, so Mr. Dan, please don't trouble yourself. Huff huff huff, are you guys okay? Danny Yang was about to say more when he was interrupted by Lin Haoran's panting voice. Senior brother, what are you doing here? When Zhou Zhihao heard Lin Haoran's voice, he stood up in astonished delight and tugged Lu Zile along with him. Lu Zile. No, your senior brother is here. Why are you dragging me? Lin Haoran, why are you running so fast? Wait for me. Right behind Lin Haoran was Chen Jian's big head. Oh, Director Chen is here too? Zhou Zhihao greeted Chen Jian with a smile. But Director Chen, haven't seen you for a few days. Why has so much of your hair gone? Chen Jian. Well said. Don't say that next time. Lu Zile saw with his own eyes Chen Jian's expression change from glaring worry to glaring speechlessness. Why did he almost want to laugh? Haoranji, Director Chen. Haoranji, Director Chen. Everyone present greeted the two of them. Ms. Lu, thank you so much this time. Chen Jian expressed his gratitude to Lu Ziyao excitedly, then turned and shook hands with Zheng Yu, who was standing beside Lu Ziyao. And Captain Zheng, thank you for your hard work. Chen Jian and Zheng Yu exchanged a few polite words. Just as they turned toward Zhou Zhihao, they saw the proud look on his face, though his words took on a different tone. Director Chen, I know you don't need to thank me. It's what I should do. Chen Jian. Such a fine person, why does he have to have a mouth? Is it possible that Director Chen isn't actually intending to thank you? Lu Zile's mutter drifted accurately into Zhou Zihao's ears. How is that possible? Zhou Zhihao suddenly puffed up like an angry cat and shouted at Chen Jian. Director Chen, didn't you just say you should thank me? Really, thank you so much. Chen Jian froze for a second, then took a deep breath before speaking. Zhou Zhihao sensed a trace of gritted teeth resentment in that sentence, but he didn't mind and flashed a mouthful of big white teeth. You're welcome, Lin Haoran. Lu Zile. This big idiot, Director Chen. I'm not even insulting you, that's already lucky. Looking at how you acted, the fact you didn't end up in the hospital for a heart attack is just because you're blessed with a long life. Director Chen, your train of thought almost gave me a stroke and you're expecting me to thank you. Director Chen, although your performance was very good, don't do that again next time, my body can't take it. Director Chen, listen to me, thank you, because of you my blood pressure is through the roof. Director Chen. Haoranji, didn't you bring something to eat when you came up? Lu Zile, fearing Chen Jian would be angered by Zhou Zhihao, stared at the two men's empty hands and changed the subject. We've been hungry all day, of course, except for some people. Guan Guan and Shanyang's faces changed drastically. Lin Haoran ignored them and gently answered Lu Zile's question. Let's go down the mountain to eat. Director Chun prepared breakfast for you. Chapter 79 Sister. Am I really useless? If you hadn't said that I wouldn't have felt hungry. Hurry, hurry, let's go down the mountain, I'm starving. Zhou Zhihao rubbed his hollow stomach and tugged Lu Zile down the mountain in a rush. She didn't forget to turn back and ask Chen Jian, Director Chan, can we order food? I want to eat youtiao with soy milk. Chen Jian. Do I look like youtiao and soy milk to you? Before Chen Jian could answer, she muttered to herself, forget it, forget it. In this deep mountain forest there probably isn't youtiao and soy milk, just being able to fill our stomachs will do. Lu Ziyao watched Lu Zile, who was being pulled by Zhou Zhihao and stumbling along, chuckling and shaking his head, then said to Zheng Yu, let's go, Captain Zheng. It's been a busy night, let's get something hot to eat before we return to report. It won't take more than a few minutes. Zheng Yu had originally intended to take the prisoner straight back to report, but after Lu Ziyao said that, it shut down any objections he might have had, so he had no choice but to nod in agreement. The group marched down the mountain in a grand procession, taking Fu Jie and the others with them. When they returned to the Special Forces temporary camp, they found that the Yun City Police Department had already sent people to the scene to take over. The head of the Yun City Police Department shook hands with Lu Ziyao, and then solemnly saluted Zheng Yu. We really can't thank you both enough for the huge help. We have been searching the whole city for Fu Jie and these others. Every time we traced his whereabouts he managed to evade us. Now we can finally breathe easier. Lu Ziyao smiled and said, I didn't help much either. It was all thanks to the Special Forces' solid skills. Zheng Yu waved his hand. Academician Lu, you're being modest. Without your detailed terrain maps and the ventilation signals with your brother, we wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Zhou Zhihao slurped his porridge and, watching the two sides exchange pleasantries, suddenly remembered how Zheng Yu had addressed Lu Ziyao. He leaned over to Lu Zile and asked in a low voice, by the way, I heard the Special Forces leader called you Sister Lu. Academician. The chopsticks in Lu Zile's hand stopped mid-reach. She looked up in bewilderment. What did you say? He called me what? He's called Academician Lu, Sister Lu. Zhou Zhihao repeated, then looked at Lu Zile with puzzlement. Don't tell me you didn't know? You're her brother and you know nothing about your sister. Heh. Lu Zile gave an awkward laugh twice. Well, my sister never told me either. All I know is that after she finished her PhD she joined some research institute or maybe the Academy of Sciences. She's rarely home. Sometimes when she doesn't contact me I can't even find her. Are you really her biological brother? So unconcerned? Zhou Zhihao grumbled. Then heard Lin Haoran call him and turned to ask Lin Haoran about the situation. The words Zhou Zhihao had carelessly said landed heavily in Lu Zile's ears, and his nose suddenly went sharp with emotion. Yeah, he seems to never care what his sister is doing. His sister always appears mature and composed, able to solve any problem that comes her way. When their parents died, she shouldered the family by herself. Later, once he could stand on his own, she no longer needed him to back her up. He's like a useless person, comfortably hiding in the world his sister built for him, not even bothering to check what she's doing or whether she's in danger. Are you full? Lu Ziyao sat down beside Lu Zile, interrupting Lu Zile's self-reproach. Lu Zile looked up, his eyes slightly red, his voice nasal. Sis, am I really useless? Lu Ziyao was surprised. What's wrong? Why do you feel that way? I just feel that I'm already this old and still need you to back me up. I never asked about what you do. Lu Zile sniffed, speaking with guilt. What nonsense are you talking? I'm your sister, isn't it my duty to back you up? Lu Ziyao raised her hand and ruffled Lu Zile's hair, speaking softly. My work sometimes requires secrecy, so that's not your fault. You only need to know that as long as you're fine, I can go and do the things I want and like without worry. The usually stern lines of Lu Ziyao's face were softened by a smile. When you're here, our home is here, and then I have no worries, understand? Hearing his sister's gentle voice, Lu Zile nodded heavily. Lu Ziyao picked up the bowl with satisfaction. This silly child. Still too burdened, her gaze shifted to Zhou Zhihao, who was now slinging an arm around Lin Haoran. She was quite pleased with the little companion she had found for Lu Zile. Yes, although his thinking was unconventional, it happened to complement Lu Zile's personality. Hearing the high praise from Lu Ziyao, Zhou Zhihao suddenly sidled up to Lu Zile and said, Hey Zileel, you're still single, right? Lu Zile was so startled by Zhou Zihao calling him Xiao Lele that he almost sprayed the porridge out of his mouth. Lu Zile coughed until his face was bright red. Pointing at the tissues to signal Zhou Zihao to hand him two, Zhou Zihao shoved 2 tissues to Lu Zile and said disdainfully, "How old are you? Choking on food now?" Lu Zile finally stopped coughing, pointed at Zhou Zihao's nose and said angrily, "Watch your mouth, what's with Xiao Lele? If it weren't for you, would I have choked?" That finally pulled me completely out of self-blamed. Lu Ziyao sat nearby smiling without speaking, seemingly focused on eating breakfast, but actually watching the two of them with the corner of his eye. Zhou Zihao had that kind of magic. He could instantly pull someone out of a bad mood, leaving only the urge to beat him to death. So what? Isn't Xiao Lele a nice name? Zhou Zihao rubbed his nose, unable to hide his guilt yet speaking with righteous confidence. "What's it to you whether I'm single or not?" Lu Zile, lazy to correct his form of address, just followed up with a question. "Would you consider my second sister? She looks 5 parts like me, wealthy and beautiful. We're now the heads of the Zhou family, you wouldn't be at a loss." Zhou Zihao said mysteriously, enthusiastically recommending his second sister, then pointed to not far away at Qiyi, who was talking to Guanguan about something with a frosty face. "Be with my second sister. I guarantee you won't suffer for love." Zhou Zihao paused for 2 seconds, and a kind of heroic expression that Lu Zile couldn't understand crossed his face. "But as a brother, I still think I should tell you, not suffering for love might mean you'll have to suffer some physical pain." Ahem. Ahem. Lu Ziyao glanced at Zhou Zihao, then at the woman standing 2 or 3 steps behind him, and kindly warned, "Lu Jiejia. Did you choke too?" Zhou Zihao, drawn to Lu Ziyao's attention, asked with concern and even handed over a tissue. Lu Ziyao held her forehead, silently took the tissue, wiped her mouth, shuffled 2 steps aside, and then said slowly, I was eating too fast and choked." Chapter 80. The second sister makes a dazzling entrance. Lu Jiejia. "No rush, eat slowly, Director Chan isn't that stingy, there's plenty." Zhou Zihao even pointed at Chan Jian across from them, who was pretending he didn't exist. Chan Jian had been given the tycoon card. "Can't even shut your mouth while someone's eating? Hey Xiao Lele, have you made up your mind?" Zhou Zihao turned his face, smiling even more. No matter how Lu Zile looked at it, Zhou Zihao's smile seemed malicious. He could only laugh vaguely. "I'll have breakfast first, we can talk later." "Listen Xiao Lele, my second sister is really fair and beautiful. From the neck down it's all legs, you won't lose out by investing." Zhou Zihao didn't notice Lu Zile's reluctance at all, babbling on at his side. "Aren't you afraid Sister Lu won't agree?" Zhou Zihao said, then suddenly slapped his forehead, as if head had an epiphany. "I'm not." Lu Zile almost lost his grip on his chopsticks, stunned by Zhou Zihao's train of thought. He was about to explain but was interrupted by Zhou Zihao. "Don't worry, Sister Lu will definitely agree. My second sister is the most fashionable domineering sister type right now. The people chasing her could form a line from Jing City to Yun City. I'm introducing her because I consider you a brother. We're good brothers, I'm just helping you get first dibs." Lu Ziyao propped his chin in his hand, his gaze passing over Zhou Zihao and settling with interest on the woman whose smile felt like a spring breeze. Flaxen large waves fell onto her shoulders, making her complexion appear even fairer. A black silk blouse beneath a white suit gave her a shrewd, capable look. The woman seemed to notice and turned her head. Her gaze met Lu Ziyao's in the air for a moment. Seeing the amused expression on his face, she showed no displeasure and her smile took on a touch of sincerity. "When did the live stream start? Oh my, who's the sister behind Haozai? In 5 minutes I want all her information." "Are you only looking at her face? You didn't see the stick in her hand?" "I'm guessing blindfolded." Zhou Zihao's legendary second sister. Medea and my Yaojia are evenly matched. The two of them even looked at each other. My ship is changing. Is it really okay to ship everything? Although I still want to restrain myself a bit. Who doesn't love watching beautiful women being close?" Zhou Zihao circled around Lu Zile like a 3D surround sound speaker, making his head swim. Since he had finished eating, Lu Zile put down his bowl and raised a hand to signal Zhou Zihao to stop broadcasting. "So, our second sister is so great, rich, beautiful, successful. Why do you insist on dragging me to ruin her?" Lu Zile asked, puzzled. Because, Zhou Zihao began to stammer, his eyes darting as he tossed the question out. "First, Sister Lu, just tell me whether you agree or not." Lu Zile was speechless. "No, I'm asking you, are you asking my sister?" Lu Ziyao withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhou Zihao with a meaningful glance. She really is fair-skinned and beautiful. Zhou Zihao didn't feel anything was wrong at all. After getting the answer he wanted, he nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Lele, see, I told you Sister Lu wouldn't object. The moment Lu Zile heard that, she immediately sensed something was off. Her sister hadn't met this guy's second sister either, right? How could she be so sure of Zhou Zihao's claim? Could she be a friend of her sister's? Impossible, her sister's friend she would definitely have met. He grew suspicious and followed his sister's line of sight. The first thing that came into view was a pale hand gripping a wooden stick. Lu Zile moved his eyes up along the stick and saw a face that bore a 5-part resemblance to Zhou Zihao's. Unlike Zhou Zihao's delicate features, her facial features were deeper and more three-dimensional. Shua. She made a shushing gesture at Lu Zile. Lu Zile inexplicably felt the same kind of pressure coming from his biological sister, stiffly withdrawing his gaze. When he looked at Zhou Zihao, his expression was full of sympathy. My sister is absolutely the pinnacle of striking looks. Placed in the entertainment industry, she'd still be at the top. Zhou Zihao kept babbling, I don't deserve it. Lu Zile quickly concluded, trying to stop Zhou Zihao from killing himself. Xiao Lele, I think you've become particularly resilient under Sister Lu's example. Zhou Zihao was unappreciative, trying to persuade Lu Zile. Mainly I'm worried others can't take 2 beatings from my sister. When she was young she had the nickname Violent Lolita. In the circle she beat everyone in our Beijing circle without losing. But you can definitely handle it. After all, my sister's combat ability isn't stronger than Sister Lu's. Seeing the wooden stick already move to the front, and having to choose between covering Zhou Zihao's mouth or blocking the incoming stick, he chose to cover his own eyes. Your little Lele is desperately trying to save you, and yet you keep courting death. Lu Zile, I treated you like a good brother, and you want to become my brother-in-law. Second sister, don't hit too hard, you might get banned. Second sister, today I'll show you how a violent little loli becomes a violent mature beauty. You tell me, is my combat power stronger or is your sister Lu's combat power higher? The words drifted softly into Zhou Zihao's ears. Of course. Zhou Zihao stopped mid-sentence. The worst is when the air suddenly goes quiet. His high spirits felt as if someone had poured a bucket of sleet on them, maybe even added ice. Only then did Zhou Zihao notice that Lu Zile, who had been closest to him, had somehow moved out of arm's reach and from who knows where, produced a handful of sunflower seeds and handed them to Lu Ziyao. The accusing little look was passed to Lu Zile. You promised you'd be my brother, why didn't you warn me? Lu Zile raised an eyebrow. I hinted at it, I simply couldn't hold you back. He says. Zhou Zihao quickly prepared himself psychologically, turned, took 2 steps back, and fawned so obsequiously that he reminded Lu Zile of a grand eunuch from a palace drama. What brings you here? I heard you were going to set me up on a blind date. I had to come see for myself. The gentle voice betrayed no emotion, which only made Zhou Zihao's hair stand on end. Haven't seen second sister smile like this in a long time, it's really creepy. Zhou Zihao rolled his eyes and said, I'm not like big brother, squeezing you to work overtime every day. I'm just concerned about you. Then he pointed at Lu Zile and said righteously, look, Lu Zile, handsome, right? Has the looks, has the figure, has the money, good temper, good character, can preside over the hall and manage the kitchen. Where else can you find such a 5-star young man? Lu Zile lazily cracked sunflower seeds, happily enjoying the spectacle. Oh ho, someone has finally managed to rein this guy in. He hadn't been gloating for 2 minutes when a familiar name rang out on the battlefield. His expression froze, and he cursed under his breath that Zhou Zihao had dragged him into this mess. When he looked up, he met his sister's appraising gaze from head to toe. His face went even darker, and not daring to confront her directly, he forced a sheepish smile and waved his hands repeatedly. No, I'm not the one she meant, it must be someone with the same name as me.